Welcome. It's that time of year again to take ourselves on the road to the International.
Talon are looking like they're setting up for a bit of a bait play. Ooh. Hoping someone farms the mid lane and Ramses, he'll be the man to show up. They'll make the immediate jump in. Drinking Buddies out, but the arena gonna lock both of them down. GPK pops the Dragon Form, looking to move in. Epicenter out from Gunner. They'll try for the DK, but he's got the Mage Slayer. He's just not dropping quick enough. They'll even drop a Static Storm on top, but Gunner's gone. Yuma, he will die to boot. They'll finally get GPK.
Late near Dust, they found him. Nikke even thinking about going in. He doesn't exactly have that BKB for another 30 seconds, but 33 with the Shivas. He'll pop that. They'll slow up Ollie. Ollie on the run. Static Link is there. Ollie pushing him back with a Psychic Headband, but now the ball ending in from Nisha. They're going to go and find their attention on the 23 Savage. Ace and Quinn have just shown up. They were close, but now they're going to go to the ball lightning, go to the backlines. They've got the Orchid on a DY, but they get the kill on a Celery. Now the Orchid, the silence, the kill is in enough. Oh, DY! After the Orchid's able to survive with a sliver of health against the Supernova off. You've got to be kidding me. They can't even kill the Phoenix. They finally get the kill on XXS, but the right clicks onto the Bear. XM free to just shoot away. Gleipnir's going to be used. That's on Ace as well as his Bear. They get the kill to the Bear. They'll take out Lone Druid next. 3 heroes dead.
In comes Collapse. They found Alina. The opening is there. And Team Spirit, they found their man. Pike is dead. It looks like Vitaly is going to follow him into the grave. 6 feet under now as Lumpy is bumped around, but does TP back to Fountain. And it's going to leave Roshan to Team Spirit, though. Can Collapse find him? He's trying. He's got a killing on the server ward, and a torrent lands on the Monkey King. Well, he jumps down, trying to fight this here as Lumpy has a backup of Moose and Pike, but the Marauder, the damage output, incredible from Radan, and Collapse is still alive. Inside the Wukong's command, now blown up by the Lina, finally dead, but Radan with this damage output, shredding through them. Lol arrives on the scene of the crime, a double kill for your Marana. Leshrac in the pit, about to drop as we'll see the tusk disappear. A 5-man wipe is incoming, and Collapse drop with a chat wheel lines as he goes, yeah, you got me, good job. Baboka, dive, Hex, spear back as well. Dragon Knight sent back in towards Monet with a Sun Ray on him. Makoto dies. Now Akashi, he's leapt forward, trying to kill off nothing to say. The Supernova lands. The MTS Prophet's dead, but buys back immediately. Oh my. Talon, 3 heroes down. WS about to be the 4th. Tries to stand his ground, but Monet is tall and powerful. 70, hasted up. This is Parasma Puck. Roshan nearly dead. They jump in with the Nightfall out. Snatched Aegis by Erica. Wind Ranger gets it. And Alchemist, look at the damage coming out of this Wind Ranger, destroying him so quickly. Lassoed up. They need a little bit more to finish him off. Nightfall, he falls. And the follow through from 70 kills off Toronto Tokyo.
These 3 calls on the side of Extreme are starting to reach towards some of their critical items.
Valhalla gets 2 heroes inside the hook stomp. It's Centaur starting off the fight well. They've blown up the Treant Protector. Now they're looking towards XXX. He's dishing out a lot of damage with this Bristleback, but it's not going to be enough. K1 Hector brings him down. Ame with his BKB active going for the Whirlwind, but he dies during the Whirlwind. The MKB a little bit too strong from K1, and now XM yet again getting caught in the double stun of the Vailama. He gets killed off. He throws in the bugs, but they're going to arrive just as the Roche has already been taken. I don't think they can take this fight. Analog does have a double damage though, so it could be very tempting. He jumps in onto XXX. The Visage is already blown the hell up. XM trying to hold the backlines as he's looking towards Schofield and Analog, but instead there's going to be a Doom jumping in directly on his face. Divine Llama misses with the follow-up hookshot, but doesn't need it. They've already killed off this Void Spirit. Ame threw out the Requiem just as he has to watch DY die. Shin-Q, can he TP out? No, he cannot. K1 Hector is there with the Gleipnir. Stampede was popped for this one. And he's still really tanky with the Shiva's guard. And now look at this. Skeeter jumped in on the backlines looking for Erica. They want to burst down this Weaver. They can't do it just yet. But now with Maureen showing up, they do. He's down without buyback. Skeeter, though, might die. They try to force off him away. He's at the corner of the fight. He's dishing in so much damage, Fluke. The burst damage from the AoE of this dragon. Yes, he will die, but he put in a lot of work before he went down. But now, beyond finding a 3-hero stomp into a multiple-hero crush,
They see Lelis, they're like, all right, I've got BKB, I've got Glide Beam, I'm just gonna start chasing people down. Skeeter's going very, very far away from him. Oh, but the Boundless coming in from the outside, followed up with the Wukongs. They'll end up finally getting Skeeter. They need to be very careful now over here on the side. There's Amar getting himself a double kill on Lelis and Gunner. They'd love to get themselves Copy, love to get themselves Yuma, but they kind of spent everything that they have for the most part. They'll get Copy. Uh-oh, Yuma now on the run, and you can see they're teleporting right back in. Ranger 33, though, so tanky. Nisha comes in, has that Gleipnir again, trying to just move Pike away to safety as Vitaly's stuck in the middle of the sandstorm. Scatterblast over onto multiples, and Dragna, he's tanky, but I don't know if he's going to be tanky enough. Still alive, though. Terrorize coming into play. They finally get Pike. The chase is on. What a nice stun from the Sand King. Takes out Lumpy. Now Vitaly's got a Curse Crown. He's got everybody on him. Oh, and the Boundless. Oh, my God.
We had a riveting day number 1 here at TI 13, the road to the international. And we're back again for day number 2 in beautiful Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm going to be your host for the morning here, Nat T. And my panel joining me is none other than Jenkins, Fear, and Winter there. I'm really liking your outfit, by the way, Jenkins.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like your outfit as well.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Where'd you get it?
Well, just across the road. What is that what you got? No, you had that one in the back of the closet, didn't you?
Right.
Yeah, I thought so. What about you guys?
I like your outfit, Winter. It's really good.
Winter, you do look
Thank
really
you.
good. Fear, you know, you could like dress it up a little
I
bit.
could have, but I chose not to.
No, that's fair. You know, you're trying to shake things up, just like a lot of the shakeups that we saw in day number 1. Maybe a couple of unexpected results for those who were out there watching. But if you didn't get to catch all of the games, because there was a lot, 3 streams with 5 best of 2s each. Let's go through a couple of the results. This is what we saw on the main stream here. I wouldn't say there were upsets per se, but I was surprised there weren't more ties going on between these matchups here, Winter.
Yeah, I think the only upset that I feel like can be counted as an upset is like GG against XG. I definitely did not expect that to happen. I thought GG, they were overwhelming favorites in that series. But yeah, I mean,
It
XG
should have been 1-1.
At least 1-1.
Yeah.
At least 1-1.
I would agree with that. I thought that kind of would have been a tie. I also, I don't know, maybe Nouns in that game number 2, it felt like they were coming back a little bit too. So I could have seen that one going a tie. But either way, let's have a look at the games that we weren't closely covering here on the mainstream. This one was over on the B stream. So again, would you say there were any upsets? Maybe one right towards the end of the day your eyes might be drawn towards?
That's definitely an upset.
Yeah,
Team Zero taking down BB Team. I mean, 1-1, sure. It's early group stage. It's for seeding. So there's always that potential for a team to do very well on day 1 and then kind of drop off on the coming days. But a 2-0 to BB Team is incredible, especially considering BB Team went 1-1 in their first series and looked pretty good.
Yeah, that was up against Falcons as well. So they closed out the day for themselves with a 2-0. They also begun the day for themselves yesterday with a 1-1. Puts them on a fantastic level of 3-1. Anything else there? Maybe the Falcons Nouns game as well on that C stream, because right now what that Group C is looking like is a 3-1 for Team Zero sitting out there. Falcons and BB Team, who would have been favorites. I mean, they're both invited teams here, going 2-2, and then Nouns going 1-3.
Yeah, I think it's a really big shakeup here, the fact that Team Zero did so well on day number 1, because you look at BB Team and Falcons, if Team Zero does really well there, all of a sudden one of those teams have to go to the lower bracket. Maybe Nouns has a comeback today, didn't do so great on day 1. That is like the group right now that I think is the most interesting of all of them right now.
Yeah, who said that was the group of death, Group C, when we were talking yesterday?
I said that.
You said that? Yeah, so you knew.
But it was not because of Team Zero.
No, it was.
Really?
Yes.
She knew.
Are you sure?
Yes.
If we look back in the VODs, would you have been Ponlo Simp?
I've been Ponlo Sim since he was in Quincy Crew back in 2022 in NADPC.
You were the one simping on Ponlo yesterday.
I was.
No, he said he only knew him as the Twitter guy, actually.
No, I mean, I knew
No,
him.
then he talked about his gameplay.
Of course, I knew him on Quincy Crew. He was, he was carrying NA for when we desperately needed. He came in and saved the day. But he was all right on that team. I don't know. It was fun. He was fine, like regular position 4. But he's good.
Yeah,
Man.
I also think this meta really fits him. We can talk about them more in a little bit because I still want to stay a bit more broad with Group C. The way that this group format is that the top of Group C will pick from D and vice versa, the top of D from C. So I actually think that Group D is in a tougher position. Even though their group's already been sorted, we know that it will be a Liquid, Spirit 1-2, not sure in what order, but those two are in that top 2 seeds. And then the Beast Ghost and forgot the fourth team.
Oh, from Beast Coast?
Yeah, and...
Oh, yeah, it's Liquid, Spirit, Aurora, and Beast Coast.
Aurora, that's it. They'll be in 3 and 4 there. Yeah, so that's the interesting fact is that there is a potential that it's either Falcons or BB team announce two of those 3 that will be sitting in 3rd, 4th. So if you're Liquid and Spirit, you have to think about there's a potential for a really heavy favorite team that you might be left with or you might be picking up for yourself. And then in Group A and B, it's also not as clear. We know that Extreme Gaming will be either in 1st or 2nd with their 4-0 for themselves there. But again, with Gaming Gladiators going to 2, it's Group A really just isn't that clear, and Group B is nothing sorted for themselves either winter.
Yeah, I mean, Extreme is locked in. That's the only thing, right?
Yeah,
and then
that they're either 1-2.
And with Zero, I don't like. They could technically, if they bomb out, they're still not guaranteed upper bracket. I'm hoping they didn't just have like a miraculous day 1 and then day 2 they just like lose every game. But they're on the trajectory to look like they could be in that upper bracket.
Yeah, I'm hoping that too, because not a lot of people have maybe looked towards this team. I mean,
they are now.
Exactly, that's true. You're definitely turning your eyes towards it. Whether you're in that group or not, you're definitely looking at what Team Zero is doing right to be able to take games or off of those top teams there. But let's have a look at our schedule today. It's not as jam-packed. There are still a lot of streams going on. We have our 3 streams, but it'll be 3 best of 2s. Over on the C stream, you got Gaming Gladiators, Heroic, Aurora Beast Coast, Talon, and C9, which I think will be a very interesting matchup. On stream B, we will also be seeing 1W, XG, Team Zero and Nouns, and Tundra and G2IG. I think my eyes for midday would go towards Team Zero and Nouns, but at the same time, you're going to be having Falcons and BB team going on here on the mainstream. Team Liquid and Team Spirit will round out our day, but to begin it, we do have Tundra up against C9. And C9 were your underdogs, Fia, or dark horses, I should say, sorry.
Yeah.
That, again, maybe people aren't turning their eyes towards them, but they will be putting out good results, and they got a 2-0 for themselves yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. There's still a lot of games left to be played, but right now, they've just looked like they've made the most progress through the past 3 months of most of the teams I've seen right now. They've just looked really good in the last 3 months, and I'm expecting that to continue to be an upward trajectory for this team.
Yeah. Even though our schedule only shows 3 best of 2s today, I want everyone to know it might not necessarily be a short day because we do have the potential for tiebreakers. The TLDR is if 2 teams are tied, it'll be a best of 3. If 3 teams are tied, then it'll be a round robin and a potential for those infinite tiebreakers. And I don't even want to get into if 4 teams tie. So hopefully there are potentially more games for ourselves, but we don't know exactly yet how that's going to shape up, what it's going to be, because like you said, Fia, there's still a lot of games to play. It means there's a lot of outcomes, a lot of different iterations, but is there any other game that you would want to turn your eyes towards winter or highlight over those 3 streams?
Probably not. I feel like the first series we have here is probably going to be a really interesting one. Tundra against Cloud9. There's a lot of interesting heroes that both teams pick, and the stories, how they develop over last year till this year, how they change as a team. I think that's going to be my attention, today.
Yeah, and I think especially because Tundra having a stand-in, that's a pretty big talking topic. It's just like how long has this stand-in been in the talks? How easily does he slot in? It sucks at coming in. So someone that we definitely know in competitive as like a viewers, someone that's been in competitive pro, he took a small break, but I mean, he's won a TI in the past. This man knows what he's doing, but how easily do you slot into that? How how much do you replace how 9 class was playing for the team?
I think he looked good yesterday when we saw him versus Talon. Like he was really carrying in that Enchantress game. That looked like classic Soxa to me. Like he looks absolutely on point.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Tundra, throughout this entire year, they're kind of used to having a stand-in. They've had a lot of stand-ins throughout this year.
True.
They've been kind of like figuring their roster out. I don't know if we can pull that up now, but the roster for Tundra has changed drastically throughout the year. Like, it started off being a certain roster, then throughout the year they have stand-ins. And so I think they're pretty used to being in this situation where they just don't have their full roster, to be honest with you. And that kind of is like advantageous in a way. And when you bring in someone like Soxa, who's already just so comfortable playing at the highest level, that is definitely a situation where I think they're not too shook about it.
Yeah, I mean, from TI last year, it's been this complete revamp of Tundra. Everyone that used to be on there, no longer on there. And
it's only Thompson, the only survivor.
Yes, sure. Yes. Throughout the whole year. The other side is Cloud9, an org that we talked about yesterday. It has been in Dota in the past, left for quite some years, but maybe people are wondering who exactly is on Cloud9 or what roster they've picked up for themselves, Winter.
They've made like one change, Stormer, previously on Entity, and they have no one now. And obviously they also have they brought in DM, a new offlaner. I felt like in their previous iteration when they had Stormer and Toby, they kind of like
they also had Gabby for a little while.
Yeah, I mean Gabby after that. So they kind of like tried to draft around each and every one of them, and whereas right really comfortable drafting around Watson, which I feel like has brought them the most success, in their last couple of games.
Yeah, I like the Watson. I think what helps Watson a lot as a player right now is that the very, I want to say like pub type carries, like Lina, Windrunner, TA, these like, I'm the best player in the lobby, I'm going to 1v5 sort of heroes, are actually the meta and competitive as well. Like yesterday, I think he played TA and then Lina or something like that. And for a player that was like literally the unknown guy that was just rank 1 on the leaderboards that at some point like Entity picked up way back in the day, that was his thing. He's the pub dude. So like he's completely in his element in the current meta.
Yeah. I think that was always the biggest question mark around Watson is, and we do talk about it a lot. It's like you perform really well in pubs. You have this great MR. You're on the leaderboard in terms of world rankings, but the results aren't necessarily there. Do you think that's part of the way that they're drafting for themselves? Could it be a play style? They're having that swap of off lane, and I do think that that's where you need stability a lot for a team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really put a lot on Watson. I feel like he had the skill. He just wasn't fit into an established team, right? Mm-hmm. It feels like the groundwork wasn't really set in that Entity roster for him to really thrive. And I feel like they've been building that. They've been bringing in more experienced players, I would say, and they're kind of filling that in. And as a carry player, I always like to say, like, the first 20 minutes, there's not a lot you can do. Like, you can maybe just win your lane. You're farming, right? And if the game's over by then, what can you do?
Fear does have this. I remember this. He goes, if the game is lost before 20 minutes, it's on your supports. Anything
it used to be that way. It's changed a lot now. You have to be much more active as a carry, of course, and that has changed with the twin gates and stuff. But generally speaking, it's still a role in which that, like, if you just lose, your mid's losing, doesn't know how to rotate, your supports aren't making the right moves in the first, like, let's say 10 minutes of the game, that's not really a carry problem.
Yeah, going back to what he said as well from the carry role, I think when they had Stormer, they had two polarizing players. Because in that draft, you kind of have to draft for him, And Watson as well kind of needs priority. So you can only save your 18 pick or your 24 pick for one person. And you have to decide who you're going to play around. And as a carry player, you kind of need your mid laner sometimes to just blind pick. And you have to create space and move around the map for you. And right now, I feel like no one is a big change up from Stormer in that regard. He's not as greedy as him. And he tends to, okay, you can just pick my hero first, I'm Monkey King. I don't see my matchup, but it's fine, I'm going to deal with it, and I'm going to give you a good game.
Toby was kind of like that too, honestly, with the like summons heroes.
Yeah, but he has kind of like a very weird hero pool. Where
it was weird.
He plays like Veno and he plays Enigma, like a very different type of...
But he had some cheese picks. I feel like DM is very standardly good as an offlaner. You can throw this guy on some Mars like second pick and he'll do fine. No matter what. In fact, his Mars is incredible. But you can throw him on these like normal offlaners and he will give a player like Watson space in the game no matter what. Like he's a universe type offlaner.
Yeah, that's true. Like in the draft, you kind of need to have like a balance between your core players. One person has to be like scapegoated. You need to pick his hero early.
You need a scapegoat.
Yeah, and you kind of have to protect the other players where who you think is going to bring the team more victories.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the biggest growth for DM has been? Because he had that stint on OG. Unfortunately, OG wasn't really getting the results with him there as well? Do you think it was post that? Do you think it was being on that roster? Do you think it was before that? Like, where exactly as an offlaner do you think he started to maybe shine a little bit more, be able to be stable there to help the rest of the roster? And
that's really hard to answer because I think it's probably personal reasons for him. Because there was some time where he just looked okay. You know, he actually looked underwhelming in some tournaments as well, and especially on the OG roster. But then he moved out from that. Of course, he learned a lot. He had a coaching stint as well. And then since then, he kind of like became more stable as a player. And I think that it's really hard to like pinpoint what exactly was that turning point for him. So I just probably something happened, something clicked for him that he was just missing, and he just implemented into his gameplay. And now all of a sudden, he just feels very stable and just in his comfort zone.
I actually think it was OG. I remember having a conversation with him at like some major when he was on that team, and I also had a pub with him, and he was very, very vocal in that pub, like making calls, like, okay, let's go smoke, let's do this. And I had never heard that from him before, and I asked him about it in passing, and he basically said like, oh yeah, I'm trying to like captain more, I'm trying to make more calls. And I think the offlane role, it may be like a brain dead role right now in the sense of like you're building the pipe, the greaves, the auras, and that sort of stuff. But a lot of the time, you are the person that's making first contact. You are the person that's like standing in front of a tower, baiting people to go on you. You're the person that's going in first. You're like Mars blinking in, Arena Spear. Like you're deciding for your team, we are going to take this fight. And so I think being able to learn that on a team like OG is very important. Perhaps like on OG, there's a lot of voices and maybe they were speaking over each other and he learned that and there were other people that wanted to have their voice heard. So maybe it didn't work out on that team, but I think learning that and then taking that to a new team looks really, really good on.
There was the coaching in between as well, which I'm sure also helps. Like, not a lot of people make that switch from player to coach back to player again. Normally it's like not super successful when you do make that change, and so then you just end up going back to coaching.
I mean, there's also one thing that they are speaking the same language now.
True.
Like, it's a full Eastern European team, and it definitely feels like when you're speaking their own language, you can make calls. Like Andrew brought up, when you're playing the offlane, you need to make a lot of calls in the early game, tell your team to defend towers and whatnot, where you want to go. And it's easier if you are speaking your own language.
Well, it feels like we're hyping them up a lot. This is the big difference between the 2023 roster and now 2024 old entity to now rebranded to Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, I mean, last year they didn't do great, 9th to 12th place there, as you can see in 2023. They had a couple of roster changes in between until they got to this 2024 roster, but the core has remained. And the three, they just slot in DM and No One. And for me, No One has been the big addition. Like, you talked about the other mid laners that they had, like some Stormers and stuff. Great mid laners, but No One feel like he's going back to form where he's just dominating people in the mid lane. He can pick something early, do well, and survive in a bad matchup. Or if you get this guy last pick, he's just going to destroy the mid lane. And I think you need a guy like that if you want to beat some of these top teams in the world.
One interesting dynamic that I wanted to run by you guys is a point that Mira made briefly at Riyadh that like really resonated with me. Mira, aka Effie, that Thompson, I think, is often disrespected by other mid laners, especially the young ones, because, oh, he's this cheese player, you know? He's only going to win by cheese, but then he actually ends up playing like something normal and then dumpstering people in a 1v1 mid because of this like level of disrespect that can sometimes exist. Then game 2, you know, the adjustment happens. No One has been around. I don't think he's going to mess around when it comes to laning against Thompson.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to still feel as comfortable as we've talked about of having that blind matchup, if he's still willing to do it, knowing that he's coming up against Thompson, someone who is very mechanically gifted, but also just likes to think outside the box. He definitely does like to bring a lot of new things to mid. I don't know if I want to coin it as cheese. Maybe some people do. But either way, in this best of 2, our Game 1 draft is coming up on stream, and we'll see if there's going to be any massive changes to this first phase ban compared to day number 1 of groups.
Yeah, so in their previous series, Cloud9, they kind of been prioritizing Watson a lot more, like I said before. And the difference is like it's going to be a very contrasting thing for Tundra, where they oftentimes where they achieve success, they are prioritizing the mid laner. So we could see like something like, okay, one team decides to just go for the blind pick. We're going to give No One a disadvantageous matchup or whatever it is, and we are going to try to win the game late.
You know what I compare No One to? He's kind of like the Ukrainian Quinn in a lot of ways. Like, he just knows his matchups really well. He'll never really lose his lane badly, but he can also win his lane pretty easily. And it's just based off pure just playing mid a lot. He has a big hero pool. He doesn't have like that cheesy hero pool whatsoever. He just knows his matchups really well. And I think when you play against Thompson, having someone like that is very valuable, because he's gonna, or it's gonna be the other way around, where Thompson just plays something no one has never seen before, and it's gonna surprise you. But that works against just about anyone, right? But I feel like he's one of those players that can stabilize pretty much any matchup.
Yeah, I think that is a very good analogy there, Fear. And with our draft, before we go into that Tinker first pick there for themselves, Cloud9 taking out the Enchantress. Yesterday, we didn't really see the same level of respect for her, and she had a fantastic win rate. Every time.
And even in their last, I think, about 8-9 games I've looked up, they've lost like 3 games to Enchantress. So it's a hero that they really don't like to play against.
It's a good hero. I mean, I did honestly think that with the nerf where you're not getting as much XP for enchanting creeps would make her fall off a little bit, because that did feel really strong. But honestly, this heal facet on her is, she feels borderline unkillable, but then you play to, you know, have the Dragon Lance and dish out a lot of damage like we saw Saksa doing yesterday. And so it's like this thing where you draw this attention, you have to focus her, but then guess what? You're focusing an unkillable hero. So it's a very hard problem to solve, and I can understand teams not wanting to give good players Enchantress. And it's interesting, Cloud9 banning it, even though they have Fishman, who's one of the best Enchantresses on the planet.
Probably just don't want to pick it right away, but yeah, we covered the Tundra series. Game 1, they looked great, right? Then Game 2, not so great.
They lost to Enchantress.
Yeah, they lost to Enchantress Mars. Those are the 2 key heroes of that particular 2-game series. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tundra took away from not only watching all the other groups, but their game themselves that they played. They're not going to get the Ench. Maybe they go back for the Mars. There's one game where Ramses is very active on Mars, setting up kills, looking really good. Next game, he's playing Carry Alchemist in the offlane. Didn't look so great. So I wonder what the talks were behind the scenes there for Tundra.
Yeah, I do think the Mars will probably be coming up here, just also considering DM is such a huge Mars fan as well. And I think it looks really good with Tinker. Drop the March into the arena, and Mars becomes unkillable, and you're dealing a lot of damage to the people that are stuck in the arena. And Mars doesn't like building the Greaves and the Auras, and Tinker will do that for you.
Yep.
So I'd be interested to see if Tundra just takes it here.
Would you place Tinker, though, as better than Enchantress? Because the way that I read this is, you don't want to give it away, which means you're planning on first picking something else for yourself when you have opening pick.
The main difference is Enchantress is a lot more pressure in the early game. Tinker's not a very strong laner. He's very good at securing the lane, but he's not very good at winning the lane. Like, he wants to play slow, but eventually he hits a timing where he's going to go to his team with the Holy Locket and the Mag, whatever team item he has, and everyone can die. But Enchantress kind of makes it very difficult for you in the early game, where you cannot draft too greedily. And whereas when I look at C9's previous drafts, I felt like the supports that they like to pick in the early game are not as strong and not very good at dealing with Enchantress. That's why they don't like to play against the hero. And they prefer more like of a slower pace hero like Tinker, where in the early game he's not as strong, but he's very good in the mid game. So they prioritize the mid-late game power spike, because they draft for their carry players.
Yeah, just spoon-feeding the Mars pick here to Tundra if they want it.
I think so, yeah. It's
How so?
you press R on Centaur and try to run away, and Mars drops Arena, and you can't run.
Yeah, but
pretty much.
The other reason Centaur is also good here is if they're anticipating after the Marcy, the Wind Ranger is going to be a carry, and a carry Wind Ranger against Blade Mail Centaur with return. It's always good, you know, and Centaur builds Crimson as well later.
Yeah.
And in lane, for the same reason, it's the Windrunner can't.
Is it just as good as it used to be? Because now you go with the Whirlwind facet. Probably.
No, it's still
probably
good. It's still good.
Definitely not as good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not as good against Focus Fire.
And
but
definitely with Mars, you want to go for the Whirlwind facet, which we did see them do yesterday.
I think in general, you just always go the Whirlwind facet now.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, there's also that other thing though, is it's uncontrollable when you pick Whirlwind, right? If the Centaur goes the Blade Mail, then you go, okay, I just don't focus fire him.
Yeah.
But with the Whirlwind, it's uncontrollable damage that is just being
you just
put
need
out
to
there.
stand in the middle.
Exactly, as long as he's close to the Wind Ranger, she's always going to be taking some amount of Blade Mail damage back.
Yeah, but she won't be taking all the damage.
Of course.
And that's also why they picked the Sven to put armor on the whole team rather than like saving one guy.
Because
That
of counter the whirlwind.
Counter the whirlwind,
That's smart.
exactly. So it is, it does beg the question, like, if this is a Sven support and a Tinker support, are you double downing a little too much on, we're just going to pick very safe, like, protect my team supports? Like, what happens if, Tundra gets a nullifier, and then all of a sudden it's working against the Sven armor, as well as all the Tinker buffs?
Not versus the Shard, right?
Not versus the Shard, but for a timing.
Yeah, so, like, this is like, going to be a clash of two different styles, right? I think C9 is playing what I'd consider the more meta strategy right now, where their supports are going to buy auras, they're going to help make their team very unkillable. Centaur, same thing. He's going to at some point have a Crimson Guard. They're going to be very, very tanky. Where on the other side, your offlaner is not building any auras. You have this initiation. Wind Ranger just does damage. Marcy,
every hero,
yeah, Marcy just buys a BKB. Mirana, you could buy, technically, like some items on that hero to just support.
But she is most certainly going Solar Flare. It's just the facet, which is a raw damage. Like,
so this is the question. It's damage versus survivability. Who wins? And
what's your opinion?
My opinion, survivability.
Yeah. Lately, we've been seeing Mirana being picked up in position 1 in the carry, but that's also where the Wind Ranger goes. So do you think this is just a very easy, we put our Mirana in the stereotypical support position now, or do we look at putting the Wind Ranger in maybe a 4, but then
doesn't fix the issue, right?
They can definitely switch, but it's almost the same. They're both not as good against like the Centaur.
They both kill themselves to Centaur.
Yeah, to Centaur. It doesn't really change much.
I think it's just going to be. I think it's going to be a Mirana 4 because Mars Mirana. I mean, you've
with
said
Mirana 4 over a Marcy 4.
I think so, and then it'll be Marcy Wind as the safe.
Overall, I feel like Tundra, they have stronger lanes in the early game compared to the supports of C9, where they have Tinker and Sven. It's a lot more defensive. They're trying to play a slow game just to secure the lane. I feel like if Tundra can kind of break the game apart with the Mirana and Marcy, they're very aggressive in the early game, early field levels. You can kind of set some kills, control the runes, and kind of snowball from there. And I could see Tundra taking control of the game that way.
All of Tundra's heroes are very good at going through the portal as well. Like, you have a Marcy Windrunner lane, potentially. That's a very strong lane just with those two heroes.
You can kind of
rotates.
Put Observer Wards if you're playing against this type of aggressive supports. I kind of like to do it when I see my opponent's line, and I feel like they're going to maybe do some early game portal to trap them my carry.
C9 needs wards, and for sure, and they need to hold TPs. Like, what they want to do is bait dives and then heal through it and
be a
then
little
turn
bit
it
more
around.
reactionary.
Yeah, they want to be
reactionary. So they need the information. They need to see them first before they.
Yeah, I see a major problem with right now for Tundra, because like this Centaur and Sven are just going to stand in the front, right? And Tinker's just going to be behind him. Sven doesn't really care as long as he gets his E off, and TA is never going to be in the front. And I imagine whatever they pick last pick doesn't have to be in the front either. And how do you kill a hero right now? How are you going to kill the Centaur? I mean, and this is a pretty good Leshrac game too, just because you have all those auras. Whenever I see Leshrac, I don't like to see him playing with other greedy heroes that are playing for themselves. You want to play for the Leshrac, and the thing is they have like 3 heroes that can do so, and the Centaur Stampede, maybe the Crimson, you have the Warcry, you have the Tinker with his defense matrix, and all of his healing bots. Like, this Leshrac is going to be very difficult to kill on top of that with Bloodstone, right? So I think if you just have to all in now if you're Tundra and just get more damage, there's no going back at this.
Sniper.
Bang.
Yep.
Oh, that actually would have been good. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, that's the Lesh counter. I mean,
Razor against Lesh.
Let's see, it's Thompson. What's some weird cheesy hero that Thompson wants to play? Dazzle, maybe? Invoker. Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's a natural vessel buyer.
Yeah, they remove the Warcry with Tornado.
Yeah, a purge.
He doesn't have
You
shard.
can remove the defense matrix too, right?
Yeah, that's a great pick.
It's a good pick. Is it enough damage? I still feel like their lineup. It's okay. It's a good pick just because if they didn't have a way to deal or have a purge, I think nobody would die. So this is the route they had to go. I think just giving that purge to this Leshrac is going to be more damage than any hero they could have picked that did damage, right?
Yeah, and I remember for a while Leshrac was considered to be countered by Invoker just because of the Vessel. I know Vessel's not as good of an item as it was on that patch. And people are even like completely skipping it on Invoker, so maybe he's not going to go for that, and it'll be like the Witchblade Dragonlance thing that people are doing. But in any case, like Invoker doesn't really get in there in fights. Leshrac wants people to like run in and be melee range with him. Invoker doesn't really do that; you just poke from afar. So I still think Invoker is very good against this hero in general.
How many different ways can you build for Invoker is also the other question. Is there something else that he might be wanting to go with Invoker?
I mean, he doesn't have a lot. It's either going to be the Witchblade or Vessel, one of those two routes. And I think...
Yeah.
I mean, if he tries to go something different like a Midas, I think game's going to be really hard.
Classic Thompson.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes Thompson, it's either like a very wacky hero he's playing,
Nobody
or
can predict the
it's-
Thompson effect, though.
Exactly, or it's a very different build, and everyone's like, what on earth is he going? But very finally, Winter, do you want to give your predictions on these two?
I think Tundra's going to be able to drag this late and going to win late game, with the lineup. Mid game, probably not so much when it comes down to team fights, but I think if they do well in the early game, they secure the lanes, mid game they dodge, and they'll get to late game and they're going to win there.
All right, just be careful of that mid game. We'll see who's going to be able to take control of it, though. Is it going to be Cloud9? Is it going to be Tundra? Either way, let's head on over to our casters, Aries and Danog.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what they played against each other 10 times so far. Tundra, they've got 7 victories out of those 10 times and only 3 at the moment for Entity. Of course, there is a bit of an asterisk considering, Tundra playing with Xarsa, a bit of a stand-in here for them. But Danog, this at least recent track record very much favoring Tundra.
It does, for sure. I really like what the panel was talking about as well in terms of the different mentality that both teams have going into this one. It is the unstoppable force that Tundra have with all their damage versus the immovable object that Cloud9 has. All of that ability to just shrug off this damage is pretty impenetrable. It's going to come down to the initiation coming through, right? Like, how are you going to be actually getting onto the backlines? Are you going to be able to find someone and be able to lock them down hard enough? Or are you going to be able to kite out a lot of these defensive abilities? Because they've got the capabilities to do that for sure on Tundra's side.
Kind of a similar style of draft to what we saw yesterday as well, right? With the Centaur and the Templar Assassin, when we got the Wind Ranger from Monet, from G2IG. And it seemed like, I know the panel was kind of discussing a little bit on maybe how different it would be with the Whirlwind facet from the Wind Ranger, but it still seemed super difficult for her to actually get into the middle of the fights with the Retaliate, with the Blade Mail. And then we saw a very early MKB from Watson, and Watson was just able to completely stand his ground and really just shrug off any threat of the Wind Ranger being an issue. And do you see that kind of being like a similar case to what we saw yesterday?
I think, again, it really does come down to the initiation, right? Like, Crimson Guard's one of those things that can be purged off. So if you're hitting a Tornado once there's a full team Crimson Guard, great, you can actually look to go in. If you see the Blade Mail get popped, just retreat back. You can, look to try and re-engage. Because look at all the movement abilities that they've got on the Tundra side, right? They've got Wind Run, they've got Leap, they've got Rebound, they've got Mars Blink. That's not exactly super mobile, but even Invoker just with a Ghost Walk, right? You're going to be able to create that little bit of space and then find the initiation when you want it. Number one target for them, of course, is going to be this freaking Tinker, because as soon as it came out, I was like, oh god, it's a Tinker game. It's only been picked up 3 times so far at TI so far. That's just because it's been banned a hell of a lot.
For anyone that is been living under a rock for the past month or maybe a little bit less and hasn't particularly seen this Tinker, especially as a support, do you want to kind of fill people in on what has changed with this hero and why we're actually seeing it as a support?
Repair bots is the way. It's you march the machines, now applies a heal over time when it passes through people. So you just lay it down in a lot of these team fights, you spam out those defense matrices, and it's very, very hard to be able to go through you. But like they were mentioning at the very end of the panel, this Invoker, if Thompson plays it quite well, which I think he has been. I think he's won like 6 of his past 7 competitive games on the hero, so clearly he's in the mood for it. You just shrug off so much, right? You get rid of the Warcry pre-shard, you get rid of the Crimson Guard, you get rid of the defense matrix. All this sort of stuff is going to be a big deal if they're going to be able to burst them down, and they have the burst for sure on Tundra, especially considering that even though this is a support Mirana, that Solar Flare is nuts, especially when you've got it with the Wind Ranger and the Marcy. That is a lot of additional damage coming out.
I know we've been kind of speaking a lot recently over the position 4s being incredibly greedy, and I know you were saying yesterday, like, I mean, there's I will bring this up first. Yeah, there's some ex-teammates going at it as well. We've got to keep in mind. I mean, DM teamed with Ramses on VP and kind of that Outsiders roster. Then No One teamed with Thompson for a little bit on Old G. So there is a bit that is in this, so to say.
I mean, no one and Ramses, let's go back even a couple more years, right? That unstoppable VP roster, they were together for a big part of that that VP domination.
Yes, yes, indeed. So this is gonna be a fun one, and I think a lot of people are expecting this to be a very close series as well. I mean, we saw, of course, yesterday Cloud9 with a 2-0 over G2 IG, and that was a very dominating 2-0. And then Tundra, a 1-1 versus Talon, who actually lost to G2 IG, who again really didn't look good in the series we casted. So I don't know what to make of that. But I guess this will be the true test, and we'll see if they have the lineup, and of course if they're able to execute it. Though that is the big question.
Kataomi has to be a little careful here, but maybe just feeling like he's just gonna let them know about those repair bots, just to say, you know what, you can't walk up into me. Though does mean that they miss out on that bounty rune. I mean, it could just be morning Dota though, Aries. Like it's the bane of my existence in pubs, and for a lot of these players, morning Dota is just not the the sort of thing that they want to be going into.
Hopefully they got enough coffee. We'll see if they come prepared. No, Panel was speaking a lot about the mid lane with no one. In particular, I mean, a very, very old mid laner who has a diverse hero pool and has been really rising back to the top of the mid laners. Okay, bottom lane, Ramses. A lot of pressure, Fishman and Watson. Doing a good job to be able to push the Mars back. Fishman needing one more right click's not going to be able to find it though.
Probably would have died if he had a blood grenade on top of that. Watson was just sitting in the lane for a long time with the meld used, so they ended up getting a couple of them off back to back. So good juking through the trees by Ramses to make sure that he doesn't feed that early first blood.
But yeah, back to mid. I know again. Okay, never mind. Ramses, Fishman's now pretty low. Ramses might be able to step back. And the last right click and secure first blood. That's going to enable him to bring out a brace up, maybe a little bit of extra regen as well. So a good start. Mid lane, no one. Okay. I mean, this is a solo kill. And yeah, let's go back to this man. I mean, he previously in those years, like you were saying on that VP roster, this was the mid laner. I mean, this guy completely dominated for such a long time. Sarks is almost going to die bottom, not to be, but he's in a matchup that we see Invoker, like you picked this for Thompson, and it should be pretty decent for Invoker, but no one's he's an incredible mid laner in really good form right now.
I wonder how your mentality does change around this though, right? Because no one, like they were saying on the panel, you kind of need to build around this Leshrac to be, a big damage source or a big part of your win condition. And he's gone the misanthropy facet, so you're not going to be doing any damage to buildings. You're really just going to need to be grouping around Watson to be able to get a lot of that tower damage done. Might also mean that Thompson is freed up a little bit more to be able to make some of these rotations elsewhere, because there's not that same level of danger of your mid tower going down essentially for free.
Last lane up top, we do see some spells getting traded back and forth between C9 and Tundra. It's like at the moment, both cores off to a pretty good time. See DM again going for the horsepower with the facet as well. So double bracer potentially into the triple. Are we expecting this to be a brawl heavy lane, or are both the cores going to be pretty happy?
I think it just really depends on some of these cooldowns, right? Like that March of Machines, it's got 35 seconds, level 1. So they're just going to be looking to try and wait that out. And as soon as it expires, maybe they go for a play here. They're pinging on Kataomi, but just not quite ready to go in that top lane just yet. Maybe just waiting for a level 3 timing.
Got those Lotuses coming up. See if there's going to be a fight for them though. Bottom. Yeah, that sucks. It will find the Lotus, and it looks like top Kataomi is going to be able to get that one as well. So 1 for 1. Sarks is actually going to go for a kill onto Fishman, who's completely out of regen, and
he's dead.
Should be a solo kill for the Mirana. Nicely done. Sarks off to a great start here, assisting with the first blood for Ramses, and now being able to find the Sven without the protection of the Templar Assassin.
It is unfortunate that then they're not going to be able to play with 9 class, because he did add something very, very different to this Tundra roster, right? He's one of the few that is actually playing like the Leshrac support, and his Batrider is out of this world good. Rubik, same sort of deal. But when you could just say, you know what, let's get a TI winner and a TI runner-up in just as our standard, you got to feel pretty happy.
Yeah, with that, and we're already seeing the synergy, honestly. I mean, Sarks and Ramses has been an impressive start to the lane, and could very much continue to be the case as well. Eyes on what Sarks is going to be able to do through the next couple of minutes. Do you feel like he will still need to stay around bottom to help the Mars, or will you look to play with the Invoker early on?
I'd be looking to try and... I don't think there's super heavy kill potential when you're rotating towards this Thompson lane, right? That's the thing. You don't have a bottle. You don't need these power roots quite as much when compared to the Leshrac, right? So I think you're just going to put a little bit more focus on Watson because, again, with that Leshrac facet, you're not taking towers. It's all going to be on Watson. So if they're looking to try and open up the map, you got to try and make sure this TA doesn't have a good game.
Okay. We did see yesterday the Templar Assassin went for kind of a... Did he even go Deso now? I don't even remember.
Might have been like 5th item.
Okay. Would you like that to be different just because you don't have the Lesh to be the tower sieger, or it's still not that much of a concern?
I don't think you're necessarily worried about burst in a huge way. You just need to make sure that you're as far back as possible. I think Fear mentioned it on the panel, right? You're going to have a Centaur standing in front. You're going to have a Sven, not necessarily in front, but, you know, soaking up a ton of the damage. So if you could just get like a Dragon Lance, you know, Blightstone, nice little way to be able to just extra little bit of chip into the tower, you could feel very safe as they're actually maybe go for a dive.
Oh, very awkward pathing. Ramsey still has the spear. Looks like we'll be able to push the TA away, and Ramsey's going to be okay.
That was after he used the meld as well, that spear, so even puts it on cool down a little bit as the side blade's nearly taken him out.
But this is super similar to what we saw yesterday, no? Like already this tower, you know, they're being able to pretty much deny almost a full wave under it. Ramsey's missing a lot without Saxa.
Still getting the experience though, right? And we mentioned that that is going to be a really big deal whenever you're playing alongside this Wind Ranger, especially with that that Whirlwind Focus Fire, right? You just stop the Centaur, Stampede, Runaway, and you also enable so much of that extra damage to come through.
This Wind Ranger is off to a great start though, Pure. 35 and 10. See Bracer with the wand and the gloves, so he's already got the treads coming out as well. There's going to be a bit of a brawl around the mid lane. Power Rune is at the ready. No one, unfortunately, they're going to get the Illusion Rune denied, which would be quite nice, especially against something like the Cold Snap.
Will still most likely... Oh, is Saxa going to be able to yoink this Bounty Rune away? That'd be a pretty big deal. Not wanting to use the extra leap charge until the very end. But yeah, I mean, no one had that Bounty Rune denied away. Sorry, the Power Rune is forced to move back to the Bounty Rune, means that Topson gets a little bit of space for himself. And if he was denied both of those, he would have had to basically go all the way back to base because of his mana situation.
Do you see the question of what the build's going to be from Topson? The panel is wondering. It is Anti now. Looks like the Witchblade is currently queued up. It's no Midas, nothing like that. Oh, sorry, the Mage though, not the Witchblade.
I don't hate it. I mean, you are going to have to deal with a lot of this magic damage coming through. Outside of the TA, it's pretty much exclusively magic damage coming your way, so I don't mind it at all.
Fish. Almost.
TP from Topson. But yeah, you're even going to have to, you know, be able to nullify a little bit of that retaliate damage, right? With the Mage Slayer, which will feel very nice.
Nice leeward from Kataomi over towards the Radiant Triangle, where he was able to get the read that White Mom snuck inside and was trying to scout out the stacks that was going on from the Tinker. So they're doing a really good job to protect the area. We see the cliff ward by the secret shop over to the right side as well. By the top rune, there's another observe ward as well. So they're really wanting to try and secure this area. I suppose not even just for the Leshrac early on with the stacks, but of course the Templar Assassin one wants to go back there and farm it.
Just on the topic of Tundra again, with the differences between Saxa and 9 Class, I think that's another thing that 9 Class really brought as a point of difference, right? We've casted games together where he did like 18 stacks or something like that, something ridiculous. Now, they don't necessarily have amazing heroes at being able to take those stacks, but certainly Wind Ranger, now that the Whirlwind facet is a whole lot more popular, Mars with a God's Rebuke, you can look to really get a lot of that flash farm up pretty quickly. No stacks at this point for Tundra. It's all on the C9 side.
So again, how different is this playstyle now with the Invoker? We're not getting the Coswex. Sorry, we're not getting the Urn build with this Mage Slayer. Is it going to be a bit more passive here for Topson?
He is basically the anti-no-one / anti-auras that's coming through. It kind of feels like the old Razor as like the anti-carry. This is just the anti-Leshrac. Like, stopping a ton of damage that is going to be coming out is going to be the name of the game for him. which, I mean, you've got plenty of damage coming from other sources, right? I mentioned the Solar Flare already. Wind Ranger, I wouldn't be surprised if that was easily #1 damage this entire tournament so far. Even Marcy, as a position 5, once you pop that Solar Flare and the Unleash, it is a crazy amount of damage that you're popping out. I mean, just have a look at Solar Flare, right? Like, 80 extra damage that you get after 6 seconds of it being active for another 12 seconds. That's nuts, especially considering how fast Marcy is hitting with the Unleash, plus Sidekick. Like, they're going to be dealing so much damage if they're able to find people, and that's really going to be, in my opinion, the takeaway from this game. How good is C9's formation? How good is their vision that they're able to set themselves up appropriately so that when they do eventually go for these tower sieges and these team fights, you're not getting one of your key heroes for your immense shield strategy wiped out at the very start.
Question marks, and we're good to go. Would you, are you hoping that maybe the Marcy, I know it's a position 5 instead of the 4, but plays a little bit more greedy this game? Because we have seen what this hero can do. Yeah, with like maybe phase boots BKB or something like that. Would you like Whitemon to try and find farm across the map?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't hate the phase boots BKB style, just because I feel like you need a way to be able to, again, get in onto the back lines. I don't think you can completely leave that up to Ramses. Mars, in my opinion, works better as like that second wave of initiation. Speaking of Ramses, he's standing right next to Fishman right now in the tree line. Gonna go for it.
They're coming down. I mean, Ramses half health already. TPs will come through, but the arena, can he get on the outskirts? Turns with the spear. Gives him enough time to retreat away. And now with Pure's damage along with Thompson's rotation, there's going to be a great response out of Tundra. Then they'll be rewarded with a double kill. Pure very close now to the Maelstrom, and he may stick around to get a little bit of damage in the tower as well. So great response from the boys on Dire.
And that's the positive side of Ramses getting that first blood, right? Meant that he got into those braces a little bit sooner, meant that he was able to just get that item progression moving faster and faster. That he survives that gank attempt, and you just see the power of the Wind Ranger, right? We talk about the overwhelming damage that this hero has, but that is without the Solar Flare, right? You've got even more damage potential coming very, very shortly. Looking to yoink away a few of these camps. Looks like it'll just be the hard camp for now, although might have overstayed his welcome a little bit. Doesn't have any stampede for him.
So extra bounty for no one. And we are going to see, though, this is a bit of a advantage that Tundra are going to play with. This tier 1 tower is already going to get claimed bottom, and we will see Cloud9 are going to have a rougher time to be able to open up the map. Pure is already going to go back to top. We could see that next arena be used maybe to secure mid if they want to fight around there, potentially even to defend their own safe lane tower as well. Maybe Cloud9 don't really care about this, but do you feel like it might restrict the map a little bit with, you know, again, the Leshrac facet?
Absolutely, and the thing is as well, they have very little playmaking potential for quite some time. You know, we mentioned what the Centaur is going to build with the Retaliate already maxed out, going for the Blade Mail, just 40 gold away, but, you know, TA needs to get into that Dragonlance. TA probably wants a Blink Dagger, honestly, before she even attempts to go for any of these tower sieges.
How aggressive we're seeing Tundra play. I mean, Ramses and Thompson in combination together inside this Radiant jungle, so Watson can't, you know, farm the area. Also makes it very easy for them to wrap behind the tier 1 tower and maybe set up on a support that's currently farming.
We've also got the Tinker almost level 7, so that March of the Machines is going to be maxed out very shortly, continuing to make a bunch of stacks and working his way into the Holy Locket as well. So you've really got to find a way to... Yes, it's good that they've been able to take that tower early on, but you've got to find a way to be able to instantly make a play again, now that you've got this Solar Flare available, now that you've got abilities to be able to jump in onto the backline.
Did you like the fact that the Tinker is the one taking the stacks, or would you prefer someone else?
I think it's important to rush that sort of thing, because I think they know that the wave of aggression is coming shortly from Tundra's side, right? You just got to be able to withstand it for now.
Blink first on no.
I guess he feels very secure in the fact that he's going to have his boys backing him up.
I mean, 0-4-4 build, so once again into the middle with the Diabolic Edict.
Slow's going out.
Playing behind no one. They're going to try and start with the Tornado to set up for the arrow. Have they got the damage just between the two? It looks like they're getting pretty close, and that'll be the case. Thompson, another kill going Tundra's way, and now you see the response as well. Whitemon along with Ramses here. They're going to look to try and convert this into a tower, and they have a lot of damage with the Unleash along with the Alacrity.
They even had a couple of seconds left on the Solar Flare as well. It was very important that they actually did pop that glyph then. I know it's not going to be refreshed because you've already lost your tier 1 bottom, but that tower would have legitimately died in about 5 seconds if they didn't use the glyph then. Just gives them a little bit of extra time to potentially move out on the map, get some farm elsewhere. Now though, Saxa is just keeping an eye on Fishman. Maybe if he moves far enough away, you could potentially look to go for a kill onto DM, but I'm sure they're keeping in mind that that blade mail is available. They'll take Fishman instead.
But they haven't scouted out this cliff ward. So maybe this is something that Tundra can look to use to their advantage, but the movements from them have been very clean early on. Impressed with what we're seeing out of the Mirana combining with a lot of these plays, and Topson with the Mage Slayer looking to try and move over towards this top side of the map.
Again, it's about wanting the backside, right? They know that they've got no Observer Ward, no Sentry up covering this top side, so who are they going to be able to pick off? Topson doesn't have the damage quite yet to be like solo killing Watson. It's going to be the job of the rest of the boys to be able to just join in and help him get the secure. You see the damage coming through from Saxa in that previous engagement was absolutely there. He's maxed out the Starstorm. He's got the Solar Flare available in another 40 seconds. I think Topson was just looking for a support that might have been farming off on their own, but Kataomi, his positioning has been pretty good so far, protecting his life, 0-0-0 on this Tinker, and he's got the Holy Locket now.
Topson breaks the smoke as well, which was the less racking combination with the Sven. So it's been very frustrating for them to deal with. The first kind of movement we've actually seen out of Cloud9 with the blink from the Lesh. So that's not going to connect, and that gives him some information for Tundra to work with.
Yeah, it's a 2-7 kill score. It's a 2k net worth lead, but I don't think they've lost that much on Cloud9, right? They are not ready to fight, not yet. They've just got the Holy Locket, like I've been saying. Sven, just a bit, well, he's level 6 now. You've got the Leshrac, who's got the Blink Dagger. You're very, very close to being able to get a Blink on your Centaur and your TA as well, right? That's the timing that they're waiting for to be able to, you know, continue pushing on forward, start taking a few towers of their own.
The smoke from them, Topson. Actually catch Kataomi just before the teleport away. Radiant are starting to converge down there. Even got a TP the Sven along with DM to the outpost. Kataomi, he's taken a long time to be killed off, but now, I mean, Dyro trying to mirror this move, but they might
not dying.
Latest Topson, he's caught out with the no one less track on top of the Invoker. They're not done just yet. No damage to be able to stop the blink away. Unfortunately, that will probably spell the end.
No one's got blink
going to blink up in a couple of seconds, and Watson's position on the high ground. They'll get a glimpse of Ramses, tries to follow up with a stun, but that'll be just shy.
And now you see why we groaned that sigh as soon as we saw that Tinker first pick. That's the sort of thing that you can get out of a support Tinker, you know, just drops down the Seeds of Serenity, have, I think, 18 charges in his Holy Locket, and that March of the Machines and Defense Matrix going. So it's very frustrating and really shows the importance of having to have multiple heroes to be able to take out this pesky guy.
Love Fishman's positioning, playing over to the right side where Watson's currently farming the Ancients. So making sure he puts himself as the first point of contact to help his Templar Assassin farm freely. And they want to take the fight. They're going to jump. This is the area they want to continue to control, and they won't be able to do so. Now Ramses, it's a blink away. Saxa can also escape. They've got this higher ground ward to play with, but it's a little bit messy from Tundra. Topson, he doesn't have this reposition, so he's still going to be caught out. Team with a jump over the low ground. 2 free kills for Cloud9, and now Ramses, he's going to be caught up too as well. So Cloud9, they're going to be able to fight back here. So much needed kills for them. They'll continue to defend their high ground, and now this net worth lead, it's actually into Radiant's favor.
This is what we were talking about, right? As long as you've got that formation correctly set up, you called it out perfectly, right? Fishman just being there to be on the front lines, make sure that if any sort of smoke is going to run into him first, and then using those timings, using the Blink Dagger to jump in with one of your tankiest heroes in the Centaur. TA had the Blink Dagger delivered at the very end of that fight as well, so you even had further potential to jump in and continue making those plays.
How do we feel overall with the status of this game? You know, of course, a little bit of momentum is now going to go to Cloud9 after that teamfight victory, but do you feel like there is a side heading into the mid game with it being even? They're going to be favored?
like, the next 5 or so minutes is Cloud9's time, right? They're just wanting to try and push out these lanes a little bit. For Tundra, they need to hit their next big item timings. You know, Topson, he's working on a Dragon Lance for himself, just for more right clicks, right? You've got the Alacrity that you're going to be able to play with. You've got that Solar Flare. That really feels like the cooldown that Tundra are going to need to look to play with, right? Because if you don't have that Solar Flare, a lot of that damage really isn't going to be all that impactful. And you've got to be very mindful of reaching these timings quickly as well, because again, DM's working on that Crimson Guard and is going to be incredibly effective against this lineup.
Not a bad neutral item for Pure though with the Grobo. D-Lane's high attack speed here for the Wind Ranger, and see if he's going to be able to get that damage out like you're seeing even with this Crimson Guard, or Hobson's spell casting if it's going to be on point with the Tornado. But bottom lane, they do see Whitemon under this Observe Ward. Like Whitemon's going to be able to get the D Ward, and no one else will be able to think about teleporting in to maybe catch out the Marcy, because they were looking to try and secure the shield rune for no one.
The absolute dream for C9 would be just, you know, sitting back for the next couple of minutes, hitting some of their bigger aggressive item timings, getting into that Deso now for Watson, use that to really quickly secure the Tormentor, get a free Aghanim Shard for the Sven, and then use that to be able to, you know, push on forward and have a little bit more of that luxury of having all of that extra armor that's not dispellable.
See another aggressive smoke out of C9. Will be towards bottom, and they might run into Whitemon. Actually not, they're going to try and change their direction, go towards the triangle. No one is currently home though, so
found him.
They'll still just be able to go back over. I believe he walked over a trap. So they'll get the freebie. Definitely not the kill they were hoping for in Cloud9. But it's something, I suppose.
It's something, but Whitemon was in the right position, right? Like, he was pushing out the lane, he popped the smoke, 3 heroes, wasted about 30 seconds on the map just for 1 kill. So very, very nicely done by him. He's got the Philosopher's Stone as well, so not even sacrificing too much of his own net worth.
Lane, who they got, Ramsey's stampede in, and that's going to assist with the further kill. 8 now to the boys on Cloud9. T1 Tower's going to go down as well, so these past movements from them, they've brought this game back. Not that it was too large of a deficit at all, but they are looking very good once they've been able to find their items.
With those 3 braces, even Fishman is able to assist a fair amount with being able to take that tower with the God Strength as well. There was no TA there, which I thought that might take quite some time to be able to take it out, but yeah, it was just because he's been focusing more on farming than looking to try and open up the map too much. Really, the only time that he was involved with that at all was after that previously successful team fight, and instantly makes the move towards this Tormentor right at the 20-minute mark as well.
So impressive, the net worth that everyone, all the cores have on Cloud9 when you take a look at the Tinker's net worth. Like, often when you see a position 4 be this greedy, one of the cores will often take a hit and have a difficult time to be able to keep up, but that is really not proving to be the case.
No, absolutely not. Kataomi has been taking a lot of the more dangerous farm, but just because of some of the movements by Fishman, it really feels like a team performance, right? The warding, the movements from the Sven. Happy to give up his, died 5 times, but it's taken quite a lot of time to be able to take him out a lot of these, in a lot of these instances. So you've got nearly a level 13 Tinker. He's almost got the full Guardian Greaves. He's got the Holy Locket. Like, how do you burst through this?
And something you were mentioning as well was that Tormentor for Cloud9, and you do get the shot on the Sven. So you have this now available. And of course, the panel is mentioned a lot is like, is there just going to be a severe lack of damage for Tundra? And of course, they don't die to the Tormentor as well. Very close, but here we go. Here are all these items. I mean, I guess 600 gold away. And then you got the Greaves, and all the items are online for Cloud9. And what do we want to see when that is the case? Are you looking towards Roshan if you're raiding? Are you looking to maybe even go for a different objective?
You could potentially go for Roshan, or I think you can just very easily sit yourself behind the TA and take towers, right? Because how are you going to be able to burst through all of this? You know, you've got all of that protection that you need to go through first before you even start doing damage to the refraction instances. So he's going to be able to blink away unless your stun lock is absolutely perfect. So, you know, it's really just going to be up to Cloud9, basically. They get to make the choice of what objective that they're looking to go for. And they're instantly actually going to make this movement happen as soon as that Deso comes out for Watson. Love this. Like, he's been so on point with hitting his timings and instantly moving into the right position so that he doesn't even waste 5 seconds. There we go. Straight onto Ramses.
And an easy pickoff. Just run straight under the trap. Not much you're going to be able to do. Still, some heroes are smoked as well. So DM and Fishman Maybe thinking they can get a +1 to the triangle. No one's home, but maybe if they go further to the south, they are currently venturing out inside the lane. Pure's going to show. Whitemon will actually break the smoke, so maybe giving them an opportunity to react. Pure's still going to run forward the back of the lane. In with the stump, but everyone else actually TP'd to the outpost, so a little bit messy.
Nice tornado.
They don't have all the reinforcements to be able to set up that initiation. Now, no one's still going to try and jump in the middle, but the BKB protects Pure. He's going to be able to charge for Pure. Still
the damage.
It doesn't matter. Look at the damage, man. Pure, along with Tundra, they bite back. Cloud9 runs straight under the tier 1 tower, and Tundra, they were ready.
That was a little bit of that poor formation that we were talking about, right? They didn't have all 5 there. Kataomi was on the other side of the map, just wanting to finish up the rest of his Guardian Greaves. You had, you know, Sven just joining in a little bit late there. You didn't quite have the TA, who was, at that point, equal most farmed on the map, but Pure joining in, able to obviously contribute with that Solar Flare. You just see a huge amount of damage coming out there, nearly 6k from the Wind Ranger alone.
It definitely seemed a little unfortunate though, because they were expecting Pure to run to the south, so they were starting to TP to the outpost. If they actually kept running, then they would have been there to combine up with that hook stomp from DM, but unfortunately not to be. Like you said, you see the positioning from Thompson, just breaks the combo, and now this is an Aegis that you've given over to Pure, and he is skyrocketing up there in net worth.
It's always been a big plus for Pure, right? Like, man knows how to farm, man knows how to get net worth, and he's just shown it time and time again. I'd just have to say Thompson was probably, like, it was such a minor thing, but just that tornado to be able to slow things down, to make sure all of the mana was drained. Like, what are you supposed to do against that, right? Like, it just nullified basically every form of initiation that they had at the time. And he's not even falling behind in net worth either.
No, not at all.
One of the big criticisms that a lot of people have about this hero is that unless you go the Midas, you're just going to find yourself falling further and further behind. But he is 3rd on net worth right now, despite going down early in that laning stage to no one.
And one of the better invokers out there, so see how he's going to be able to perform with this specific item build. Damage was something that was in question, and with him getting a lot of these items, and like you're saying, in combination with the Solar Flare, actually might not prove to be an issue.
I mean, Pure doesn't care. He's got the Grove Bow, he's got the Dragon Lance, he's just solo sieging this bottom tower, because why not, right? He's got the second life. If you're going to initiate onto him, you're going to have to put yourself out of position into a bad spot. So he's very happy to be the one just standing on the front lines right now. And I think that's kind of what Cloud9 should have been doing previously when they had that advantage after a couple of really good team fights for them.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So now what's it called then for Cloud9? You've given up this previous team fight, you've given up the Aegis advantage, now a tier 2 tower down bottom. Do you go back to kind of what worked for you, was just controlling the triangle?
I think it's a little bit too late to just control the triangle. I think that's a bit too passive. They need to be the ones out there on the map trying to force a bit more of a defensive rotation from Tundra, whether that be in the form of taking towers, still remains to be seen. Maybe they do feel really anxious about having even the damage to be able to go through Pure twice, right? Because you've still got 3 minutes left on this Aegis, but you really see it going both ways. But I don't want to see them just hold up in the jungle, because I feel like Tundra are going to take away way too much of your map if you do so.
Saxon might run under the trap up top. If there's going to be an opportunity for them, no one's going to jump out of the trees, and Watson's hitting him. More inside the mid lane as well. We see another kill going on. Fishman is going to have a couple of Tundra heroes pop out of nowhere. So it'll be a 1-for-1. I believe that is a dieback, because we saw the buyback previously from Fishman. So 60 seconds without the Sven.
I wonder if they do even want to fight now, though, on C9, right? That's the big thing. The arena was used to be able to kill that Sven, and yes, you don't have him for a full minute. That really does enable your Stampede quite heavily. Seems like for now, they just want to try and play everywhere else except for where Tundra is right now. Shove out both side lanes.
I think they got a glimpse of no one down bottom. They're going to see DM now under the ward. It's like both will try and TP over towards the outpost. Unfortunately, a little bit too late. Thompson was instantly moving down to bottom when they got that glimpse, but not be able to convert on maybe an opportunity.
Watson actually TP'd all the way back to base, so they're going to need to be very careful here on no one. He does decide to stick around on the top side. He's doing what we were saying, right? Forcing perhaps some defensive movements to come out from Tundra. You can see it's even just Kataomi putting himself up there on the top side, trying to force them back, push people back so that they're not actually taking advantage of this Aegis in its fullest capacity. It's got 90 seconds or so left on it. Not sure if this is the right sort of area that you want to be getting kills. Yes, Kataomi is important to kill. It's like they should be able to do so.
Stampede's gonna try and hold power. They've also been able to intercept some of the reinforcements. DM also gets caught. Thompson and Ramses, they're going to be able to run to the center. It's close to the tier 1 tower, so Cloud9 keeping some heroes, but in fact, DM's just out. Goosy's at least the ability to be able to escape with the teleport. All the stuns used, and nice read from Fishman and Watson. They were starting to edge their way over, but it was not a fight that they wanted to take.
It wasn't for sure. I mean, I think they're just saying we have to just wait out this Aegis timing, right? The downside, of course, is that now with these kills, Pure is 404. He has absolutely found his way. He's level 20, so he's got that reduced damage reduction from the focus fire. So all outer towers are going to be claimed in the duration of this Aegis. Probably not the absolute ideal that they were hoping for on Tundra. Maybe looking to try and invade the high ground just once, but
yeah. Okay, we'll see if they're going to be able to make the jump. Arena is there from Ramses. They've got to water the high ground as well. Ramses was waiting to get the arena onto 2, and now Pure's going to be here with the damage. Yeah, the Crimson's there, but it doesn't matter. Pure, I mean, Crystallis, give him the Alacrity, the Solar Flare. The damage is really there.
Yep. And, like, he's got more crit to come eventually. He's going for the Satanic just so that he can, be a little bit more survivable. He knows that no one hasn't really been part of these past few engagements, but you don't really care about all of these Diabolic Edicts or anything like that if you've just got the Satanic to be able to pop mid-whirlwind.
They're kind of breathing a sigh of relief, honestly. Not unless Watson still gets caught, but the fact that Tundra, I don't know if you want to call it greedy, they made the call that they could get kills down bottom instead of potentially converting onto the tier 3 tower mid, so it's only going to take about half health.
There's always the day, like, anytime you're up against a team.
Is he going for this?
He's freaking marched the machine. Maybe.
What's going on? He's still stuck around for quite a while. He's getting cozy.
I think he's just a little bit hesitant because that tier 1 tower is still up. I think that's the big thing, right? The reinforcements are just able to come so quickly that it's just not worth it.
No one runs straight to top some of the high ground. No one did just get the BKB delivered, but doesn't pop it before the arrow. Sarksa again on point. All he needs is one stun. So got to be cautious though, respecting what some of the MKB getting delivered recently, just shy of the shackle though from Pure.
It's about that formation though, right? We've seen how unkillable they look when they do have the right heroes in the right places, but find someone off on their own, they don't have that same level of survivability, and the damage is there basically across the board from Tundra. This is a roster that if you're taking like these 2v2, 1v1 skirmishes, they could probably come out on top. Cloud9, they need to play together at this stage, and now they've got the justification to do it. Is that arrow going to hit? It does. Ramses is there. Doesn't seem like they want to do it, though.
Mid lane, jump in Pure. Does he give him an opportunity? Maybe trying to force out some BKBs. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Too ahead of myself. Still no one dead, and nice to be. The vision game from Tundra has been so exceptional. I mean, the really aggressive wards you see kind of out of the base top and bottom as well. The traps as well around a lot of these choke points to minimize some of the trap vision. Seen often this is something that has been an advantage of a Templar Assassin, but not to be this game. Tundra just sweeping from lane to lane.
I think the biggest thing that I'm impressed with on Tundra is their itemization as well, right? Like just all of these things that they're going that are basically, no pun intended, nullifying what Cloud9 are trying to do. Saksa is going for a nullifier as his next item, and when you consider what that can get rid of, the status resist coming from the defense matrix gets rid of some of the Crimson Guard damage block as well coming through. That is a really useful tool. And that's not even just talking about the damage, right? If you've got the Solar Flare plus the Nullifier plus, being a universal hero, all of those items as well.
Smoke, no one. Gonna run head first. Oh, what a timing of the tornado! Stops the hoof stomp from DM. The Stampede's gonna give them time to be able to react.
Solar Flare pops.
Ramses taking a lot of damage from the damage out of no one. They might be able to get rid of the Mars, and they will. A 1-for-1 to be able to start the fight. Saksa with an aggressive jump in, but by himself, he's trying to deal with no one. Saksa might be able to get the kill somewhere.
No way. Oh, the Matrix.
They stun at the last second, but it doesn't matter. Saksa assassinates the mid lane up, but still over to the right side. Watson, he's trying to find an angle into the middle, A timing of the Hurricane Pike gets a little bit of separation out of Pure. Attempting the side blade. It's a close one from Watson, but just not enough. They're going to go for this. A blink onto the low ground. Are you forced to fight? Pure will get some distance away. Maybe they want to go back in with the shackles onto 2. Pure, they'll protect it with the Crimson. For the Crimson, is it enough damage mitigation? Pure standing strong, and we see no right clicks out of Watson. The deafening blast, it will now expire. Watson jumps over the top, is able to assassinate the Wind Ranger. Now DM's not done just yet. Thompson stuck around, should be able to get away. And you've got the respawn, so Ramses is back alive. Thompson might be able to catch DM when Blink's up in a couple seconds, but they will not continue the chase, so Cloud9, a great fight for them nonetheless.
A couple of great uses of the Blink Dagger as well, just to go in for that +1 over and over again. DM disjointing a right click from Thompson there, just to be able to go for that extra kill onto Pure. That was his first death for the entire game as well, so you can't discount the amount of net worth that has just been injected straight into Watson, and really showing the value of the MKB in this draft in particular.
What is it? What is the damage from the Miranda? Like, what is that? I mean, always a critique of the Leshrac has been just right-click damage with your low armor. I mean, sure, the Sven is going to help out, but we saw still in that instance that Saxa was just able to solo kill him.
Right, you just get 160 damage from solo. Very balanced. And that's pre-nullifier. Like, it's getting to the point, honestly, where, like, him and Whitemon, just with sidekick, are going to be able to kill people. Like, there's even extra damage coming from the board there.
Vlad's has also been worked on for the Marcy, so a lot more utility instead of just kind of the raw, maybe solo kill potential that we've seen the Marcy itemize in the past. And I mean, the Vlad's is very cool. You're going to get so much value out of it. You got 3 right clickers, including the Mirana. You know, we've even seen the Mars. You know, there's a potential if you want to come that route for Ramses, but this Vlad's is really going to help out Pure, especially considering we see the damage return that is there with the Blade Mail and the Retaliate.
Mm-hmm. The craziest thing for mine is that just, again, the different mentality when it comes to how to itemize and what sort of strategy to have for the overall draft. Like, I'd say the most defensive item that they've got on Tundra in terms of like damage reduction is probably still this first item Mage Slayer that Thompson went for, right? Like, outside of that, they've got nothing. No pipes, no crimsons, nothing. Yeah, I guess the Greaves a little bit, but just goes to show how strong they are.
The one's gonna run straight to Tundra with a smoke on smoke with a BKB. Ramsey shrugs off the initiation. They're going onto the Centaur, 4,200 health. Is this really the person you want to chuck everything on? DM maybe went a little bit too far forward. Looks like with the Stampede still holding, and are they ready to spring the trap? Watson, do they get a glimpse of him? It actually pops out, but thinks otherwise.
He was trying to just get a BKB out of him. It's that surprise factor. Try and expend as many cooldowns as possible, and I mean, at that point, you did use the Stampede and you did use the BKB for DM, so that's pretty much the only thing that they're lacking right now. So all they're going to do is they know that everyone rotated to be able to defend that, so Kataomi, very quick shove out of the top side of the map. Look to just get even more of this net worth. He's working on a scythe device for himself on this freaking Tinker. More net worth than DM, by the way. About to overtake Ramses as well, is Kataomi.
Last read from Tundra, they saw the position of Cloud9 and pinged out the Radiant Observer by that T2 tower mid. They will be able to play accordingly. And over towards the east side. Data list now completed from Pure.
The damage. Like,
yeah, fire out.
He's pretty much Exodia status right now. He needs his Aghanim Scepter, an Ag's Blessing, rather.
What's no one doing? They're making a play by themselves and they're going to run all into Tundra.
The TP.
They're going to try and come through with someone else, but it doesn't matter. What was this play? And now DM, he's caught 2. BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds. I mean, DM, you're looking at buyback status now because you're going to force it out if you're Tundra. You've got a lane down bottom and they're trying to make some individual plays potentially, or we've seen at the moment recently, it's been all 5v5 fights. You're not at the stage where you can go for these maybe, you know, pick-offs onto a solo member.
Yeah, they don't have the damage at that point, and I think that was just a bit of miscommunication. You know, Kataomi was joining in, and you probably do survive if he's actually there with the rest of the boys, right? Just off the back of the Defense Matrix, the March, the Greaves coming through, the Holy Lock.
They're going to be cautious, they step up. Ram's going to be able to land the arena. Looks like it should be a quick and easy kill. Sven's there with the buyback ready as well, but buildings are going to fall. Watson almost gets Ramsey. Watson actually jumps over the top of Watson!
He's got the extra life.
He's got the Aegis. BKB's going to be popped into the inventory now. Pure doesn't get the force stuck down the low ground. He's going to look for the BKB TP out and will escape, but everyone else is stuck. No one. He'll get up to Whitemon. So they will get 2, but how many buybacks was used there for Cloud9?
3 buybacks used, and you still ended up losing that tier 3 tower. It was a really great placement of the arena as well by Ramses, not only getting those people that were trying to retreat with the use of the Stampede, but also off the back of it, it blocked the tower, so the multi-shot that was trying to clear out some of those siege creeps wasn't all that effective. So they still ended up claiming the tower. They didn't have that extra multi-shot damage coming back the other way. Really good, just little plays coming through here that are setting Tundra apart.
Look at that replay again. Of course, the initiation a little bit messy, but there was no response there from Cloud9. But this is where the buybacks was really the big thing for them. But this could now be an issue. We've seen multiple times in some of these fights they are losing members, so a lot they had to invest in this base defense.
I don't think we've actually had a full-on 5v5 yet this entire game. It's always been just like Tundra finding a key pick-off, or Tundra not quite having enough damage to be able to take out Katomi a little earlier on into the game, right? Full-on 5-on-5, really haven't seen it. And that's what I want to see from C9. I want to see if their strategy is going to work, because the danger is if they go through this entire game and it doesn't work for them, but they haven't had their perfect scenario, maybe they're going to get baited into doing this sort of thing again, and it might just have the exact same outcome that we're seeing so far.
They're going to hug together this time though on C9. Full 5v5. Hobson is currently not with the team.
They know though, instant pings out. They're just using the Pulse Nova on the creep wave makes that very obvious, but well, it would have been pretty obvious if someone was just not sitting back and defending that wave either. So you talk about huddling together, that's exactly what Tundra are doing underneath their own bit of vision. And the formation is right on point as well. Ramsey's on the front side. I'm sure he's got the finger on the BKB and the Bulwark as well.
They're all ready to counter. Hobson if need be with the Tornado. They're going to go through the portal up to top. You have this lane that's getting heavily shoved in.
Yeah. Becomes a whole lot more obvious what you're trying to do if creep waves aren't being dealt with. There's way too much farm on the map, and that creep wave is way too juicy for no one to be taking it right now. So they are happy to sit this one out on Tundra. They know that they're not going to hit any huge item timings coming up shortly on Cloud9. They know they use the buybacks. They know they need to be very, very conservative. So they're just going to wait out the maximum duration of that smoke and then make one of their own.
See where they want to go. Cloud9 decision is to huddle inside the base. Do have a ward over by their triangle. This is a place maybe they want to position like we saw previously from Tundra. So it does have a ward to place up by the middle set of barracks. No one is currently home though. They will see the less shortly.
Ramses? Well, I was thinking maybe a Blink Hex put back into.
They're gonna go though, team with the jump tops and great reaction. BKB stops initiation over the northern side. Hex is there before the response from Pure, but it's going to be a stun that's off the mark, and no one's health is almost gone. No one has to be cautious. Steps over the west side. Pure's going deep. Should be able to get the kill into Tinker and now retreat. Can you go back in on Cloud9? Still low issues. I mean, the BKB makes it very difficult now without that available on Watson, and Tundra, they can wait. Focus fires back up in 10 seconds. Maybe they'll go from DM. BKB just before the arrow connects.
Again, it still wasn't, like, it was probably the closest we've got to a 5v5, but the positioning wasn't quite there. With the jump. They've actually found Watson.
And they know the BKB's on cooldown as well. Watson, they're going to be able to get rid of the Templar Assassin. At least he's one of the ones with buyback, but everyone else is caught inside the arena as well.
The blade mail.
The damage from the Pure focus fire. They're all just crumbling. They cannot sustain up against all the items and the net worth that Pure has. Watson's going to be going for a second time, and Tundra, they'll take game one. It looks like in this instance, damage will reign supreme over the survivability.
Does indeed. You can have a shield all you want, but as long as you're just sticking it up, it doesn't actually do anything. And I think that's where they kind of came undone. A little bit of lack of objective taking, a little bit of lack of tower damage, and just a couple times they were a little bit too spread apart from each other, and Tundra took full advantage of it. I really like these drafts that are getting a lot of synergy together. We saw it from Team Zero yesterday with their full minus armor strat. This is just full attack as quickly as possible for as much as possible, and it's a breath of fresh air, especially considering, the pipe, the Greaves, the Crimson Guard meta. Give us a little bit more of that aggressive play.
I know we didn't get to cover Tundra yesterday, but they are looking very good with the standing. Sark's, of course, an exceptional player, and he's looking to fit in very nicely. So Tundra able to find game one. It took them a while, but some incredible team fights will give them this advantage, and we'll see what we have in store for us. First, though, send it back to the panel to hear what they have to say about this game one.
Thank you both so much. I mean, this game, number one, the more we saw of it play out, the more impressed we were exactly with Tundra and how they were able to draft for themselves. We talked about this, well, when everyone goes it on Wind Ranger now for that facet, but the fact that you're able to combo it with the new Morana ult, if you...
Solar Flare, yeah.
That's it, exactly. So you pair it with that, as well as the arena to keep everyone in a nice, tight-knit space for yourself. It's just...
And Alacrity.
And Alacrity.
And Solar Crest. It actually made so much sense the more that we watched. Like every single hero that they had in that draft fit into the puzzle of Windrunner. And that made me think, like, there just needed to be a nullifier against this hero. You have to blow up the Windrunner. She's the centerpiece to this draft. Did they have one? I don't think they had one.
Nullifier? No, they did not. They
I mean, the thing is, like...
TA is the only one who could buy it.
And the thing is, like,
it
doesn't go through BKB. So, yeah, you need... I mean... The MKB didn't seem like to be enough, just only having the TA able to run at the Windrunner in the fights, but like they needed to solve the Windrunner somehow.
For sure. I do think, looking back a little bit as well, there were quite a number of instances where it felt no one was getting caught out, or at least the stuns coming out from the side of Tundra were phenomenal, that he couldn't even get his BKB off. He was going 100-0 instantaneously, it felt, Winter.
Yeah, that was the problem with the support duo. I didn't really like Sven and Tinker together because it's very passive. Both of them don't really offer a whole lot compared to the Marcy and Mirana in the early game. That's when they actually took advantage of that. When the Tinker, he was making stacks, he was clearing them, and the Marcy and Mirana kind of ganked and pressured the Lash in the early game. I feel like they did overall a really good job at slowing down the Lash, either by killing him or just burning his mana with the Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that Tundra, this is the style that they played yesterday in which they won a game. This Ramses Mars looks incredible. The Wind Ranger, just flawless game from Pure. Like, he just destroyed it with this Wind Ranger. This hero looks incredibly strong, and I wonder what answers you can have for this as this tournament progresses. But I will say, C9, they didn't look very good in this particular game. They made a lot of mistakes. They were getting picked off. We saw a clip just before where they went too far trying to dive a hero on that tier 1. They ended up losing multiple heroes. Then in some jungle fight, this one as well, they end up getting picked off, like, not as a team. They have an aura strategy. You're supposed to play around this Tinker with a Sven as a 5-man ball, but they found themselves in situations where it was 2 versus 5 a lot. They got picked off, and they just got outplayed on the map.
Yeah, it was just very funny, by the way. You're talking about the fact that Pure had almost a flawless game as a clip of Pure dying.
That was like its only...
Yeah, literally one of the only times, especially in that later game, where it felt like...
He went 13-1 with 50k hero damage.
That was literally it. Just the one moment that you happened to be speaking about it.
But I already said that was Thompson's fault for not having dust.
Oh.
So he did say that. Yeah, he was very critical of Thompson.
Yeah, the only person that we could be critical of, for sure. You guys were right, though, in exactly how this was going to play out. The laning phase very heavily towards Tundra, whilst Cloud9 were able to hang on. They were also able to get a couple of fights their way in that mid-game, but the power spike wasn't really there, Winter, like you thought, or at least hoped it was going to be for Cloud9 to be able to take a bit of an advantage. Yeah,
because they couldn't get Roshan. I think the first Roshan was critical. Like, every time you look at a TA draft, if you don't get Roshan, it's going to affect your whole tempo. And their lineup is more about hitting a really critical mass during the mid-game. You have the buffs from Tinker and Sven, and you want to attack enemy side of the map with your TA Desolator, with your Aegis. That kind of just didn't really happen. And on top of that, Lash is also a hero where you kind of also want to hit that type of same timing where you're running in with your auras and you're taking towers, but they couldn't really get to that point of the game, And when it came to late game against the Wind Ranger and the Invoker, things became really, really difficult for them.
I want to lay some cards on the table here and see what you guys think, because we were talking in the previous panel about how this game was going to be kind of a battle between like the current meta, which is auras and defensive and kind of like anti-gaming, and potentially new meta of just overwhelming damage and actually being able to like damage through all of the auras and the reductions. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this game and what meta I think is going to be take advantage here in this tournament, because like the amount of combinations that they had between their heroes on Tundra to make this work. Like they had the Alacrity plus the Windrunner, they had the Mars plus the Windrunner, they had the Marcy base damage increase plus the Windrunner, who's a universal hero, and then the Whirlwind. So it's so much damage, and then the Mirana ulti as well, but it's also requiring like 5 heroes to make this work. So can you really say like, oh yeah, damage reigns supreme, this is going to be the new meta, when it requires so many like moving pieces to make it work?
No, I think this game in particular, Tundra played really well, and they did what their line was supposed to, but I feel like this is very poorly executed by C9. I don't think they were in the right place at the right time in this game with the right heroes.
So you're still like an Aura believer. You're still
It's definitely still good, right? And I think Tundra, like, we didn't get to see, like, if C9 didn't play it 100% this game, so I didn't really get a conclusion of like what's better because there's so many fights where just someone got picked off at the beginning, right? They weren't together. They didn't really play as that 5-man group up. I feel like the TA as well went for like this kind of like killer build, but they kind of sat back and farmed, didn't go for the early Deso. Leshrac didn't get the facet either where his Edict hits buildings, so they didn't have any building push where they can actually just group up as 5. They didn't get the first Roshan either, as we talked about. Like, that's when that lineup would look good. Like, you have a Deso, you group around the TA, you have an Aegis in your hand, but they unfortunately weren't able to get there, and I feel like Tundra did a good job stopping them. They read the map incredibly well, I want to say that. Like, they saw a hero out of position, they would go instantly pick him off, but also C9's fault for kind of being out of position, so it's hard to say.
I also don't want to throw auras completely out, right? Like, this is what you're saying. This is like a hard balance to find, because on the side of Tundra, they didn't necessarily have any auras. They had the Solar Crest, right, which isn't an aura, but that was what was also sustaining them. So I don't think that you can go fully into a damage build. There still has to be some of those support items, and if you look like what White One was building up to, he was going to be eventually the auras if it got late enough. So they just didn't prioritize it, but they didn't ignore it either.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. What about you, Winter? What do you think?
Yeah, it's about finding the right balance. It's not just like, oh, we're looking at auras and damage. I feel like the overall game plan, like I'm really critical about the support duo combination because it determines a lot what you can do in the early game. Like being Sven and Tinker, I don't really like it because you're really just sitting back. And like Fear mentioned, they needed to be in the right place. Sure, maybe it could work. You need to be in the right place to kind of read what the Marcy and Mirana, they're both going to do. They're going to try to kill the Lash, and you have to be there to protect him. Because other than that, you're not really going to do much until you reach your item timing, you get the Roshan, and then you want to attack them. So they kind of didn't do that. So the Lash died a couple of times in the early game, and they lost a lot of momentum from that moment, and they kind of lost direction in the game because of that.
Yeah, Fishman's on our screen here, and definitely something I wanted to talk about with this Sven Pos 5, not new by any means in what's being played throughout competitive Dota this year, but how exactly do you want to be building him? And I don't mean items, I mean skill build. What exactly do you want to look for? Is it more advantageous to go into that stun or for the Warcry hero, or is it very lane dependent on who you're coming up against and who you're with?
It's definitely very lane dependent. In this game, he had 2 points in stun with a TA, which I also felt like it's not really the most ideal. Like with TA, you kind of just want to have more points in Warcry because of the second point is really efficient. It goes from 60 to 120. And it's also because of the way he played. After the lane, he tried to contest the 7-minute Wisdom runes, but he actually didn't have mana for stun. And he went anyway, and he was like lacking maybe 5 or 10, but if he had like a level 1 stun, which costs less mana, then he would be able to accomplish that. And I feel like all these small little things kind of made it really difficult for them in the early game. After he died there, then he couldn't really get to mid in time because I think they got the Lash kill at around minute 10, something like that, 10 or 11. I feel like all those things kind of could have linked together. If he actually didn't die, then he went and placed a ward, he could have prevented the Lash from dying, and the whole game could have been completely different just from like 1 or 2 small little moves.
Yeah, I mean, I think he got outplayed pretty hard. Fishman had a rough game. He got first blooded. He got solo killed.
He also got killed by the Mirana in the lane in the second death.
He had a really bad laning stage. It happens. It wasn't their best game. I think they individually just got outplayed in many aspects. I think their draft, it just isn't going to play the way that it should have been played. I just think they just had an off game here, and you can't have an off game against Tundra. They're looking good, especially when they have this Mars and the Wind Ranger.
I think Katomi looks pretty good, though, honestly, on the Tinker. Like I felt like he was always in the right place at the right time, which I suppose is...
Yeah, he was really good at using the Warp Flares to stop the Wind Ranger from doing damage.
Yeah, he was using that really well. There's that one fight at like 10 minutes where he got gone on and was able to, do the anti-gaming like counterplay, keep himself alive, and then turn the fight around. There was a few times where that was happening. So I do agree, like if Fishman also was able to, have a good game and then provide some more additional like damage reduction in these fights, like maybe they would have gone completely the other way.
Yeah,
Fishman had
I'm also critical of Watson's build too. Like, I feel like he went for a build where he's supposed to get really aggressive and fight. He went the Blink, Dragonlance, and the Shard, and he just wasn't really participating in that. You have your Leshrac as well. I feel like if he went for that earlier Deso, and they just went for objective base and sat behind him, that could have been much better for the team. Or if they were going to go the build that they went for, they would have to play together more as a team, get more aggressive. They just kind of sat back and farmed with this type of strategy, and they got picked apart.
Yeah. Maybe part of that is having a Lesh mid, because I do feel like Lesh and TA can occupy a similar role in terms of the rest of the draft will like buff that hero and keep them alive.
But if he's just going to sit and farm, why wouldn't he just go like the item that farms faster,
I agree.
right?
I'm with you there, but maybe the thought process is like, oh, I have a Lesh that's, my team is gonna.
Yeah, but then it comes back to the Lesh dying a couple of times in the early game because they couldn't protect him with the Sven. So everything kind of links up together.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a small disconnect as well. The one exploit that we saw for Cloud9 is, they wanted to play a bit more passive. The one thing that was great for Tundra and what they always love to do, or at least what we've seen recently of them, is that they love to have tempo. They love to just push into you and make you scramble for farm and make you scramble and how exactly you're going to play. So it just happened to be that this matchup was the one weakness Cloud9 had and the one strength that we could see for Tundra in their lineup there. This is a very broad question I want to ask before we go back in and prepare ourselves for game number 2 of this best of 2. It's for all my support players out there. Is it worth trading your life for the Wisdom Rune?
Yes, for sure.
The 7-minute Wisdom Rune, always worth it?
Yes.
Okay.
It always feels like an even trade.
Yeah, I
to
don't
me.
think so. Yeah, that's like
At
we
least.
both get something.
I mean, you're talking about you get the rune, but you die for it, right?
It depends on how many people come
Well,
to
let's say
kill
for
you.
this example, okay? Let's say Fishman had gotten the Wisdom Rune. This is just an example. He had gotten it, and it forces 2 rotations, because Ramsey's also, right? The Mars had to go back.
If 3 heroes come to kill you
Yes.
and you steal the wisdom,
Yes.
I feel like that's probably worth
Well, that also depends. Because what if,
even if you die to one hero, but
I
you
thought
get
I was
the
asking an
wisdom rune,
easy
No, this
question.
is
y'all.
this is a question that that people. He's a carry player, so he's gonna say yes because he likes that his support is going and
I play
not
support
stealing his
sometimes,
XP
though.
and distracting the enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he can be lone druid in the lane.
Winter thinks it's always good for that trade. Do
always
you think
good
it's
if
good
you
if
get
more,
it.
He
if
thinks
more
it's good.
people go?
I
You think it's not?
I think it's the psychological damage. It's like I took your rune. I outplayed you.
Okay, so do you still think it's worth it if you take the rune and then the position 4 solo kills you after you took
Yes.
yes.
It's psychological
I know,
damage.
because
I
you're
took
giving
what's
that
yours.
EXP back that you just stole and gold.
Okay, I see what you know what? I'm not even going to defend Jenkins, actually. I kind of see what you're saying, but I see what all 3 of you are saying.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we had some different opinions on it. Well, let's head on into game number 2 because that draft will be coming up very briefly. What adjustments need to be made here? We know that Cloud9 have this potential. They were able to get a 2-0 for themselves yesterday, so how do they get the wagon back on the rails?
I mean, I feel like this is just a situation where you need to have a team talk afterwards. This did not look like the Cloud9 that we saw yesterday. Their draft was fine. I hope they don't like go too much into we had a bad draft. Sure, maybe you talk about the Mars, you talk about the Wind Ranger, some of the strong heroes that you did have on Tundra, but more than anything, you've got to talk about how you want to play the map. This was very sloppy, a lot of deaths on the map that didn't need to be happening. They had a clear idea of like, sure, TA is going to hit buildings, we're going to sit behind him with Sven, the Centaur is going to be very tanky, the Leshrac can do a lot of damage. They just never once in this game executed
They
that.
need to talk how to get to that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mars, a massive respect ban there. Cloud9 don't want it at all to be led into this game. But I wonder then where Enchantress is going to sit. Is she still going to be important enough, or are they willing to let that one slide through?
I feel like they're going to ban it because they don't want to play it.
Well, then SD gets, that's the thing. It's Enchantress or Shadow Demon that gets let through right now.
Yeah, but I like this a lot because I think right now, you're testing the waters right now. And I think the biggest test for Tundra right now is it's going to be the Ramses test, right? Right now, his Marses look great. Everything else is not. So does he have another hero and he can play like Mars that's going to work well for the team? Because the only other thing we saw was his Alchemist, and he was just, playing Ramses carry, and that didn't really work out.
Okay.
So
I think Timber
This is the insta-pick SD, right?
Cloud9's turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the hardest Tinker counter in the game, in my opinion. Everything that Tinker likes to do is countered by the constant purge that comes from the SD ult.
Just the defense matrix, right? What else do you purge?
Any barriers. So if you were to go, I mean,
you just go Locket, Greaves, and the
Locket,
bots,
Greaves. But the way that I think Tinker likes to play is with other heroes. They're going to be building the
right, yeah.
Glimmer,
I mean, I think just for the
Solar.
defense matrix alone, it's already worth it.
Yeah, I mean, you need a purge
Yeah.
for that. Like, I think it's worth even getting a nullifier against Tinker if you have no other purge. But just the play style that's going to be surrounding a Tinker, I think SD. Like, you pick one guy, and it's like, okay, they can't have anything positive cast on them. They're going to die. Well, Tinker likes to save one guy. You play around a Tinker, you're going to say, help
the cleanse
save
is
that guy.
useful against the Warp Flare later.
The what?
The
Warp
cleanse.
Flare.
Yeah,
From
sure.
the SD is good against Warp Flare. So
Yeah.
he kind of counters that too.
Yep.
The other bands now, I feel maybe this is going a little too much of a overcorrection from Cloud9, because now the bands are 3 from the last game: the Wind Ranger, the Mirana, and the Mars. I could definitely see taking out the Mars, maybe in the potential Wind Ranger if you're not willing to pick it up, but to also then triple down and take out the Mirana too?
I don't know about the Mirana, but I definitely am starting to think that Wind Ranger deserves to be there.
And Mirana's support, I feel like it's pretty up there, you know. And he can also be flexed as a carry, and they're kind of like very similar heroes with Wind Ranger, so they both play like similar play style. But Mirana is a lot slower. Early game and mid game, Mirana is weaker than Wind Ranger. But Mirana is, I feel like late game, he can live up to what Wind Ranger can do in the late game.
It's so much damage.
It's similar, but so much different, in my opinion, because like Mirana's a single target now, right? It's like this. It's like a fast attacking hero, right? But Mirana's kind of single target damage.
Yeah.
Where Wind Ranger now used to be that, but the Whirlwind has like changed everything.
Yeah, she'll kill your entire team.
She farms ancients. She like does a lot of things Mirana can't do. And I think the laning stage is much different between these two heroes as well. So like, I'm starting to think this Wind Ranger hero just is uncounterable.
I love this. This is a terrible pick, but I love this.
Why would you say that then?
Because you imprison the guy that gets gripped, and even if you have an Ags on Bane, it stops the grip. It's like a hard counter.
It's a Fishman, though.
It's a hard counter, but it's Fishman. So I love seeing
Bane? Yeah.
It's Fishman.
It's Fishman. I just told you.
It's Fishman, dude. He's the Bane. He's the best Bane.
It looks kind of terrible here.
It's a terrible Bane game, but I like that he's
Fishman.
I think the
so confident
idea
in
that
it.
he wants to do is to kind of maybe stop the DK from taking towers in the early game, catch him at the sleep.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I feel like, sure, maybe it's just his hero specialty. There's no other
5
reason why he
seconds
wanted
remaining.
the Bane here.
And they lost, and he's like, just give me the Bane.
Yep.
We can see how the rest of the draft plays out. Maybe there's more.
I mean, I would say Bane
behind
plus
it.
Tinker. I prefer that over Sven plus Tinker.
I mean, they also
Already
picked,
an improvement.
Yeah.
they also picked Core Monkey King into Shadow Demon. There's a lot of interesting ideas going on here because it has to be core, right? Like at this point, like
Yeah,
it has to be. I mean,
well, I mean, you could Tinker mid still. People.
is that still a thing?
Yeah, it is
If
Dagon.
Copy is not
Okay.
doing it, nobody's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see no one playing.
Nothing to say was playing some Tinker.
Yeah,
mid
but
pubs.
that's nothing to say.
I'm just saying.
He's
like,
just Tinker.
No one.
He's playing the monkey this game. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, he is playing Monkey. That is accurate. I mean, I can kind of see what they're going for. Like, Bane is a hero that runs around, Nightmare set up on people on the map, Monkey King jumping
Yeah, you
along the
catch,
trees.
monkey can connect.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you're a Shadow Demon, isn't your job really easy? It's like, I'm just going to press Q on who gets gripped,
Whoever gets
and
gripped.
I just press R on Monkey King.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's a really good
You're
Shadow
correct.
Demon game.
You're correct. This is an excellent SD game. They're going to pick a bunch of other things that are countered by SD, so that way none of them are countered by SD.
You think there's too many targets, therefore at least some of the targets.
Correct.
That does.
No, they
that's
I-
flawed logic. That
I
is
think
definitely
I
flawed
think
logic.
I think they're doing a map thing here. Like they have Bane to set up. They have Tinker who's going to globally TP in. They have Monkey who's going to be jumping through the trees. They're not going to play to team fight. They're going to play to.
I mean, they
to
just need
off.
some Zoo hero to deal with SD in the early game. SD is not very good at dealing
I like that.
with
I like that a lot. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Slada?
I'm curious what you guys
10
think about the two
seconds
facets for
remaining.
Slada, because one is very popular, and the other one I think
5 seconds
is
remaining.
on the rise, is how I'll say it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if it has any value, right? Against a Bane on the laning stage, like you don't really need the leg day, like, I guess, as of compared to being versus Veno. Right now, they don't have any slows, other than the Monkey King slow, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't play against any slows, you don't need leg day, so you get the other one. That just gives you more armor if you use corrosive.
It lets you be the kind of like frontline tank.
That's an ideal situation where you can actually get the
Okay,
corrosive
so-
armor.
This is the lane. Sniper Slada, I assume.
That's a really strong lane.
It is.
Hey, do you think
lord.
the other reason they wanted Slada here because they wanted to combine Slada with DK, so mid late game the DK is Dragon Forms, you hit whatever Slada's gonna go on and just kill them instantly.
10
SD ulti as well,
seconds
so they can't be saved.
Yeah, you can promulgate it on the carry DK.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
Do we not have any potential for the tops and mid sniper versus Monkey King?
Oh yeah, that's a good call. There's potential there.
Yeah.
They have to think about that on C9.
Sniper plus Slada also, a very good combo. Okay, this is to mitigate some of the physical damage from Slada DK. It's very good against DK in the lane. You basically free farm is if the DK is carry against Underlord. Lane's very easy for you. You gotta be really fat. Got a very good timing on the Greaves and the Crimson this game.
Wait, do you go Greaves if you have a Tinker?
Oh yeah, that's
You
true. I
probably
think
go-
the Greaves is nice for the clans against Slada.
Probably
I
go
feel like
Atos.
yeah, they need to eat Atos this game. Their stun
5
department's
seconds
not good.
remaining.
Yeah, it could work. You could get 8 torsos before you move into the Crimson.
Is that not something that you'd want to build on a Monkey King, or is that depending on what role?
You would also go Atos on Monkey King. Yeah.
That's true. Glipnir
really,
is one of
it's
those
really
odd
good. It's also really
items.
good for Underlord to go Atos, but I
Yeah.
feel like this game, you might want to, if you want to hit like a very specific
Tundra
timing, then you want to
Esports
rush
turn
your
to bat.
Crimson as fast as you can, and then
Mm-hmm.
you ball together, and you want someone else to get the catch items.
Yeah, hopefully that's what they're going, because I feel like if you get to do the auras on your off lane and then you just kind of go into that normal Glipnir for MK, you can just run
I
together.
mean, my
right?
concern is
10
Crimson is
seconds
purgeable,
remaining.
so it's not going to do anything against the SD ult, which they already want to press
5
R on
seconds
Slardar
remaining.
on somebody, and then SD ult
Okay, yeah.
R
That's
somebody.
very true.
So it's his
So,
build
so
is.
what you were saying is they do just pick more heroes that are heavily
I guess.
counter-spiked.
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, I mean, I guess I would say go for him to probably go Atos this game, but I don't see it as like that excellent of a Underlord Atos game. But I do think that in terms of like the SD purge, purging all the barriers and saves, the Underlord aura
10
is
seconds
an aura,
remaining.
so it can't be purged,
5
and it gives some sort of
His
damage.
build is definitely going to be dependent on how they finish their draft. Like, what do they need him to do in this game? Do they need him to be catch so that they can play the game faster, or they feel like they have enough catch with the last hero and they're just going to.
But it has to. They have to think about the sniper mid. Like, it's such a good sniper mid game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe he goes Lotus on Underlord, like early Lotus. It's really good against DK stun, Slardar amp. SD doesn't want to ult somebody who's Lotused.
Yeah, but then you need a
10
last hero that
seconds
deals
remaining.
with sniper.
Yes, you do. They don't have a hero to
5
jump him and get on top of him, and just a
That's
Monkey
like
King is
something
not
like
enough.
Primal Storm type of hero to jump him.
Yeah, I like that.
If you pick all the like some jump heroes, I mean Primal might be a good option, but if you pick like these Puck and Embers, whatever, Storm Spirits, you can just throw DK mid as well, and then Sniper can just be support. This is a kind of a hard.
Wow, they're just
situation
all
to
in
get.
from the 5-man.
Yeah, Monkey's just mid, straight up. So
So you
Thompson
prefer the
has a stick.
sniper mid?
Sniper mid, and then
Sniper mid is so good this game. How do you like Monkey has to find him?
and then they can pick a
Snapfire?
four that
You pick a 4 Snapfire?
There's so many options.
I think
Well, what are
Shadow
you looking for in
Demon
your four?
4 would be good, and you just pick a new 5 here.
Well, okay, well, what does the support need? Do you
5
need more
seconds remaining.
lockdown here? Do you...
Front line, I think they need a front line support.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, look what Omni's still in.
Can they
Isn't it?
pick a what's a
People love
frontline
Omni?
support?
Treant Protector.
Oh, it is
Protector?
White Line.
Oh,
Dazzle?
All right, they're gonna pick another hero that's also very good
okay,
for
yeah.
Monkey. I feel like Sniper could have done that, but they decided this might be even better.
I mean, it does make sense because I feel like the Slardar sniper lane is very,
yeah,
very
very strong.
Yeah.
I mean, this lane is totally unplayable, and what do you do as Monkey? Do you just go behind and drag the creep wave?
I don't know if you can do that as Monkey.
You
That
just have to hop to the other lanes and just create
Gank.
mischief there.
Yeah, you got to gank.
Yep. Just get your levels and then just run around the map, because Dazzle's not really good at rotating. Like, he has to expend a TP, maybe bait his TP, and then go to the other side of the map. You just have to use, the Samian Stride, I think, whatever facet's called. You have to use that and just, like, play the map really quick and hope you get kills on the other side. Because mid's impossible.
There's a lot of saves on the side of Tundra, right? Like that's when you look at these heroes, that's the first thing that comes to mind. I do think that it's going to be tough for Cloud9 to really do well in lanes, because they didn't do so great last game. But is there more of a hope for them this time, Winter?
Yeah, I like their lineup more this time. I think they have a lot of options to deal with this Dazzle. It's going to be a problem, but they do have options. Like what Fear mentioned, the Monkey just needs to try to gank and play around the side lanes, and they have a very, very sharp timing with the Underlord Luna type of draft.
Yeah. And then last Lord Jenkins very quickly.
I'm not feeling this draft from C9. I feel like Tundra pretty much ended up with a very similar thing where they counter the auras, and I think it's easier for them to group up and push and just play as a ball compared to last game, which already looked easy for them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see either way. I love hearing your opinions, but let's hit 2 more opinions from 2 more people. It's Aries and Danog, our casters.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, let's see how we go heading into this second game. Danog, of course, we heard what the panel had to say. It sounds like they are favoring the boys on Tundra. Would you agree, or do you feel like there is a way that we can get this lineup from Cloud9 to have some success?
It's going to need no one to play absolutely out of his mind for them to have any success in my eyes, right? Like, he's already going to have a rough time in lane. They talked about the Shadow Demon just being a pretty direct counter to both the Monkey King and the Bane. The other issue is as well, you're picking this Luna into the Shadow Demon, so you can just use the disruption aggressively against the Luna as well, turn some of those illusions back against her. It really feels like quite a rough one, and they're also lacking ways to be able to get in onto the backline outside of this Monkey King. So in my eyes, everything C9 revolves around what no one is going to be able to do in this mid lane. He's done it before in really bad matchups, but he's going to need to do it again.
See, Cloud9 having some fun over there, spamming these sprays. I don't know what's going on, but...
Is that the EU smiley?
Yes, yeah, there is the EU smiley with the funny slark as well. But yeah, I know you said in recent times, in fact, recent as yesterday, where we actually did see the Monkey King from no one up against a sniper.
And that's nothing to say. He's no slouch.
Fishman
is dead.
A very awkward position to be in, and you hope you don't give first blood over to a hero that has a very good matchup in the mid lane, and looks like that might be the case if Thompson finds it, and he does, so... oh no.
It begins.
It begins indeed. A lot of tips. So, again, yes, we did see no one play against a sniper. He got solo killed. Who was playing the... It was nothing to say, right? It was G2IG. So, he got solo killed, but then we did see the Monkey King be a really big issue for G2IG in that game. A lot of rotations across the map. There was against a Wind Ranger as well, and we saw kind of G2IG's draft struggled versus the heroes from Cloud9 to be able to get on top of these kind of squishy heroes. We'll see if no one's going to be able to do a similar thing this game, because you've got First Blood now on top. So.
Yeah, and that never is easy. Like, he's just going to be bullying him constantly. He's already got the Wraith ban. He just wants to be right-clicking him as much as possible, and he's going to even just have that additional armor to play around with the Weave innate ability as well coming through from the Dazzles. So it's a rough one for sure. That's the other thing too, it really does enable Thompson's playstyle too, this just having the inbuilt heal, right, that can not only deal damage but also keep yourself in the creep wave very healthy. You can go for dives underneath towers, cop a couple of tower hits and still be perfectly healthy.
I'm keeping tabs on this mid lane. This doesn't look fun. It's miserable for no one. Alright.
Bullying him out entirely. If he has any sort of anger towards Fishman, I'm sure you got to keep it hidden because he's already made a hard lane into something much, much worse. Let's have a look at some of the other lanes, because I don't think we're going to see too much action coming from no one, at least for the little bit. Watson, you can't fault the amount of net worth that he was able to get last game, right? Man always gets his farm, especially with this Luna. He's always been an incredibly good Luna player. I'm just a little concerned about the impact that Fishman is actually going to be able to have in this lane, right? Like Saksa, one of the reasons that a lot of people are picking this sniper is that you're just able to deal so much damage from a really, really safe place away from, the rest of the engagements. All of that 300 damage once the shrapnel's maxed out gets dealt in like a second, I believe. So that's kind of nuts that you're able to deal out, basically your assassinate damage at level 7 instantly.
Definitely is a hero that is on a lot of people's radar. The scatter shot that we're getting out of the sniper, seeing a lot of supports at the moment.
Only 30% win rate though, which is encouraging for the pubs.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. What can you do? That's the thing. What can you do against this? I feel like if they picked the Monkey King a little bit earlier and still kept, like, not a ton of people are playing Monkey King Pos 4, but it can be done, and I feel like after going a Bane Tinker early on, it's just, you knew where it was going pretty much from the very beginning.
Ramsey stops the Lotus being used from the Crush, then Watson stops it with the Beam, and Watson in the end is able to pick up the Lotus, so at least that does go their way, but this is, I want to go back, like, again, this mid pick, like, this is kind of the issue, especially knowing, like, Topson does go for a lot of these lane-dominating, like, ranged heroes. He had a couple available, like the panel was saying, you could give him the Sniper, you know, we saw some others were banned out. I think they even got rid of the Invoker, which is probably less so in this instance, but, like, you know you're going to be picking into a bad matchup. Top lane, Kataomi. Couple of poison stacks, and this should be a kill onto the position 4. We see DM's trying to do whatever damage he can, but we'll have to go for the Corey snipe instead. Bottom of the action continues. Watson under the shrapnel. Saxi, he's going to be fine. They'll turn it back around. Now Fishman as well might be able to get his own kill. Maybe not. Saxa just gets out of the aggro. And we're going to see, I mean, this is starting to get out of control. 5-0. Saxa will deny himself, come back to the lane with full resources to play with.
Yeah, it's really not looking good from the very beginning. 2k net worth lead already 4 minutes in, and you don't really see too many avenues for that looking to change. I did like the Underlord pick a lot coming through from C9 because it addresses a lot of that physical damage that you're going to have coming through, not only from the heroes that were picked at the time, but even Dazzle, a lot of his abilities are physical as well. So just having that Underlord there to be that extra, you know, layer of protection is going to be very nice to be able to play around, but it's going to take some time for him to be able to get into, you know, a few of those item progressions. Probably won't be going to Greaves either, like the panel was mentioning, because you've got Kataomi that's probably wanting to go down that route.
In regards to the Monkey King, like, is there a lane that you would prefer maybe no one to consider about rotating to? Whether it be the top or bottom? We're actually going to see that be the case. Bottom.
Say bottom.
Yeah, okay, great answer. Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Ramsey's, they see an opportunity with him moving a little bit too far forward, but the boundless off the mark. Maybe not going to have a threat onto Saxa because Topson will actually mirror this Fishman a little bit too far away to go for the deny. And the top lane Whitemon, they might also be able to get the Shadow Demon too, so both side lanes being able to pick up some kills for Cloud9.
Even just using a scan just to see if Topson is looking to rotate through, but he's just so damn fast with all of that net worth that he's already claimed that he's going to be able to get back to the lane pretty much at the exact same time as no one. Of course, he needs to be healthy to be able to take advantage of that Simeon stride in a big way. And you can even see just Whitemon looking to keep the pressure up, refilling the bottle, making sure that that lane is heavily pushed in so that it's going to be a really easy power route for Topson to be able to claim.
And what a time to potentially put damage into the tower as well. You've got 3 range creeps with a catapult wave.
They found him.
Oh, one, they actually, yeah, they saw him as well. The balance kind of giving them a little bit of vision. Kataomi's going to try and run Topson down, but I don't know if Kataomi really wants to be here.
It's going to need to be, though, just to be able to clear out those creeps. Yeah, Fishman, much better rotation coming through from him, yoinking away the regen rune and, you know, putting a little bit of a dent in the plans for Topson to keep this bullying up. Does bring a lot of attention away from the side lanes as well, so even though Watson isn't necessarily in the lane, he's got freedom to be able to go back and know that he's not going to get roamed on and ganked at this stage.
Sure, is he going to stay here for 30 seconds? That one's kind of... Something's up. Oh, nice scan. Nice done. Dude, everyone knows. Who's the buy? Looks like Ramsey's starting to run over, and yeah, exactly. I mean, already poisons up to a couple. Please don't feed the Courier. That will not happen in the end.
The panel's question is being answered right now, basically. Is Fishman going to be able to yoink this away and draw a bunch of people? No, he's not. He's going to die, he's going to not get the Wisdom Rune, and it only took 2 people to be able to do it. And the lane wasn't even in a good spot for Ramses, so it's not looking good right now. But the net worth lead is slowly shrinking. You know, in this time, with a lot of the attention being drawn away, means that Watson has been able to, you know, start recovering some of that net worth.
Sure, the net worth is looking okay at the moment, but we'll see. Maybe this game can blow wide open. Like, what do we... Okay, Saxa just finds Watson in the bottom jungle.
Yeah, I mean, if he hasn't been in the lane for like the past 2 minutes, that's probably where he's going to be, right? The safest, quote-unquote, place on the map. So not only do you get a kill, you're also getting a tower at the same time. It's a lot of XP just being lost underneath the tower. This is a disaster for C9 at this stage.
Is once again going to move on over for the 8-minute rune. A double damage rune that spawns up top, and another kill probably for them to find Shrapnel. All the spam from Zaxa. And it's just so frustrating, the spells that Tundra can cast. Now Pure's going to be here with a double damage rune as well. Doesn't have the ultimate, but it will not matter in the end.
I don't think they even need to go for this dive. Just take the tower, open up the map. We know from just seeing C9 last game, and I'm sure it's something that Moonmeander, their coach, would have been keeping an eye on. Tundra want to make sure that they're taking away a lot of this stack farming potential from Kataomi as quickly as possible, because he was the one that was looking most dangerous for them in game 1. Take away that potential, make it a lot easier for you to invade the jungle and steal away some of these stacks. Goes a long way towards a victory that's already looking pretty likely.
See if they're going to be able to defend this, or maybe even protect DM's life as well. Assassinate's going to fly out. Thompson almost been able to get in range. There is a reaction coming out of Cloud9 though. Zaxa might roll back up to the higher ground when no one in the Kataomi is set up. Go for the stacks. They saw no one.
Yoinking the stacks as well. They're going to force a response here. So not really in a position to be able to help, but he does have the Eclipse leveled up if he absolutely needs to.
Fishman as well with the Pinson movement. They're going to be able to get the Fiends get in. It's looking a little bit messy from Tundra. The spells, along with the damages being split on multiple members of Tundra, so no one's really weak at the moment. Now Rams is able to continue the chase up to the high ground, and we saw previously in game 1 that was a big advantage from Cloud9 to be able to defend their triangle, but this game it's just not the case. They'll lose 3 heroes and they'll lose the stack as well.
You just see how scared Watson is. Like, they've got complete vision on him as well. Whitemon, his warding has been on point. You know, just covering the lane, covering the jungle, giving understanding of exactly where he was farming when Zaxa got that solo kill previously. Is looking really good for Tundra right now, and you know, despite the fact that Watson, you know, with the changes to the Luna, getting Luna Blessing as the innate, you can actually look to join and not just be this farm bot basically these days. With the Eclipse leveled up early, he still felt so anxious about joining in because of how far behind they are in net worth. No points in the Luna orbit as well, and he's potentially getting dived as well as soon as he walks back into this lane. Pretty deep though.
So gonna make the attempt, Watson. Tries to do his best to turn around with the Eclipse.
Okay.
It's going to net them a kill onto Ramses, and hang on a second. You needed a couple more heroes. Just a lot of respect. Oh, this is a maxed out beam that Watson has, and okay.
That's what you're able to do. I'm very happy that you're able to, you know, bring what we said into reality, because you've got to be very cautious about diving people at that stage.
Top lane? Okay. No, not bad. You need those little, the little 1%ers. Just, yeah, freebies. Exactly right. Give them the freebies. And your Watson 30 net worth now.
One other thing that I was also looking to focus on is, like, how quickly is Thompson going to be able to get into this Axe, right? Like, you've already got people that are going to be able to jump in onto the front lines, so that Shadow Weave is going to be, you know, very effective at bouncing between enemies as well as whoever they've got on the front lines as well. Huge amount of burst damage, combos well together really well with the Corrosive Haze. And even just, again, on Thompson, that Aghanim Shard is going to be super nice when you're considering what Watson probably wants to build. You want to go into a Manta style on this Luna, but it's just going to be nowhere near as effective considering those illusions are going to be instantly wiped out as soon as you use the Poison Touch.
It's going to be a play down bottom though. Once again, trying to pick on Ramses as best as they can. The extra control coming through from the Atos from DM, and they're clicking a little bit. That freebie starting to chain it into another. This is maybe something that we can continue to see be the case whenever Fiend's Gate is available for them, but we are seeing Tundra look to try and set up around top.
See what happens, because they are still playing near their tower, so I'm not sure if they'll actually be able to claim anything as DM retreats. Love his item build. I think it's pretty much the ideal one that he could be going for at this stage, right? The Atos, just to stop any of these deeper dives into the Crimson Guard. Be a little careful here.
Getting into range! Oh, well done. Nice TP.
They've still got plenty of scaling left on this Underlord, right? Just the 1 point in the Atrophy Aura at this point could be scaling up to that 30% damage reduction against all that physical damage again, right? So it's going to be something that they're going to need to consider. You can't let this game idle along for too long. Otherwise, you're going to get this Tinker starting to scale. You're going to start getting, you know, the Monkey King back into this game. Right now, he's still suffering somewhat on net worth, but his damage output increases massively once he gets that Maelstrom finished up.
We have seen though recently, I think there was, again yesterday we were casting with the Dragon Knight, and this guy was just an absolute menace late game with the physical damage. Do you feel like though, still with a lot of what you're saying, you know, with the Tinker scaling and the Underlord mitigating a lot, are there still some concerns? Because this is going to be a DK with, you know, eventually late game starter that has maxed out Corrosive Haze as well.
Sure, but I feel like they've got a decent amount of poke from range on their own as well, right? Like, you've got the laser, which is going to be blinding him, so it forces the BKB to be popped. You've got a Luna who can eventually go into that that Kanda that's going to be able to use the Lucent Beam to do a ton of damage, and even just the percent damage from the Underlord's Firestorm. So it's not quite as easy this time around for the DK.
No one, gotta be cautious. They're already ready for this Tundra. We co-signed it previously. Okay, never mind. Fiend's Gate. It's Fishman. Nightmare. He'll get out this time.
Clap.
So, okay. Yeah, this is the one where it matters. You're the first one, it's okay if you don't really steal it, but the ones after that are the more valuable ones. So, double wisdom. Nice play.
Again, they needed a freebie, and then looks like they might be instantly going for a smoke after the fact as well. Watson, he's got a decent amount of damage now with the Mask of Madness. Might even look to yoink away that shield rune, just to enable himself to be in the center of a lot of these team fights. No one instead. He is their initiation. He is the one that needs to be finding the backlines. Wants to make sure that he's going in onto White Mon as Tundra actually go through the Fiend's Gate, so they'll look to join in once they go onto Saksa.
Unfortunately, they're not going to get there in time to protect him. Oh, and also pops the smoke with the shield rune. It's not as survivable. Wymon instantly purges that off. Now Fishman's going to be chased down as well. A couple of kills that go Tundra's way. Do you see bottom what's going on? Thompson's actually going to run into Kataomi, who TP to the outpost, but of course Thompson going to have a way to be able to stop his escape.
They're Roshing. 15-minute Roshan with now the power of the Corrosive Haze and all this physical damage, right? To be able to take this one out pretty damn quickly, especially considering, you know, the couple of kills that they got, the fact that there's no tier 1 tower top. There's really no way for C9 to contest this at all. It just becomes a matter of, like, what are you actually getting in return as all this is happening, right? Kataomi, he's got the Holy Locket, starting to build towards the creeps, but it's a little bit slower than last game. He's certainly not too far behind in net worth on this Tinker, but you need to be crazy farmed if you're looking to try and catch up at this stage. Same sort of thing with the Luna. You're going to need to get very creative about where exactly you can look to farm, and he's actually walking underneath an active Watcher, so they're going to think about rotating back towards the triangle to be able to punish this. Do you look to waste time, or is it just about pushing into these towers?
You want to pick on Ramses again. So him come through the portal. I've got the Fiend's Gate at the ready.
Needs grip as well.
Like they should be able to hold him inside, and yeah, probably didn't even need the gate, but just in case, DM will be here and Watson's here as well. So the tower's going to go down. Looks like that'll be the only objective that they're going to be able to find. But again, you know, Ramses, 4 deaths to the moment, so they sense a bit of a weakness, at least in the lineup, and they're doing a pretty good job to be able to continue to punish that. His net worth leads only 1,000. Cloud9, honestly, with the start to the game, are doing a really good job to stabilize.
Under the tower.
Watson, they've got to run forward. I mean, they're boundless onto 2. Now they've been able to isolate Sark's a very nice use of the concussive grenade, and Thompson should be able to hold Fishman into place. There's going to be no escape. Once this Dazzle is raining spells onto you, I'm not escaping without a doubt. So I mean, kind of could have been very messy though. You were farming deep on Dire's territory with the Observer Ward up on the high ground. Maybe an opportunity for Tundra to get more, but it's just the Bane that dies.
Not sure what happened there. Saksa had the opportunity to use the Assassinate onto the Luna to be able to interrupt the TP out, but maybe just thinking that he was a little bit slow on the trigger. 3-second TP, 2-second charge up of the Assassinate might not have given him enough time.
Do we want... I know he's not this game, but were we hoping Saksa went for the Baboka sniper build?
the old Mjolnir Daedalus position for Sniper. Nah, I'm on board with this. Like, it's a good balance of being able to, like, get Wraith Bands, make sure you're taking advantage of the fact that you've got that Corrosive Haze to be able to play around and all this physical damage, while still being able to go into stuff like the drums, the Boots of Bearing, just to buff up your team even further.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, in for
They're
Thompson.
hunting. They're trying to find Watson at this stage, but he's doing a good job. This cat and mouse isn't going to be that effective at finding people out. Omi might step into the lane, but he's really nice at playing around the tower and in these safe spots. Right now they're just playing around their vision, right? Top half of the map is pretty much blank for Cloud9. A couple of observer wards down on the bottom half, and of course that valuable tier 2 tower as well to be able to play around with. So again, delaying the game out quite nicely. Net worth lead still shrinking despite it being up against an Aegis, so they haven't really taken too many objectives off the back of this so far.
Yeah, again, everything you're saying, just very impressed with how they're still in this game now. No one's positioned between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower. They're avoiding these movements. Towers are still going to go down eventually once the creeps connect to the tier 2. This will be expended. We'll see if they want to stick around though. Elder Dragon form is about to expire. See, Nullify third, am I seeing? From Pure? A Sacred Relic Pewter.
You know, I was really...
Again, this Observer Ward. Oh, D-Ward and run away, sorry.
Radiant's top tower is under
Fishman will be chased down. At least he's going to die. I saw Watson starting to move up forward over the high ground, and I thought the Luna was going to continue farming, but Fishman gets a D-Ward and Watson instantly escapes.
So I was wondering if it is going to be a Nullifier game, considering you've already got the Shadow Demon right, but maybe they're just saying, look, we don't want to put too much pressure onto Whitemon. Obviously, his disruption is going to be incredibly effective against the Fiend's Grip, so we'd rather just him stay completely hidden, out of sight, out of mind, just not in the team fight at all, and then force the stuff like the Defense Matrix, like the Nightmare, like the Monkey King, Jingu Mastery, not to be coming up, right? And even just the Crimson Guard that DM's been able to achieve, that's going to go away too.
DM is sticking around inside the top lane. And the rest of Tundra is starting to rotate as well. He, without a doubt, is dead. Make him work for it, maybe give him an opportunity to be able to get the Tormentor for the contest. And it will be an Ag shot for Fishman.
So outside of Thompson, they are very single target focused on Tundra. That's the other thing that I was really looking at. And you do have ways to be able to deal with it, you know, like the Solar Crests, the Defense Matrix, all that sort of stuff, even Solar on Fishman as well. But again, that just gives even more argument towards going into this Nullifier, right? If you're putting everything up to try and protect one person that gets gone on because that's what your draft is looking to focus on, then yeah, Nullifier just stops that in its tracks entirely. So despite losing a couple of tier 2 towers, a couple of heroes, somehow net worth lead in C9's favor.
They will get Ramses again. Just pick on Ramses, that's it. 5 deaths out of the 9. Or Mr. Ramses, so DM's going to be able to snag that. Unfortunately, 2 tier 2 towers have gone down. But again, the net worth lead is staying even.
I think he ended up buying the Ogre Axe and the Mithril Hammer after his death as well, so ended up losing a fair amount of unreliable gold. Is that he's always, more often when he was the carry, been allergic to buying the BKB, so it's going to be a very different story once he's picked it up. You're going to be able to just walk away from the Pit of Malice, from the Atos, from all of that, and effectively just force a Fiend's Grip to be used. So looking forward to the point where he's actually got that and can be a little bit more reliable out roaming around on the map.
How do we feel about the status of this game, though, considering, again, with off the lanes, it was looking like it was going to be a potentially clean victory for Tundra, but Cloud9, clawed this game back. I mean, the kills aren't really representing really the status, and still Tundra felt very strong with taking whatever objectives they want, but we're heading into the mid to late game. Do we feel like Cloud9 are going to start to be able to bring the fight to Tundra?
Potentially. To me, it's still the vast majority of your damage is still going to be coming from Watson, right? We saw how effective the Eclipse has been, but it's past the stage where Eclipse is really going to be the thing doing that, right? It's going to need to be your right clicks, and he's closing in on a Butterfly for himself. Really effective again against all of this physical damage. I'm not seeing any nullifiers being built up at this point yet on the Tundra side, so that's going to feel really nice, but even just beyond that, it's going to be that as the first timing to hopefully get a few successful team fights, and then into the Kanda around that level 20 mark.
This time they might try and play behind Ramses, but Weimon's a little bit far away. I like to position the gate as well over the north, just in case if anyone's nearby, they're going to be able to close the distance onto them. So Ramses able to reposition, but unfortunately the Shadow Demon will not escape all the raw damage that Cloud9 have. So Eclipse has to be used. Watson's going to stick around to farm the wave, but Tundra are here. They brought the 4 remaining heroes. No one's going to stand his ground up on the trees just in case to give them this outpost location to maybe buy some time and give them the vision, but it looks like Cloud9, well, they actually want to stay around. Ramses and aggressive on the high ground. Ramses! No. You're not jumping up into Watson when he's ready to go with the Lunar Orbit maxed out. And now no one, he's been able to catch up to Zarkster as well, but the Gleipnir holds the sniper into place. Tundra trying to take the fight with a numbers disadvantage, but they are forced to. There is just no escape from them. They have to stand their ground, but the Fiend's Grip stops Pure from being able to right-click it all. I mean, the Grave is making it so frustrating. Pure might be able to TP up, but the Nightmare stops him short. They also catch up Thompson inside the tree line, and Cloud9, they are back with a bang. An incredible team fight from them.
Ramses is having a game that he'd like to forget, just going for a couple of dives too deep. The only reason he was saved previously was Whitemon there with the Demonic Cleanse, enabling him to just walk on away prior to that BKB, but still just going up into enemy territory on his own, where that's the direction that they came from. My guy is probably going to be warded, so it's still going to delay up that timing a little bit. Fortunately for them, it doesn't look like they've gone and secured that Roshan for themselves, so it's still going to be on the Tundra side in about 20 seconds or so when it respawns, and that's going to be the sort of period where, Ramses will have that item for himself. So, big team fight though. I mean, was it a 1k net worth lead and it's already up to 9?
Yeah, I don't know where the gold went. Mid lane, Ramses again. Not this time, but maybe very close. So it's given time for the respawns though, which was maybe an opportunity for Cloud9 just to go straight to Roche. It must be frustrating as well for Whitemon in particular. The panel was really harping on the fact that this Shadow Demon game looked incredible when you first picked it, and he had to put himself in a compromised position to protect Ramses, and then it meant that in that fight you could use the full duration Fiend's Grip to stop the damage out of Pure. So we need to see something a little bit different, right? Where you are not getting caught first on Tundra, and where you can help protect the positioning out of the Shadow Demon to really be that nuisance. You stop the Fiend's Grip and with the protection of the Purge as well.
Really just, Sansa? A little bit deep on his own. Doesn't have buyback either, so I wonder if this actually opens up the Roche pit for C9 to be able to steal it away. I was wondering, my main question was, do they go for this now, considering, it's on your side of the map, you've got the Slardar to be able to take it quickly, or are you really looking for that extra layer of defense with Pure still looking to build into his own BKB? Looks like they might even just lose both, right? Tier 2 tower and the Roshan if they're wanting to stick up here on the top side of the map.
See what the response is then going to be from Tundra, because they do have a lot of their forces down bottom. Hobson's going to shove the wave. Mid's going to get pushed out as well. They will have all 5 heroes up, and of course an outpost to TP2. Teleports are all at the ready as well. Is this a fight you want to take?
I'm not sure when they're already so set up there, and you can just see Kataomi's doing a great job of just keeping these lanes shoved out, forcing some sort of a defensive response, or at least making some of the moves a bit more obvious that Tundra are looking to go for. Did not see this being the progression of things.
Not at all.
It goes to say, even with a 12k net worth lead, it's only a 55% win probability for Cloud9. That's how imbalanced we feel like this draft could still be. It's just a matter of Tundra taking the correct fight for themselves, being able to get in onto that backline, blow up Kataomi, blow up Fishman, and make sure that Whitemon survives to tell the tale.
But it's so crazy the fact that no one's net worth is higher than Thompson. And Thompson, First Blood and then solo kill into the Monkey. But we really saw, him to be able to get back in this game, and the opportunity with him and the Fiend's Gate just connecting together to deal with the starter. And now you have a Monkey King that is actually able to play Dota and can really be a big issue for the Sniper, the Dazzle, the Shadow Demon on the backline. You know, we see how he's itemizing BKB, Gleipnir, along with the Akshar can really help out with the positioning. So you were not hoping, at least Tundra's position, weren't hoping the Monkey was going to have farm, but that is not the case now.
I wonder when they're going to actually go for the Tormentor as well, like the second Tormentor on Tundra's side. Topson, he's avoided buying the Aghanim Shard for himself for the longest time. You've already got it on both of the supports right now on Tundra's, so he will be a chance to be able to get the next one. And that is going to be pretty damn effective, just as an extra layer of lockdown. I've seen him use the Poison Touch a few times onto the Lunar Illusions, and they've stayed perfectly healthy. So if you could just wipe out 2 Lunar Illusions and provide a little bit of that CC, it's going to go a long way towards your victory.
And I'm walking down mid. I want to look to go with the smoke. No one flying through the trees to give them the information. 2 Tower Siege is going to be the call. No one's got a great position along with the ward.
This is what we weren't really seeing from Cloud9 in the previous game, right? Like them being able to set up their formation in the correct way. Just play behind this Watson position 1, who he's kind of gotten a little bit out of control here with his net worth. They don't have a glyph for this high ground either, and they've got the Roche banner.
He was going to start to go to work to try and attempt it.
There's Demonic Cleanse. Oh, nice Lotus. Reflected that Nullifier back onto Pure.
No one's starting to set up on Ramses. Meanwhile, back inside the bottom lane, Watson walks up the high ground as well. Nightmare to buy him some time, but the health just goes instantly. Age is taken care of. Ramses, can he find an opportunity to jump in? The blink is continuing to be cancelled, so the starter won't be able to go off the back of the respawn. So difficult with the March, the Glaives, Firestorm, everything. But will be the Ages they get rid of, and only real cost is the tier 3 tower.
That's right. And again, we talk about these different timings, and
no one
really.
Oh, nice.
Just able to get away. Yeah, we talk about these timings. They made the most out of that one with the butterfly. They're just going to go straight back. You know, they're going to say, you're going to make this wraparound. We're going to need you to be a little bit quicker with your movement, because this is a melee and range racks going down. Who are they going to be able to find on the back?
With the position, first point of contact. Yeah, they're trying to with the Underlord, 2,500 health that they have to go through. Starter tries to get the initiation. Ramses, it's not good enough though. They're onto Topson. Topson's able to activate the grave. He's in some danger. Banishment will buy him some time. And now Watson, they've got Pure up in his face. If they can deal with the Lunar, it's a lot of their damage output, but it takes too long. Yeah, you get rid of Watson, but the rest of Cloud9, they're in hot pursuit. Up on the high ground they go. There's some buybacks available for Tundra. They'll get one out of Topson, another one out of Whitemon as well. It's a really heavy committal. No one will use a bit of a defensive Wukongs. Some respect needs to be given. And they are out though. Multiple buybacks from Tundra, and they will get no value out of them.
No value, still lose the racks. It's, you know, not respecting the pushing potential of this Luna. Sure, she goes down, but she has not even begun to hit her peak, right? She's got that Kanda queued up, very, very close to being able to pick that up, and it's going to happen again right around that level 20 mark. I think that's something that Watson does better than pretty much anyone else. Like the way that he synergizes his timings with his items is just crazy. You know, he will hit level 20, get that at the same time. He will get a Desolator right as the 20-minute Tormentor comes up, so he can do it a little bit quicker. All that sort of stuff, there's no one better in the world.
20k lead for Cloud9. Like Shard's going to be picked up now for the Tinker as well.
Radiant are
Now just not seeing them be able to use their full lineup together for Tundra. Net worth, I mean, everyone is taking a large hit. The Dazzle had a great start. Fallen behind. Slaughter, nowhere to be seen. I mean, the Bane is 3,000 net worth behind Ramses. The DK, the only person with a lot of net worth, seeing some difficulty with Pure to actually get the damage out they require from him inside some of these fights.
I'm just looking at what the vision looks like for Tundra right now, and it's very defensive. You know, they've got clipboards at the moment, realizing that, you know, C9 may look to try and push their advantage while they can, especially now, again, that they've hit these big timings. You've got level 20, you've got the Kanda, you've got the Butterfly on no one as well. So will they be able to catch someone out again if they can find Ramses another time?
Potentially a 7 death here. Ramsey's health will just evaporate. The Grave's going to be there. But with the BKB activated, there's going to be no banishment over to the right side. The squishy heroes all get blown up. And they were the ones that used the buyback prior. Watson cleaves them. It's the rain of the glaives, the eclipse as well. And that's probably just game.
All you need to do is rally around your strongest hero, and by far, that is Watson in this game. Pure, he's going to try and get away, but those bouncing glaives.
Catching up to him. Just going to go for the throne.
Why not?
No glyph, T4 towers, and of course, there are no 2 heroes without a buyback.
Look at those glaives.
GG.
Okay, there we go. Third time's the charm.
But we'll get a 1-1 for our first series of the night. Tundra looked very good in game 1 and also to start our second game, but they just were not able to utilize that advantage.
They were not indeed, and really, I'm surprised at how kind of felt like this one slipped out of Tundra's grasp, right? Like they still had a very, very healthy win probability, even when they were behind in net worth, but they just weren't able to get enough objectives out of that Aegis timing. They weren't able to hit that early BKB enough that you just didn't care about the Underlord. You know, I feel like Whitemon did a pretty decent job of playing around the demonic cleanse, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't able to, you know, quickly enough be able to secure them the W and, more importantly, get onto the backlines. I feel like Fishman copped a lot of abuse for his performance last game. This time around, though, he was on point.
Yes, he was. And what are some key takeaways in regards if we look at the draft and maybe the ideas that both teams came into in this series as a whole? There's some things that maybe you want to see them put on the back burner, or some things that you want to see prioritized a little bit more with Tundra and Cloud9?
Not necessarily prioritized more. I just want to commend Cloud9 on specifically the Underlord pick and its itemization again, right? Like you've got the Crimson Guard that you look to go for, you've got the Lotus Orb against all of this physical damage and against all of this single target that they were really looking to focus on. And that's always going to be the danger, right? Of whenever you've got this one method of damage style, whether it be all physical or magic or single target, you just look to try and counter that in the most effective way. And I feel like that's what C9 did really effectively with a lot of their items.
All right, well, let's see what the panel have to say, because they were very much favoring the draft from Tundra in the end, not to be. Cloud9 able to get this second game victory means we get a 1-1 tie. So let's see what they have to say to break down our second game.
Thank you both so much, Aries and Dano. That's the fun of a best of 2, is these adjustments are made, and you kind of left wanting a little bit more of if there was a game 3, what would have happened. But a phenomenal bounce back for Cloud9 here, because when you were right, the lane still did favor Tundra. It was fantastic for them, but all of a sudden it really just flips around and it changes, and now we're like, okay, Cloud9 are just this unstoppable force.
Yeah, I just really didn't like that they actually went into the Dazzle, because their whole job kind of lacks a lot of team fight, right? We were suggesting that they move the sniper mid and maybe pick something like a Snapfire that could actually give them some actual team fight. So they did well in the lane, but the Monkey King kind of like rotated around. He played really well on the side lanes, comboing with the Tinker TPing and the Underlord TPing to join the fights. They got a lot of like pickoffs, and I felt like that kind of, you know, gave Cloud9 a way back into the game, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering, where was this Cloud9 game 1? Like, did the game just have to be hard for them to like really step it up and just start playing as a group and finding things? Because they had a similar type of strategy with the Tinker here. They have the Underlord, they have like a bunch of auras running. It's just in the game number 1, they just couldn't find that opening to group up and actually use those abilities. In game number 2 here, they finally find the opportunity to group up, use this Tinker, sit behind the Underlord, and actually take these team fights. I
don't know if this is, you know, it's like coach, like influence, or if it's the team, but it just felt they were on the same page about what their draft wanted to do in this game number 2. Because game 1, we said, sure, it was similar, but it didn't feel like they really understood that as 5 players. But in game number 2 here, they knew that. They were just waiting until that Luna just had a little bit more farm, felt a little bit more confident, and they were like, okay, let's just run at it, let's take a team fight, see how it goes. Was successful, let's just keep doing it over and over again.
Yeah, this is an interesting approach to the problem that they encountered in the first game. They picked a map strategy. They picked a global strat, essentially. Like, I would consider Bane and Monkey King to be global heroes somewhat, because Monkey King is on the trees and scouting, especially with the facet that he has, where he can just jump along the trees very quickly. Bane is like always setting up, and Fishman, even though he was countered in this game, I genuinely like the pick because I just know if a Bane player says, give me Bane, like this guy is going to be annoying. He's going to be setting up. We saw him feed for the Wisdom Rune, but it required a rotation. And the thing is, like, if you're playing a hero like Bane or Enchantress, which by the way are both Fishman classics for a reason, if you're playing these heroes, then being annoying and on the enemy side and like feeding for Wisdom Runes is absolutely what you want to do. If you're like a Skywrath mage doing that, you're an idiot. But on these other heroes, like you're a space creator.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what he does, right? Like, game he lost, he's like 1-11. Game he wins, you know, he's 1-9. It's not, he's going to be up in your face, baiting you and making sure that he's taking all the attention away from his team. And I think players like Watson really enjoy that. As a carry player, I enjoy that when my POS 5 is giving me information. I'm not getting ganked if they're TPing to their side of the map to kill my POS 5, right?
I do think the other thing that was very different to game number 1 for Cloud9, in order for them to find success here for game number 2, is that tower taker. We were worried about it in game number 1 of who's actually going to be able to push, and whilst they had a small power spike, not as big as it could have been in game 1, they really hit it in game 2, and then with the Luna, you're just able to push. You're just able to shove all the way in, and we even saw they just went straight for those tier 3s because they're like, we know with Luna and these death timers, we could just end.
It's more straightforward in the second game because first game you have Lash where he needed people to go to him, but this game he's on Monkey King or no one, so he was kind of like, I feel like the instrumental person that's leading a lot of the moves. He's like telling the supports to follow him. I'm coming here to gank, I want to play here. Either the Bane or the Underlord is going to connect and he's setting up kills, you know. And with the Lash, I feel like they kind of lack the cohesion to play around one core, you know, because you always have to play around one core if you're the supports. And in the first game, I just felt like they didn't know who to follow. And this game was very clear. We followed the Monkey, we have an Underlord to connect, we have a Tinker to TP in, and the Luna is going to come in if we need the Luna.
Yeah, the map stuff was definitely really obvious. He was kind of low net worth for the earlier part of the game because of this.
Yes.
But the thing is, when you have Luna who's farming, you're fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you're just going to get the Gleipnir, right? And then you have a purpose. You just have to have catch.
One item.
I mean, it's a really good item for a reason. Like, it's not very expensive either. Even though he had an atrocious laning stage, he was like the lowest net worth. He's behind his POS 4 after laning stage, right?
But Katomi was very farmed in that game, to be fair.
Yeah, sure. But like, you just need to get that one item. You can set up all the kills. Your Luna can get there as well. So just this Gleipnir catch and just being across the map.
Going back to like what we said in the draft, where no one, he's very valuable in the draft because he doesn't really care about his matchup. You can always pick his hero. He's in a bad matchup, but he figures a way to play the game.
Yeah. Well, I like that you talked about the laning phase a little bit there, because despite, you know, it not being consistent, right now it is 1-1 between Cloud9 and Tundra. Both games, Tundra had a fantastic early game, and so for us to break it down, it's going to be Purge. Give us some more of that Tundra early game.
Tundra did super good in the laning stage, and I just wanted to highlight some of the things they did to set that up. They had the great hero matchups. We're talking about the draft. They had better lane-to-lane matchups. Their cores were just ahead, and when you have that advantage, what you need to do is you need to follow where the heroes are, because they're not going to stay in the lane. They don't do a good job there. So what you need to do is you need to set up vision behind the tower like this one, and you need to follow and play where those heroes are going to be. Here's a easy kill that Soxa got. His allies are pushing the tower. He knows he doesn't need to be there. He just happens to find Watson because he knows Watson's going to be in about this area, and the fact that he got him was great. So the spot that you need to play then, if we take a look at the minimap here, here's the tier 1 tower. This is where your allies are crushing the map. What you need to do instead, oops, sorry, my bad, is you need to go play in this area and this area. These are like the areas that the carries might be instead. So if you control vision and play in these spots, it's going to give your team a really nice advantage. So here's his core and his support, pressuring the tower. Soxa is going to be nearby just in case they end up trying to defend it. They're not going to. And then what they do afterwards is that they then head into the other area of the jungle and prep for the mid lane. And they find Fishman from long range. This is one of the nice things about Sniper 4 right now. Great range for his damage and his slows. This allows them to do the slowest rundown on Fishman and score this kill. And the moment they started on Fishman, Pure started walking over on the Dragon Knight. Now he's just here for this really strong push with all the heroes. They end up getting this tower, and Whitemon does a great job zoning out the Monkey King, saying, okay, there's no way you guys are even going to be able to contest this tower. So they get this tower for free. And what do they do afterwards? They again are going to invade the map. Let's briefly look at it again. Now that this tower is dead here, what they're going to do instead is go control this area, because that means now DM up here on this spot, if he farms this camp, he has to go all the way over here, and afterwards there's nowhere else safe for him to go. go. So this invade is not only going to help them take the stacks, but also guarantee that the enemies don't have any space to farm. So they go put wards, they possibly dive DM. It doesn't quite work out, but that's okay. Ward behind the tower. Then they work on taking the stacks. So it was just a really great series of moves here by Tundra to compound on their early game advantage. It's a shame it didn't translate after that, but excellent early game by Tundra.
I mean, they were consistently trying to do this. Thank you so much, Pudge, for that. All of these movements, just exactly how you start down at this bottom part, and then you go all the way over to their off lane there when you're on the side of Dire. But the one moment that really changed, and I kind of want you to talk more about it, Winter, was where we saw the sniper and the Slaughter try and reset and do the same thing again of finding Watson and killing him, and how different it was the second time around.
Yeah, I think this is, people just not used to the new Luna, where people max beam now on Luna, where you just see Luna, this hero doesn't have any way of fighting back. They went on her, they thought it was a free kill, and she just killed both of them, and that started the comeback for C9. They started to get some momentum back. Part of the map was reclaimed after the 2 kills on the bottom area, and they slowly clawed their way back into the game. After that, they had to push out the bot lane, and the Underlord with the global TPs, with the Monkey King ganking, started to come into fruition.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is actually kind of a good argument for, the auras versus not auras again, because, you do everything right, I feel like, and it's still hard once you lose that one fight, right? Because you are very single target heavy. You have these Slardar heroes. Even Sniper isn't really building auras this game. He went for Blink Dagger, Wraith Bands.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Which is an interesting build, right?
He had a Hurricane Pike queued up as well too.
Yeah, so
really,
he's like, we got to go late to win this.
They're full on and we're not going to buy these auras. On the other side, Underlord's buying the auras. You're protecting it with a Tinker as well, and all you need is kind of like a lot of teams are going for these aura strategies, just because if you make a mistake with a non-aura strategy, it's very punishing.
Yeah, you have to play perfect.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think C9 having the Luna, like you guys mentioned, really helps.
Yeah.
Grouping up and actually having a hero to push makes it a lot easier to execute. But they also were jumping the SD in every fight. The way that they played the fights in this game versus in the first game, it just looked like night and day. And you kill the SD, that purge is gone. All of a sudden, they have to pick up a nullifier on the DK, which feels a little weird because you're buying a nullifier when you already have an SD.
You want to crit instead,
which is doing the same thing. It feels pretty bad. He could have bought something a little more effective if the SD wasn't getting focused so much.
Yeah. Well, we're going to wrap that one up. The best of 2 between Cloud9 and Tundra, all done and dusted. You will see those 2 teams play again later today, not against each other, against the rest of the group. So that's going to be happening on the B and C streams respectively. But here on our main stream, we do have another best of 2 coming up. It's between BB Team and Falcons. But before we jump into it and talk about it, let's actually see Ted, who was able to catch up with Malrine before TI started.
Hello, I am here with Malrine from Team Falcons. Malrine, first of all, how are you doing?
Hello guys, I'm still alive. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm good.
Cool. This is, the rest of your team have been to TI before, but this is your first international. Is that right?
It is.
And are you happy to be here, or does it feel like in this whole long season of tournaments, this is just another tournament?
I mean, obviously, I appreciate that I'm being here.
Yeah, I mean, you've had an amazing year. The list of tournaments that you finished, you either won or finished top 3. Did you expect to have this much success this early on in Dota?
Yeah, my expectations usually something around the ground. I could place my team in the worst team in the tournament. And I don't want to expect anything to then disappoint me, So it's just pointless to do this.
So you actually made it to 15,000 MMR in August. Most people do that I know of by just spamming a few heroes over and over and over again. How many heroes did you use? Did you just pick all kinds of heroes? Were you focused on just a few key heroes? And what were the most important ones to you in getting to 15k MMR?
I mean, I used to think a lot about the heroes I won't, not abuse, but I'm collecting MMR easily. It's probably was a couple of heroes like Huskar, obviously, some Pango, Sand King, but then I got 15k when I was in the Serbian bootcamp, and it kind of happens randomly. I was not even thinking because my brain was already activated to the bootcamp. I was just tryharding and playing for my own growing, and it just happens.
So, you said that reuniting with Amar for Falcons was one of the best feelings you've had in your professional life. What is it about playing on a team with Amara that you enjoy so much?
We're just in the same connection. We're the same, probably like almost the same age, and we're just having connection between each other, and we're making fun. A lot of things that we're laughing at, and our teammates is not understanding these jokes, and I mean, we're just like a friends, you know, outside the Dota, and just actually makes our let's say duo is good.
And when you're playing, I know that you guys love to all chat. And would you say that the person who started doing that the most, was that you or was that Amar? Because I can't imagine it was Crit.
I mean, if people ask me who I should blame, I will not I will not say about Amar, but you know, it's Amar. Like.
Do you think it should be in the game, all chat in pro games?
I think it should be, because it's actually making the game fun, and this all chatting and this relationship between the people, it makes actually the series in games more stressful for people, I mean for players, and more excited for
very hype
for viewers.
Yeah.
You're doing this for the fans.
For the fans, nice. So I found an old interview that you did. Actually, it wasn't that old. It was in Russian, so I couldn't understand too much of it. But is it true that you grew up on a farm?
Let's say little farm. We just had our personal cow. Like, it's not like, you know, 100 and we're looking for them all. Just at some point we have 2 cows, then we have 1 cow and some chickens. It's like little farm that we was growing up on this.
Did you get good internet out in the countryside?
I was coming to my sister after school and just playing the Dota, because at this time I just had no internet at my house.
So
I mean, I was fixing these problems somehow, but last like 3 years, internet was actually good, because I mean the age is now, it's hard to have no internet anywhere.
Okay, that's cool. I always wonder, someone like you you've been good at Dota for so long, and you've obviously been playing solo queue Dota. When you suddenly make the switch to being a professional player,
probably when I was something around 15 or 16 age, when the time actually like running out, and I need to decide what I actually gonna do in my life, because there is a choice in university or potential being professional player. And as I saw, and I even had conversation with my parents that I actually I choose my way and I want to try it, and at some point they trusted me.
Can I get your opinion on the other 3 teams in your group? If you've played against them, your thoughts about how strong they are, and so on, okay? So let's start with BetBoom.
I'm just confident in playing against BetBoom, and we will see how it goes, but probably BetBoom should be the most strongest team in our group.
What about Nouns?
In my eyes, Nouns is looking like a G, because they sometimes breaking the wall and getting some actually unbeatable winning, against some strong teams, opponents. But at the same point, they're just starting playing the bad. I don't know.
And what about Team Zero?
I have no clue about this.
You haven't a clue? Okay, fair enough. Are you confident going into the group stages?
I don't feel any pressure to playing from just the room. The confidence might, not gone, but a bit low is gonna be if we qualify to playoff, and then we're gonna play at crowd, and then we can see.
Okay, Maureen, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. And best of luck in the tournament.
Okay, thank you.
A very insightful interview there between Ted and Mallory. We got a little bit of his backstory as well before he popped up into the Tier 1 scene, the first time that he's playing at a TI for himself too, and also some of his thoughts about the group, the teams in the group. And he said, I have no idea about Team Zero. Well, yesterday, they learned a lot. Let me put it that way. They must have learned a lot coming up against Team Zero. But also the respect they had for Nouns. Yesterday, Falcons, they went 2-2. It was 1-1 in the 2 series that they played. And Malrine also talked about that he's most confident against BB Team. And that's good for this series for them. And if you're a Falcons fan, because they want to be sitting at the top of that group. You want to be able to choose your opponent going into playoffs, and maybe are they going to have the confidence even after the shaky results yesterday, Jenkins, of a team they faced time and time again consistently through the year?
I think so, probably.
Well, none of us are really sure.
I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly sure. I think.
Say it with some confidence, some conviction.
I'm certain they're going to beat BB Team today. I'm absolutely certain.
Why is that, Jenkins?
Because if we go and look at the win rates of BB Team versus their top opponents here, these are the top 5 teams that they played against this year. As you can see, actually looks pretty good against some very strong teams other than Falcons in Liquid. And Falcons is their absolute worst matchup, and also the team they've played the most. So they consistently lose to Team Falcons. And if we look at the other side, Team Falcons, their opponents, their top 5 opponents, if we can bring computer, spin that up here. Yep.
It's just loading.
We can see that also there's some, tougher matchup in Team Spirit. There's closer matchups like Team Liquid. Did do very well against Tundra. Maybe that's a different roster. But BB Team here, their most played and their absolute best matchup. So BB Team is kind of up against as a David and Goliath sort of scenario. But we have seen both of these teams, do poorly in group stage and then come back for the playoffs and things like that. So it really depends on who's hot and who's cold on what day.
That does that up to 100% as well. I checked the maths on the percentages of BB Team against Falcons. Yeah. Just making sure the computer was correct,
Right, because, the systems, and you get all the systems in check.
You never really know. Who do you think, though, is coming in stronger here? Because both of them had upsets. Both of them had games and series that they shouldn't have really lost in our eyes, considering how favorite they are. But Falcons losing the 1 game to Team Zero. On the other side, BB Team losing 2-0 or 0-2 to Team Zero. So I know that says a lot more for them, but now I wonder, where's your confidence coming into a day 2 of groups, where seeding really matters for your playoffs matchups?
I mean, it's definitely bad, for BBT after losing to Team Zero, and you are now up against an opponent where you kind of have a very bad matchup, which I feel like, because BBT, they are very good in the early game, but they're not so good in the mid-late game. They make a lot of mistakes there, and Falcons are kind of one of the few teams that can match them in the early game, but play a lot better than them in the mid-late game. That's why they're having a hard time beating them. And then in the games that they win, they usually have to steamroll their opponents so hard in the early game to win. And right now, against Falcons, it's a very, very difficult task for them to do.
You guys don't feel the Falcons are struggling mid to late game as well? Because the game that they lost against Zero, they had the net worth lead for most of it. It wasn't a massive one like 10 or 12K. It was sub 10K lead they had. But they had it pretty consistently up until the end, where Team Zero were able to team wipe them, push, team wipe them again, and then just win. So now I wonder, is that where Falcons are faltering? Could there be a way back in for BB Team during that mid to late?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the same old BB Team we've seen all year long, right? But this might be
player-wise, it is.
This
which
might
is
be
good.
Yeah, this might be a different Falcons though, right?
Yeah.
Like, this isn't the same dominant Falcons. Sure, BB Team's win rate isn't good versus Falcons, but nobody's win rate is really good versus Falcons this year, right? Because they did so well for the first, 75% of the year. Now it's a situation where Falcons, yeah, they're good. They're still one of the top teams right now, but they're faltering a little bit right now. So that's good news for BB Team, of course, going into this one. And for Falcons as well, I don't know. I feel like some of these hero picks that would work in the past that I feel like should never work, they're finally not working. Like Skeeter, he's playing Wraith King, right? And he's finally losing with it because this hero is incredibly bad. And I feel like that's how it should be. They're feeling a little bit
incredibly bad, not just bad, incredibly bad.
I like it. I mean, you're right. I think, so Aoi said in an interview that, so I think he was asked, do you guys feel like you have a target on your back? That's always the question when you talk about the most dominant team. And he said, not really, in the sense that teams are not specifically learning, how does Falcons do this? How do they do that? How are we going to counter it? It's more like they're the strong team, so they define the meta, and then all of a sudden everybody's learning how to play position 5 Mirana. Everybody's learning how to play Naga Siren, for example. And so even though people are not actively trying to counter Falcons, they're learning about Falcons heroes because they're meta, and then if you know the heroes, you know how to counter them. So I think that does not help Falcons, that they've set so much of the meta that now everybody plays their heroes as meta heroes.
I mean, the other problem is you're winning so much, so you kind of have the confidence to play whatever you want, like the Wraith King, So that creates another problem.
I see that side too, yeah.
So you then have to filter it through the group stages like this, and you try to figure out, okay, we're in over our heads. This is not going to work. We have to try something else.
That is a benefit, I think, to the format of this group stage is how heavily it is for seeding rather than elimination or upper or lower, because you get your seeding, then we'll play a best of 3, and that is what will ultimately determine who goes into that playoffs stage in the upper and lower. and you get to have fun. I think this is the thing. You get to see
Too much fun.
I was gonna say you get to see if the extremely bad Wraith King is gonna work out for you. You realize it's not going to, and you get to go back to the drawing board. But you're allowed that little bit of time to, I'm gonna say, have fun. And for
some coaches will tell you need to unleash your players. You need to let them have fun once in a while.
100%. I mean, we just ran into Moon as well, and he was saying the game one for Thunder in that best of 2 was him letting his players have fun. He really wanted them to feel what they were playing, and they had a fantastic game.
He said, quote, it was funny to throw a bunch of buffs on one guy and then see him whirlwind around and kill everybody. And he's like, oh, I got pure, so he's a clutch player.
We have pure Dota.
Yeah, we're like, what if he dies? Like, oh, then we lose, but we got pure. It's like, okay, fair enough, dude. Cool.
It's a learning curve for everyone involved, including the team. But we're moving on. The Falcons BB team series here. Game number 1, seeing what's going to come out in our draft. Pretty standard, I'd say here. You got 4 supports being panned out: Naga, Shadow Demon, Omni, Enchantress. And then on the side of BB team, they're taking out Timber, Doom.
Timber is back. He got ignored last game.
He did. He really did in that last series. No one was really looking too much at him.
Oh, okay. No. They banned Centaur and they picked Wind Ranger. Oh no.
Yeah, this hero is really strong right now. I don't really have like the answer to it. Like maybe Shadow Demon's one of the better heroes against it because you can just purge them and then yeah, you can now it's somewhat killable. But I think right now it's just the fact that Wind Ranger's damage output with Whirlwind Facet is absolutely insane. On top of the fact her laning is also incredibly strong. I can't think of a single hero and be like, yep, that counters Wind Ranger in the laning state. No, it's kind of like the opposite.
You know
Wind Ranger counters everything.
I can tell you the counter, actually. The counter is telling your pause 4 to pick Wind Ranger, so their carry can't be Wind Ranger.
But they're not first pick.
Yeah, that is an issue.
Kunkka is I feel like a reasonable solution in the early game to catch him, because sometimes you run into the problem where you can't kill her because she's very mobile with the Wind Run, and X-Monk is a good way of catching and killing her. And
yeah, theoretically.
Yeah, in the team fights you can kind of also mitigate some of the damage with your ghost ship and everything else.
That just makes me think that for your supports, you want 2 supports that have that lockdown in their toolkit, right? And then you want cores that will also naturally build into things that will root or stun or lock down as well. Yeah. So now I wonder, what are the priorities for the 4 and 5s on the side of Falcons to maybe try and shut down this Wind Ranger? Do you go too heavily on focusing her and then you forget about other things that could come up?
I know a really good pos 5 against Wind Ranger.
Would love to hear it.
Tuskar?
Okay, and I'll tell you now. It's actually Bane. Bane is really good for Wind Ranger, unironically.
Yeah.
Like, you have multiple ways, even if you want to buy Lincolns, to just pop that.
From really long range.
And then Wind Ranger just wants to run in there with BKB and kill everyone. And
you need to pick him later. You kind of have to see more heroes before you pick him, because he can
counter. Not if you're Fishman.
Yeah.
Well, he's not on either of these rosters, so...
I feel like Snake King is also a Bane enjoyer. Maybe not on the level of...
I don't think so.
Bane is not farming. You can't clear creeps. Snake King loves pushing out lanes.
Yes, you can. Get the shard.
No, I mean, the thing is, yeah, Snake King likes playing these supports that get farm. If he's playing a hero that just, like, feeds...
They're not going to pick Bane. Let's just ignore them.
Yeah, I know they won't, but that hero is good for Wind Ranger.
We're just putting it out there for the future. Anyone who comes up against a Wind Ranger in their pub and is a 5 or a 4,
yeah, the sleep is annoying. Like,
I feel like
single target lockdown.
I feel like Mirana is a likely hero to come out, even if it's... I mean, it can play in many roles, but Kunkka X into Mirana Arrow, very strong. Pairs really nicely against the Windrunner. Another thing that I realized with the Kunkka versus Windrunner is it's kind of like a pseudo Centaur, where you don't have the return damage, but you're going to buy a Blade Mail on the Kunkka, and he has so much damage reduction that kind of like equates to the same damage returned to the Windrunner. You know, you walk in and she whirlwinds and you have like the Kunkka run buff for the entire
because the thing with Wind Ranger is you need to survive her BKB. If she runs in, she BKBs, your heroes don't die, then she's gonna die later. So you have to figure out how to assemble a draft that can survive the initial onslaught of the...
Oh my god, I didn't realize. What is this? Still
That's an interesting opening.
Okay,
I mean, this is all theoretically good versus Wind Ranger, and I want to see it too. I'm very curious to see if there is a counter to this hero, but I'm not sure if there is.
I mean, so basically the 2 heroes here in front says, we're going to come to the team fight, we have Ghost Ship, we have the Sandstorm, and we're going to control that area. Because Wind Ranger wants the BKB Wind Run and go in and do damage. So it could be difficult against this type of heroes.
This is like so Falcon. So just like, we're just going to pick like our Malorine and a Mar hero just first 2.
You know exactly
who cares?
where you're going.
I do think that there's more gotcha picks and supports than we're giving credit for. You know, I also think about Lions having a really weird resurgence for some post-4 players. I know Falcons.
Yeah, the support pool.
Dark Willow being picked up.
It's really deep, honestly.
And then you
a lot of
also
them are
look
viable.
at the fact that 6 supports have already been banned out, and we're still naming more.
And there's still support. Yeah.
And then Undying gets picked up, which we haven't seen yet here on the mainstream.
I mean, that hero's really good versus Kunkka because Kunkka has a very telegraphed setup. He drops the X, he drops the boat, you drop the tombstone, right?
You know where they're going to fight.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a showdown.
And you kind of annoy Kunkka in the lane a lot.
And yes, in the lane is also obviously very good as well. So I think we don't see it. Kunkka's coming back, right? We haven't seen it in a while until this tournament. And if Kunkka comes back, I think we're going to see more Undying. And not even to mention the Undying shard is incredibly good versus Kunkka.
Yep.
You can just like grab ally and save him there. And wow, we talked about the incredibly deep hero pool of the supports of Falcons. And what about this one? This is
the one time they're on mainstream, they just pick up the Hoodwink again. By the way, I really want to reiterate, Crew was playing Lions for on like the B or C stream yesterday.
I saw
and I was like, where is this coming from? And then I know over in Liquid, they're picking up the Dark Willow, and we had this exact conversation yesterday. Would you rather Hoodwink or Dark Willow if you need to have this lockdown?
I think this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, which is they have Kunkka and Sand King, most likely the Kunkka off lane, almost guaranteed because it's Falcons. It's a hero that's not particularly strong, especially against the Undying in the first couple of levels. But with the Hoodwink, like this is a hero that's actually going to get you through level 1 through 3.
Yeah, and it also gives you a lot of bursts to kill DK in the early game. I always like supports that can insta-kill, you know, the DK when he's trying to push an early tower, you come over and you always have a threat to kill him. Wow, that is...
Winter, I got a question for you. What do you think about a coach that is playing other games on his iPad while his team is drafting?
I mean, I would say that he deserves to be kicked out of the team.
You would say that?
Yeah.
What if he's won 2 TIs before?
Then I would keep my mouth shut.
Just a question. Nothing in specific there, but some people are, of course, frauds.
Some people are.
I was wondering how long I had to wait until he bashed out. And I'm surprised you didn't do it when you talked about his interview. You waited until the draft was almost done to bash him.
Yeah. It was on I was on a monologue, so but when I saw him on the screen, I couldn't help it. I just couldn't help it.
It just came out of you. It was just an urge you couldn't fight back. Of course.
But to bring it back a little bit, like this Grimstroke hero is something we don't see a lot, but I will say, Save right now in the competitive scene is the best Grimstroke player. This is a specialty of his. I got caught off guard by this once before as well. It's like, why is there a Grimstroke in the game? Then I watched Save play it, and I was like, okay, this is not like every other
heavily
Grimstroke.
counters Tusker.
Yeah, he's very good on this.
Like what people are doing with Tusker right now with the drinking buddy, they're trying to reposition their teammates and try to make it very hard for you to kill his teammates, and Grimstroke kind of stops you from doing that with the Soulbind. And the silence, of course.
But that does put them in a position where I feel like they have to pick another Blink, kind of like initiate strength type.
They need like
hero.
a Primal Beast hero. Primal Beast is the best hero with
banned.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's going to get
Miro.
banned. This is why Grimstroke isn't super popular, because there's a very narrow set of heroes that you just have to pick with them every single game.
There's no Doom too.
They did do Lycan plus Grimstroke.
Oh yeah.
You throw the swell on the
cheese,
Lycan wolves.
What
it's
else?
really not great outside of that.
Ricky with Grimstroke.
I mean, they already have DK. That's their quote-unquote combo, so that's fine.
So then what are they lacking, do you feel, in those 4?
Just something that he can throw more ink swells on.
It does look like they're picking an offlaner, right? I mean, they usually run GPK on DK mid these days. They're going to run the Wind Ranger carry.
And you mentioned that they always have a Zoo hero on their offlane, like Beastmaster.
They usually do, yeah.
I feel like they could pick something more punishing. Monkey King's in the pool, right?
No?
No, it's not. Okay, that was a good ban by them, I guess, because like this Sand King can get punished mid. I feel like DK just won't punish a Sand King. I'm not sure what else there could be. Like a Shadow Fiend or something could punish it if they want to go that route. I'm just not sure if the DK is just the answer, because I feel like Malloran's just kind of a free game on Sand King.
Maybe Leshrac?
What changes have happened to Tiny in the past few months? Because I remember in...
Crash Landing got nerfed.
That's it.
And
I was going to say, there has to be one.
They removed the bug where you could do damage through BKB. Through magic.
That was good.
I didn't even know that existed.
That was really strong.
I mean, even at the last tournament, we saw Quinn play Sand King versus Tiny, and he was winning that matchup.
Yeah, but I've
Yeah,
also
that's
seen Maureen play Sand King and lose to a Tiny. That's
Yeah, I
what
mean,
I'm
I feel like
implying.
that matchup's just been, it's just different now, and I feel like
I'm not saying it is. I was just curious as to what was a negative to being out Tiny, but you know, the crash landing.
Yeah. That was a big
It's very
factor.
evident.
Okay, this is a Grimstroke combo. Slaughter.
Oh, that's why they banned the troll. Counters the Slardar.
Yep.
Can't get the bashes off in lane. There's still pretty decent answers to Slardar, I feel like. A lot of ranged carries don't care that much against the Slardar, but Slardar Grim is a different story.
Gyrocopter.
Gyro's really good. Yeah, Terrorblade, maybe you might die to the Inkswell.
No, yeah, I don't think you want to pick TB into Grimstroke. And it's like, you'd be surprised as well, like, you think you're good for Slardar, but you're actually not until later in the game. The lane is still hard. Gyro,
Yeah, because the crush is magic damage.
the Gyro is just like just an easy lane. Obviously Naga would be okay, but that's banned, so you can't pick that. Troll's banned.
So it's
I mean, how about Medusa?
It's Skeeter, like just
How
pick
about
your
Medusa?
Gyrocopter
Is
or
Medusa
Wraith
okay?
King.
Oh God. How does, if there's a gyro in the game, and you're Windrunner, do you go Focus Fire?
I don't think you ever go Focus Fire.
I mean, with
anymore.
Slaughter, actually, it's
It's just
I don't know
I think
about
the
that.
like the.
I mean, you have
farming
corrosive haze
capability's
with
too
Focus
good.
Fire.
He is a Focus Fire hater. You were a Whirlwind hater right at the start.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I swear,
Change
24
your
hours ago, he was like,
The thing is, like,
one.
I can use my eyes and identify.
Congratulations,
Good.
Pio.
Yeah, I just hadn't
You
seen
can't
it
use your eyes. You complain all the time about not being able to see the screens. But I get it. New information was presented. But
if I go close enough, I can see them.
right.
Yeah, it's a
Bigger
distance
screens.
thing.
I don't think Focus Fire is like absolutely terrible. But I agree. The Whirlwind is pretty insane. It is Skeeter, so like there's not much.
I mean, he does Mirana. I'm not saying it's gonna be Mirana. I'm just saying, like, I think the pool is a little bit deeper. See, Luna, so close. Both Mount Riders.
They're sisters.
I don't like that as
I
much.
don't feel good about this pick.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like,
no.
it's volatile. Very, very volatile against Slardar. Like, if Slardar gets on top of you, yeah, sure, you're not that... You don't have that much range on Luna, right? It's not like you're going to harass him down. So I don't think it's like a surefire win of just winning this lane. And then, of course, save. He can make a copy of this Luna. And it's
Wait,
very,
how
very
does
strong.
the spinning glaives work with tag team? Does each one of them, when it hits, proc the tag team?
Unknown.
Shouldn't.
Not sure.
I'm not sure.
I don't think it should proc the tag team.
Well, it's Dota, so
You
should
never
and
really
shouldn't
know.
doesn't really matter in this case.
Don't worry, no one's getting tag team. Everybody's going drinking buddies.
Okay.
Don't worry.
You don't have to worry about that one.
10
We did just see a Luna kind of, 1v2 in the
5
Tundra
seconds remaining.
Cloud9 game that we saw. This is very different. Okay, I'm not saying it's exact the same. I'm just saying there's legs to it. There might be something to it. But Winter, you still, despite having all of that knowledge, don't really want to go for Falcon's line up here.
No, I think it's a lot easier for BBT to play this game. And Luna's also up against Grimstroke, Grimstroke can make a copy of you, which is also going to be a problem, like late game. And I feel like this Luna has a lot of problems in this game, not just the late game. Early game is also going to be
You don't
a
even
problem.
believe in the 5-man ball up, run at you strategy that
I believe in that.
you do?
I'm all for the Kunkka Sand King.
You're running into an undying problem. Trust me.
I believe in the overwhelming damage that comes from SK. I think this hero's like Bloodstone Ags build late game is borderline unbeatable, which is why he's the highest rated offlaner and mid right now in pro level pubs. I get pubs are different, but the damage is insane, and I think they've drafted in a way to make it work in competitive. They have Kunkka Sand King survive the BKB from the Windrunner, like you said, and then after that, the Sand King's going to do enough damage to wipe the floor with them if they can get there, and I'm confident in Falcons that they can.
You're saying an almost unbeatable Sand King, but at the start of this, you said, I don't know what beats Wind Ranger. So right now, I feel like I got two unbeatable things on different sides here. We'll see exactly who has the answers, who's able to take game number one as we jump on into it with Aries and Danog.
Thank you, Nat. All right, Denok here. We heard what the panel had to say. A couple unbeatable things, one for Falcons and one for BB Team. How do you feel about this? Who do you think actually has the most unbeatable hero and lineup to be able to get the advantage in this game one?
I mean, I'm just a big fan of the crit Hoodwink, to be honest. I think that goes a long way towards getting the victory. And we saw the stats in terms of team v team matchups. What was it, a 78% win rate that Falcons has over BB Team? That's pretty devastating to have to come back from that sort of a deficit. Over time, there are just teams that have each other's number all the way back in like TI3 days, even when Alliance were having like their dominant period, Fnatic seemed to be able to get the W against them, and it really feels like Falcons are kind of that way towards BB Team.
Yeah, it's crazy because you take a look. I mean, they haven't lost this series. They've only tied in 2 best-of-2s. That's it. So besides that, we've seen a Dream League Grand Final where they 3-0'd, and we saw the ESL 1 Birmingham Grand Finals where Falcon 3-0'd BB Team. So this has to be, and eventually there's going to be that mental block there, and maybe at least again this is group stages, so maybe this is where BB Team can find that victory over Falcons. At least again, it's only been ties so far, but maybe this time it could be the first 2-0.
Can we also just add to the level of spice as well that, remember, these 2 teams are, hold on, team fight maybe. These 2 teams are 2-2 because of Team Zero's performance in their group, right? Team Zero are 3-1, I believe. I don't think they've played their next matchup yet. They've got Nouns at the end of the day. So this becomes really important because you kind of want to be facing one of those bottom 2 teams in one of the other groups, right? Like, if it's a 1-1, you're going to a tiebreaker for sure. You want a clean 2-0 sweep.
See if they're going to be able to get that 2-0 sweep, or if tiebreakers will be forced out here from either side. Jenkins was speaking a lot about the Sand King in particular, with the damage output that this hero can get to the late game. How do you feel like teams and I guess other heroes are able to address him to stop the Sand King from getting there? What are kind of some of your favorite ways to address this hero?
Well, they were mentioning a bunch of different possibilities in the draft on the panel, which I agreed with, right? Like, just bully him from afar, make sure that he doesn't get off to that good start, because late game Sand King is just an absolute menace. You can't let him get to that stage. So really just I want to see a bunch of early-ish rotations. They've got a pretty decent hero in the Grimstroke to enable that sort of thing, like stuns on stuns on stuns. Not the tankiest hero to be able to begin with, but if you give him some time, he can certainly get out of control.
And what are one of the side lanes that you have your eyes on currently? Is there one you feel like there's going to be a lot of action? I mean, I know the panel was speaking about top being maybe a little bit frustrating for the Conquer, but the Hoodwink could offset that, being a strong laner. And then bottom, of course, Slardar Grimstroke. They instantly said that this is a great combo between the 2.
Yeah, I'd say the bottom lane is probably where there's going to be a little bit more action happening, just because of like early-ish timings on a bunch of stuff, right? Like, you see the Tusk, even when he hits to like level 3, you can make so much action happen, especially when, considering we talked about the Luna last game, right? In what you're able to do with more points in the Lucent Beam, it just means that there's going to be a whole lot more harass going on.
Well, what has kind of changed as well with the drinking buddies? Because I know the tag team was still a facet that a lot of Tuts were going for, but over the past month or maybe even a little bit longer, we have seen that change.
I think it's just like that little bit of extra movement, right? Over the past couple of days, we've seen like people moved out of the way of like Mirana arrows because of the drinking buddies. It's like a pseudo blink, like a pathway to blink, I guess you could say. Allows you to get into range for the snowball. And when you're going these ranged heroes, especially like your Wind Ranger, your Mirana, even Luna to a lesser extent. I love the panel suggestion of the Gyrocopter as well. Drinking buddies is OP. Like, you max that out plus 95 damage that you're able to get, which is just nuts.
Let's see if that's going to be able to come into play for Skeeter. He can find the damage that they need for them to get over the finish line. Pretty good start overall. We are seeing mid lane GPK is honestly demolishing Melrine. I mean, 29 compared to the 12-1, so I think maybe it was Fear that brought up even the question of if the DK was actually going to be able to do enough to the Sand King. I can't remember if it was him or someone else, but it seems like it's a very good start, and maybe this is a reason why Melrine is forced to start to drag the wave.
Yeah, I think GPK has just been doing a phenomenal job in terms of just outplaying. This is just getting tons of denies, tons of last hits, using the stun to perfection, and yeah, securing a very nice start for him and his team.
And you're going to be...
Mars doing a good job of staying far away as well. Like, Toronto, Tokyo, I haven't really seen that much harass coming out against this Conquer. Like, the change to having this Admiral's Rum as the innate is just nuts, right? Like, every, 60 seconds, you basically are just taking 20% less damage, which is kind of silly, especially considering like the sort of stuff that you're building up into, right? The phase boots, so you have that extra movement speed plus the run bonus speed as well. It's a lot to have to deal with, and you just need to be so committal. It should be a pretty standard build-up, right? Phase boots, one, maybe another bracer straight into the blade mail, so that, you know, if you do start to consider going on to this conquer, it's going to take a lot of energy and you're going to take a lot of damage going back the other way as a result of it.
Have you been a fan of like the scepter for the Conquer? I think we saw it yesterday in one of the games we covered. I haven't seen if that's been the build on other Conquers.
I'm a fan of it. I think it can be like, you know, 4th, 5th item. Certainly not as much as before when there was the Torrent Storm, as Toronto Tokyo. It's getting gone on a little bit here, but able to drop down the Tombstone for now. I'm seeing more like Octarine Core. Basically just enable yourself to start spamming things out, even just reducing the cooldown of that Admiral's ROM so that you can become just that little bit tankier for yourself.
This is... You got to be so happy though. Again, the fact that you pick the Conquer early on, we see the Undying to try and counter it, but that's where Crit's hero was able to come into play. And maybe this is like a big reason why he went for the tree bounce trick shot as well on the Hoodwink, just to try and help secure the lane, because we have seen the other facet be buffed slightly over time. Where we're seeing it really be a really big assistance for Amar. I mean, 32 and 4.
He's doing a fantastic job as well, and like you said, it allows you to trade really well with the Undying, and you know, with Toronto Tokyo being forced all the way back to base, Crit's just using that tree bounce trick shot onto Saksa whenever Conquer clears out the creep wave. There's some nice little synergy there with the Tidebringer, right? If there's no other creeps for it to be bouncing to, it's only going to be going towards Psyker.
Yeah, what's going on? Is he the pro player with the most name changes? Epileptic Kid? You started off as... Like, well, what is this?
Yeah.
Nightfall, yeah.
Stuff. You know what? Some people are just obsessed with changing their name a lot of the time. I mean, you've even got Yatoro, who's now Radan, right? Which is, what is it, like, something Dota All Night, I think is what it actually stands for.
Opportunity for them to make it go on to him on the mid lane. Fire Strike, it's not going to be able to keep him live. Snaking, nice attempt, but it's not going to matter. GPK will strike first. Cool attempt from Crit to try and drag the wave, but with a double slow, they will catch up to the Hoodwink. So it's going to be another kill for them to find. It does delay the tower push. I mean, the Elder Dragon form is out. He did use it with the Arcane Rune though in GPK, so it's going to be back up in 35 seconds, but at least you will stall the tower from going down.
I feel like that's going to be a really important thing, right? Like, you need to protect your towers. You've got this Wind Ranger that needs to be scaling. I mean, she's doing a fantastic job in the lane, right? But you just need to make sure that you're staying far ahead of this lineup that is going to have, you know, a bunch of these saves, a bunch of these, not necessarily auras, but there is a decent amount of damage reduction and just damage avoidance, I would probably say is the better term for it, as Amar going for a bit of a solo kill here onto Toronto Tokyo.
Should be able to find it. Maybe the power shot's though. Okay. Toronto Tokyo again though. A trip back to base, or maybe even snipe from Skeeter. Is he going to be able to see him? TP out. Oh, he gets him. And now with the Wind Ranger's in some trouble. Yeah, Psyker. Oh, and you got 3 heroes surrounding you. With 10 for the Wind Run away.
He's dead.
Another one. Oh, Snake kicks him. Make it 4. Amar's going to clean up the kill with the Conquer second net worth.
They say, you know what, you can rotate a bunch of people mid, we can rotate a bunch of people top. I think that's just as effective.
The solo kill into save. The use of the epicenter early on, not enough to be able to bring down the Groomstroke. O strikes up if he's going to be able to find his target, but not the case. And now GPK can continue to chase another Breathe Fire. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough. Might wait for the Dragon Tail. It's back up and available, but Melring just survives.
Wasn't expecting that. A couple of heroes up top, able to take out Amar. Just a good shackle, I think. Okay. All right, evening things out a little bit. The bounce back team.
The bounce back team.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've got plenty. I've done my research.
All right. I have to hear a couple more. Can you say the bounce back team though? You're putting the T first? I don't know.
It's fine.
It's fine? Okay. Some others hopefully come out. You know, if they have a good game, maybe you got some if they have a bad game as well.
They can bounce back, exactly. It's very versatile.
Moment, no worry about potentially needing to bounce back. They're the ones playing from ahead. Nero might be in some danger. Of course, we see the beams maxed out. The Eclipse will be required to get the kill. They do save. The tower, you've also the TP. TP is going to be cancelled. But we've been Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, I'm scared. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you got the reinforcements, but it potentially just gives more kills to Skeeter. Like, where are you running? Shots back up. It's going to be triple kill. I mean, we saw this last game. It wasn't 3 kills that the Luna got, but you got to respect the damage from this hero early.
They weren't tuning into the A stream. That is their big blunder team coming through there for that extra movement through. I mean, you just see the damage output that's available on top of the Lucent Beam. It was the right idea, but yeah, Miro, I was wondering why he wasn't popping that healing salve as he was looking to try and go in for that sort of play. Speaking of,
very close.
I was able to catch him out there. You just see like all of this damage starting to come through. Snaking using the drinking buddies, giving plus 70 damage over to this Luna. Have to consider, like, you know how quickly games can end when you've got a Luna on your team, right? As maybe able to catch GPK.
See if they're gonna have the damage. Melreen will be in with the epicenter. Skeeter's gonna be here as well. So with GPK, 1700 health they have to go through. But the Dragon Knight, I mean, he destroyed Melreen in the lane, but this Sand King has done a great job. He's got 86 last hits. The start was looking so poor. I'll hold that because bottom lane, it does look like 3 heroes. BB team are going to be able to at least find Snaking, but that is not the valuable kill they were wanting, and Snake will make him work for it. Oh, I think, no way. Are you serious?
Easy. That's why people are going drinking buddies. You can't do that shit with tag team.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So, GPK, again, does so well mid, and then you see he falls behind Melreen, who now has got enough gold for Blink. They're the one that get the tier 1 tower mid first. I mean, Amar did get the deny, so it's kind of traded back and forth, but you would not expect that, especially into the DK matchup. And now they're already starting to move top as well. They've got the catapult wave. You've got Skitter nearby too, so a great start for them. Finally, they'll be able to get Snaking. With Psycho also moving down.
Unless...
he
gets away. There was a creep wave right there. I was thinking, you know, just maybe.
I was going to say, do they need to bring GPK down to help with the tower? Looks like he's going to rotate down nonetheless. Do you defend this if you're Falcons?
Nah. I don't think they necessarily need to. Like, you need that epicenter for a big part of your team fight. Yeah, you've got the boat, yeah, you've got all this sort of stuff. Maybe they'll, like, not TP too many people in, but I feel like it's the sort of thing that you're not wanting to commit too many of your own, just because they're going to be able to rotate to the other side of the map if you do that, right? And I feel like BB team are probably a little bit more greedy at this point, like a little bit more item dependent. You can do so much with Melreen just through his item set, right? His skill set, rather. You can do a lot with just the Eclipse online. You can do a lot with just the boat online. You don't really need these like 5 or 4 different items to be able to get a lot of effectiveness. It's a very different story for BBT.
.2000 lead, 12 minutes in. And we'll probably see the gang squad come out. Melreen with the blink, Creep with the sharpshooter.
Good scan.
Scan will be on the mark from BB team. But a great observe ward to try and use. They're trying to defend their high ground, I should say. And read they're going to be able to get away.
Look like Skitter's going to be able to farm all that much, although they get the jump here onto save. Very important target to be able to take out, and they do so in pretty quick fashion. I wonder how long they're going to stick around, because that Drinking Buddies is available once more. They might just wait for the glyph to be forced out before committing it, though. There we go. This is what I like to see, you know, a lot more aggression. Make sure you're able to get in before a lot of these, like, more defensive items start to come out. Like we've been saying, the BB team is quite greedy with their heroes that they've got here. And so, you know, if you can look to take away a lot of that map presence, if you can look to fight before they've got a lot of their key items, it's going to put you in a really good spot.
Vision early on with that kill is going to be a really important thing for them. I believe they just smoked right next to the double observer. It wasn't?
Oh, the second one maybe, yeah, sorry. The one to the south side caught him.
Looks like they will give them enough time to get away. Snaking. I'm going to try and chase the toss down, but I mean, you see what they're getting across the map there. maybe even thinking about coming through the portal is Crit and Melrin, so there actually might be a potential fight down bottom.
Got a decent amount of vision in this area. They want to make sure that they
can't run to the high ground. Already set up a GPK. Jumps over the top with the Inkspell combination. Melrin getting focused down currently. They should be able to deal with the Sand King. Drinking Buddy gets some distance away. Now with a turn. DK taking a lot of damage. X-Mark, Amar's going to get the finishing blow with the Tidebringer, and back in they go. Psyker's here to try and turn the tides, but the use of the ultimate is a lot of AoE damage, and that's enough. Psyker, that's what they needed with the Wind Ranger getting into the middle. Maelstrom damage tears them apart. Save gets the triple kill out of all the heroes. What was looking like it could have been a bit of a difficult fight for them, running into a choke point. They blinked first, got the initiation before Melrin was able to jump in.
And that tombstone lasted for ages as well. It was a lot of damage being put through from there, and while that fight was happening, Skidder still had 20 seconds left on his TP, so wasn't able to join despite the fact that he had that amp damage rune. It would have been an entirely different story if he was part of that, not just because of the Lunar Blessing aura, but just the pure damage that would have been able to come out from that eclipse.
It's going to be, honestly, not a bad person to get a lot of gold as well from save. Instant Ag Shard picked up. And this is a potential Scepter game without a doubt versus the Lunar as well. So would you like to see him kind of rush it, or do you agree with the Glimmer Cape?
Another smoke caught out by this Observer Ward. So will they be able to set up around the high ground once again? This time around, Skidder's going to be there. Amar's making sure not to make his move towards the jungle and make it a little bit too obvious, and I'm sure that's what he was communicating to the rest of his team. Nice wards that have yet to be dewarded at this point. Skidder would love his level 12 as well, but just not quite there yet. Sets up the banner. Who needs Roshan's banner? Don't look to push in. I mean, I don't hate this push by any means, right? They don't have a glyph. Again, looking to try and take away a lot of the map from the greedier BB team roster.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll get it. Fight to be had. Just the vision game around the mid lane, giving them a lot of information from Falcons. And they have 5 wards currently set up across the map. Now a tier 2 tower to add.
Looks like Amara is pretty hell-bent on going for this Ags rush as well. I was wondering if he would consider going the Crimson Guard, especially considering the heroes that he's up against this game. Just because, you know, Wind Ranger, Slardar feels like it'd be incredibly impactful considering how much strength he's already got just from his innate gain plus the braces. Looking to try and hunt for Miro here, but not able to find him just yet. They're looking to try and get a quick pick off and use that to convert into Roshan. They should be able to take it very quickly, but just dodging out right now. BB team.
Do you agree with these towers going undefended for BB team?
This is what I'm talking about when I was talking about their greed, though, right? Like, they just can't fight into it right now. They've got all of their tools to be able to take effective team fights now on Falcons, but you need these BKBs on BB team to be able to even consider contesting into it. They're very close on all 3 of their cores, probably only about 1,000-ish gold away on each of them, but you know, again, you're still a good amount of time away, so probably not going to be able to do anything for at least the next 3 minutes or so.
So did you just walk into Roshan? Do you feel Falcons? If there's BB team, you have showcased they do not want to take fights, you're just looking towards the pit?
You could potentially do that, or you could just look to get even more aggressive, right? Just force a fight. Say, hey, BB team, if you don't have the capabilities to do so, if you're not defending tier 2 towers, it's for a reason. And, you know, do you want to just go and take Roshan, which might take you, let's say, a minute? If that gives them time to be able to get into these timings where the Aegis isn't actually going to be fully beneficial to you.
Okay.
Right now,
So they are continuing.
hanging out behind GPK, basically acting as that extra little bit of save himself with the, like you mentioned, the Aghanim Shard on the Inkswell.
They get the blink away.
Is in
The
there.
vision. Yeah, they got him. Nighttime vision from Skidder. Going to be able to scout out the Dragon Knight. And the kill they were waiting for is onto a big one. And yeah, they're going to go straight across the map. They've still got these wards. The one behind the tier 2 tower is still up for another 30 seconds. So maybe a kill to be had on to save.
Mallory's got a haste rune as well. They know that Save is hanging around this area. I'm not sure if that's the target that they want, or if they're going to be happy in saying, look, he has the potential to be a big part of their win condition, so let's just take him out while we can. And there's that haste that I was talking about, hunting for more. Maybe just, you know, BB team thinking that they've got a certain amount of time to be able to make the save. Blind stun, not quite.
Then maybe now, unless they want to go through the portal, maybe now they feel like the kills gives them enough of a window to go into Roshan, especially with pushing BB team back into their side of the map. So with how long it might take, you're not going to be able to get that much of an economic advantage by all the farm. I mean, they're even going to use the boat as well to help out a little bit.
With the cannonballs, don't forget.
Yeah, I mean, you see how scared they are at the moment. No one showing the BB team, just a couple of people inside the base and just huddled up together.
You see what they're able to do, right? In that time, you've got now a BKB on Miero, you've got a BKB on Psycho, you're still working on it for GPK. Obviously, that death, he didn't buy up the recipe previously, so used all of that. He lost about 200 gold as a result of it. So it's going to delay it out a little bit further, but they're still feeling confident enough to be able to take the fight, especially with this amp damage rune that Psycho's just been able to claim.
And they did scan the move through the portal, so they're already starting to move to bottom. Currently, Melrine is not with the team. They're going to be forced to jump him, however.
Skitter, they found him.
Pops the smoke. Let's see if they're going to be able to catch up. We'll try and go through, but that's not the case. He needs to stand his ground. But there's the BKB coming into play. The Eclipse completely wasted. And are they going to be in a position where they need to take the team fight? Skeeter, there's nothing he can do to stand his ground off the back of the respawn. Amar's going to try and run to the middle. Melrine's coming through the portal as well. Gets the Burrow Strike onto 2. It's a lot of damage onto Psycho with the Wind Ranger. Tries to get it over to the right side. Psycho is able to reposition. They'll keep him alive momentarily. And now Melrine and Amar, they are stuck inside the middle. It's another team fight with a Tombstone going the max duration. Crit is about to respawn. Amar standing strong. GPK looking to try and jump over the top. Amar's going to solo kill Toronto Tokyo down, but as he got the damage by himself, Toronto Tokyo steps into the tree line. Amar, I mean, he's making
the cleave
for a man. This dude is so hard to kill, but he might even get Miero as well. The torrent, it's just shy. Miero steps away to the right side. They scouted out Melrine inside the lane, but GPK just off the mark with the blink, and a very messy team fight, but it does look like it's going to go the way of BB team, even though Falcons had the Aegis advantage.
This is what I'm talking about, right, though? Like, just that amount of time where you're not pushing your advantage, when you know that they can't fight. A BKB on Miero completely turned that around. You know, if he's not there, you don't have the damage to be able to take out Skitter twice. You don't have the damage to be able to even kill the Kunkka at the very end. You saw how tanky that Amar was throughout all of that, so you know, again, it just comes down to that decision of what was actually worthwhile. Is it worth spending that amount of time, even dropping the boat, to be able to take Roshan quickly if it meant they were able to hit into these item timings? And off the back of that, now GPK's got his BKB too.
Yeah, didn't die in that fight. 1,300 gold picked up for the Dragon Knight. Now, but there's Sanjin Yasha being queued up. So you're now in a position where you can go back and find the Tormentor. Experience is also incredibly valuable. The fact that Miero has 2 points in the Corrosive Haze. And this is going to be shards on either side. Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to get his own. So you have the bunker and the tombstone. And Crit is also able to get the boomerang for the hoodwink.
Is that what it's called now? Is it called bunker in? It's not grab ally anymore?
I think it's still... I don't know. It just says tombstone. I don't know.
Going for it. He's looking to finish up a pipe, I think, on Toronto Tokyo. Just a 50 gold away from that Ring of Tarask, which is going to be very, very effective. Nullifying a lot of the damage coming through from the Sand King.
Are we now at the stage where the tides kind of turn into BB Team's favor, where you have the BKBs and you're still without the Crimson Guard on Amar?
Say the bounce back team yet? No, I would say so, just because again they've hit these timings. They've got a big one in the pipe now as well. You're getting a bunch of levels as well on like Grimstroke, so you've even got a lower Inkswell cooldown. You could probably get 2 off in a lot of these fights. Psycho, he's even finished up the clip there.
Oh, they're going to be able to get start for the Sand King starts and look at the damage output with the drag back into the snowball. It'll buy him some time.
No BKB.
The team is going to be able to turn it around. Skeeter drops here, clips, but Psyche is into the middle with the Rin Ranger. AoE damage. They're not going to be able to respond. Psycho will get rid of Melry. Now they'll turn to Amar. We saw how tanky Amar was previously, but that's not going to be the case inside this team fight. Torrent on his dying breath.
Look,
maybe
Glaives,
gives
though.
Skeeter an opportunity to turn it with the Glaives from Skeeter. They'll go for Toronto Tokyo next. And what was looking like a good start for BB team, we see the power of Skeeter along with Snake King's drinking buddies.
Anyone that's watched Star Wars knows that a high ground advantage means everything, and they had it. They had the Observer Ward up there on the high ground. They had that mischance that anyone that was looking to go up into it was not going to get the advantage, and it was a really nice use of the drinking buddies as well from Snake King, just to give that little bit of a reprieve when they were looking to try and commit that little bit deeper into the team fight. So, I mean, it was that on top of the fact that GPK wasn't able to pop the BKB until he was at like 20%, so he was pretty much just dead at that point. Maybe a slight difference with Save holding the Inkswell a little bit longer, just for that strong Dispel could have been a difference maker.
And they are continuing to push it very aggressively out of the map though on Falcons. Your mid shoved out, top shoved out, taking away a lot of the jungle farm as well from BB team. It's got the making to be a very exciting mid to late game as well. 15-15, 2,000 net worth lead for Falcons.
Looking scary though, like it really does feel like a lot of these team fights can just go either way. It really depends on the start to a lot of these engagements, and even just really good micro movements there from Skidder with his illusions, revealing the fact that you had 5 BB team members clumping up, the best buddies squad coming through there, and you don't do that unless you're looking to try and make a smoke in the next little bit, or if you're anticipating a smoke to come from the enemy team. That's why they placed down the defensive observer ward, and they were ready to go, but clearly Falcons not feeling confident enough to walk up into that until they feel like they might have dispersed. Now the smoke comes, and now they're looking to try and find that quick pickoff.
Melry all grouped together though on BB team. Melry gets a jump over the top, so they'll initiate onto 2 members simultaneously. Psycho, the BKB into the TP up, very close to getting the punch.
Okay. Did have to use the BKB though to be able to defend that, so I wonder if that's going to be enough for them to just say, you know what, we can just look to commit into these fights. You also got a shield room from Melrine as well, so it's already really hard to kill a Sand King. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have much in the form of spell lifesteal yet.
Double stun from Miro with the jump in as well.
What are they doing
Was
there?
it the ready of Snake King's going to be able to get close to Skidder to protect him? Melry with the counter initiation as well, creating chaos inside the middle of the team fight. The Epicenter's going to force them away, so they won't be able to continue to chase and kill up the Falcon
That no
members.
BKB.
I mean, they made the attempt, but Falcons, they were ready, everyone nearby, to jump back in to protect Skeeter. And it's going to cost them multiple heroes' lives as Crit is now the vulnerable hero. As BB team are able to buy back, but Skeeter going uncontested. Locks onto Miero. Can they get a little bit of control though? Tries to step away with the Glimmer Cape. It looks like he's okay, but Save puts his body on the line. So another kind of messy fight. 3 for 3, no real big winners.
Yeah, big even trade when it comes down to it. And I was thinking, you know, Falcons, they're a little bit deep there, especially considering, you know, if they weren't going for a smoke, it's probably because of that defensive setup. So they should have known that they had that vision up on the high ground, but you know, just being able to get out of dodge there with a pretty quick rotation coming through from Snake King to be able to provide a lot of safety to the rest of the team. You just see all the damage coming out though. There was 8,000 damage done by Luna in that last fight, and I think that was pre-Kanda at that stage. Maybe he had it at that point, but pre-level 20 for sure. So now he's going to look to work on just a little bit of that defensive tools like the Lincolns to make sure that you're not getting, you know, Blink Shackle shotted, Blink Dragon tailed, all this other sort of stuff that's going to, you know, put him in a dangerous spot and make sure that he doesn't have that Lunar Orbit activated. Still so much potential for scaling as well for Skidder, isn't there? Like, he could go a BKB, he could go a Satanic, he could go... maybe not the Butterfly, considering Wind Ranger could just very easily go the MKB, but still feels very, very scary to have to consider the super late game Luna.
Smoke from BB team.
High ground again.
Snaking again. Smoker's not pop, but I believe they saw the observer get dropped down, so they're going to be able to reposition accordingly. They're starting to huddle together as 5, so Falcons are ready to bring the fight to the Smoke team on Dial.
This is the Roche fight. Like, whoever wins this one will be able to secure Roshan the second one for themselves and enable
not the illusion
high
bait.
ground siege. They won't take it. Oh, yes, they will.
Can drop the awkward ward too. Okay.
Malrine. Go straight back
Force
out.
some reactions. Poke and prod. See if they can see some of the supports in the backline. Maybe give an opportunity. GPK wants to go back in. Nice force start. Just gets out of the crush range. They're going to be okay. Tombstone is laid down in the middle of the team fight as well. It's going to give BB Team a little bit of area control, but Toronto Toko stuck inside the shards, and it doesn't seem like there's much Dai can do to protect him. He's making it work for the kill. GPK still wants to go back into the middle with a jump on the crit, trying to deal with the
blew him up.
They're onto Skeeter as well. Skeeter is able to stand his ground. Dyer need to try and get over towards the Luna, but the Luna's just got way too much net worth. Finally, they'll be able to run her away. Psyker and Co standing strong. It looks like finally BB Team might even be able to get another member too. Amar stuck inside the trees. That great use of the Observer Ward prior will come into play now, so they'll get a kill onto the trying to escape on the Conqueror Amar.
Hold on, you were hating that ward a little while ago. You called it off.
Come on, dude.
It was exactly as planned. Exactly as planned. I was a little anxious about Falcons continuing to try and go for that poke and prod strategy because at that point Skitter was like level 19 and a half. If he's level 20, that's a very different deal, right? You can just use those loosened beams from afar. You can look to try and, you know, get those glaives bouncing around, reveal a little bit of information about where they might be hanging around in the tree line, and they were able to just absolutely explode Malrine in that engagement.
They're coming. Save's gonna see the hoodwink. Maybe you want to, let's see, if you go for Roche or commit for the fight, Skeeter should be able to get the quick burst onto Toronto Tokyo. Pipe's going to be activated, Aegis claim, and they'll probably just look to get up, but the snowball will prevent that. Psyker's going to be chased down. And have you left the Wind Ranger? Snake King's going to be able to deal with him, and now you're set up off the back of the respawn. They are huddling together, surrounding her off the back of the Aegis, and Psyker's going to go down. A beyond godlike streak for Skitter. I mean, this is a 15-1-3 Luna performance, 31 minutes in.
It's very scary, like you've just committed a lot for the Aegis without having buyback on the Wind Ranger as well, and I keep saying it, you're going up against a Luna, you've got to be very, very careful about where you're taking a lot of these fights because, I mean, I'm not sure if it's being overly dramatic, but this might be an actual lane of racks that you're going to be down as a result of this. You are putting so much of your damage onto the back of the Wind Ranger, and she is in the dirt for the next 35.
And after that as well, Amar made an attempt on Tamir at the top side, and he had to use BKB to get away from the boat. So now this is kind of on cooldown, which gives you another bit, a slight advantage for Falcons.
He's just rushing up to the rest of the team as well. Came through the twin gates, so it won't be too long until he's able to join the rest of the boys. They're going to go for, they actually do go for the melee. It's going to obviously give them that Rax glyph reset, but well worth it. It's a scary part of the Luna, dude. We've seen it happen time and time again. Just one bad team fight, and this is what happens to your base.
They're still going to stick around the area. Looking to leave just yet. Tormentor is up if they want to try and claim it. The team is starting to move down. I don't know if it's just for the creep wave, though. Looks like the creeps in. Yep, Tormentor's going to go. Shard given over to Snaking. So this game is kind of blown open now. 10,000 net worth lead for Falcons. And set of items starting to be worked on. We're almost at that Bloodstone.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. Like you get the increased rate, everything just with the Bloodstone itself. You get the lifesteal component as well. He's hit up onto that level 20. So these epicenters just cover a huge portion of these team fights. Nowhere is safe.
Dire's middle tower.
Arcane Rune now as well. Looks like Amar's going to be the one to get it.
Oh no.
No, we're in. Apologies.
What could they look to get? Is Tormentor up? Yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing a Tormentor just being able to get a free Aghanim Shard for probably Kunkka you would be the happiest with? I guess it wouldn't be bad for the Sand King either, right? Look at how quickly they're able to just explode it.
You will get it for the Sand King. So Melrin has the shard. Bloodstone into the Wind Waker. He's even got the ceremonial robe as well. So scary times for BB team. How do you even address these fights? Like, who is that main person they need to try and bring down for the side of Dire?
Oh, it's really hard to say, to be honest. I think you've got to try and get onto Melrin again before he's able to pop everything, because if you enable him to be that counter initiation or even start the team fight on his own, he's gonna have the Shivas, he's gonna have the Bloodstone, he's gonna have all of that lifesteal coming through. I feel like you just gotta take him out of the equation. Skitter is just way too tanky to be able to take out at this point. Has pretty much double Malrin's health.
3,500 health.
Gonna use Amara's bait.
Be satanic.
He's very tanky.
Smoke's gonna pop, they'll get the jump. Not a bad target to blow up instantly. Malrin is one with the initiation, but it's not the greatest one for him to land in the middle. Look at the damage! Psyker flexing the potential here with the focus fire, but they have blown everything and they have nothing left now to deal with Skitter. You'll get Toronto Tokyo. They wanted to actually go back in. Is this a fight to be had? Tombstone's still there on the high ground. Zaan's going to be able to prevent the spells from being used on the Taskin. Still, they're going to be able to turn it back around. Psycho in some danger with the Gleipnir. Gets some reprieve. Save turns over to him next as well. GPK continuing to put his body on the line.
Gem on the deck.
Another round of the spells coming out. GPK will need the extra assistance out of Psycho. It's not going to latch, but now with the focus fire back up, it's going to be cautious to run straight.
Blade himself.
Damage from Amar. A long should be enough to be able to chase down GPK. Amar might be able to do it by himself. A little bit off the mark there with the combo. Didn't go for the action of the torrent. In the end, is not going to matter. He kind of makes that fight not too bad for the boys on Falcons.
Dude, more than half of the damage that Psyker just took was from purely the blade mail on Amar. Like, it's crazy how much this is actually doing. And yeah, I mean, the boat is certainly coming in handy, providing a lot of extra safety, putting Amar up on the front lines. I mean, look how tanky the man is. Nearly 4k HP. He's got the craggy coat as his neutral item as well. He just wants to be able to tank up and force BB team to expend everything that they've got. You saw how effective they were in that, you know, 5 to 10 seconds, but once that's done, they've got very little left.
Take a look at that fight back again. Great target to be able to blow up. I mean, you get rid of the hoodwink, offers you some burst potentially with the sharpshooter if that connects, and yeah, it's just you're going. But
you see, look at the full retreat.
Skeeter.
The full retreat. Like, the BKBs have like 2-3 seconds left. They're like, let's get the hell out of there. And maybe they were thinking that they could continue fighting around this tombstone, understandably, because Psyker is still incredibly
I'd have to go back live. GPK picking up their damage, going to be able to jump the Snake King task. Another pick off onto a support. Just stuff you were saying, like, this are the heroes that BB team want to be jumping.
I mean, yeah, if they can get crit or snaking without having to use the BKB, that is the dream, right? You can force an uneven fight, and then you can still save those things for, you know, the actual heroes that you're looking to try and take out. I'd say Melrin's probably well worth committing a BKB for as well, just because of his potential damage output.
Dying. That's crazy.
I mean, now you've got an additional, what, 12 armor from the Dragon's Blood, level 25 on the DK. Just considering if he would go like an AoE Elder Dragon form, wouldn't be the worst by any stretch of the imagination, especially considering you only have a BKB on the Luna, right? So it's not going to be something that's very easily dodgeable.
And poor save is just getting no farm at all. You brought up the question earlier if you would just like a rush of the Scepter. You went Blink, Glimmer Cape. Would you prefer the Scepter instead of these two items?
No, not necessarily. I feel like they do have enough potential to be able to like dive in onto you, and you've seen that Falcons have no issues with committing heavily into the middle of a team fight, right? So most of the time they're going to go for like some blind stun and find him. So I feel like it's really important that he stays that far back so that just doesn't happen. Okay. He's looking to try and do anything he can just to get any farm here in the jungle, but you've got to be so cautious of how long you actually do look to stick around.
I didn't check. We got the gold as
the plus armor from the Defiant Shell just wants to live for as long as possible.
was just checking who got the gold for the kill onto the Luna. Was it DK? So probably a big reason why he just got that Bloodthorn and decent chunk towards the Satanic as well. What's the probability? Sitting at 62% for Falcons currently, and we do have the potential of Roche to be up in a couple of seconds. We'll see if it's a long spawn. It's a relatively quick one, 55 seconds.
Even with all this damage, though, it shouldn't be a fight that's contested up top. It should be moving down towards the bottom side, so I mean, it just comes down to one of these things where do you actually guess the fact, like, do you play the probability, play the odds as to, you know, we need to take the fight down bottom because it's much more likely to be down there. Do you look to set yourself up early, or is it about just slowly walking out and trying to find a pick-off before the Roche fight even happens?
They're looking to come out and maybe set themselves up.
Yeah, he's got the Ceaseless Dirge available, so knows that he'll have that instant respawn and be able to TP to the outpost if he absolutely needs to. Seems like
it's like maybe they made the call to go bottom.
Yeah. Seem like that bottom lane is also pushing in a little bit too much for GPK's liking. He's going to look to try and address that. They're going to be right there as it respawns as well. Now they see it. Are they going to commit for it? They've got 15 seconds to be able to take this out, and I'm not sure they've got the ability. Yeah. So much rather set up here. They should see that they've got the gem on the Undying as well, so there's no real point in setting up wards in the lane. That's why Snake King's getting this high ground ward set up first. And their formation is actually pretty decent. I mean, Skir is tanky as hell, and he's got the boys to be able to save him. So he'll be the one to go in first.
And a lot of the time it's been BB team to start these initiations.
They saw Toronto Tokyo briefly. Full wraparound. Watcher is going to be able to quickly claim it, just taking away any sort of vision. At this stage, information wins team fights. Take out that Grim Stroke if they can. There's the blind jump.
Fire strike onto 2. Importantly, it's going to be the Wind Ranger as well. Can they blow up before the BKB? Psych is in some danger. Activates it for the last second. Now tries to turn back to full health thanks to the Satanic. But Skeeter, he has his own Satanic as well to be able to stand his ground. Now they've been able to catch up to the Wind Ranger. There's no escape. Once the golden protection expires, you are not running away. GPK caught inside the lane. They're going to do whatever they can to turn the tides, but it will not matter. Wind Ranger gone. You've got no damage left. And it's Falcons that are going to be able to come out on top inside this team fight. It'll be 4 kills to go their way. They might just walk it down. There's 2 heroes without buybacks.
There's 2 heroes without buyback. There's already a lane of racks that's been taken. Just go for the throne. They have the Glyph of Fortification to be able to do it. And like you said, once those BKBs go away, there is very little reprieve for BB team. That time around was probably the only bad tombstone that we've seen from Toronto Tokyo, not getting a full understanding of where exactly the team fight would be taking place, so we didn't get that additional benefit, and I mean, full buybacks needing to be expended for this. I don't think they're really going to care all that much.
And let's see if they care.
Oh, save.
I hope Philly's got a buyback, which he does. 25 seconds they need to the Wind Rangers back alive. GPK is going to try and
they found save again.
A couple seconds, but that's an instant dieback, and they've also got the catch onto GPK as well. So it's going to be Falcons that take game 1. It took quite a while, but what a performance from Skeeter. 20 and 2 from this Luna. That is just an exceptional showing from him. Of course, everyone else, played their role. A couple of saves multiple times from Snake King as well with, the Drinking Buddy and the Snowballs, but what a showing from the position 1 on Falcons.
Yeah, I really want to highlight that first 20 minutes, though. The fact that they were able to identify the big weakness in the BB team draft, the need for these BKBs, and really abuse as much of that as they could. They took so many tier 2 towers, they took so much map control away, they continued to grow their net worth lead, and even once those BKBs came out, beyond the first one, they were able to, kite them out and make sure that they could re-engage when they were at their absolute strongest. So that goes to show why Falcons just seem to have BB team's number.
Yeah, it was indeed. And we'll see if that's going to continue to be the case heading into the upcoming game. Because again, so far, BB team, they've only been able to get victories over Falcons with 1-1 ties in the group stages. And we'll see if with this upcoming game, if they can bounce back and find that victory. But of course, first we need to hear from the panel and see what they have to say.
Thank you, guys. I mean, look, it's very possible, right? It's not like it was a flawless game from Falcons by any means. There were still a lot of team fights that were very back and forth, pickoffs able to come out from BB team and get the supports on the side of Falcons. And Malrine as well, having a couple of unconventional deaths, I want to say, that pushed back his Bloodstone. It's something we want to talk about is this build of the mid Sand King. Jenkins, especially you, because you're like, oh, there's unbeatable Sand King once he gets Bloodstone. Okay, but what if he doesn't go that as the first item? Sure.
He did.
He's unbeatable. He won.
Well, no, he died a lot.
Made space for his team.
I mean, he did win.
But it's more about the item. He delayed his Bloodstone.
Yeah, he tried the Shivas because he's against Slardar, Windrunner, DK, so he, tons of physical damage. He's just trying to survive.
First up straight item.
So delays the Bloodstone for that. At a point, he even eventually just gives up and goes for a Ghost Scepter. He's like, I'm dying no matter what.
Yeah, but you told me this, that if you lose your lane on Sand King, you're griefing your team if you still buy Bloodstone. If you lose your lane. He lost his lane.
I told you that?
I said that.
No, if you're an offlaner.
Yeah, Jenkins said you should still buy Bloodstone.
How do you lose lane as a mid Sand King? That doesn't happen.
He got ganked.
That fair enough. Okay. You blame your supports. I think Skeeter, though, is the... I actually don't know who's the MVP between Snay and Skeeter. Skeeter, he did his classic rotation through the portal, which really opened up the game. He was very active early, which, the more I see Luna, the more I'm convinced that this hero is actually very good because you can be active early as a carry, but then Fear, you were saying Luna late game now is stronger than she was in the previous patch, and she was considered a menace on the previous patch?
I mean, she's better at all stages of the game. I mean, she might be worse at farming, that's about it. But we all know this patch isn't about farming fast anymore, right? So I do like this hero a lot. I'm surprised we haven't seen as much of it. There's just so many good options right now, like the Wind Ranger, for example, and Lina has been really popular, that Luna's just a tier below right now. But yeah, this hero is really good as we see, and I think a lot of people are still getting bamboozled by the fact that you die. We saw it last game too, you're trying to kill this level 7 Luna, you're like, oh, it's a level 7 Luna, let's just kill her, right? She probably has auras. Just pops Eclipse, gets 2 kills instantly. Happened in this game as well. So yeah, just a very clean game from Skeeter here. He did his classic portal play. He also, shortly after that, he TP'd mid and got a kill on the DK. This DK had such a good laning stage. It's like, wow, he's actually kind of crushing the Sand King mid with 15 denies. But I think this game came down to a lot to rotations from Skeeter and sub-diff. These supports were rotating around the map, smoking, killing this DK who had a good laning stage over and over again. Crit was very active with snaking here, and this is kind of why we don't see a lot of Undying or Grimstroke. These heroes are kind of terrible at just walking around the map. There's only a couple of team fights where they did look good, this Undying particularly, but the game is a lot more than just team fights. You got to be able to kill heroes on the map, and their support duo just couldn't do it.
Yeah, and in those team fights, I also felt like Nightfall just ran away, he could have maybe finished those crucial team fights because they have a time frame before Luna becomes too strong, and they needed to win those team fights, and I felt like he just didn't really want to commit once his BKB is running out, and he's always going to be running away, instead of trying to get more kills and trade his life for it, and maybe allow his team to win the remaining fight there.
I think we should just be fully transparent here. Winter didn't know what the Nightfall was, and Fear had to educate him.
Maybe you can explain it, because people might not know the full depth of it, and also the fact that we still call it Nightfall despite his name changing in game.
Right, when he
Maybe that's
stopped
why he
doing
changed
that.
his name.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. So I think we should we'll have a clip of it coming up soon, I believe, of the actual incident. But he always ends up BKB TPing out at least one fight. And Fear, I'll quote your words. You said if there's a 1% chance of him dying in a fight, he'll BKB TP out. Obviously we're being a bit facetious here, but
I'd say cruel, but
a lot of people do say that. But it speaks to he's a very safe carry, and sometimes that looks
of them all.
It's the safest carry.
Okay, the funny thing is, I remember the flip side of this. Start of last year, or even at the end of the year before, when just before this BB team was being created and everyone thought it was going to be the powerhouse of Eastern Europe, was everyone praised Nightfall for how safe he played. His KDA was always so immaculate. He was able to find space for himself, really get the items he needed, and then he would join team fights when it was appropriate. And I think right now the meta just doesn't lean into that playstyle, and he hasn't adjusted to really fit it. And over time, it's slowly transitioned into this, and that's where this meme of doing the Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, he's also playing the wrong hero, right?
That too.
I mean, he has too much brain power to play Wind Ranger. I'll put it it that way. Because Wind Ranger, you're on a timer, right? You press your ulti, you go in, and you just turn off your brain, right? You press E, you press R, you press your BKB, you're in. Either they all die or you die, and that's just how the hero functions. If you pop your ult, which you did several times, and then walk back, and then go back engage, it's too late. Your ult is down now, and you're not doing any damage. And that's definitely going to be an issue in these games if you're playing Wind Ranger.
Has to look towards a hero that's more okay with the disengage, because one of the team fights that BB team had within this game was the one where he went out, so did Save as well on the Grimstroke, as well as GPK on the Dragon Knight, sort of like lured Falcons to follow them a little bit more, and then they re-engaged. So I really liked the look of that team fight, and I'd like to see them draft more heavily towards that and heroes that enable it a little bit more. But what you said as well, Jenkins, about Grimstroke being one of, maybe it was Fear. You're both melding together in mine and Winter's mind. About Save being really good on Grimstroke, one of the best Grimstrokes.
I said that, yeah.
Yeah, thought so. As soon as I said Jenkins, I was like, this is too smart for it to actually
Yeah, go ahead, just update the audience on what you said.
About Grimstroke?
Yeah, because I remember, but if you let the audience know what you said about
Is
Grimstroke.
this relevant to this game? He lost.
I think it still is, because there were a lot of moments where it looked good for him. That's
I mean, he's what I was saying is pretty much he's just one of the best Grimstrokes in this meta. He's very good at the hero. This hero is not very popular right now, but he generally seems to make it work. Didn't work this game, unfortunately, but I feel like if you are playing with a Grimstroke, they needed heroes that are faster. Like, you need to be able to get the ball rolling really quick, get kills happening on the map, but Slaughter unfortunately did not get off to the greatest start ever. Mid lane, they really shut him down with the supports on the DK. The DK couldn't get off, and I really think this Undying, there's a reason we're not seeing him a lot. He doesn't have another support to play with. If that was like a Sven or something, then all of a sudden maybe they can make some rotations on the map.
Can we stop wasting time talking about these worthless supports when Snake King, of all people, it should be the MVP for that game? Drinking Buddies.
You literally just said you don't know who to give it to, whether it was Snake King
because
or
I was
Skitter.
letting him make his point about the Luna, because I know he's very excited as a carry player to see his favorite hero.
Not my
talk
favorite
about my
hero.
favorite guy, but Snake King.
He's your favorite guy.
So many times he was using this, the Drinking Buddies to. I remember we were watching when he just used the Drinking Buddies to pull himself to Roche, and we're like, how is this so far? Like he
literally went from Twin Gate to Roche.
And
like to his Luna that's
No,
taking
and
Roche
when
in
he
the
was
pit.
holding the bot tower alone, 3 people come and gank him, and he just Drinking Buddy the siege creep, and he just ran away with the move speed bonus.
The range is insane.
He did so many flawless plays with that, and the Drinking Buddies into snowball save on a hero like
Can you
Luna.
explain the lore behind that?
Drinking Buddies?
Yeah, why can you like gap close as a drinking buddy?
You're like high-fiving, I don't know.
Okay, good. Perfect.
Everything you could have said, I feel like that was maybe one of the worst things.
Okay, then you tell me. What is the
I'm not very good at improv.
What is the lore?
We don't know. It's fine. Move on.
I mean, he's just passing the beer over.
Yeah. He's rushing to give you
Very quick.
Passing the beer, so he's a bartender.
So he's like a waiter.
Okay.
You literally just got your buddy a drink the other day, didn't you?
What? What are you talking about? This is derailed.
Yeah, this really is. I'm going to move us
Derailed.
on.
Bring it back somewhere else.
Sure. Game 2 is what we're going to look at. Aries mentioned a really good point that the only games that BB team have been able to get the one up on Falcons is in group stage with the 1-1 ties many a times in the past. Do you think that's going to happen here? Do you think there is a way to come back in? Because
No Wind Ranger for Nightfall.
okay,
Then
that's
there's
it.
a chance.
That's the only thing that needed to change. Just
Yes.
no Wind Ranger.
What about Lena
Lina,
or TA?
Lina and Tia, I think those are fine. Because you don't have to really commit in, right? You can go in and out, and you can hide and come back in.
Okay.
I mean, Nightfall commits. Just
Only when he has BKB.
Commits to teleport.
typically.
Luna, I feel like, is a similar story to Windrunner, though, where you press R and then you just kind of walk in, and it's like, all right, it's either me or you.
It's very
let's,
committal.
Let's get it.
I feel like he does better on carries that can stand the ground a little bit more. Like when I think about Nightfall, I think of an Ursa and a Lifestealer mostly.
Troll as
and
well.
Troll, and
Yeah.
Troll, sure. Yeah. So they're ones that are actually the complete opposite of what we're talking about, where it's just like, all right, just jump on in there, just keep going. and
Not
hit your
super
spells.
strong heroes, but they did play both of those yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this meta right now is not very forgiving for a lot of carry players because it seems like the pool is very small of what you can play. And if you don't play it, you're at a huge disadvantage. I even saw like, it was Heroic playing, K1 was playing it. I was like, this doesn't seem like a K1 hero, right? But he has to play it, right? Because you can't play a lot of these other heroes that, like these life stealers, you're not just going to pick these randomly. You're also not going to pick these Ursas. These are all also very bad versus Wind Ranger. So you have to deal with that kind of problem here. So you don't really have your choice on what you want to pick right now. You could, you know, like pick a Wraith King or something and lose, but I feel like this is a situation where you just have to learn these heroes. And if you're not good at it now, use this as experience and get good at it because these heroes are just too strong.
I agree. This is where I consider Windrunner to be a problem. It's one of those things where, like, in another meta with her exact same balance and numbers, she might be complete trash. But like the fact that I will elaborate. I see what the face, but it's like the fact that you can't pick a lot of things because she's picked. She blocks a lot of stuff, which otherwise would be.
It's also the Gleipnir.
Gleipnir helps for sure, but like to me, I would much rather play against Alina than a Wind Ranger because a Wind Ranger is like really hard to kill. Both are really good at laning, both do a lot of damage, but Lina, it's like, okay, Spirit Breaker, Tiny, like some hero to reposition her and kill her. You can't do the same thing to a Wind Runner.
I got a pretty good solution. Clearly, BB team aren't that comfortable with her, or at least like they weren't able to make it work in that draft for themselves. Put her in the first phase ban for yourself, right? They put ban to Centaur instead. And I just think you should put the Wind Ranger there because you know Falcons are going to want to pick it up themselves.
Yeah, because they wanted the Wind Ranger. That's why they banned
they didn't want to give it away, and so then they wanted it themselves. It doesn't work. Just put it in the first phase ban. I really do think it's as simple as that.
Or pick it for save. Like, put it on a support. I actually...
No, because I think save does better on other supports.
I mean, I really don't think this Wind Ranger is complicated. You just have to turn your brain off, press your buttons, and commit. Just be like, don't think about it. Like when
is that how you play a field?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we saw Pure play.
He does
like,
that on every
you think Pure was thinking at all when he was playing that Wind Ranger? He just pressed his button and he committed.
The more you play Dota, the harder it is for you to turn off your brain because you're thinking about so many.
He also had 4 heroes that all they did was create the perfect situation for him.
But he committed to what he needed to do.
I guess you're not wrong. BB team though, it's not banned out from them. In fact, they think that the Sand King is more of an issue, and they want to ban that one out. Otherwise, it's all pretty similar bans of what happened in game number 1. The Naga, the Shadow Demon, the Doom, the Enchantress. The only one that has changed up is Tinker, being one that Falcons don't want to deal with. So they know that maybe that's something that BB team can answer their opening pick with. Maybe.
Ooh. We actually have not, at least on our panels, haven't seen this hero yet, have we?
Nope.
Very, very popular hero. And this is going to be an Omni game with no Shadow Demon, and this is like ideal Omni, because it's Dream
that's like
Omni.
the only real counter, it feels like. Nullifier does not pierce spell immunity, so Omni W with you know, his ult, which would normally be purgeable, is no longer purgeable.
There's like some weird thing. I think like Trolls purge. I think it can purge the GA, but it can't purge like his repel. If that makes sense. So it's still good, like to pick a hero. Like I think Troll when I think against Omni, right? Because
but if you have the repel on and you have the GA on, it shouldn't be purgeable. If you have both on.
Shouldn't, but
it's Dota. Yeah, we can't.
Dota, I've done it before. It wasn't recent though. It was not.
Okay, that's a very recent.
But it was still the same. I don't. We'll see. I don't know. It's very difficult to play against if you don't have only Shadow Demon has like that guaranteed through repel type of purge.
Yeah,
but I do like the Beastmaster here. Like Omni doesn't really do much to Beastmaster in the lane. So maybe we could see them playing around the zoo with the helm, play a fast game, so you don't have to get to the stage where Falcon's gonna out-team fight you in the late game.
Does it not do much? I just imagine Omni like hitting the boar once with the hammer, and the boar dying.
Yeah, but a level 1 boar is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like, whenever
I'm pushing in the lane, the first wave, I feel like I just push in the lane, and once I get level 3, the lane is gonna be a lot easier for me.
I do want to outline Omni is the 8th most contested hero so far, and that's only in like a day and a half-ish. I want to put it there. He's only been let through on 4 games and has a 75% win rate. So the ones he's made it through, obviously very dominant.
Oh no! I hope this is a 4 Wind Ranger.
I mean, this is a hero that could struggle a lot against Omni Knight as well, because his GA is now an AoE, right?
Yep.
So if you just group up, when Wind Ranger uses Focus Fire, you press the GA,
But
and all of a sudden...
if it's a 4, it's good against Omni. I feel like you can bully Omni.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, I play predominantly carry, but I do like playing offlane as well. But the offlane heroes I play are, you know, Enigma, Beast, Lycan, pretty much the Zoo heroes.
Yeah.
That is the correct route against Omni, I feel like. I really like playing Enigma versus hero, just for the same reason. He's not very good at killing the boars and stuff. I think this will be a carry Wind Ranger, because I think Wind Ranger right now is just the strongest carry right now. It's like Wind Ranger and Lina, they both use the Gleipnir incredibly well, do a lot of damage. I don't really see... I mean, I think you're building our own narrative where Nightfall shouldn't play it, but I think in BB Team's mind, they're just picking the strongest carry in Dota right now.
I get what you're
saying. Gonna run it back.
Like, we shouldn't really try to talk about it on, oh, this player is bad on this hero, so it must be bad. Or they shouldn't put it on the carry.
Yeah.
Like, logically and strategically, they should put it on a carry.
And Weaver's interesting. This is a hero that's historically been pretty good versus the Beastmaster. You can just double hit the boar, Sakuchi through it.
And also, I like heroes that can go near the offlaner. When you're playing Omni, because you need to get your heal off. So Weaver and Morphing, I think, are the two heroes that I like to lane with. Because you go near them and then you get the heal off. It's easy. Set up a kill.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, this is
how's this good?
Beast.
Okay, this really changes up the draft. How is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Is he still viable as a 4 now?
I don't think so. I mean, Beast Call
there is that like the recall facet, which is not bad if you pick like a Storm or something. Because the recall facet does apply a chakra.
What is going on?
What are they doing?
I mean, I think this is just a mid-caudal, but like, I'm thinking about mid-caudal and what it likes to do. It doesn't like playing versus magic community. It also doesn't like playing versus heroes that have can't be slowed.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing that I can think of is like, yeah, Lion will die in a side lane to like a level 6 caudal rotation.
If Omni's not there.
If Omni's not there, yeah. So I'm very curious about this. And then the SB pick. I mean, I like this one more than I like the caudal. We'll see with the caudal, but SB against Weaver. Weaver's this, you know, very difficult to catch mobile hero, and SB can charge him through the Sakuchi, Dust, kill him. Also, Omni Repel obviously does nothing against SB, because SB is all spell immunity piercing, so it's pretty nice here. It does mean that it's a Beast plus SB lane, probably, unless some shenanigans.
You don't think the SB could be like a 5?
Actually, Toronto Tokyo plays SB a lot, so
it should be a 5.
It'll actually be a 5.
Carry, Wind Ranger, and Kotal might be mid or 4.
It could also be 4, because I know for a fact that like all the Zoo heroes don't mind playing with melees, even if it's a double melee.
Because they're kind of like fake ranged heroes.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, it's also just the fact that like they don't mind being left alone, because they have.
I was wondering, can you be left alone as a Wind Ranger, let's say from like minute 5 or minute 6 or even 7?
Depends on how well your lane's going, but ideally, no.
I really fear for BB Team if they run this as an SB5 against Amar Timber. I remember Falcons, they were picking Timber on previous patch when it wasn't very good against the Sven 5 for the same reason. You're just going to have a 5 that can literally never trade with the offlaner. And so then Timber can max QW and destroy the carry, push the carry off the creep wave, be left alone. Lion can rotate to mid, kill the caudal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see SB5. I really don't think
it is, though. Like, do you see Save playing it?
I'm sure he can. It's not like his favorite hero. I mean, I see Save like
the thing is,
playing caudal potentially.
I was gonna say the first 3 could be cores, and we're still even waiting for another support.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I don't
That's
see.
what I'm thinking.
I just don't see what caudal does.
So we don't have to really argue if it's a 4 or a 5 right now, because team are going to get the
I think it's a caudal.
They get to wait.
I feel like caudal is going to be a 4 and SB.
They banned Monkey King.
It's just a matter of like their players. It's Toronto Tokyo. I remember there was a patch like he popularized the SB5. He's obsessed with it, and I do like the caudal core more now that there's a Timber. It's a vessel buyer.
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
actually
huge
true.
magic damage dealing hero. You know, Timber uses Timber Chain when he has the caudal soul on him, and instantly he's slowed to like the max amount because you're traveling some distance with that. So it's a better core game for caudal because of the Timber.
But it looks like Falcons might think that's support Coddle. They banned Monkey King, which is, have we seen, a pretty go-to pick for mid laners.
Well, it could be
Falcons turn to
yeah, that's true. I mean, it could be Monkey. They could be banning Monkey carry still if I think it's a Wind 4 potentially.
They could also split their bans. One for a core, one for a support.
Yeah, that's hedge your bets. Sometimes that's fine.
Or they're just looking for anything that's extremely flexible still that fits into their lineup that they want to ban. We just
Or
talked-
something that's really good with what they're about to pick.
So many options.
Yeah.
So many options.
5 seconds remaining.
And that's the good thing about BB team. They have a very open lineup here where they could pivot if necessary. Because we don't know. Falcons doesn't really know, and maybe BB team doesn't even know at this point. So if someone...
I'm hoping they do. I'm hoping they at least have.
I mean,
somewhere to
sometimes you just leave it open, but you don't know what you're going to pick exactly, right? Like, they know they need another hero, yes, but what type of hero do they need? They already potentially have a carry. They already potentially have a mid.
Queen of
Only thing
Pain.
they don't have is...
They're really low on their reserve time.
BB teams
Okay.
No, alright. Storm.
They took the Storm. I feel like that may have been a block pick, because I'm telling you, this Coddle 4 with Storm, it's really good. You call the Storm to you, he gets chakra'd, then you chakra him again, so he just has like unlimited mana for these ganks. It's pretty good this game as well too. If the Coddle goes mid, you have the gap clear. You don't have a ton of reliable lockdown, as Storm can dodge charge pretty easily, and you just zip around so much, it's almost impossible for the Beastmaster to roar you. And yeah,
Why
you
not
can just join chat.
Why not just ban it then?
On who?
Instead of block picking it.
I just told you, it's a pretty good game for Storm, is it not?
It's fine.
It's good against Keeper of the Light.
You have a Lion. I guess he can give you mana. You have.
That's true.
You can be survivable with Omni too. It's not a bad Storm.
I mean, Omni.
And it's a block pick.
Omni Storm is such a classic.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just doesn't seem like much of a Malorine sort of hero, is all.
Maybe he's been working on his way up to 15k. That's what he was spamming.
And Puck is banned, DK's banned. They really wanted that Storm. I'm telling you. They really wanted that Storm. I really think that was a really good block pick. Because, like, sure, he doesn't like it, but it's really telegraphed that they wanted to do this Coddle Storm thing. They banned for it, and it's like, Malorine doesn't play it, it's fine. And then he steps up to the plate, and he's going to play it. Whether he's going to do well with it or not, we'll see. But I like the idea here of block picking it. Because it's just, like, set up perfectly. And BB team looks like they're kind of, like, stumped by this one. They're running out of time.
Could they just pick another carry, like some hard carry? FV or whatever, like hard carry.
FV? Oh, Faceless, yeah.
Tiny.
Tiny mid, that's...
There it
one of
is.
the-
I thought it was going to come out game 1. Game number 2, though.
Tiny mid.
That seems like
That's-
kind of a desperate pick to me.
I mean, if I had to pick something else that's gonna pair with a 4 Coddle right now, it's Tiny or Ember, right?
Okay.
Something that you can reduce the cooldowns of. This is very distracting.
Yeah, these teams are really annoying. I don't understand how they play against each other. Why are they doing this? Can I get the chat log? Who's doing this? Who's doing this, huh?
It's Malorine. Come on. Of course it's Malorine.
We're going to have to get to the bottom of that one. But I want to get to the bottom of your thoughts as well between these two teams. Is it a better lineup for the Wind Ranger to be able to flourish here for you?
Better lineup? No,
Yeah.
not really.
Oh,
I mean, I
goodness.
think it's a harder lineup to flourish with than the last game. I really think this, like, Coddle really wanted this Storm, and the fact they didn't get it, it's kind of devastating for their lineup, because I don't think this Tiny's doing it for me as, like, their last pick of the game, and it's not a bad Storm game either for Falcons. They also have the setup for it, so all eyes on Malorine for me is, like, can he make this work? I know he doesn't really enjoy the hero as much as other mid laners, but I'm sure he's capable.
Oh, I feel like BBT have very, very strong side lanes, and traditionally when they ever win, they're always going to stomp you in the lanes and snowball really hard. And if I'm comparing both teams' side lanes, I feel like I'm going to give BBT the edge with the Wind Rangers, SB, the Beastmaster, and the Coddle. I feel like Falcons' supports are a little bit weaker compared to that, and BBT can use it to snowball and win the game.
I think if there's any game for a Coddle, it is this one. Every single one of the heroes on his team is good to press Chakra on. They all have very low cooldowns. You can lower the cooldown on Wind Run, which makes her borderline unkillable. You can lower the cooldown on Wild Axes in the laning phase. You can lower the cooldown even on Spirit Breaker Charge, which is very low cooldown ability. And then Tiny, you get another Avatos combo. So I do feel like this is a game for Coddle. Save is one of the best Coddles on the planet in the position 4. I don't think Coddle 4 is good, but if there's going to be a game where it looks good, it's this one.
Well, he's able to build up his cores a little bit more, and maybe that's what's going to make the Coddle look a little bit better. But either way, let's look at getting into game number 2 with Ares and Danog.
All right, we heard the panel discuss on the type of heroes that they would like to see on Psyker, and once again, though, they're going to go back into the Wind Ranger, and Fear mentions that he feels like this is even worse of a game for that hero. So, why do we feel like they keep going back into this caliber of hero for him, and maybe in this game in particular as well?
I mean, it's just a busted hero, right? But at the end of the day, it's got to be a hero that kind of fits that person's playstyle, and I'm not sure that quite does it for Psyker for mine, right? When you think of him, like Nat was saying, you think of the Ursa, the Troll Warlord, and what was the other one that she said? Lifestealer. So all sorts of heroes that like to build into stuff like the BKB, but BKB really isn't being bought at this TI at all. I actually had to look up at a bunch of the stats, and it's only been bought out of 3 of the 39 games so far. That's a 7% pick rate of the Battle Fury. You compare that to the Esports World Cup, where it was picked, I think, 33% of the time. Very different meta, and I feel like BB Team aren't necessarily adapting quickly enough.
30 seconds to best.
Skitter is going to venture quite far forward, I believe. Popped a couple of the smoke. I don't know if he actually saw some of the heroes that were, because I think Save Face checked him first, but other smoke is not going to work for BB Team, and we will get ourselves underway here. So overall, it seemed like kind of a split panel, honestly. We had a couple people for BB Team, and then I believe it was Fear that was for Falcons. Where are you actually currently positioned? Because again, BB Team, if they ever get a decent series over Falcons, it's in the group stages where they get a 1-1 tie.
Yeah, I could see
die for that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The other one? Bash.
He's got a... No, he doesn't have a blood grenade.
The power shot should die. Okay.
Jukes.
Ooh, they can work for it. Gets the slow. Is that enough?
He's fine. Never in doubt.
Oh my god, he's so annoying.
That's the spirit.
Light. What is it? Gamers prefer playing in the dark anyways. It's not an issue. I was a bit interested in the Weaver pick as well. I think that has a 0% win rate at TI so far. 5 games, 0 wins. Timbersaw as well. It is an MR Timbersaw, so obviously that swings things very differently, but 9 games for 2 wins, so not exactly the highest win rate heroes that they're going for here on Falcons.
It's just a lot of comfort though. Definitely, I've seen Skitter play this hero in the past, and to a lot of success. Definitely does feel like, I mean, he's got a lot of incredible heroes, but this one can be very frustrating to go up into, and have to pay close attention to Amar and his ever so comfortable Timbersaw as well. But Winter was saying in particular about the side lanes being a really big advantage for BetBoom. Do you feel like there's any way that Falcons can maybe offset this?
I think you're going to need to be very clever about how you do things, particularly with this top lane, right? Like Snake King, he's not going to have much kill threat against a Keeper of the Light just through his movement speed. You're also going to be constantly harassed down by this boar as well, and there's not too much that he can look to do about it. Like, you just see here, he's getting bullied right now, and he might even die.
Save on one of his better heroes, and might be able to find it. No. Okay, so Snake King is able to dip back into the tower range. He's got 3 tangos, so he should be able to heal up after a while. But look at the creepy cleavering as well. It was completely shoved into Miero's side of the lane.
I mean, you were talking about some of those comfort picks. We've been focusing on Falcons a lot, but this is back to basics for BB Team for them. You know, Save, one of the best coddles in the world. GPK, he is the innovator of the more recent tiny mid builds, and you know, of course, you've also got Toronto Tokyo, very, very comfortable with Spirit Breaker, and Miero, I would say Beastmaster's up there with one of his best as well. So maybe that's just the overall strategy for them. You know, if Falcons seem to have their number when they're playing like the meta and being, you know, slaves to it, why not just go to what's made them players that have been assembled in like this Eastern European super team?
See if comfort is going to be enough for them to go with the finish line, because again, like Falcons, they've gone for a little bit of comfort themselves as well. Side have that in spades, and we'll see if it's going to be enough in the end. Everything's pretty chill, nothing too crazy. All the cores are finding a decent amount of farm. This mid's looking very good for GPK, along with Melreen. And side lanes cores are happy too. They are not slowing down a Mars Timber. The 2.
One other thing that I'll say about the differences between the 2 drafts is that it does feel like BB Team have a little bit better oriented draft around teamfight, and you know it's TI, right? Teamfight is always going to be king. That's why we see, you know, the Earthshakers come back. We see a lot more Enigma and all that sort of stuff. here on the grandest stage of them all. And when you consider like the sort of setups, the sort of repositioning, even just having stuns in a lot of these fights, I feel like BB team are going to be slightly in front in that regard. Although, he's getting bullied a little bit here on the top side, more than a little.
Lotus going to be given over. Has 10-1 still that he holding back just in case they were needed. But we seem to already be at the stage where Amar is not needing Crit to play in the lane. I mean, he's gone double bracer with the double reactive. So Crit already went back and started to make some stacks at the jungle. And this could free him up very much so to help secure the runes for Melrine and potentially even go through the portal or maybe TP top if there is a kill opportunity as well on the safe lane for them.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, just building up a bunch of those stacks, you've got heroes that have the capabilities to flash farm as Miero. Dived a little bit here, but Skidder doesn't exactly have the most health himself. Still going to run away from him, though.
One that might go back. Skidder, okay, blown up from the blast. Snaking tries to get in for the last little bit of damage, and our Snaking, he's eating a full creep wave, and this should be a double kill for BB team. He's got the stick along with a purification, never mind. Just like the okay, never mind. Double, never mind. They get him. Save, double kill. Good start for the
bottle in the world. That's why you picked this hero for him. And I think Jenkins was mentioning it on the panel as well, right? Such great synergy with pretty much every single hero that they've got on their side. You know, it does also do a lot to allay Psyker's concerns with wanting to back out of a lot of these team fights. If you've got 2 win runs for a team fight, that is enormous, right? There is no reason for you to want to back out. Seen any variations in the GPK build? Nope, pretty standard, right? Looking to go into the power treads, just making sure that you've got a little bit of that ability to, you know, be scaling, be a bit better in the lane, make sure you're securing your farm as well.
So even with the treads that he was going, maybe last year was able to pick up a really good timing out of the blink, and both sides putting a lot of emphasis on making stacks. Already BB team with the BB team with the far left Ancients have a double, and their own triangle. They've got a couple of stacks there as well. So do we feel like between Falcons and BB team, there's actually side who have maybe an easier time to invade and try and take the enemy's stacks?
Really depends how this mid lane continues to go, right? Like if Melrine has, you know, some nice early timings, he's got, you know, the way to be able to quickly move around the map, and I would have to say they probably take things a little slower on Falcons when you compare them to BB team. I think they're going to be very happy to just let Save do a lot of the damage with the Illuminate onto, you know, an enemy Ancient stack if he's the one looking to make that rotation through. Something interesting as well that Amar actually pinged out at the very start of the game is that Save has chosen to go for the Solar Bind instead of the Recall as the facet. So you're not going to have that same ability to have that like surprise gank coming out all as frequently, but you also need to consider that you're playing with a Tiny, right? Just having that Solar Bind for the reduced magic resist is going to be enormous in terms of the ability to blow someone up before potentially the Omni Knight is able to make the save.
Yeah, because I was looking, maybe there was going to be, at least the Wind Ranger's damage might be negated heavily because the reactive armor along with potential Crimson from Amar, but you know, like you're saying with the Tiny, maybe the Beastmaster like Scepter, if that's what Miero goes down, and another Solar Bind like you're saying, that maybe you're not going to be as concerned if a lot of the damage from the Wind Ranger is being mitigated.
Speaking of Amar, he's getting bullied a little bit here, but who's actually the one doing the bullying?
Yeah. Tokyo might be dead. Amar
okay.
for the facet with the Twisted Chakra, and we've seen actually a lot of the moment it's the other facet that the Timbersaws have been going for, but that extra little bit of burst here will help with getting the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. And this was a concern that the panel mentioned as well. Like, you have a position 5 that will do nothing to the Timbersaw, and we see that be the case. In fact, he just feeds a kilo.
Does indeed. Even Psyker dropping a little bit low here. Charge coming back from the fountain. I almost wonder if GPK wants to be moving down here to potentially join in onto this, because if you're going to get any sort of kills, you're going to need that Tiny's magic damage.
Yeah, but they're reading it. Look at this. Melrine's already here. Tries to zip past to interrupt the charge on mana, but they're still going to be able to get over towards the Wind Ranger. GPK lays the combo down, but it's just not enough. Like, it's a decent amount of damage, but they're down to half, but there's no one else nearby to have the follow-up. So Falcons, beautiful movement from them. I mean, they knew the charge would come back once again, so they bring extra heroes to play around Amar. You even bring Skidder through the portal just in case if it's required. And This is now scary territory because Amar, he's off to an incredible start on the Timber.
For sure, and you know, you always knew that this sort of thing was coming. He's a person that knows how to push this hero in particular to its absolute limits, and you know, he's really doing it flawlessly. And got to commend some of the Observer wards set up as well by Crit in the time that he hasn't had to spend in the lane as well. That's another just indirect bonus coming from a lot of this lane domination, right? He was able to set this one up next to where Melreen is farming, and he might even get another kill onto Toronto Tokyo. Absolutely will. And it just meant that they knew exactly when these rotations were potentially coming from BB Team as he pings his own facet this time.
Seems like you can't go bottom. You're not going to play into Amar, and that when you're actually going to be able to kill him as well. Like, looks like they'll go for the attempt onto Skitter. But GPK here, I mean, the Spirit Breaker is completely on the opposite side of the map. And they're actually kind of reading this too. I mean, Crit's going to come through the portal, Snake King's going to TP in.
GPK.
And now GPK is a little bit stuck. When he's got the team starting to move over, Miro's ready with the Primal Roar. Charge will finally come through from Toronto Tokyo. But Skitter's able to get some separation. Now Melreen's in for the party. Decent amount of damage onto at least the Beastmaster, and the potential of Amar showing up as well might turn the tide.
Repel, though.
They'll be able to deal with the Beastmaster, and Skeeter's still standing strong. I mean, the threat, BB Team, they started this fight, but looks like maybe they will be the ones to end it. Snake King goes down inside the tree lane. That's a double kill for GPK.
That's why you give him this hero. Man knows how to play. There's a couple of times now that he's been able to hit multi-man Avatos combinations, and you know, especially like we were saying, with some of that additional assistance with some of the bonus damage is, oh, they actually interrupt the time lapse. Wow. All right, that's a good way to be able to come back into this game, and off the back of that, GPK, it's going to be a 10-minute Blink Dagger. In position to be able to contest this power rune. Not going to be on the top side. Very, very happy to secure that Arcane rune for himself, but Melreen very happy to secure it for himself too. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just go for a smoke instantly once GPK's got this Blink Dagger through. Maybe just wanting to deal with the creep wave first, or even just put a little bit of their own damage into the enemy tier 1 tower, but I feel like Melreen's got the potential to be able to shove out this wave really quickly. Yep, there we go. They go for the smoke. Not going to be caught out by this Observer Ward this time. It's actually a smoke of their own, though. Falcons and Melreen.
Crit on the high ground's going to pop the smoke. Should be able to look for the burst potential. Crit relatively survivable thanks to the range up and the fluff he had, and Snake King's positioning. They're going to try and turn it back around onto GPK. Steps down to the river. GPK kill is still a little bit difficult though. They don't have the damage at the moment. Amar's going to fly over the top, and finally they'll assassinate the Tiny. Saika is just tickling Amar, and they might continue to chase. Amar still has a decent amount of mana to work with. Skeeter's going to come through from the opposite side as well. We can run back up in a couple of seconds, but it will not matter. Amar cuts him down.
Just really good positioning there. I mean, there's a little bit of luck involved, of course. Crit walking into them with that high ground advantage. Just call him Obi-Wan, but no, it was really, really good positioning, and you know, quick on the fingers as well to make sure that they got that pure lockdown to make sure that no one died as a result of that Blink Dagger initiation.
Which is supposed to be your big timing, where you're able to find a quick kill and transition that into another, but not the case here now. Falcons, they're back farming the stack on Amar, level 10. And he's actually going to be working to the pipe. So no Crimson potentially later on, but feeling like the magic damage is what he needs to address. And we saw that was actually even a concern, you know, because of how they've kind of itemized just the fluffy hat. Crit's going to be going into the Parvis, and of course the sustain from Snake King too.
I mean, I'm totally on board with that, right? Like, they don't have any ways to be able to deal with a Guardian Angel. Like, I believe Fear was saying on the panel, like, you're playing against a Wind Ranger, and you've got Guardian Angel. Like, it just feels like everyone that is going to be in danger is going to be clumping up in an area anyway, so a Guardian Angel is going to be incredibly impactful, at least until you've got a way to be able to, you know, have that offensive dispel at your disposal.
It's a long time away though, right, from being able to get towards that nullifier, so
yep.
Maybe we'll see. I mean, Snake King's positioning, if he's gonna keep himself away from danger, so they're unable to blow him up before the Omni's able to get the spells out.
I mean, the thing is, he needs to be very careful with his positioning, right? You're going up against a Spirit Breaker, one of the best heroes at being able to, even just with a glimpse of vision, find a way for you to be able to jump in onto the backline. Like we were saying before, Snake King, with a few of his items, he is, you know, relatively tanky. He's got the pick pole, he's got a raindrops for himself, plenty of magic stick charges. I really wouldn't be surprised to see him just continue buying up these raindrops, just because it's going to provide him with a lot of survivability.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo will not make it. Board the buzzer there. That is Maelstrom now getting delivered from Skidder, and you've also one completed from Psyker too. So both the carries will have their farming accelerant. Falcon's got to look to go through the portal towards top. They do spy out Miero trying to farm the last remaining gold towards a Scepter, but a nice scan is going to read this.
Very nicely done to be able to back off in time as well. It's still ages away from being able to get into anything resembling a Blink Dagger. Will they actually look to try and invade as far enough as the Wisdom Rune? Doesn't seem like it. But again, I feel like that's something a lot of teams are doing. Like, we're not seeing these net worth leads slip super far away. You know, they're able to delay the game out enough, try and drag it back a little bit, because once again, BB team have not reached their timings. Like, they had one at the 10-minute mark that didn't work out. It's Malrine. No way, actually. They get the Omni.
Stun connects now with the toss back onto Snake King. Gonna try and deal with the support. Toronto Tokyo will trade his life for it though.
No Guardian Angel.
Dragon fight where Mars gonna show up as well. You need to respect the damage for the Timber. Look at that. Down goes GPK in a heartbeat. Amar, who is he to want to chase for next? Miero's just gonna TP out in their face, and Psyker, he TP'd in though. That's the big issue. Malraid's lacking a little bit of mana, so the chase potential isn't really there, but man, Amar with these levels, the stacks they gave him, 6-0 and 4, I mean, is showcasing how much true damage this Timber can output.
I mean, Skidder's outputting plenty as well, right? And even just the Finger of Death being popped onto that GPK Tiny, really just wanting to put him in the grave, make sure that he's not as big of a factor. We talk about timings a lot, and there's a big reason for it. Like, BB team just aren't quite strong enough yet to be able to fight into a lot of these defensive tools that they've got on the Falcon side, right? The Guardian Angel, the Repel, that's something that you need to contend into. A super farmed Timbersaw who's getting closer and closer towards that pipe, that's a big issue as well. And, you know, maybe once you get level 12 on the Tiny, once you get the Phylactery, you've got that extra little bit of burst that you need, but you're just not at that stage yet.
So Tokyo almost getting the Vortex there. Nearby, Melrin's almost out of mana, but not gonna get clipped by the Avalanche.
They would have seen that Windrun use the Focus Fire, so maybe they do feel confident enough to just be able to go on in. Crit's not...
The Snake, do they go for Melrin? Melrin's going to be the target, but Snake Kick's nearby. Gives him some time to be able to get the zip away thanks to the Repel.
He can feed him a Lotus.
Melrin tries to do so. What? Full health, full mana? Okay, Melrin actually might be able to go back in now if they see an opportunity. Skitter's going to be brought up. Snake King, use of the Guardian Angel will protect it, but not against the magical damage. Skidder activates the ultimate, it just gets away. Very close to multiple cores going down.
Yeah, I was almost thinking that that would be going a whole lot better for Falcons, honestly, considering you didn't have that Focus Fire available. That damage output wasn't there quite as much, and we saw what that meant at the very end, right? Maybe they would have had the additional burst to be able to take out not only Melrin, but Skidder.
Oh my god.
Dire are scanning.
Just the power of having this hero like the Omni Knight though, right? Wouldn't be surprised if he went into a Holy Locket for himself next. He should be calling for his team to look to try and, as Miro is about to die, should be looking for the Tormentor as soon as it reaches that 20-minute mark, because that is the busted thing about this Omni Knight right now. Just an extra 3-second delay, just get another purification at, you know, 2/3 strength, which just seems way too good right now, especially if you can amp it up with something like that Holy Locket.
Seems like maybe there's some discussions being had about this tower being defended. You do have a charge across the map, and GPK starting to move over. 4-2 and 2. You'd love to see more kills here out of the Tiny, who's doing a decent job, honestly, to be able to keep up in net worth.
He's going to have to. Like, that is where your burst damage is coming from. That's how you're trying to force the Omni Knight to reveal himself, so that then you can, you know, look to go in and initiate onto him before the Guardian Angel comes out. It's like a flowchart, basically, that needs to happen. Force Snake King to reveal himself, get him killed. That enables the focus fire to actually put in work in these team fights. Double Gleipnir is up, though. Psyker's got his, Skitter's got his. Pretty even in terms of net worth, but it is going to provide something that I would say Falcons might have a little bit less of in terms of, like, reliable control at this stage, considering there's no BKBs up just yet. Not sure if that smoke actually should have clipped Melrine and it got revealed, but it got pinged instantly, that sort of area, and they're going to back off. Although Miro...
Into Miro first. Great. Instant hex out. GPK standing the wings to maybe counter, but no one else is nearby. Now GPK will try and disrupt them. Amar's still wanting to try and hunt him down. Which direction is going to go? Down to the south. GP's kind of... Meanwhile, mid lane, Sakura to Tokyo. They're eyeing up Melrine. This is super ambitious. Hoping for some bashes, praying for something. They've got the Gleipnir as well. Maybe the extra control. Melrine just zips away. Now we're snaking nearby. They're going to be able to give him bonus health to go back inside the river. On the opposite side, Amar was still able to get GPK too.
And he lets him know about it as well. Just picking the Twisted Chakra. He knows exactly where to throw it at all stages of this game, and it's just slipping out of their fingers a little bit here. It does feel like it is going a whole lot worse for them than it actually is. Like, 4K, 3K net worth lead doesn't feel like all that much, but they haven't taken this mid-tier 1 tower yet. They haven't taken a lot of these big objectives yet. Melrine, he's only just starting to finally reach like one of these big power spikes for himself, right? He's got the Kaya, he's got his level 12, he's got his Witchblade. Now he's someone that needs to be genuinely feared.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to make another attempt. I mean, Snake King's positioning once again behind the Storm Spirit. GPK's going to try and do his best to disrupt the Omni Knight spellcasting. Melrine falling low, but it's still not enough. They will be able to deal with Snake King nonetheless. But can they use this to turn into a bigger team fight advantage? Miro for the right side, tried to get the Robert Skeeter. Time lapse at the last second. He's going to be able to replenish some of the health.
Get a Weaver.
Goes still into the middle with the Nether Strike. That's enough, and now Amar's gone too. An opportunity for BB team to find more. At least Melrine's able to get the TP away, but Crit will not be so fortunate. So, some signs of life for BB team, and Psyker gets a big triple kill.
And a lot of that damage coming through from the man himself, Psyker. I was a little worried with his focus fire being on cooldown when he looked to rejoin into the team fight, but again, at this early stage, when you've got as much farm as you do, that Gleipnir puts in so much work, you know, just holding them in place for long enough, forcing out in unoptimal use of the time lapse means that you're able to, again, get a good charge off, get another good Avatos off. There's plenty of magic damage coming through at this stage. So kind of like what we saw last game, it feels now like Falcons need to delay things out a little bit until they get some of their own defensive items. You know, whether that be the BKB for Melrine, whether that be the Lincoln Sphere for Skitter, or the... it's actually finished up the pipe, so it's going to be a Shiva's Gun for Timbersaw.
Do you like this choice from Amar?
Going into the Shivers? Sure, why not? I mean, they've got plenty of spell amplification that they can look to try and play around, right? Kind of similar to what BB Team's strategy is. They need to do a bit of blowing up of their own. You don't want the Beastmaster to be getting off that Primal Roar. You don't want those Drums of Slum stacks building up. You don't want to let GPK get multiple rounds of his spells off. So if you can take out any of these heroes, I mean, Psyker especially, that's going to be a huge deal. He's got, speaking of Psyker, his own BKB coming out to him, so maybe they are going to contest this Roshan. They have one scan available if they wanted to use it on the pit.
It's faster than I thought it was going to be, but they'll still leave the area. Smoke from BB team.
I see Toronto Tokyo down on this bottom side.
Skeeter, Smoke's gonna pop. High ground advantage, so Miro
sees them.
Get the blink to off that initial control. Still, it's gonna be there. GPK toss away. Eyes on Snake. Can they protect him? Joss is able to get the time spot away. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit stuck inside the middle, but the spellcasting Snake King keeps everyone alive. Finally, they'll get the Omni Knight, but it just takes them far too long. Amar will be able to get down to the low ground. There was a buyback out of Toronto Tokyo instantly in thanks to the outpost. And now he's going to be able to hold Amar into place. GPK looking for more. The +1's not going to be there. They'll have the vision nonetheless thanks to the tree grab, and they will catch up to Crit.
You just see the confidence difference, right? Psyker able to commit into the middle of a lot of these team fights. That's what he wants. He wants that extra layer of safety. Look at the damage across the board. 6k just in that team fight from the Wind Ranger. The next closest was not even 2.5, so it's really this sort of spike that they're looking to play around here on BB Team. They want to make sure that they can force that tiebreakers coming through, because if they lose, they're locked into that 3rd spot.
Trying to see who, again, their opponents, either Team Spirit, right? We don't know, I suppose. They haven't played their last series, so either Team Spirit or Team Liquid in Group D. No, without a doubt, not easy to determine if you're going to be playing the upper bracket or the lower bracket. And again, I mean, we know the importance of starting the upper bracket at TI. No one has won from starting without the second chance.
Gaming got close, but oof.
Very close. Let's see, 5,000 net worth lead, BB Team. A great position. Ages, need time for them to make work of it.
No cheating, Lockie. What's the win prob?
Like 63?
50-50 on the dot.
Okay.
I would honestly put it down that way. It's really just going to depend on who finds the right type of initiation. You know, are you able to find snaking? Are you able to take away the threat of the repel and the Guardian Angel? Are they even just the heals off the back of that? He hasn't even got any real items for himself, right? Not even a mech. So there's a lot more healing yet to come from snaking. His importance isn't going to go down as this game ticks on.
What about Falcons and like what's the strategy for them in these team fights? Do they need to be also starting on someone, or they're more reactionary?
I think they're a little more reactionary.
An aggressive chain up to the high ground, and
he's already got the repel on.
Formation's not there, but Amar, he's got also the scepter, so you're not killing him. Maybe you can try and target down with the Storm Spirits. They can try to get range, but it's too late. They'll blow up Melream. A lot was committed once again, and with the Guardian Angel, it's gonna stop the damage from Psyker down to the south. Skeeter trying to close the distance onto GPK, but now they've split away from
isolated himself.
And with the reactive armor on cooldown, there's nothing Amar's going to be able to do. This is the 3rd death and make it 2nd in a row for what was looking like the unkillable Timbersaw.
Light, fear me.
Sorry, just got to let Save have his moment there. But yeah, no, these team fights are just going amazingly well. The amount of burst damage that they've got for Melreen in particular, and you know, the lack of any sort of items on the Omni Knight means that you just don't have the range to be able to cast that repel a lot of the time. You know, he wasn't able to get in place to be able to save the Storm Spirit. He took in 3 seconds over 2,000 damage, which is kind of nuts.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See, a lot of the damage coming through for the Beast Master then. And we will continue to see that be the case. Miero almost level, well, just hit level 17, so one more away from the 18, and BKB make it much easier. To go back, hopefully, to my question, we've spoken a lot about BB Team and trying to target down snaking. What do Falcons actually need to do? Like, what is the strategy for them inside the team fights?
I mean, to me, I think the key linchpin of their fights is save. You know, being able to reduce the damage heavily by not having an additional heal coming through, by not having that magic damage reduction from the Solar Bind. He's got the shard, so he's got 2 charges of it, by the way. You're going to be able to, with the amount of like 2-3-man Avatos combos that GPK has gotten, reduce your damage taken heavily if you're just able to deal with save somewhat.
The damage is going to continue to spike. This is the Conda now completed for GPK, BKB from Miero. You see the read from them. They really want to capitalize on the lead they have. Gem is on the Beastmaster. I'm not sure how long he's had it for now, but really trying to continue to control the map.
It's, again, this period where Tiny, it just feels like he doesn't have a downtime with his power spikes. Now he's level 18, so that Crow is going to be increasing the amount of toss bonus damage that you get. You get more right-click damage. You, like you said, got into the Kanda as well, so it's a lot that you're having to deal with right now. Snake King's position needs to be perfect, and you need to take away that supporting cast.
They're hitting high ground. This tier 3 tower.
They're just trying to force people back. He's got the Aegis for another minute, so why not? They're even pinging over to the right-hand side on Falcons, really not wanting that Wisdom Rune to be taken away from them.
This is not a bad item though. Lincoln's now completed for Skitter. Give him a little bit more survivability inside some of these team fights, make it difficult to get that initial control. Gotta be cautious still about the Avalanche though from GPK.
They're trying to bait this Wisdom Rune a little bit, anticipating that this could be where they're making the move towards. Amar being the one on the front lines makes a ton of sense. He's incredibly tanky.
Smoke's gonna pop with the blind jump in. Gets us onto one. They need to see snaking. He's trying to duck into the tree line. They'll be able to protect Melrin. Age is getting claimed instantly. Finally, they'll deal with Snake. So not only Knight to be able to protect them. Over the left side, like you said, Save is also the important target. So Falcons able to address that. Now both sides, their supports are gone, but who wants to continue the team fight? Melrin stuck inside the trees by the secret shop, and meanwhile, Miro is trying to 1v2 with the BKB getting activated. He's got GPK to jump over the top as well. Skeeter, last second time left, but still the shackles are going to be there. Even afterwards, it doesn't matter. Skeeter goes down. And BB team can now knock on the high ground after that team fight goes their way.
Yeah, there was pretty much zero impact on that team fight there from Snay, unfortunately. Couldn't use his wand, no mech, no Guardian Angel, no heals.
Oh, he wasn't able to get the chain away. Now Amar held into place, still gonna try and go for the finishing blow, but Amar, are you gonna be able to escape? Yes, you got the kill, but now latched up and brought down. Psyche's got another round of the focus fight. Crit's gonna be chased down with the BKB. It will expire though, but there's just no damage with the two supports. They are just feasting on BB team. A triple for Psyche. And a much different performance from him, along with his other 4 team members.
Does he go for the blind jump here on Melrin? Doesn't seem like he wants to fully commit there for the kill, although... close as hell. Try and make something happen here is Skitter. Maybe just forcing them back. Maybe BKB still a good minute away. They want to try and take out...
Oh, can they do this?
No.
Can they do this? Uh-oh.
Yeah. He's filled himself in Psyche. I mean, a very, very different game, like you were saying, and with all of these successful engagements, with these objectives that they've been able to take, that is 400 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter on top of everything else. So, you know, even if they do build into the MKBs and the like, you're still going to have that physical damage take a reduction coming through from this.
Was a even 50-50 probability. It's jumped up to 85 now.
Good reason, team.
See if they want to stick around and show some respect.
The timing for GPK, level 20, so even more tree grab base damage. He's just going to absolutely chunk down these racks.
Even they're going to go in. Tokyo in and out, creating chaos.
Not the greatest BKB.
Yeah, now Psyche, he's going to have to use his own as well, but this is a big opportunity. Some questionable decision making. Melrin trying to close the distance onto the Wind Ranger. They're going to be able to blow up the carry. Onto the backline, Miro doing as much as he can to slow down Snaking, but Falcons are not out of this just yet. BB team giving them a lifeline here. Miro is just looking to bring one person into the grave and won't be able to do so, but... Alright, you get a full set of barracks bottom. You don't get anything mid lane though, and it's a 12,000 net worth lead. I believe it swings about 5,000 or 6,000.
Yeah, it's overstayed their welcome far too much. Especially considering, you know, again, those cooldowns are going to get you. You need those BKBs to be able to withstand what the Storm Spirit and the Timbersaw in particular are able to throw at you. Amar just hits like a wet lettuce leaf if he's going up against those BKBs. So, you know, the fact that they popped it kind of early here on GPK without able to get that catch means that, you know, they were trying to just pull the plug, say, let's try and retreat, but good focus damage being put in onto Saxa here. Not Saxa, Psyche.
I really wonder what are they gonna... BK maybe thinking about is he got the damage. Okay, yeah, without a doubt. Jesus, GPK.
Not a freebie.
I really wonder what the decision making was though for them to dive tier 4 tower. Like, I know we've been seeing a lot snaking is really valuable, but if you just kept hitting the objective, like potentially this looked like a free set of barracks with the Storm Spirit still dead, but you take a fight with him respawning shortly, then you're very deep inside Falcon's territory, and we saw what happened.
Yeah, for sure, but, you know, they're likely to play on the edge. You know, they're wanting to make sure that the obvious play is exactly what you said, but that just means that that's probably what Falcons are going to do. They're going to try and defend, and that's the opportunity to be able to pick someone off. I'm assuming that's their mentality, and it's still, at the end of the day, this is a team of relatively young, confident players, and they want to be able to style on a team that's had their number for the past year. They measured this time around, though. Say might. We'll see.
Kind of needs to be, because if you do give another team fight over to Falcons, his next set of items are starting to come out. Give him that opportunity to get back in.
Working on the Satanic is Psyker. So again, going to be very willing to commit into the middle of these team fights, and that's another big item as well, just having the Scythe of Vice on save, making sure that if anyone is going to commit deep into a lot of these engagements, they are going to be in big danger. Even Skitter with his Lincolns, right? You've got the Force Staff to be able to pop that, and then you can Scythe him on the back lines and potentially blow him up. Doesn't exactly have the greatest amount of hit points.
Radiant are scanning.
Inside the base, Chonto Tokyo giving them some information. Gonna see them smoke and...
Oh, they're gonna get him
now
behind here.
Behind. What is his position?
That's Falcon's base! Oh, the spacing though.
Go left.
The guessy.
Look it out.
I mean, it's going to become a bit more obvious once this creep wave on bottom isn't dealt with, right? That's the big thing. Although, Roche is up.
Are they gonna Roche?
Yeah, 50 seconds you've got.
What?
Can you commit for this?
No way. So they're gonna get Roche?
Mm-hmm.
Aegis Banner?
Who do you even give this over to? Do you give it to Skitter or do you give it to Malrine? He's rushing down there as if it's going to be his.
I mean, Storm Aegis is incredible, but I was checking the buyback status. I don't know, we'll see. Looks like it's going to be Skitter that claims it, though. They didn't even ping or anything, so completely unaware was BB team. So you... a slight mistake with the middle set of barracks, and then you give an opportunity for Falcons to get the Aegis, and... I mean, team, you only need some slight advantages, and you could turn the fire.
That's pretty disastrous, right? Like, you don't get Aegis, despite being over 12k ahead. You don't get any kills, and you don't get the mid lane of Rax. You got nothing out of that entire time.
See if it's gonna bite them in the end. Plasma now completed for Malrine. Trying to see if there's any other items too.
Nothing super major. I think you've got the Shiva's Guard up from Amar, which provides him obviously a whole lot of additional safety. The extra magic resist coming from his level 20 as well, so a lot beefier against a lot of this aggression that's coming through from BB team now. You have to wonder if they just been a little bit too apprehensive.
Skater with the Lincolns. They get a glimpse of everyone else. GPK with a jump into the backline, trying to deal with the supports. Chonto Tokyo eyes off snaking, but the damage is being split, and meanwhile the turnaround, GPK falling low. BKB is going to be activated at the last second. It's not going to matter in the end. They've got the physical damage to go through. Malrine also spies out save, and this is the opportunity they needed from Falcons. They were able to find a way back into this game. Another team fight. They're going to be able to find back-to-back victories, and this net worth lead, it is dwindling.
It's dwindling, and it's dwindling fast. I mean, it's one of those ones where GPK, he is a big part of a lot of these teamfight successes, and he just got taken down far too quickly there. He was in the middle of the metal grinder, it feels like, because he just got absolutely demolished.
Okay, Psycho, just, I mean, Malrine's gone.
Amp damage, you know, it happens with Daedalus and Enchanted Quiver. Does bring him a lot closer to that Satanic, though.
Goddamn ping of the facet. The damage one's another one. I know Divine Llama likes to do that. It's after team fights, ping out how much damage he did to someone. Some interesting new ways to BM. They are looking for a Mar.
Oh, found him.
With Miro nearby. Crit maybe can offer the Solar Crystalline with a Force Up, but still the damage Amar is completely out of mana.
They were overlapped those stuns a little bit there. I wonder if it might have been the difference if he was just stunned up for an extra second and a half. Hawk potentially saving the arrow there, rooting Skitter up in place. I have to wonder, is he going to actually...
They're actually coming through the portal. GPK onto Skitter. Skitter's trying to get the Sakuchi away. Is the control going to be there in time? GPK jumps over the top. They'll deal with him the once. Snaking is nowhere to be seen. They're actually just cutting their losses. Trying to hope Skitter can somehow find his escape, but that will not be the case. He doesn't have a buyback as well. 80 seconds without the carry.
Lane's pretty shoved out though. I don't think they're going to be able to do too much damage to the base potentially. Or, you know, you might even see Malrine put a little bit of extra pressure back onto the mid lane, force them to make a bit of a defensive movement. But it's certainly scary to see your carry just die as quickly as that. It does feel like it's reaching the point where you yourself need to be considering going into a BKB. I know he's already used up his an item slot for a defensive item in the Lincolns, but it really does feel like he's lacking that extra layer of survivability. I'm also wondering what talents you're going to get from Psyker at level 25. I would almost go for the left one. Getting kills with Whirlwind, extending its duration by a couple seconds. They still don't have an offensive dispel on Falcon's side.
The base is much easier to position on Snaking, but they're still going to go for the deep dive, and okay, maybe it's not going to matter. You can't set up a formation. Snaking's going to buy back.
That's a lot of damage.
He's just going down. The AoE damage from Amato. Toku's going to try and TP out. He will make it, but Saka and Mira just disappeared.
What the hell killed them? Was it just Amar? Did like 2/3 of the damage to the Beastmaster at least. God damn. Not able to pop the BKB on Psyker. A couple of times now that they've just not been able to get just a simple objective, right? They got the range racks finally, I think, but there's a melee rack still standing there, which just makes the game so much easier. Lanes passively pushing in, gives you a ton of extra information. Far too many times they've just been able to walk away and then re-engage with an additional amount of damage that you just haven't been able to deal with.
They're the ones that might be able to poke the high ground and crack it.
I don't think that's in range. That sentry's not in range of the Observer Ward. That one is.
Now Melrine. What a mana use. Crit going to be able to get the jump onto the Tiny. Tiny 4,200 health they have to go through. They're still going to make D10. GPK's fallen low and he's gone. He's got a buyback, but the fact you have to expend it. A great jump for Falcons and base, they're not going to leave.
Oh, no reason to. Creeps are perfectly healthy. Save doing his best to just try and drag them underneath tier 4 towers, but that's not the objective that Falcons want at this point. They're going to be much more measured about things. Just take the racks and get the hell out as Psych is about to respawn.
And you are now going back and kicking your sellers from that mid-push instead of going for the barracks and giving up the second Roche and the Ages. 2,000 net worth lead, nothing at this stage in the game. All momentum favoring Falcons.
It is indeed. I'm just seeing like how could things potentially change, because I keep complimenting the players this TI because their itemization is just so good a lot of the time. We've seen how much of a focus is being put onto Snaking, and it's going to be an eternity until he gets there. But this Aghanim Scepter is just perfect, right? Global cast range, just stand absolutely nowhere near anything. You can stand in Fountain for all I care, and you're always going to be able to find that save for, you know, when Psyker in particular looks to try and make the jump in onto, you know, a high priority target.
Does this need to be a nullifier as his last item on Psycho?
Absolutely, in my eyes. Like, I don't think there's any other way to go about it. You need to make sure that if that is the avenue that you're looking to go around with the Omni Knight, he's not in range to actually get that repel off. You force him to play in a way that he doesn't want to put himself in harm's way somewhere.
Or even potentially dispelling the Aeon Disc. Ghost Scepter, there's a lot of things. It's unfortunately not really anyone. GPK has one queued up. He's kind of the only person that can really go for it, but it's not like a Scepter that sometimes we see from the Tinies for some late game scaling.
He has gone for the left Wind Ranger talent as well, so just another thing that allows you to stay in the team fight for that much longer. Every kill, so even more so now, you want to get those squishy supports because it's going to extend the duration of the Ma.
He chained really far away from the team, and they're going to toss him even further away as well. But once he gets the reactive armor off, so they're going to have to leave him alone. So we'll give time for Falcons to set the formation back up, but that is it.
He's looking for a charge coming through potentially from Toronto Tokyo there to try and follow it up, but I mean, he's got some nice items himself. A BKB just enabling himself to go in onto those backlines without too many cares. Also needing to just shove out this mid lane. This is what I was talking about previously, something that BB team don't have the luxury of because they went for those extra dives. They don't have that mid lane of racks. They've still got a melee there on the Falcons side, so the lane is just going to be passively pushing in, and it means that you don't have as much of that surprise factor. It's a long Roche respawn as well.
Buyback status is key here. Only 2 for Dire, Storm Spirit along with the Timber. And BB team, it's like Psyche is the only person without it. Smoke's going to pop GPK with a high ground position.
He's got a nullifier queued up himself, but still a while away to be able to get there.
Jamar, the target you want to try and poke. Toronto Tokyo in a little bit of trouble. He's fine with the status resistance. Melrine as well is going to be able to catch out GPK onto the low ground. It's a lot of damage. Skidder with the crits. GPK is going to be okay. Meanwhile, Miro.
Down the Omni.
When he found Snakey, but no one else is there to be able to fall with the Raw. Finally, they're going to be able to get rid of Snakey without a buyback, but Psyker.
Oh, he's up.
Finally turns to Satanic. Is able to get back up to full health. Without the ultimate, he's going to be lacking some of the damage output. Crit's able to jump over the top, enabling Melrine. Have they got what it takes here to bring down the Wind Ranger? It's not the case. Psyker steps out. Now somehow still dies in the end. I think the damage over time from the Storm Spirit. GPK still inside the tree line. Melrine completely out of mana. Maybe there's an opportunity for Miero back into the middle of the crit. Another double stun. And the March just goes uncontested. The Timber Source damage will reign supreme in the team fight. Melrine gets the ultra kill as well. As these are 3 heroes without any buybacks on BB team.
Yeah, and you used your one on GPK as well, so that's a lot of gold. You're not going to be getting into that nullifier anytime soon. It's just a question of, do you stick around? You know Roshan's spawning pretty soon. It looks like they're going to look to commit for that. Moving up onto the high ground against a Tiny, it's always a scary prospect, so just looking to give themselves that extra life to be able to do so. But all of that damage just across the board from Falcons. 10k from Melrine. Okay, fought back. He doesn't have a TP.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
That is a quick DC at the very end of it all. You think any facets might get pinged out here, but yeah, Psych, that's probably the best voice line that you could possibly use at this point, because it was that. It was probably even 4 misplays. Misplay after misplay after misplay after misplay. Going for that goddamn mid-racks. Actually, not going for the racks was probably the misplay, and then, yeah, just a few too many people caught out on their own. Snaking, he fixed some of his positioning as well, because he was absolutely priority number 1 for BB team, and he fixed it up a little bit for himself, became much harder to kill as the game dragged on, and yeah, what a cohesive performance again from Team Falcons to keep the monkey on the back of BB team.
Yeah, still continues to be the case where BB team are unable to get this big victory over Falcons. Again, we were saying the only time they really win against them is in group stages where they get 1-1 ties, and now in the road to the international, that is not going to be the case. So, which could have been a lot of momentum for them, now means that they have to play up against the first or second place team of Group D. So that's going to be a very difficult opponent to see if they get seeded at the upper bracket or the lower bracket. But for our second series, Falcons are going to reign supreme with a 2-0. Let's see what the panel has to say about this second game.
Thank you both, and well put as well, Aries. The fact is, on another stream, 0 went 1-1, which did at least secure them to be in first or second. Now it was all down to what happened between BB Team and Falcons, because if they too had have gone 1-1, they would have rematched and gone into a best of 3 to decide who would have made it second, who would have made third. But with Falcons going 2-0 here, we're still going to get a tiebreaker in Group C, but a different variety. It's going to be between Zero and Falcons on who's going to get first place and who's going to get second, because first place of the group gets to pick their opponent in the best of 3 in playoffs, whereas if you're second, you're kind of just left over with the remaining choice there, which could be good or bad. But either way, let's break down this games a little bit, because Falcons having a good laning phase for themselves, Fear, off to a good start, until it went to the way of BB Team, but a good lanes again from them.
Yeah, they had a really good lane on Amar specifically. Like, he was like out of control this game, so I wasn't really too worried about that. But on BB Team, I was a little bit surprised that the Beastmaster did as well as he did for the first blood, right? Like, the Weaver tried to get an early cheeky first blood onto the Beastmaster there. Beastmaster barely lived. They turned it around, got a double kill onto Save in that lane, which was pretty good start for him there. But it really just transitioned into this mid game where I did see Nightfall. He played so much better, and this is the fight where I think he got the triple kill actually, where it's just like he showed up to the fight, he comes here, gets 3 kills, and this kill was very pivotal because this is the Timbersaw that was top net worth, and now all of a sudden Nightfall gets into that top net worth positioning. But unfortunately for them, these high grounds, it happens to all of us. Couple of deaths here and there. You think you're winning the game. I thought they won the game, and then things get sloppy, and then all of a sudden a game that you feel like should have been yours was taken from you.
Is it sloppiness, Winter? Is there a little bit more to it as to why they weren't able to very comfortably take down that second set of racks?
Not really. I think they just needed to know when they needed to back off. Like pushing high ground is a lot about recognizing, okay, we've already gotten what we get. They buy back. We need to just back off and not try to be too greedy. Your spells are on cooldown, BKB is down, and going for another secondary fight is oftentimes a very, very bad idea for you.
I mean, that was the problem there. It's like because like if you would have looked there, Storm had 2 seconds on his respawn timer, right? And they didn't back off. They didn't respect it. And then all of a sudden, Nightfall gets caught out by the Storm who just respawned and kills him. And it's like, this is all telegraphed. They all know when he was respawning. They just didn't back fast enough.
Yeah, it's just about discipline, you know. In this type of moments, you need somebody who has a very, very clear mind looking at the game and just looking at the position you're in. We're leading, but we cannot really, take whatever we want. We have to respect the fact that they have some core heroes coming back up, and we just need to back off.
Yeah, this is where you kind of let your emotions get the best of you, which, when we're talking about BB Team, usually that's not the emotion that we're talking about. We're talking about tilt, but in this case, it was like they were excited. They're like, we're finally doing it. We're beating Falcons. Game 1 went miserably, and then because of that, they make these bad decisions.
I think it's actually on the other side. Something that I've noticed for Falcons in game 1, but more predominantly here in game number 2, is their buybacks, how decisive they are with using it, but also when they use it. In game number 1, Mallory got blown up on the Sand King. He immediately bought back and was able to use the outpost and get back into a fight. For game number 2, on 2 separate occasions, it was the supports. So it was staying on the Omni, got blown up, immediately bought back into the fight. And the same last replay we just saw there as well is Crit isn't able to connect his finger of death to be able to sustain a little bit longer, ends up dying, immediately buys back straight into the fight again. So it's like, they just know the timings really well on all of the players. So I think that that's what also really turns for Falcons in team fights is they're not panicking when it comes to buybacks.
Yeah. I think they just generally clutched this one too. Like to me, the big pivotal moment for them was when they snuck the Roche, when they smoked out and they took the Aegis. Like that, from then on, they had momentum. And sure, there was some throws by BB Team here or there, but without an Aegis, without like that little bit of an advantage, there's no way they're taking these fights. So just generally, Falcons clutch this game. We don't usually see them in a position where they have to clutch, especially against BB Team. But they did. They showed that they could.
Well, this is definitely a game that they're glad they won, but it's probably not a moral victory for them.
It doesn't feel good you won it.
You feel like you lost it, but you're happy you won.
No, they open this replay immediately when the game is over.
They're always jumping into the post-game drafts there. Graphs. Words, stumbling. Hopefully someone who can be a bit better with these words here is Purge, who's going to talk about the exact moment BB Team were able to make a game for themselves.
Yeah, it was a big moment for BB Team. They lost the laning stage, but they got back into the game with this really crucial team fight at about the 19-minute mark. I'd love to show you some very crucial moments that happened that allowed them to win the fight despite being back by 4K. They initially spotted the storm on an observer ward, so they start collapsing into this area. And just starting things off on Malorine is great, but Spiritbreaker doesn't have his ulti, so they can't really like push SB back into the team. So check what happens. They're going to watch the on-man here. He's going to be here to save the Storm Spirit, but that's exactly when GPK comes forward. And he catches them, and very importantly, he's going to put their damage together. Watch how much damage they take from this toss. Boom. So like at the start of this fight, almost all of their HP is dead. And then, Nightfall throws out a really nice shackle. And you know the way shackles work is they do like one of these, and then they catch the carry on the back line and stun them together. So at this moment, he's doing a huge amount of damage with all these arrows shooting everywhere. Watch the HP of the Weaver here. It's going to completely drop just while being on the side of the fight. He isn't even necessarily targeting him on purpose, but he gets all the way to low HP as a result. And in the meantime, they have to put all their effort into this Tiny who's got tons of HP. That basically does nothing. And over here on the right side, if you take a quick look, the Weaver who ran to the right ends up getting roared over here and ends up having to time-lapse just to go back to half HP. As he retreats, they all get clumped together. They get pretty much cleaned up. They miss the kill on Toronto Tokyo over here. He ends up surviving. So they just get a huge team fight. Really, really well done by BB team. Great skill execution. That's what got them in this game. Unfortunately, that they did throw it in the end.
Sometimes it goes that way, but thank you so much, Purge. It's nice to get a bigger breakdown of that, and also just a different viewpoint on how to deal with Weaver. So often it feels like the tactic is run in, burst him before he can even get time-lapse off, before he can do anything else. But this way, it's you slowly wear him down, that when he does use time-lapse, he's just going back to half health. He's still not in a position to be able to turn and fight you guys there. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Before we do, talk about what's happening for the remainder of the day, tiebreakers, Falcons going to be playing again, but it's going to be a rematch against Team Zero. We're not going to be covering it, but do you guys have any predictions? It's a best of 3, so it's going to go the full distance, potentially. Or is it going to be a 2-0?
Probably a 1-1.
And then it's a best of 3.
And then
it's a best of 1. Oh, and then Falcons.
And then a 1-0. He's honestly right.
He's not wrong.
Definitely
He's
how
not
it's gonna
wrong.
go.
And he's just saying it in a lot of words.
Yes.
So who do you think will be the eventual winner?
I already said Falcons.
Okay, Falcons.
They're going to win the best of
Team
1.
Zero, Falcons look unstable today.
They do look unstable. I don't know why he did that vocal intonation. That was strange.
It's kind of cool.
I agree. I think Falcons looks unstable, but we've also seen them in at Riyadh. They had a similar thing where they had a really rough day 1, and then they kind of looked at the replays, got it together very quickly, and then they looked strong. And I feel like I also want to put some stock in what Malorine said about not knowing anything about Team Zero. They're not looking at them. Now all the eyes are on them. So the question is, can Team Zero continue to win when the Earth Spirit mid is going to be banned, for example? We'll see.
Yeah, we will. That's going to be later in the day, though. Right now, we do still have our final best of 2s for the group stage. It's going to be who is it? Team Liquid up against Spirit. But before we jump on into that, we've got a little bit of content for you. We've had people on the ground running around. You're going to get some interviews. When you come back, it'll be a brand new panel for your entertainment.
I'm here with Extreme Gaming. We've got DY, and they have just won their group here at the group stages of the International. DY, how does it feel to be top of the group?
作为小组第一，现在感觉怎么样呢？
还好吧，反正小组赛也不淘汰队伍。
It's all right. There's no team eliminated from the groups anyway.
All right, well, obviously, you get to choose an opponent from Group P to play up against. We don't know who you get to choose from yet, but what factors will you be considering when making that choice?
作为小组第一，你们可以选择就是下一个 BO3 的对手。我们不知道你有哪些队伍可以选，但是哪些因素会影响到你们选择的队伍呢？
我觉得我们应该不会选择中国队吧。除此以外，别的我不行。
I don't think we will choose a Chinese team, but other than that, I'm not sure yet.
All right, that's interesting. Why do you not think you'll be choosing a Chinese team?
为什么你觉得你们不会选中国队呢？
因为我不希望任何一支中国队直接就掉进败者组。
Because I hope that no Chinese team will fall into the lower brackets.
Very good. All right, final question from me then. What do you think about OneWe, the team which did manage to take a game from you? Was it a chill game from you guys, or were you giving it your all and they just got the upper hand?
你对你上一个对手有什么看法？One Win，他们从你们手中拿了1分，对他们有什么评价呢？
很厉害的队伍，要是能早点来 Major 过招就好。
they're a very strong team. I wish that they made it to a major earlier so we can play against them.
Brilliant. All right, DY, thank you very much, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Team Spirit made one of the most legendary runs in TI history. Two-time Aegis winners, owners of a very exclusive club. And now I get to talk to Maposhka, who is going for his third Aegis. I mean, how does it feel to be back again, and how does it feel to be in the running for a third Aegis?
I think it's feeling great. Yeah, we came here for our third Aegis, and I hope we will win.
Absolutely. I mean, do you approach the international differently to all the tournaments of the year?
To be honest, I think we prepare for every tournament in the same way. I think, of course, it's a little bit a question about motivation, and on some biggest tournaments, our motivation is a little bit bigger. But I still think that our preparation is not like very different between other tournaments.
Would you say your motivation for this is the highest?
Yeah, I think so.
That's good. I mean, you know, I do want to look back at the Esports World Cup. You guys did pretty well there, but you know, how do you feel about your result?
I think our result was not good enough, in our opinions. Like, our form was good, but we met some problems on tournament, and we couldn't solve it. Actually, like, we met some problems with heroes. We not adapt to meta at the tournament. And that's it. I think it's more about heroes, about tactics, about some meta heroes, and we just didn't adapt well enough.
You know, you guys have been dominant at TI for a long time. You know, you've been turning up to TIs and threatening every single time. And you look at other teams throughout history of Dota, you know, like Liquid and VP and Secret, you know, these teams, they had eras of dominance, but they were very short. Yet you've been able to turn up again and again, and, you know, now you're going for another TI and you're looking in great form. How do you think you're able to do this over such a long period of time? You know, how have you been able to stay so strong for so long?
Actually, I don't know. It's a little bit surprise for me too. I think it's more about our chemistry between teammates. Like, we believe in each other, even when we have some bad periods. We still know that every one of us is a good player, and we know that if we will find enough motivation, if we practice enough, we still can win some tournaments. And I think it's also, we just having a really good time with each other.
Yeah.
And I think this is the most important.
Talk about yourself and, you know, your personal life, your friends and family. You know, who do you have back at home supporting you and, you know, watching your games and such?
I think it's my family. Yeah, they always support me, always watching some games, even they don't understand anything from game, but they always saying some good words after tournaments, or about some other stuff. So I think it's my family.
Yeah, great. And what's your, you know, relationship like them? And especially when, you know, you started this, you know, what did they say when you started going pro in Dota?
It's a little bit hard to explain, but of course they not believe in me from the start when I start my career. But like when I got my first salary or some prize like that, they understand that this is really serious thing, what I'm doing, and they start support me and believe in me every time.
A lot of good teams, they are really strong throughout the year, but then at the international, they don't perform as well. Why do you think it is that this happens sometimes?
I mean, I could understand before when prize pool is very big, and sometimes you felt much more pressure when you're playing. But now, I don't know actually. I mean, it's hard to say right now because, for example, previous international, there was only 2 teams who won tournaments. It was we, Team Spirit, and Gladiators.
Yeah.
And the grand final was between Team Spirit and Gladiators.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say that on that TI we will see. But I still think that Extreme, Falcons, Gladiators, they will reach top place.
What would it mean for you to be the first team to hold 3 Aegises? What would that mean?
I mean, need to need to do it first.
Yeah,
and
then you'll
after
know.
I can say
All right.
how I will feel myself.
All right, brilliant. Well, I think that's about it. Mposhka, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the International.
Thanks so much.
Hello, I am here with 33 from Team Liquid, the captain. Sir, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
This is the 9th TI for the organization, for Team Liquid. And I've always felt that you guys are one of the better supported teams, kind of a fan favorite. Do you guys feel that as players?
For sure, you feel it. You feel it a bit. We just got back from Peru, and the fans there were like very, very passionate, and you could really tell that they really like the players and the team. So yeah, the support is always nice, and yeah, we are just trying our best.
Last TI, you guys went out in 5th, 6th.
Not me.
Hmm?
Not me.
The team went out in 5th, 6th. Obviously, things are going to change now you're here. What are you guys going to do to improve on that finish? Other than win more games, what is the sort of approach?
Yeah, I would say we don't really think about it that way. Like, it's just another tournament. We just prepared for it. We had a pretty successful bootcamp, I would say. We have good ideas of what we want to play. And yeah, it just the tournament starts, and then you get to test how good your ideas really were.
Yeah.
And if they were good, you're probably going to do really well. If they were not so good, then it's a bit unlucky, because it's not as easy to like change things up during the tournament.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, we'll just come into it with what we've practiced and hope that we practiced the right things.
All right, let's talk about the other 3 teams you got in your group, and I want you to give me your opinion about them, whether you're confident, what you're looking out for. You ready?
Sure.
Okay, Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora is always a bit of a surprising team. I think in my career, I always kind of lost to them a lot, I think. I'm not sure, to be honest, but I have a feeling that a lot of times when I play against them, I lose. Like in group stages. I don't think I played them many times, if at all, in elimination games, but I always remember like losing to them.
So they're kind of a wild card to play against, you think?
Yeah, I think they're definitely a wild card.
Wow.
This year they haven't done as well, I think, as last year.
Okay.
But they always look like a strong team. I think so far this year they haven't lived up to the expectations. But I'm sure like TI is the time they will do the final push. So
for sure.
We'll see.
Team Spirit.
Spirit, obviously, everyone is always like expecting them to be like maybe not the favorites, but like at the top this year. I think they have looked very good though coming into this TI. I think in the last tournament they almost won. They ended up losing to Falcons, but apart from the finals, they looked very strong. They looked like they know what they are doing. I think Spirit, a lot of times when they are struggling, you could really tell by their drafts that they are not really sure like what type of heroes the course should play. They have very like disoriented drafts, and I think now they have a bit of a stronger ideas of what they want to do. So they're obviously a strong team, but for myself, I'm never like intimidated by Spirit. I think I have very good record against them, at least from memory. So they're obviously a really good team, but I'm confident against them.
Nice. And lastly, Beast Coast.
We played against them, I think, a bunch in the last tournaments. So they are not so like unknown to us. As a lot of times you go into a tournament and there is like some South American team from the qualifier and you're not exactly sure. But these guys, I would say we know them pretty well. Boxy is a big fan of the Pulse 4 player.
Right.
El Mishu, I think. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. But when we were preparing for our match against them in Riyadh, Boxy was watching the replays, and he would not stop telling me how this guy is like so good. He was telling me that he's watching him play, and he feels like he's watching himself play.
Oh wow!
Like he's always making the best decision. So he was like,
that's a very Boxy thing to say.
Yeah,
right?
complimenting himself a little bit, but also Mr. El Mishu.
How crazy do you think this TI could be in terms of like the swing from what we see in the group stage to what the meta looks like towards the end of the tournament? Do you think it could be super wide, or do you think it's actually pretty set already?
It's pretty set for now, but at least always in TI there's like some hero that everyone thinks the meta is figured out right before, and then some hero that everyone like forgot about just sneaks by, and suddenly by the end of the tournament is like the hottest hero of the tournament. So I'm not sure what hero that would be just yet, but there's probably going to be something. The group stage is a lot shorter this time, so maybe there won't be as much time for the meta to develop. I think the past TIs, you played like what, 14, 16 games in the group stage?
Yeah, there's a lot more.
A lot more, so there was a lot more time to experiment. So yeah, we'll see how it affects the development of the meta this time.
Okay, fantastic. 33, thank you so much for joining me, and it was lovely chatting to you. Best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Well, so far, the meta, and rather the tournament format, seems to fit 33 and Team Liquid fairly well, as they are undefeated for now in the group stages of the road to TI. We're going to talk all about that because we're going to have them featured on the main stream up against Team Spirit in just a little bit. But first, let me introduce you a fresh panel as we'll take you through the rest of the day, which is not only this one more series, because tiebreakers on the horizon with already one tie guaranteed. Lacoste, do you want to make any predictions as to how many we'll have in total?
On top of my head, I would say 7 teams will be included.
In the tiebreakers?
Yes.
Okay, this is impressive. It's also a very random amount.
You asked for a number.
Yeah, I like, okay, over or under, Effie?
Under. Under. I would say 4 teams.
All right, let's go over them then, T, because there's even a scenario where 4 teams are in one tiebreaker. We know Group A, they're done. They don't have a tiebreaker. 1W and Heroic, they are at the bottom of their group, and it is Extreme that gets to choose which one of those 2 teams they'll face, and Cayman will be left with the remainder. But I want to look at Group B, which is not yet decided, T.
Yeah, so that's the hype there. If you like chaos and like madness, then Group B has the potential, like Shiva was mentioning, for all 4 teams to actually be tied at the end of the group. The other 3 groups already have their top 2s, right? Extreme Gaming Group A, Falcon Zero Group C, and then Liquid Spirit Group D. So it's like we already know who like the top teams are, but that Group B, little bit of madness, little bit of chaos is still available, and I always like it when we finish a group stage and we don't actually know anything about that group stage. Like, let's run it back. So I'm going to be very biased for those Group B games.
Yeah, there's your 4 teams right there, 3 more in other groups, and we're set with the 7,
exactly.
maybe even more. But I do like these mini tournaments that do happen from time to time. It's very rare, but when it happens, it is hype.
It is incredibly hype.
You know what I do wonder? If this group stage tiebreaker is actually beneficial to all the teams who play tiebreakers, because it's just more practice. You're playing more best of 3s for what I would argue are, this is the lowest stakes point of the tournament. There's no elimination on the line. You're just playing to choose who you're playing against. And you just get more sample size of games. You get more lessons taken along the way. More ability to play under pressure. Could be good for the teams and tiebreakers.
Yeah, we already know 2 teams that will be guaranteed in tiebreakers, because in Group C, they just finished just a moment ago. Team Zero and Falcons will play a best of 3 to decide which one of those 2 teams gets to choose their opponents between Aurora and Beast Coast, because they already know who to choose from as well. So we'll have to see about that. Aurora, by the way, they 2-0'd Beast Coast earlier, so maybe that gives us a little bit of indication of who the teams might want to choose. But we'll have to wait and see for that. Of course, tiebreakers come first. And we also have to mention Group D, because tiebreakers possible still there as well, Lacoste.
Yeah, both Team Liquid and Team Spirit are 4-0. They didn't drop a single game. And if this one is going to be a draw, they're going to play another BO3, just to, make it even more interesting to see which team is going to choose Beast Coast as their opponent. Pretty much. Because Beast Coast, after all, didn't win a single game.
I mean, yeah, it's true.
True.
The logic is, though, if you're a first place team last TI, every team that was first picked a 4th place team and won. Tundra, they finished first. They picked 3rd place. They lost. So it's like if you do win your group, logically, you do need to take the 4th place. Like there is some maybe like, you want to play this guy, just pick the weakest team from, groups and then play it out. So, it's actually quite important to have choice.
And for Team Liquid and Spirit that are in Group D and still deciding on which one of those 2 teams get to choose their opponents, they choose between Nouns and BB Team, and both of those teams have very good track records against both of those teams. And I do want to point out, T, that you mentioned Tundra chose the 3rd seed team. It was Nouns that they chose.
Yeah, that's also in the interview when Ted was like, you know, 5th, 6th last year.
Yeah.
I forgot that 33 wasn't on team. But yeah, 33, Tundra last year, they were the only team that actually, you know, picked away from the meta of picking the weakest team. They then lost that series and then also instantly got, you know, eliminated from the tournament. So I think it is pretty important when you have choice that if you are to pick the non-4th place team, you need to have like the stats to back it up. Like, did you beat them throughout the year? Does your play style play against it? Because if you can't, you know, find good points for that, then just take the weaker team. Like, it shouldn't be overthought too much.
It shouldn't. And speaking of statistics, we actually have some statistics regarding these two organizations, Team Liquid and Team Spirit. They have had some very good results, especially on the Team Spirit side, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, so when we talk about Team Spirit and TI form, we're just looking at their TI wins, right? They have 2 wins under their belt. In 2021, they essentially were a low-performing team that year. They were a very new org. They just started that year. They picked up Yellow Submarine. All of a sudden, around TI time, they got so good. The TI after that, the curse happened, right? Where a lot of TI winners suffer year after. But then the year after, they just hit TI form again. And here we are again at TI. The question is it going to be the same pattern? Like we saw 2021 win, 2022 bad, 2020. So at what point is it going to be a pattern, or are we just going to see Spirit in TI form one more time?
The weirdest thing about Team Spirit is that they barely made to that 2021 TI.
Yeah.
It had
Fifth
to go
game,
to,
right?
It had to go to Game 5 as Yellow Submarine. If they didn't qualify, guaranteed these guys would not stick together. They would go to different teams, and then we would not have this magical story of Team Spirit.
Well, we'll see how far they can go this time around. As said, both of these teams having a very great start here at the road to the International, undefeated. Whoever wins this series, if it is a 2-0, will get the choice of opponents for tomorrow's seeding games. But if they tie, they get to play again against each other in a best of 3. So I'm also kind of excited for that. And of course, we'll keep you entertained and informed about the matches going on the other 2 streams, which will both feature all 4 teams of Group B, also a group that is not yet decided. And we have the draft on your screen. Radiant side for Team Liquid, Dire side for Team Spirit. It is Naga Siren that is overall first phase pickup for Team Spirit, and Team Liquid, they answer with Alina.
Yeah, nice response in general. I think Naga support, where it normally goes, because again, when you're first picking Naga Siren, you know, Lacoste and I talked about this yesterday, you rarely are going to flex it to carry, because teams will just naturally pick 2 or 3 heroes to deal with Naga, and then kind of the game isn't, you know, flexible for it. But for Lina here, it feels nice because a Naga 5 doesn't join smokes and break the enemy jungle, doesn't really progress the map state very quickly. It's more I secure my lane, I kind of contest the runes, I make stacks, and it's a very slow start to the game. And that's where like a Lina carry, after laning phase, she wants to have like this kind of chill entry, get my Gleipnir, get my, you know, components to BKB. Every fight is like her fight. So I like the fact that you just lock it in early just because you see one support that can't punish you.
But I do want to say though that I think that this Lina first pick from Liquid is very confident because yesterday Team Spirit beat Lina 3 times. And yeah, you can make an argument that they were playing against the weaker teams in the group. It was 2 times versus Beast Coast, they beat Lina, 1 time versus Aurora, they beat Lina. And the way that they approached Lina is they had Kunkka in 2 of the 3 games and just a strong kill support on his side lane. They would X Lina and just pressure her over and over. Another approach that they had was that they picked position 4 Batrider, knocked her back, and also tried to pressure her on lane. So Team Spirit, I think, are not afraid of this Lina at this stage. So I wonder if Liquid have cooked up some kind of strategy in terms of they studied their group stage yesterday, they know what they picked against Lina, they have better heroes.
Yeah, and banning all these bodies for Lina, I'm a little surprised that Team Spirit did go for like Clockwork and Turn Protector, one of the better 5s, of course, but there are still some of these some very strong position 5s left in the pool, like Tusk, who can provide you with the save, with the drinking buddies, and also giving you that extra damage. Any kind of damage that you can buy for your Lina, it feels really nice, as well with the items, of course, buying the Solar Crest drums, try to increase her damage. So this opening from Team Liquid looks really strong with the scaling. You'll always have potential to kill the Roche, you'll have the extra damage. Naga Siren, this hero, highly contested, doesn't reveal anything, pretty much what you're gonna go for. It's pretty like standard to open up with Naga Siren if it's available. available, but it doesn't tell you anything about the draft.
Yeah, and I love to point out that Team Liquid, out of the 20 heroes they played before today, 17 of them are unique. Team Spirit, 15 unique heroes out of 20. But both teams already with their opening pick, adding one extra hero to the mix, because that is an opening that both teams have not shown yet in these group stages. We have seen Tusk and we have seen Snapfire. But the two opening picks are somewhat foreign.
Yeah, nice little layering. I think here, like Mars or some type of hero like this is pretty good for Spirit. We've already mentioned about the Snapfire being strong support, but they'd still go for the Kunkka that they did before. The reason why I was thinking Mars was just like the vision aspect of Lina. A lot of buffs need to go on her in the mid game. So if you remove that vision, then it's a kind of a Lina who's working at maybe 50% resources. But again, we've seen the effectiveness of the collapsed Kunkka. It is very, very hard to deal with in lane because of the Snapfire.
And there was just constant kill pressure yesterday. The Snap Kunkka lane versus the Lina. So I wonder if Liquid's approach is that we're going to pick a mid laner that's constantly going to be available for when our Lina gets dove. Maybe they're thinking that they're going to run some kind of Pango or Puck, something that instantly responds to when Lina gets pressured, because they know this is coming. It was done yesterday.
Yeah, but this time around, Team Liquid, they do have some kind of a save coming out. Because yesterday, when Team Spirit played against Aurora, there was literally nothing. They go on this Lina, and she's just gonna die. This time around, there is a snowball save, if necessary, to break the combo. I do like the Snapfire plus Kunkka combination, because you can always have something to kill the heroes around. And now, the problems start. Tinker with his shield, Visage, of course, a very strong hero with his layering, very difficult to take down, builds into pipe, because most of the damage I'm seeing right now here for Team Spirit, it is magical. So you get barrier, you get some pipe, you get some solar crest on Tusk, all these auras that you buy, and Team Liquid, what they're going for is a very tempo-oriented draft.
A lot of the time with Spirit lineups, you have these moments where it's like, okay, you can see the lane, but after lane, it can feel a little bit lost, and they need to utilize their experience to get back into a game. And it's kind of shown here as well, like Liquid. You got the Visage for the tower pressure early on. You got a lot of protections to keep Lina in the fight. And then, like Lacoste was mentioning, that lack of damage from Spirit, it means you also can't defend objectives very well. So if Liquid want to go for a Roshan, the contest is like, what, a boat, Monomer Kiss, and that's about it in the early game. Defending a tower, it's Kunkka with Blade Mail. So like for Liquid, they praise themselves on being a fast team. Right now, their draft is fast and punishing, and it feels like if Liquid make mistakes, that's how Spirit win this game. Like at the moment, it should be a game for Liquid to kind of follow the script, and maybe the mid pick for Spirit on Lao, we saw Tiny from him yesterday that was able to open up the game. That's kind of what we need to see from them, like a mid hero that just gives life and some pressure points. Otherwise, yeah, I expect Liquid to be able to at least control a lot of the early game.
Yeah, my question here is, who is the real Team Liquid here? I see Morphling, I see Kunkka, Naga Siren. These are all watery heroes, and then you have Team Liquid with nothing on their side.
There you go. But I think with Team Liquid's draft, like, you are going to run into this issue when Visage hits his timings and he's just playing under all of these marches. And then also there's the added synergy of Tinker being able to TP into the Visage birds, making him able to join fights early on after that level 12 in situations that he wouldn't be able to. So the map is going to be blown wide open for Liquid. But what I do like about this Morphling pickup from Team Spirit is, out of all the carries in Dota, Morphling is very ready to join a fight around minute 20, and when he does, you can always turn it into an early Roshan. If Team Spirit can create that successful fight where they just kill a couple of heroes, they get that early Aegis on Morphling, then they'll be able to play into Liquid quite easily. But if they give away that first Aegis, then it's just going to be about Spirit holding high ground and trying to find an opportunity into the game.
Yeah, I do agree, because Team Liquid, they do have a better Roche-taking lineup. All they need to do is pretty much between 15 and 20, go for some kind of a smoke gank, kill one of the heroes on their side of the map, and just turn that into Roche.
As long as Spirit's mid hero is able to find the backline, I think they'll be pretty happy with the draft that they have, because they have all the team fight tools, the big picture stuff that the Spirit likes to play on. But Storm's ban, Invoker's ban, we don't really see Earth Spirit too much. Pangalier's in and out of favor, but anyone that has a little bit of chaotic fight early on to draw the attention of Liquid, to buy time for the farm of Morphling, is pretty much what I want to see.
I do really like the Tiny idea still, because the toss back on Lina would be so helpful here. And you are playing with a Naga on Team Spirit, right? Your support Naga is going to be able to sleep and set up on the backlines and find them. So you need a hero that can instantly capitalize on that, because Kunkka doesn't really do that from the offlane. He does have an X, but it's not like he just jumps in and starts a fight. You need a hero from the mid lane that's going to jump in, and Storm and Invoker are both taken out. So maybe something even like a Magnus from mid could work here.
Poor old Collapse, he went from being like the super high skill mag player winning TIs to now playing Kunkka, where he presses Blade Mail on boat and walks around in circles in the fight. It really is a fall from grace.
It's the puck.
Yeah, but you get to use like Crimson, Pipe maybe, and stuff like, yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. I can't wait to watch the, the montages that, you get at TI.
How many
highlight reel of joy.
I will say that it seems like the games we've watched so far, we do talk a lot about the offlaners, because even though they might not play the big team fight ultimates, they are incredibly important to how the team plays, and it will be the Magnus in the mid lane.
Yeah, I like Magnus a lot here. I mean, you could
be collapsed.
You could still run it on offlane too and play Kunkka mid. That is the beauty of the flex. But Magnus is a very valuable hero versus turret type carries like Lina and Medusa, because you just relocate them back into your team and you kill them fast. But also, like I mentioned, you're going to have the song set up on the backlines. You're going to have the ability to pick and choose your targets if this Naga has good vision set up and isn't being jumped on herself.
I'm just thinking what they're going to go with the mid lane. I'm thinking Shaker, because they need something, because right now they're very limited how they're going to kill this Morphling. If they get any kind of a, cookie, some skewer, RP, song, they need to be able to burst down this Morphling. And with these heroes, like, they can't do it immediately. Somebody needs to start a fight. Tusk nowadays, he doesn't build into a Blink Dagger anymore. It's more about building the auras, the drums, the Solar Crest. And it could be very potent. You're either playing against Magnus, you're either playing against Kunkka. And we've seen him bang out that Earthshaker yesterday.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty helpful. Because like right now, Liquid, they're already happy with everything in the first 20 minutes. It's just that hero that can really overwhelm that. Because if Spirit force themselves into the, we need to hit that RP with that skewer, or we need to hit that song, that pressure, it can punish them. And yeah, I think Shaker was really nice. I think both teams had very, very good last picks. It really kind of answered some of the problems that the drafts needed.
And it will be the collapse mag.
Yeah, and I think it's very nice. I think putting the Kunkka to mid, you now have, Kunkka versus Shaker, both push out the lanes. Shaker can actually do really well in that lane, so Kunkka needs to be maybe a little bit careful. But yeah, I'll repeat myself from 5 minutes ago in the draft. It's Liquid's game to dictate, and for Spirit, for them to win this game, it will be through like these magical moments of they found that initiation, they found that that moment of brilliance. Because for Liquid, it's simple: buy some auras, hit towers, hit Roshan, A-click down lanes, win the game.
The
and it's
reason
on
why
Spirit to find it.
Liked Earthshaker so much is what Magnus, the way he's playing, he's blanking in and using skewers. So if you get the Fissure on top of him, you can actually kill him, because they don't have like that other way of saving people. Maybe there's a cookie, but overall it looks really good for Team Liquid. And I just wonder how Team Spirit always ends up with lineup that is so good, have so many repositioning tools. So you have Adaptive Strike, which is, something. You have Skewer, you have Shard from Kunkka, and you also have Relin from Naga Siren. So basically 4 out of 5 heroes. Sieging high ground is never going to be easy for Liquid.
That's very true. Actually, they have to be very careful high ground. The one thing I want to comment on from the 2 last picks is just that putting Magnus on the offlane makes it a little bit harder to pressure Lina on lane, because you don't get the reliable X catch. So they're going to have to bring +1 hero to pressure Lina early, which might make their game slower, but we'll see how it goes, Sheebs.
We will see how it goes. Game 1 of this 2-game series brought to you by Gareth and Kazu.
Thank you so much, Shiva. Yeah, a super important series between these two teams, Liquid against Team Spirit. A high skill series for sure, and one where the winners, if they're 2-0ing it, get to pick their opponents moving on. And if they draw, more Dota for us. Tiebreakers to come. And Keza, one more thing, just classic TI stuff here, right? We always get these Tide, Enigma, Magnus kind of heroes coming out at TI for the big wombo plays. And man, it's collapse on Magnus. What a dream!
I mean, it's the type of clutch heroes, and they were talking about it on the panel. They did call both the picks, both in Effie and Lacoste, so nice job to them. But, you have Magnus on Collapse. They're just really good against these range heroes with the Linas, and I think the game has already been summed up pretty well. It is on Liquid to be ahead from the lanes, try to, abuse the Visage with the Death Toll, where any kill you get so much more gold, amplify your network with the auras, keep going, because they will need to be ahead in this game. This Spirit draft, the longer it goes, is incredibly nasty to play into.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the panel talking about this kind of classic Team Spirit style, right? Where even if we've also seen it, you know, during our games casting Team Spirit, going behind in lane isn't necessarily a massive detriment to them. They know how to.
That's normal. Yeah, like the games we've seen, they're just behind, but they don't care.
It's like them and Extreme Gaming do it on purpose sometimes. You know, let's see if we can go late game and actually turn this around. But yeah, like the I think it was Effie saying the base defense here, or Cost saying the base defense here is ridiculous. The displacement tools they've got, everything to try and hold high ground, could be a challenge for Liquid. But around the bounty rune, we're going to have a battle here with Boxing Insane getting on top of Miposhka. Oh, the Soul Assumption and the damage from the Tusk. The Blood Grenade, not quite enough. And 3-3, the long-range snipe takes down Miposhka's Naga.
When this happens, literally win probability goes up by like 10%. This hero getting first blood is like getting double first blood. Like this facet on this hero, when you get these early kills, is pretty insane. And this, I'm pretty sure 3-3 is like the best Visage player in the game. So Liquid they understand how to enable these heroes, what to do. So really, really nice start from them.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, kind of in the same boat both ways as like Viper and Venno, right? If they die a couple of times in lane, they're useless. But if they get that ball rolling, they are an unstoppable force.
Because I would have, like, Yatoro on Morph, you don't really die unless you get caught out of position, because, you know, you're going to have stick charges, you can always, like, morph up and down, but Miposhka does have to be careful in this top lane, and maybe we even see, like, some other rotations, but for the mid lane, I think Nisha should be very happy in this matchup. Yeah, you know, Larl on his Kunkka, it's very classic for him as well, he'll be fine, but Shaker versus Melees, it's party time.
Yeah, Earthshaker's like the new Kunkka now, right? Kunkka used to be able to deny creeps with Tidebringer, and Earthshaker's like, well, I still have Enchant Totem. You don't have that anymore.
Yeah, like this hero he just beats most, I'm pretty sure he beats nearly any mid hero, like any melee hero outside of like Monkey King, especially with the Slugger, you play some bowling, you shoot some creeps on them, like this hero's just really, really strong in the lane.
Bowling, baseball, any of the B sports, basketball, yeah, just punching
got everything
around, yeah. That's good stuff. And then down at bottom, Mira already taking a beating from the double range lane that Liquid have. And Collapse looks like he was trying to probe for an attempt on the Lina there. Not quite able to get the skewer back, though. Of course, we've got to keep tabs on that top lane where, like you say, we're kind of seeing the Morphling stick around at low HP, but should have that ability to escape if things get a little too hairy. But it's this, like, level 2 Tusk and Visage is nasty business.
Yeah, like they're level 2 power spike, and then also like level 3 on like Visage with the level 2 Soul Assumption. Like Spirit are basically just playing damage control. If they go even or slightly lose in the early game, honestly, that is good for them, because they're also like playing for the mid game, like the bigger picture, right? The bigger team fights, pulling someone out of position with like a skewer back, maybe a tidal wave, some song setup. You split the map with your Morphling. Whereas Liquid, the complete opposite. They have really strong lanes. They need to have this lead and then keep progressing the map.
It's like, exactly like Effie was saying, right? Against Lina, they've won against it with this particular kind of play style. You know, individual heroes being picked like Bat Rider, or in this game Magnus, where you get on top of, I think she used the term turret heroes, right? Lina stands her ground, unloads damage, but if you can actually move her around in the fight, Team Spirit are exceptional at finding these avenues to success when entering battles.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's the main strength of these heroes, right? They get to play on high range and keep busting out the damage, so as soon as you ruin their positioning in any form, like even if you don't necessarily do it, but there's the constant threat of tidal wave, you know, this is happening, or Morph goes into your backline, you definitely do have to be careful, but there's if we look at the lane, especially the mid lane, I think Nisha is gonna have a great game, and I don't see anything that is really gonna stop him. Like Snapfire does not really rotate mid, nor does Naga, so yeah, I think my eyes early on, when it comes to like exploding this game outside of the laning stage, is gonna be Nisha on this Earthshaker.
Is Earthshaker a hero that can go and make moves, though? Is Nisha going to kind of stick out this laning stage for as long as possible? Or is he waiting for Blink Dagger? What's the first move that Nisha's going to be making if he is going to have a good laning stage?
I think like Shaker is, I wouldn't say he's glued to the mid lane, but he prefers if the first move happens like through him. Like, you know, you have Echo, you call your supports to mid, you get the active rune, and then it's more like very natural. Like whatever is fluid on the map, maybe you see like you get to push up mid and like walk top, but I would say generally he's going to be very happy farming, maybe some 10-11 minute blink and then smoke it up and try to get going.
And I guess he's pretty good at kind of counteracting what the Kunkka's doing. If Kunkka's having a bad time, more naturally wants to leave the lane and make stuff happen in the side lanes, and then you have that potential to, you know, react as an Earthshaker into a Visage Tusk lane or into this Lina lane, which can feel pretty nice.
And also, it's just not easy for a Kunkka later on to pressure an Earthshaker. Like, generally, when you get both, you want to be the one to pressure mid. Like, you want to call your supports mid, but I think definitely laning stage-wise. Oh, Mickey.
Nice.
Skewer back.
Looking into Skewer. Oh, they've got it. The damage. It looks like it should be enough here. Mirror and Collapse. They hit level 3. They get the displacement tools going. And the Tinker, yes, is like a healing, kind of saving hero once we get into the mid-game team fights, once he's got Holy Locker and March of the Machines. But in the lane, Tinker is primarily just trading hits, not able to really protect the Lina that much.
No, this is a really, really nice lane, and this is, I mean, it is very classic for like Team Spirit. They've played this lane many, many times, like even years ago. And yeah, when you are a hero like Lina, Tinker doesn't protect you the best. Maybe there's repair bots and you can like try to fight through it. Like even with Raindrop 15-6, he couldn't really do it. So just, you know, nice little pick off from Spirit in the bot lane.
That's one of those things where, you know, you can let it happen once, maybe twice to yourself, and Mickey is going to be really thinking about, you know, how to avoid these scenarios, playing around the kind of ring of fog when we enter into proper moves.
And I do think that, like, this kill, it does quite a lot, because it could even open up, like, Team Spirit to feel the way, okay, because Morph can be fine in this lane. That, like, a Naga goes bottom, like, you know, you go through the gate, maybe you get the play done the second time, because I think eventually, or like maybe even already, Yatoro is fine in this top lane. He will get pressured, but he will never die. He should not die, I will put it that way.
Liquid, they can find a way. So just leave him to his own devices, make the Naga move. Is there any way that, you know, if Collapse and Mirror can push this lane out, if they get a kill on Mickey, do they go top and play through Radan to maybe kill the Visage?
I guess if the situation presents itself, yeah, but I think it's not super easy to plan, at least for now. He had some 6-minute runes coming out, shield rune for Nisha, but here is Mr. 3-3.
Yeah, straight into my posture. I mean, Lal is here. Trying to get a bit of damage back onto Boxy and 3-3, but with a snowball forward, they're chasing this Kunkka all the way back, protecting that bounty rune. Nisha was also making a move to wrap around onto Miro, who made an appearance in this mid lane as well. It looks like Snapfire trying to make a hasty escape, retreating through the Radiant Triangle. 3-3 in Boxy on his tail, though. No quick retreat here for Mira. He's going to make them work for it. Shards and Snowball required with the Soul Assumption. Eventually, oh, this is a wise TP if he can make it out of here. He has wasted so much time.
Oh, like, this is very funny, because I was about to say, you know, with the facet, like, you can chase people. If you get the kill, you get so much more gold, it's still worth it, but Mira does find a very nice way to get out, and this was a lot of space for Yatoro. He was literally PvEing top lane for like 1.5 minutes. He's now top of the net worth, level 5.5, so yeah, it's just gonna make it even easier for him to just stand his ground in his lane.
It's gotta be one of the greatest strengths of Team Spirit. You know, I always think of the old Beast Coast as being the kings of this with Schofield and Stinger, but it's like your supports out on the map, you know, causing chaos and just making noise. Liquid are like, shut the hell up. Stop being on our side of the river. What are you doing? You know, you want to go and deal with it. You're putting out fires a little bit here. Liquid just, you know, back to their lanes now. That's where they belong. They want this extended laning stage to continue. They can't go, you know, chasing around, chasing ghosts in the jungle.
Yeah, and I was like, this is just as Insania down bottom. Same combo.
Yeah,
Cookie square back. See you later. I love this lane.
And now he's level 6 Collapse, but he's gonna get tagged up by a lot of damage. The magic wand keeps him alive, but that second soul assumption, they tried with the tree. Not quite enough to protect him. And now even the dive here from 3-3 and Mickey. Looking for Mira's Snapfire. Does turn with the Scatter Blast and Lahal's arrival. Good cookie forward, and it should lead into the combo out of the Kunkka on this Lina with the damage out of the little shredder. They've got her. Now 3-3's he's a little stuck here, and Mira dancing around the tree. The Ironwood branch, the Bob Ross saves him. Snapfire's up and running, but Nisha's here with an Echo Slam. Trying to blow them up. Loyal's still alive, though, and Nisha can't quite get the job done. Now Radan's in Visage mode. Chase the Earthshaker away.
Team, holy clip it and ship it. That was it. So he placed the branch earlier to try to save Collapse. It was still there, like 20 seconds later, and he kept fogging him. Like, not only did 3-3 die without getting a kill, but like also he even lives, and they all come by. First Echo as well from Nisha doesn't grant him anything. And I'm pretty sure Yatoro, because he turned into Visage, he even got the bonus gold from the kill as well.
Really?
Yeah. Like, he was still in the form when he got the Soul Assumption off. That was pretty insane. Okay, so here.
Well, he's wandered into the wrong neck of the woods here, it looks like. Radan and Collapse both available with their full arsenal to burst him down. And Radan was already on his way up top as well. He's like, okay, I'm going to go back to farming. Oh, really? Why not?
Yeah, he's like, I'm going. Okay, that 3 is here again.
Oh, Collapse. Did he testing? He used it. He missed it.
He's testing. Maybe he thought he's OD Pixel with the reverse polarity, like push everyone away. But, you know, I mean, I like what as hold that as probably Boxy will go down as, you know, Yatoro is in full force to just run around everywhere. Snowball.
Delaying the inevitable, though. Surely.
Some more noise on the map.
Yeah, now it's Foxy's turn, right? Be a bit of a nuisance, be a pest, buzzing around. Dive to neutrals? Oh!
Yeah. I mean, this is... I'm at least loving this game so far. Like, the way 3-3 is playing Visage, it maybe looks very wonky, but you can't really pressure the morph up top. And with this facet, like, if you get kills, even if you work twice as hard, if you just get one, it pays off. Like, his net worth looks insane on Visage for how little, like, he's actually hit creeps in the game.
Yeah. And it's also kind of playing into, it's Mickey.
Oh, Mickey.
This is troublesome. He's already died a couple of times. This might be the third. Lina dead very quickly. Mirror, surrounded here, but I think will very happily sacrifice himself to get the kill on the carry yet again.
Lara quickly makes it into mid and does snatch away the rune, but it is just good moves. I will say that Mickey's net worth is still very, very high, considering what's going on. Like, he's died 3 times. He's still, like, just barely below Nisha, who's also having a great game.
Like, both teams, like the panel talked about this, right? Both teams are playing how they're meant to very precisely. Liquid, foot on the pedal. You know, you mentioned 3-3. He's not really been looking at creeps. He's just down bottom lane, playing aggressively, non-stop making moves to try and find an action. But I think equally Team Spirit, you know, Radan has joined, what, 2 or 3 fights pre-10 minutes as a Morphling.
Yeah, like he TP'd bot and maybe he gated or like was still bottom from like beforehand. So you just have a lot of early aggression going on. I will say that it's a bit early to say about the state of the game because Liquid are about to hit very big timings. Like this first pipe on Visage, you get the blink on Nisha. But Spirit have held on very well. I think them only being down like this less than 1k gold is a win for them, at least at this stage of the game.
Especially with all the tier 1s, you know, reasonably healthy as well, right? They've not really relinquished any map space.
Yeah. And the only way this top tier 1 really dies was like in the last 5 minutes, right? Like Visage gets 6, like maybe before Morph or at the same time. That didn't really happen. So yeah, like Spirit being able to hold this map is very good for them because until Liquid make moves with these timings and like get 1 or 2 kills and open up the map, these towers won't, like they're not gonna randomly fall to just like randomness.
These timings are coming pretty quickly though, right? Like Mika's gonna have that Maelstrom shortly, so he's gonna be able to farm and join fights. And I think the Blink on Earthshaker, drums on Visage. So it feels like it's go time.
Okay, so he actually had Pipe queued up at first, but he wants to... I kind of like this pivot, like into the drums, because it's like, okay, 4 of my heroes want to fight. Exactly, like drums, we have it right now. And if we get more kills, again, it's going to pay off for network for him too. And Pipe is only good when you feel like the enemy team is fighting into you. I think Spirit, they're more going to look like to poke you, right? Like poke and delay, and not like take a head-on fight.
Also, very good indication of like the internal team comms there, right? You know, I'm ready. Visage not saying wait for my pipe, but literally, you know, 3-3 literally changing direction to go for this drums to synchronize nicer.
Because now it's more about like how do they create the play on the map? Because yeah, you do have your timings, you have your blink on the shaker for Nisha, but how do you like set up the map in a way where when you make this move that it's not just incredibly obvious? So the nice thing is at least that you do have Insania on the Tinker, so you can constantly push out waves, still easily connect to towers. But yeah, I will say that Spirit with the state of the game, they're kind of chilling.
I can sit back a little bit. Like Mirror right now, just standing there, Ancient, stacking things up. Larl can hold out on mid. Of course, Rudan's Morphling farming up a Storm at top at 6k net worth. He is top of the board, but not by much. Visage just behind him as 3-3 turns Wander up north yet again. Let's see if they
so
can
it looks like they're making us move up top, but Spirit are kind of angling towards already. So they run into Laurel.
Nisha just goes straight in, but the song is there. Meproshka puts a stop to the nonsense. Boxy's nearby. Team Spirit looking to fight this, though. They brought the numbers with the kisses, but the
nice save.
Into the boat. It's not going to connect. Snowball onto the Nagasar and punch it down, but in comes Collapse. Big move to take down 2, but the heal. Can I keep them alive? Insania's fallen, and so has Nisha. They cannot keep the Liquid heroes up and running with the heals. Now 3-3's being eyed up. Mira and Radan, the sole assumption from the Morphling in Visage mode. I don't know if they've got enough damage quite, because 3-3, reasonably tanky. Radan still waveforming forward to try and finish him off. 3-3 is far too beefy to break through.
Okay, so they're gonna live. It was a really nice save from Boxy initially, as hold for a moment. Collapse, he's sniffing out the dirty Boxy man, but seems like he's gonna be okay. Like this is why the positioning of POS 5s just matters so much. Like Mipochka just being around, immediately songing to just like put a stop to the play. And I will say it again, this is one of the strongest early game timings that Liquid have, and it does not pay off for them.
It's got to be pretty devastating for Nisha, right? You buy the Blink, your debut of that big jump with the Echo Slam on a core, and it's just a Naga song. Stops it all. Honestly, again, just like props to Team Spirit for the way they're reacting, right? Like, it wasn't just a defend and save a hero. It was save a hero, make the call for all 5 of them to meet up and fight in that top jungle.
Yeah, and just like understanding who needs to be close to who. Like Naga playing like in between the Morph and the Conquer, kind of like the 2 pressure points, like both mid and top, that he's in between. And if he has the correct read, he's there on the instant, he can song and yeah, like just put a stop to it. And now Spirit kind of have their own timings, right? The Blink was or is available on Collapse. RP is up in 30. They have high levels, and Yatoro has Manta. I don't see Yatoro dying unless he gets surprise Echo Slammed out of a smoke.
What, for the rest of the game?
Like the next 15 minutes at least. Like maybe 2 more items, Lina, you know, it's a different story. But right now, it's chilling mode for him.
Fair enough. Oh, smoking and making a move mid. Insania's tucked away in the trees, so not an easy pick there. And top tier 1 are going to drop to 3-3's push, so finally getting that objective off the map.
So this is pretty good. Like they just have Tinker mid, like Insania's positioning is really, really good. Just to the left of the tower, nothing bad can really happen to you. And if something bad happens, your team can reinforce. In the meantime, your team freely gets this top tier 1. And taking out this top tier 1 is really important, because now it's nighttime. For the next 4 minutes, Roach is in this top area. I think Liquid should aim to try and force a fight or take this Aegis away before Roshan moves to the bottom side.
So if they try and force it, is that something Team Spirit will come and react to?
It probably just depends a lot on what Spirit like see on the map. Like how obvious is it? How long does Spirit like actually have to move there? I think if they have like easy way of setting up, they will definitely go. Like they have Naga illusions to scout. You can even like pop a snap ult from high range. Hell, you can even like go and just song and like delay it. So Liquid will have to just find a way, because I do think if you're not taking it in the next 4 minutes, Spirit will happily take it at minute 20 when it goes bottom.
Yeah. I mean, you can see what Miposhka's doing right now. Naga illusion, scouting out Visage and Tusk. Just a position 5, holding a lane, scouting and forcing this kind of zone of control out of the hands of Liquid. Such a great hero to have.
I mean, I will say that at this point, Liquid are also okay with slowing it down a little bit, because I think like some of their timings have tapered off. When you get towards this like Pipe Visage and Holy Locket Mech on the Tinker +5, they are really strong, as Mickey is farming on and offs.
Yeah, right under vision. Collapse happy just to pop the RP. They've got Laguna Blade and a bit of damage onto Radan, but when he's surrounded by 4, Mickey doesn't stand a chance.
Didn't even need to pop a smoke for it, because I don't know exactly who got to place that ward earlier, but that is just, that's a really nice aggressive observer ward. Just makes it so simple. Your Magnus, you know, Collapse walks in, he's like, yo, I see this guy RP skewer, and see you later.
Yeah.
Oh, Radan.
Oh, Nisha trying for it, not quite enough. Radan is going to turn and maybe even just get this kill. Nisha needs back up as quickly as possible. X-Mark bow combo coming right in onto his head, and the Earthshaker pays the price.
And this is okay.
Collapse.
Hold on, as it's not over yet.
Just a blind blink forward. He does spot 3-3. Visage going for the TP with the familiar stuns. He has got away from there.
And these are just the small little differences, you know, between like being the best on a hero or like being the 10th best. First of all, 3-3 getting out there, very nicely done. But Yatoro knows the only way he dies is to a surprise Echo Slam. He bought Shard immediately at like minute 15 or 16. So even if he gets stunned, he can morph up. And he legit cannot die at this point.
Just absolutely incredible. Yeah, don't even need reaction time, just pop it. No matter what. I mean, Radan has been one of the best morphing players for quite some time now. And you think back to the old days of China, you know, Sylar and Burning with the old E-Blade builds,
yeah.
Things of the past, now it's all about Radan. Well, up at top lane, Liquid, they are making this aggressive move, kill off the Naga. A minute and a half until Roshan moves down south, so potential here for them. They're still scouting for more kills, though. Thirsty for blood. Collapse. Shockwave thinks about skewering, but just blinks back to safety for now. And Liquid, they can't grasp onto any more.
No, this is very good, especially also from Liquid. So the pipe was completed. They do get to push out the Naga and now like push in mid, push in top. But even Spirit, like look at kind of like their discipline and where they're lingering. All their 3 heroes, they linger around the top tier 2 and they scan Roche. Had Liquid gone Roche, it would pop red, Naga will just TP top and they can form in smoke and go straight back to it. But it looks like Liquid, you know, they're just chilling for now. They're happy. Maybe you also get this BKB on the Shaker, keep farming up on the Tinker, because yeah, I will say again, Tinker +5 is a very special beast. As this time it's Yatoro farming under a ward. Let's see if they want to rerun the last play.
Let's see.
Not quite. Echo was 5-second cooldown.
And he just has such an incredible read on the game. Mid lane though, Laurel focused down by Nisha and Boxy. Laguna bladed into oblivion while Collapse has blinked in trying to protect his buddy. He nearly dies himself. Gets away as the Song of the Siren. Oh, is this a 3-man RP? Master of the Machines is there. Collapse is trying to line it up, looking with the kisses. Collapse has RP, but not using it yet. Very patient and deliberate here from Team Spirit.
I'm not sure if the blink was up, because the way that Collapse tried to help Laurel at the in the start of the fight. So I think during the end of the song, I'm pretty sure his blink just wasn't back up yet.
Yeah, what is it, like 15-second cooldown? Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, so I think it just didn't quite pan out, but just another good move from Liquid. Like, they're ready. Also, Nisha had really nice timing there. Like, he was waiting for Laurel to get cookied, and immediately when he got cookied back, boom, instant echo, get the fight going, and a little bit fortunate, but they did catch Collapse there too.
And you look at this net worth board and you're like, where's the position 5 Tinker at? That's the Tusk, the Naga, the Snapfire. Oh, Tinker's there, 6,500 net worth. Just farming out all the stacks, getting big. A funny.
I mean, this hero is just like, he can. The nice thing is, and I believe it was Effie that mentioned it earlier too. Like, the more levels you get, like when you have level 2 ult, you're basically global because you have Visage. That's why even back in the day, like, it was always so nice when you had Lycan Wolves or a Lone Druid there, or just some guy that you can always like instantly go to. So he can be wherever on the map and then just come to these fights. And it looks like this Roche, I don't think Spirit can contest as well. Like, after these last 1-2 fights, they'll just happily take the Torm and I think trade it for the Aegis.
I mean, that is something that Team Spirit needs, right? They still need to weather the storm, because there's multiple storms here from Liquid with the power spikes that they're getting. And this is another big one now. 2 lives on Mickey. Team Spirit have got to pull out some sly moves to get around this. Like, the map right now could get incredibly small.
Yeah, like, it's a lot gonna be on the next couple moves for Liquid are like really important, because if you don't move like properly on the map, the Spirit are actually looking to like fight back.
Yeah.
They are keeping down bottom.
Rodan getting stunned up though, with Boxy and 3-3 outputting a lot of damage, but it just never seems like it's enough. Rodan, he's gonna slip away from them. And I realized quickly, like, this guy, like you said, Kezu, he shouldn't be dying, and he's not. He's just not.
Okay, but even though he TP's bottom, this is not very good for their map. Like, now they're kind of like all here, lingering. I don't know if they want to take this fight. I feel like being able to take this fight is more on them coming up with like a really nice play or Liquid misplaying, because you don't have BKB yet on Yatoro. I don't know how amazing he feels to like currently take this fight, so we'll have to see what happens here.
You don't have that much vision either. And they're trying to play around in their Ancients here with a smoke out of Dire Ancients area to come in around Team Liquid. Nisha, he's still smoked from that earlier move, and he's going to spot them now. Radan shows. X-Mark comes out from Laurel, bring the Earthshaker back, but Nisha's too quick for your business. Gets away with a blink.
Very, very nice. I mean, I think I like that Nisha does not pop his BKB there. First of all, he can like rely on his, you know, high skill to just like either time it with the blink, or you have Tusk. Like, even when the X mark goes away, you can Drinking Buddies pull together and then just like snowball somewhere and keep the fight going. So, you know, just like knowing when you need to do what and like being calm and collected is very, very nice.
It's also a pretty cool situation where, like, Liquid were getting ready to press the right-hand side of the map, right? They were going through the Wisdom Rune area, looking at that tier 2 bottom, and then they have that angle in towards Ancients and in towards mid. And Team Spirit just dragged them away from this prime objective across the river, back onto Liquid's side of the river, just, you know, wasting a good minute there.
Yeah.
They literally bought themselves a minute of time with that smoke. Like, maybe they wanted to fight, but I think dodging is probably equally as good.
Yeah, like, they dodged aggressiveness by like making their own aggro move, which sometimes, you know, it is just your best defensiveness by being aggro, as they are on Insania down bottom.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time left Insania has on this map. There's a lot of damage out of the Morphling. He's just healing and healing back up a fair amount. The Vampire Fangs are paying off big time for him there. But Radan dominating now.
Okay, so it's still I mean, I will say that the game is still like very even. We have touched on it, and so did the panel pregame, that the scaling and like the longer the game drags, I will say that Spirit, they are gonna have more and more tools to try and deal with what Liquid have, right? Like getting them out of position, because Liquid very much want to play on like a ball with all these auras in the repair bots, high range on Lina. The longer the game drags, you get more tools from Spirit to like get items to go in the backline, pull people out. So they need to try to keep up the pace.
Now you really just need to be pressing as much as possible. Tinker, like you say, definitely helps against this Naga Siren, who even from a position 5 role, he collapsed trying again. Naga, you know, still kind of pushing out lanes, causing a bit of havoc. Liquid are really going for this. Gunning for Collapse and Mirror, but they've already made their run back behind the tier 2.
Let's see. I mean, Spirit are happy to just the latest, and this is one of the things that makes them like such a good team. They're gonna keep farming, but they're never gonna fully give up a tower. You know, there's always like threat. There's some torrent flying in. They're like looking to create situations.
Yeah, you just get clipped by a torrent, just like that. Skew it back. 3-3.
Oh, Echo.
The Echo Slam. 3 caught up in it with a Life Striker Ray from Mickey. Snowball across. Collapse is dead. The Morphling is to be kept alive. Miposhka helps. Lol. He's stuck around here with the Kisses not really doing too much. They're still looking at this Lina with an RP from Collapse. They might just have her. The pipe, the protection, try and heal up Mickey. They've got the first life cracked though. Lina down and Radan still going. He's in Earthshaker mode now. They've torrented the Tinker. The Fisher lined up decently, stunning the
dying.
He's dying. The punch, the kill, he doesn't come. Morphling's still alive. Radan, he cannot be undone. Pushes back the Lina. Nisha's still chasing. He wants this Morphling real bad. Surely they've got him this time. Radan must die. The Tinker will give his life on the right-hand side, but Team Spirit, they lose their carry. And Mickey with the Glypnir.
Oh, it's not over yet.
He's clipped onto Lal. Kunkka has no more BKB, no more boat, and Nisha will just hammer him into the ground.
Oh, this is a very costly fight for Spirit. I mean, Liquid are just doing all the correct things on the map right now, right? You have everything you want. You kind of want to force a fight. And going on the Visage, I think they absolutely regret what just happened. Like, he has a shard, they can save him with the snowball. Mind you, they still had the Aegis on the Lina. Maybe without Aegis, that fight looks different, but Collapse just... Basically, all 3 cores for Team Spirit died in this fight. And they did not have to take this fight. That was their own choice.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, maybe there wasn't momentum on either side. It was kind of an even game, but this feels like a big shift into Liquid's hands with this massive fight from Nisha making that jump. 3-3 kind of being the bait, being dangled in front of Spirit here as well.
Yeah, I mean, unless you get a chain stun here on this Visage, he will not die. So this is a very high execution type of play where you need to skewer back into a torrent or like a cookie. These are not like super clean and easy connections. Like even with this incredible RP from Collapse, it's just not enough. Just taking that from Yatoro is kind of absurd though. My God.
Sitting here watching him, I don't know, he must have taken like 10,000 damage in that fight or something nutty.
I mean, there is also one thing that I didn't touch on yet. He can always turn into the Earthshaker, and of course, Enchant Totem Morphling is quite nasty. But yeah, they will have to rethink how to take these next fights. Nisha just toying with Yatoro.
Very high skill.
Okay, I see what you're doing there. He's making fun of me for calling things high skill. My bad, guys. I have a love for the game and for good gameplay.
It's Kez's catchphrase. No, but I mean, seriously, we're at TI. We've got Team Spirit against Liquid. Like, in all seriousness, this is one of the highest skill games and series we're going to see.
There's also, I don't know if
12,000 healing already.
I mean, welcome to Mr. Tinker. It's items, repair bots. He's just kind of chill. That's also another thing. I'm pretty sure he had defense matrix as Insania. Okay, he lives. That's a Chad Fisher.
All right, well done. Keep the Tinker alive, and Tinker, you know, back to Fountain. He can pop back out into action very quickly.
That's
look at Lal just BKB TP.
Damn.
The Earthshaker was coming. Let's be real. He was on his way.
This is, and I love what Liquid are doing. Like, sure, they got out, but they used 2 of their BKBs. This is like a 90-second window where if you take a fight, Spirit are feeling horrible if they're forced into anything. So you just try to smoke across the map.
Where are we Roche-wise? 30 seconds until fast spawn. Just a minute until we shift into daytime. So it's going to be in this bottom right-hand corner. And some pings there on tier 2 mid and bottom for Liquid.
Both teams have a lot of aggressive wards. Like, look top. Larl has no BKB. I'm pretty sure his TP's on cooldown too. He's farming under an observer ward.
Yeah, Nisha just goes straight in on top of him. Team Spirit have 4 heroes around and they're coming in quickly. Larl isn't the fastest kill to get. The snowball comes, try and dodge the boat, succeeds here as Liquid. They're diving deep, looking for Larl, and this gives RP the opportunity. RP and the damage. Take down Boxy. Mira has traded his life for this though, but they've kept Larl alive. And if they can get out with the rest of their heroes, Team Spirit are going to be pretty happy. They don't want to get out though, Kezu.
I think they do.
Fighting?
I think they do.
Okay. They turned around for a second and I'm going, hang on a second, what you doing?
I will give it to you, that did look sus for like 2 seconds. I think someone was making a call and someone, rightfully so, did shut it down. I think it's very wise to not continue fighting.
I wonder who that was. It's like, can we kill them? And someone, Miposhka's just like, no. You know, the Bugs Bunny meme.
No. I'm pretty sure, and I hope it's one of your cores. Because, you know, as the Naga, you song and you hope that someone will tell you what's up. You don't really make the choice. I think your Toro's like, no, guys, I have no BKB. Let me get the state of this. Like, now I would say next fight, they have a bit more fighting power again.
Team Spirit have just been held on their side of the river for a good 5 minutes now, though. And you're kind of stuck here, Miposhka and Mira waiting by their tier 3s. And Liquid, are they ready to go high ground? I mean, 3-3 says, yes, I am ready. I'm going for
I like this forcing, but you need to be very clear how you're doing this.
Yeah, I mean, look at Mickey lose a lot of it. Oh, God, Radan.
Not X.
Light Strike Array. Oh, he's sent back up to high ground. Saved by his team. 3-3 getting netted and reeled back in. Collapse was looking for the angle there, but won't quite find it. 3-3, so very tanky, held up on the high ground, but doesn't seem to matter too much. Tidal Wave, X-Mark, reel in. Oh no! Dragging him around. What happened?
Everyone's just getting dragged.
Yeah, they're just being pushed. There's the displacement tools they've got.
Okay, I think once you see this tidal wave, you back off now. I was saying I like the force. I think, like, you know, going up the high ground and just like seeing what's up, you know, you look across like your neighbor's fence. You're like, oh, I don't want any of that. You back off. You see everyone, they have all their stuff. I'm out.
Just here, knock knock. Anyone home? Oh yeah.
Everyone's here. Okay, bye.
Tidal Wave and Torrent and Skewer.
Okay, so it's gonna be about the second Roach, and both teams, they're on the money. Like, look where both teams are. Liquid's bottom on their side, but Spirit are also here, and they're smoked.
And they've got vision. They see Boxy, and the task is a pretty good kill to get. If they can find it quickly, he's rooted and killed with no buyback available.
This is very good, and I like the discipline there. Remember earlier they did the skewer back and people got their spells off? Yatoro turned into Boxy just to snowball him while he's getting skewered in, just to make sure there's no snowball shenanigans delaying this play into like some disaster. Just easy and clean. You know, take what you can get.
Oh, Nisha. I thought he was eyeing up the mid lane, but he's seen the double damage rune.
The X
jumps away, dodges the tidal wave, escaping
this guy
but collapse. He's got the RP through the BKB. Let's see if they've got the physical damage with the little shredder and the morphling. No, Team Spirit. They felt like they were giving up on that. And this gives the opportunity now for Liquid to turn back with the Lina. In comes the Echo Slam. They catch her down, but it's not quite enough to blow him up immediately.
Oh, he's X'd.
Now the turn, the X-Mark and the kisses. Nisha, he's drifted away with a force staff to buy him some time. As 3-3 charges forward. Larl, BKB, TP. The Nightfall gets him back to Fountain.
Okay, Mira. More bouncing.
Mira dead.
I think Nisha could have died there. So the thing is, first of all, they nerfed X-Mark. It's only 3 seconds long. Nisha was defense matrixed, which means the X-Mark lasts even less time. So this X-Bolt, it can never connect on heroes that are defense matrix. And then a nice force staff as well to bail him out. Because, yeah, that honestly looked like Nisha could have died in that fight.
There's a lot of people who could have died in that fight.
Oh, yeah.
No, Morphling near died, Nisha. Mickey gets clipped by a spell.
It's gonna be about Roche. I don't see Spirit taking a straight up fight, but maybe there's some
look at Miposhka.
Song into steel play. If you're really fancy.
I don't know if he was considering
we're not feeling super fancy. That's alright. I don't really blame him.
Oh, the game plan is still there, right? Hold the high ground, use your displacement tools to kind of muck up Liquid's game plan, and still try and play as wide a map as possible with Naga and Morphling split pushing around.
And you can also see like how this meta is kind of developing. We all know that there's a lot of auras and saves with 4 staffs and you need to kite. We see more and more nullifiers, and it doesn't even matter who builds it. Because whoever you nullify, it's all about killing this initial target. You have Miposhka on the +5 Naga, who's looking to just buy it right now. Because whoever you go on, defense matrix gone, 4 staff don't work, Crimson doesn't work. Like all of these items, they just don't work because you need to kill this initial first hero to break the Liquid's lineup.
How many 4 staffs does Liquid have? Just the one? It feels like
2 if you count the Pike.
Right, that's it. I felt like they had multiple, and I guess that's it.
Yeah, and you have drinking buddies, like you can pull people toward, like you can pull people towards the tusk, and he snowballs. You have Shaker who's just bouncing around. Free Torm.
Nisha gets it. The shard, that is.
Yeah, it's a good shard. He can follow off from a long range with more stuns. He can also like walk in and out. Like all these fights have been like very scrappy. Oh, as Superman finds Mira.
Howdy, Snapfire. What are you up to?
See you later.
No escaping here. And the Centaur even helping out. And Nisha. He's going to Echo Slam it.
Secure.
For good measure.
Okay, so nice find. I don't know if that was a read or if you saw like Mira just scatter blast an earlier wave, but all good. 5k lead for Liquid, so they're definitely very happy. Like there's, again, bigger items coming out. Octarine on Shaker. There's a Shiva's about to be completed on 3-3. You still have an Aegis on Mickey as well for 3 minutes.
Where does Liquid want to play from here then? Like they've pushed top wave, they've taken top jungle. Do they have to come back and deal with this Naga morph split push? Or can they just like run at mid tier 2?
The best thing they can do is like push in lanes, get 1 kill, and then try to assess if maybe Spirit aren't ready or have a good plan to go high ground. You can only go hit high ground if you have like a clear way of executing. Because this is the most dangerous area on the map. It always is, but especially against these heroes. Like you can insta-lose the game on dire high ground. Do they have a gem on Radiant? I feel like that could be start 1 for Team Liquid. Like slowly close out the map, see what's up, find someone, and then just communicate on finding a creative way to damage the high ground in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, especially like, as you've been saying, right, both teams are looking for that initial jump into blow up. Just one little bit of vision could be the difference maker to start a fight. As it looks like Boxy is being the vision maker right now. Playing down south, nearly lining up a move onto Radan.
Oh, that was very close, and I really like this. They saw the Manta hitting the tier 3, so they know that Radan is like farming backwards on the south side, and they nearly caught him there. Like these are the type of moves that they have to look for. Push in top, and then try to immediately go like mid or bot on the other side and catch the one lingering guy.
And they've got a catch here. He BKBs up on the Morphling, turns into Earthshaker, and waveforms to the northwest. But Liquid have a lot of catch and chase. Morphling just jumping away though. So much maneuverability here from Radan with a Blink Dagger picked up.
It's just good plays on good plays. As
another Fisher
got caught again.
He tries to Manta dodge, but in comes the Tinker TP on this Earthshaker. Plenty more stuns to come, but the 4 staff and the cook.
They need his Blink Dagger.
A bit of distance allows the blink, so Radan's out of there. Mira looks like is gonna TP home as well because Liquido's running straight at Radan's Morphling. 4 seconds for waveform, no BKB, no blink, but he has the song as the backup plan. Miposhka hits the big red button, saves the Morphling again, and there's another, he's used blink like 4 times in this escape. But another Fisher, Nisha equally utilizing everything he's got to dive in behind tier 3s really aggressively. But now he's skewered back to the tier 4s. BKB's up, Gleipnir's in, but down goes Nisha. Earthshaker's dead. 3-3 and Mickey trying to do what they can, but the tidal wave and the boat comes up crashing on in. Boxy snowballs up, Collapse is still down on the right-hand side, trying to find an angle as Liquid are very deep. Insania's going wild by the tier 3s, getting hammered by the Morphling, and this poor Lina now stuck, stranded, over in the dive base, snowballed upon by Collapse and Radan, taken out.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Ace is gone, and so is Boxy. 3-3 and Insania, what can they do?
Okay.
Mickey has to BKB and try and run with a TP out, but the damage is coming. Ooh. Oh, X-Mark! Is he okay? He's okay. He's home safe and sound, but my God, Liquid going a step too far, I feel.
This is the problem. So when teams, this is why teams throw when they play against Team Spirit. You have this Morphling like 4 times. But this guy, first of all, he buys a blink, so he keeps getting out. Both his supports save him, bail him out with Song, Force, Cookie, whatever it is. Suddenly you're in their base, and now Collapse comes in. You get skewered in and shit hits the fan.
I mean, I'm sweating watching it.
This is amazing. This is a great game.
Absolutely.
This game is not ending anytime soon.
Pure.
This game is still even.
Pure cinema in this game one. We're 40 minutes in, and it's been non-stop, absolute nonsensical chaos, but, you know, executed to utter perfection.
Absolutely. And like everyone coming into play, like first of all, the fact that he has Blink on Morph, right? Like understanding the fact he has to play like a very wide map, open map. He has to make them come to him but still get out. His teammates coming in, being in the right position, like just bailing each other out. You know, like in a pub game, you can't do this. Maybe you buy Blink, you get up once or twice. In a pub, you're dead. But this, you know, is peak Dota. You're gonna help each other out and you create scenarios like that. Like you can't plan any of this that just happened. That's just good play on good play from both teams coming out, and eventually Liquid, you know, they just go too deep.
It's all on the fly. Nisha just trying to shove out that mid-wave. Trying to give the cover to the rest of his team who were lurking in the shadows just atop the staircases. Team Spirit repositioning themselves though, and we like just look at the map, right? Narget illusions, Morphling illusions, sent forward to scout, and the rest of the team just tucked in behind. If they see someone, they can jump.
So after this fight, it was Spirit who picked up Gem. And I do feel like Liquid really need one. Like, they are generally the ones trying to catch them on the map, but they're not really able to. I mean, it's not like Spirit has an abundance of wards on the map, but it's also like about knowing that they don't, right? Like, you clear areas with a Gem. You're like, okay, they don't see us. We can move here. They're not here. We can smoke from here to there. Because there's some stuff coming out. Like, also look at Mira's items. Like, he knows all he has to do is help his team. If he can help people stay alive and help Yatoro to stand his ground with the Force, the Solar, the Vlads, like, they're going to be A-okay.
Is there anyone that can buy Nullifier on Liquid? Like, comfortably?
I mean, I guess it's also good. Maybe it's... The problem is that they're still Cookie. I mean, let's see. You kind of hate buying Nullifier on all of these heroes. You could do it on Visage, but he probably just prefers to buy a Hex. I mean, right now, it's really important what Liquid are talking about. And I honestly can't really put my mind on what it is, but they need to talk about how to fight. Because going on the Morphling doesn't seem to be working out. I think there's too many ways for it to take forever and not work out, right? There's Cookie, Tidal Wave, Song, defensive Force staffs, and like maybe you need to go around and kill the subs. I'm not sure, but it's not getting easy for them to play.
It's like, you know, as a pea-brained play-by-play caster, I often talk about ease of execution, right? But there's also that topic of finding what the execution is meant to be, finding that angle, finding that line of play. And Team Spirit right now, the line of play is find Lina, right? Find Lina, kill her off, displace Mickey as quickly as possible with a skewer and RP, kill her off. And Liquid, like you're saying, have so many targets to go for. That line of play is very difficult.
Like another way to like look at it, I think Spirit are very happy if a fight drags out, right? Like they keep forcing around. Eventually someone from Liquid will be out of position, and that's when you get the Lina, that's when you get the Tinker. Whereas I think Liquid rely a lot more on the first 2 seconds being like explosive. No, the Blink Echo into the follow-up and just blast someone out of the game.
Oh, Nisha.
Trailing Nisha.
He's trying to run away. Doesn't want to be involved in this relay race where Collapse is trying to pass the baton on to him, but oh, nearly finds him. What did he get stunned by there? Collapse. He gets tagged up, but now Nisha has been X'd, holding the BKB, not wanting to expend it. In comes Radan though, forces the BKB. He's under tier 3 as the Morphling. Trying to unload the damage onto Insania, but finding that Mickey offers quite some resistance. The Cookie and the Force staff get him the distance, and away they go.
The BKB trading, that should be a win for Liquid, but the overall map state is not that great for them. Okay, so Roach respawn is at least longer. Never mind, though. I thought Roach just respawned, which could have been disastrous, but it's a very long respawn.
Also, did Collapse get stunned by that Centaur in the camp? Something stunned.
I don't... Was it like some weird aftershock?
I don't know.
I don't know why, because I don't think there were 3 units for the Centaur.
No, I don't think so either.
Oh well, let's see if whatever happens in this fight, because Liquid, well, they don't know that Roach isn't up, so they kind of need to go here in case it is. And Spirit just scanned all of them.
Now Liquid is scrambling and the smoke breaks. Collapse.
Oh.
Collapse in position, skirting the very edges of this team fight as it starts to break out. They see Lol on the high ground. Gleipnir is there with a Laguna Blade too, but they've got a Cookie and his BKB still ready to press. Roxy blinks forward, trying to find a little bit more vision. Nisha makes a move, has to blink away though, and Collapse comes in with a nice blink skewer. Shaker, he's got his BKB up, stuns back onto the Magnus and the Snapfire. A lot of poking and prodding from both teams, but Miposhka again.
Oh god.
He's got this song, and let's see what Collapse can do with it, because Mickey and 3-3, they're all stuck together. Radan moves forward, Collapse still waiting, looking for his moment to shine. As the kisses come raining like hellfire down on top of 3-3, Collapse finds them. Michaelina and just evaporates her. 3-3's visage also not long for this world, and Team Liquid have just been picked apart by a classic Team Spirit move.
From start to like even both teams. Like first of all, the illusion that was put on the like fountain, like the Lotus pool with Collapse breaking it, everyone kiting back. They get this initial BKB out of Nisha, kite back again. But it was also good from Liquid until that point to like retake this positioning. But yeah, if the longer these fights go, the more vision that comes out, eventually it just takes one skewer. Lina's out of position, immediately the fight is over.
Yeah, and it's Daedalus Morphling. I think Kunkka just bought a Daedalus as well, so they are not lacking damage whatsoever.
Okay, yeah, they're definitely not. Like, especially, so at this point of the game, I kind of like this Daedalus. Right, like, so it's not, you have like your spell casting with the axe, the tidal wave, but the longer this game goes now, eventually it's nice if he can help out Mr. Yatoro to deal some more damage, and he has Empower. Like, Empower Kunkka late game, no joke.
So Yatoro has only died once this game. That was quite early on, wasn't it?
I think so.
It feels like he's had a solid 30 minutes of just prime Yatoro gameplay. And this should be
not very surprising. Yeah, we are at TI after all. There's Team Spirit TI form, and then there's Yatoro form. I think they might both be aligning.
And he's got a hairstyle as well. Whether it's bald or blonde, Yatoro pops off.
Hair doesn't matter anymore. I think that only worked once.
You can keep on trying.
Sure.
It's a small sample size, you know? You
gotta keep going.
Test the waters. And that really feels like what this game has been, right? Is both teams testing where that line in the sand is. You know, whether Liquid cross it going into that tier 3 aggressive move up top in the Dire base. And so far, Team Spirit have been very much towing the line.
Yeah, and I'm just looking because a lot of the times, yeah, you're gonna run into problems, but you can itemize or maybe find creative ways to go about it to make it easier. Like for Liquid, they have a Linken's on like Tinker, but it's really hard for me to like figure out a way. Maybe you just play for some refresher on Nisha. Like you just play for a Giga late game. You let everyone scale, you get like multiple Echo Slams and just go around. Nisha should be okay. Because, yeah, like the scaling on Spirit is just still insane. Like even Mipochka has an Axe now. He can net people in BKB. And this is really annoying for Shaker. I'm pretty sure I said the same thing yesterday. We also saw in the Snaga Shaker matchup. Eventually you get netted. It is really annoying for you.
It is.
No more, you know, Michael Jordaning around the fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of ways out of this. Like, you know, in previous patches, a couple of years ago even, we had Eon Disc be such a popular item. That got nerfed into the ground. Like, is that something that, you know, Mickey has to consider? Because so far, you die so quickly, you need something that gives you a reset.
I don't
Wind Waker, maybe?
Because I don't think you can, because they have Nullifier.
Right,
And the other, like, annoying thing now is that they can do this. They can always X-Mark Yatoro. He already has a Blink. And unless you build a Yules or find a way, you can't really kill him.
He just goes high ground, and then straight back. That is very irritating.
Yeah,
and if you
at
show
this point, like it's got to be Liquid's gameplay that needs to do the talking, because I'm not sure what the plan is on what you need to do.
But look at that.
That's why they're here.
He just waveforms right in on top of them, gets X'd back, really looking to elicit some kind of reaction. And then I'm just watching Collapse. I'm not gonna like it. I am just looking at where is the Magnus, because they are dangling this Morphling in front of Liquid like a tasty morsel of bait, and Collapse is the one that's trying to reel them back in. Well, I guess technically that's Miposhka with his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, if he gets a net off, which at least for now seems like that's not any business he wants to get into.
We're down again. Looking for a reaction, but he's used up, forced to BKB. Walrus punches there, Radan Manta styles away from a fair amount of damage. Waveforms back to safety now. I mean, Liquid, they had an opportunity there, but not quite able to take advantage of it.
This is good. I'm pretty sure this is 3-3 who bought a Yules. And this is what I mean, that sometimes, depending on what your enemies do, it has to force a reaction out of you. And if you fail the vibe check, you just lose your racks here. But he bought Yules. This is going to make it a lot more awkward for Spirit to do the same play.
Yeah, you can see they're not doing it anymore.
Because now if you stay too long, suddenly you're within the tier 4s on Yatoro. Because Yule during the X mark ain't no pullback for you.
Upside is for Team Spirit as they are signaling on the map. Top lane's pushing on to the tier 2. Mid lane has crossed the river. So bottom lane takes a fair amount of damage, but they can still kind of migrate across the map from south to north, hold out the Radiant Ancients. Maybe think about stealing Tormentor later on down the line. Keep Liquid hemmed in their base though, for sure.
Yeah, it's baby steps. Like, Liquid are doing the right thing, but at the same time, Spirit will keep extending their lead. And one thing that popped up to me, maybe Liquid can play for a displacement tool of their own. Try to allow Boxy to farm his Aghanim Scepter. If that is what he would like to buy, he's halfway there. Like, maybe you flip the script. Haha, we now defend our high ground and we're gonna kick you in.
Right now, Liquid don't seem particularly happy with the situation they're in, just hunkering down in their base. No one really going down the staircases. Team Spirit, all the freedom in the world right now, as Mira grabs up a Scythe of Vice. Even more control. Level 25 nearly here for Laurel as well.
He might just take the... I mean, both of those talents are really strong. Like, generally, the spell AoE is incredible on Conquer, but maybe with his build, with the Daedalus and the Empower, as hold that, they're poking him.
What?
But it will just be a poke.
So scary going up ramps.
And also, like, Yatoro, he has a 40% waveform cooldown talent. Like, at this stage, you want to start dropping your boots soon, so you're going to be very mobile. As Liquid, they're going for a quick smoke.
They are just sprinting in towards Laurel here. Boxy makes the first move and then snowballs backwards.
Very nice.
Yeah. And now it's Liquid's turn to try and poke and prod, bait some kind of reaction from Team Spirit. They'll move in with the Yules on the Naga. Try and find Miposhki here, but Collapse has an RP. And that's Mickey's Lina caught up inside and dying quickly.
Another
Collapse
RP.
has the second one, on to 3 more. Their kisses are landing and Liquid are being shredded. 3-3 trying to stand his ground, but Radan, he can just destroy them. The payload's too much to handle. The Morphling's too strong. Mickey, he's come back in this with a buyback to try and deal with Radan, kills off Mira, but Laurel is here. Protects the Morphling, another tidal wave back.
The dieback.
And Liquid the dieback on the Lina. A disaster they cannot allow to happen. But Radan, he's got this. Enchant Tocha, massive damage. Blows up Mickey a second time. And 3-3 in some serious trouble as well. An ultra kill for Radan. And Liquid look down and out in game 1.
Wow. That was just like a lot of good. Like, first of all, they go in, they try to like bait out, there's the punch, snowball back, get in there, but a double RP from Collapse on like, what, 2-3 heroes? And even with the buyback on Mickey, it's just not enough for them to stand their ground.
I think it was 4. It was 2 on the first RP and then 4 on the second one.
Yeah, that was nasty. And also Miposhka at the end, he songed both, but then moved in a way where then only Mickey was freed, so they can kill him and then still keep 3-3 in the song to then kill him after.
But incredibly enough, Liquid haven't lost their base yet, you know, after this team fight. Boxy has done a great job of pushing out that top wave until, unfortunately, he does die there. And we can see Insania's Tinker, who's pushed out mid,
Yeah,
pushing out
Insania
bottom.
he's definitely on Tinker mode. There's also a 3-3's Courier died, which means that he was out and about somewhere, dragging some waves.
Of course he was. But look at Team Spirit. They are right on your tier 4s, even through backdoor regen. Base protection? Who cares? Radan is there.
They're gonna have to do is 3v4.
Visage
They
Tinker.
left Cliff.
And the Earthshaker. A Yule's up for now. Radan BKBs. He's hitting the throne. Liquid, what can you do about this? Can you stop the Waterman from destroying your base? With a glyph for now, they can. Radan being stunned up a little bit with a Blink the Echo. Nisha trying to finish off his man, but the cookie is there. Mira, again, saves the day. And Collapse was looking for another angle there to maybe find one of these big dieback kills. Miposhka. The sing-song sends him to sleep. The 3-3 into gargoyle mode, but he's being eyed up. The throne sat around half HP.
Echo.
In we go with Nisha. Not enough damage, though, to kill Radan. Stays alive. And Laurel with his BKB offers that bodyguard and protection. 3-3's down. Radan with a monster kill. And you still don't have your task. Your Lina has just respawned. It looks like no Team Spirit respecting Liquid with their respawns, not going for the throne, aiming for the barracks instead. Until Radan, he shifts forward into 5th gear. He's done with this game. Laguna Blade's there, but it's nowhere enough.
Wow. Okay, if game 2 can be anything like game 1, then my God, we're in for a treat. Because this was really, really well played from both teams. Like, I think Liquid tried to press their advantage for a long time in this game. I mean, overall, Spirit did play a better game of Dota 2, which is why they win. But overall, the way they did it to come back in fights, fight back, the way they itemized and what they did, wow. This is the best game of TI so far, and it could be for the next days to come as well.
It's a little bit warm over here in Germany for both of us.
Same.
We're sweating a bit, and that game, beautiful, beautiful Dota from both teams as we head back to Shiva in the panel.
I think we just got treated to definitely so far the best game we've had this group stage. This was fantastic to watch, and I'm sure we're going to watch a lot more. First, though, a quick PSA, because in just about 10 minutes, the first of the tiebreaker best of threes will start on the secondary stream, which on Twitch is Dota2 TI_2 with Zero versus Falcons. But let's talk about this game, because it had a little bit of everything, Tigov.
It was spectacular, because I feel like Spirit now, it's like, we talked about, let's say, talk about some Kunkka or some Magnus, but their Snapfire in position 4 with the Magnus, Shockwave plus Scatterblast, that is so lane winning that it opens up Spirit to make so many more moves than Liquid in the early game. And then sure, Liquid, they get Aegises and they create their own opportunities and allowed this game to be hyper competitive. And then we can also talk about the dives from Liquid later on, but I think just the laning from Spirit, the comeback potential from Liquid, then the eventual masterclass of Spirit in the late game. This game had everything you want to see from a TI game.
And a really nice play there coming out from Mira. He plants a tree, so maybe Visage doesn't get, the vision of that kill, and also lands another, big juke coming out of that one. This is also Team Liquid, with the way they played in the mid-game, they are kind of feeling themselves with these two big auras coming out from Vizzy, where you have Crimson Guard, you have Pipe as well, and some really nice plays, some really nice initiation coming out from Nisha as well, landing multiple stuns. Another great Fisher that's going to come out later when they reset. Just some beautiful execution, not just from them, but also, at this stage of the game, Team Spirit, they were kind of on the back foot, I would say, where they were unable to punch back, considering all these aura, the timing that Team Liquid was going for.
And that highlight just there actually showcased the power of Tinker, and Sania tanked so much damage, and when they were able to isolate Morphling on the left here, 4 heroes were occupied with Tinker on the right. So we did see what Liquid's draft looked like. They definitely hit their timing with the 2 Aegises, but the story of this game was that Spirit were able to weather the storm of those 2 Aegises, to match them with auras of their own at some point, get the skewer backs that they needed high ground, and they went off of that. I love the point that T made about Spirit making good moves in the early game before Aegis. That made it so that when Liquid hit their stride, Spirit had some momentum themselves. They had net worth. They weren't playing with a huge deficit.
They were not. And I will say, we mentioned at the end of the draft how Team Liquid, what did you say, Lacoste? 4 out of 5 heroes had a way of repositioning heroes. They added to that with the bazillion Force Staffs, I feel, as well.
It's just the way they play Dota. I think Team Spirit, when they are on top of their game, this is what Dota looks like. Dota doesn't get better than this in terms of execution, in terms of itemization as well, and their drafts, they're playing the classic Team Spirit Dota. They are putting themselves on a back foot, knowing that there is a chance of Team Liquid winning this game, but they have a better carry. Overall, this was pretty much Radan's show, Yataro's show. He died once this game, and we gotta give him credit for his itemization. He did pick up the shard immediately, 15 minutes into the game, seeing that the only way he dies if Shaker gets an Echo Slam on top of him, and he survived multiple times because of that. Then they got the Force Staffs, they got these big songs, cookies out of the trouble, which resulted in only one of his deaths.
Yeah, and we saw the issues that created. Basically, they only had that one Echo Slam for this Morphling. So as that game progressed and Liquid couldn't end early enough, that Morphling was a huge problem. There was no way for Lina to out DPS him or kill him in that Echo Slam. So Liquid had to close out the game before it got to the point where Morphling was that strong. But that's just the power of Spirit.
It was just a delight. If you want to watch how to play Morphling, you're watching this game back on loop, just constantly to find out. Like the movement you make, the itemization that you guys are mentioning, like he's putting himself in position that then allows for, you know, the Kunkka to actually open up the fight as well. Because like in other drafts, you often throw Kunkka first, but this was like, it felt like Morphling was in the front of the fight, at the back of the fight, killing everyone. He did like 72,000 damage. So yeah, Yotaro, this game, he was just like, I am not losing this game. I am doing everything in my power to ensure that this game is going their way. And of course, if they do win the next game, then they're first seed in the group, they get choice. So of course, this series, even though they're both currently tied and are going to be like the top two teams, it still has a lot of meaning because you get to dictate your, you know, your future in the tournament.
I will also say that there were a lot of fights in this game that lasted forever, first of all, but also that lasted a very long time with no direct winner of the fight. I feel like we watched about maybe 40 to 45 minutes where the net worth, it was just even.
Yeah, and that's the power of the heroes that are just being picked in that first phase, right? Like heroes like Naga, who can prolong fights, like you mentioned, or just prolong games by pushing out lanes. Heroes like Tinker that do the same thing. It's going to make it so that even both supports on both sides are making gold and scaling.
Also, players like Nisha who dive tier 4 and Shaker also kind of prolongs the game potentially a little bit.
Well, he didn't always do it by himself. Sometimes he had a little bit of help from Collapse's Magnus.
Yeah, about 4 totems deep, and his team's like, we can't fall here, you know? Like, you need everyone on your team to have Blink, Force, Refreshers to keep up with how quick he was, you know, diving the base. But, like, moments like that is like with Liquid drafts, it's like that one moment, that one play. I'm not saying they're going to win the game if they don't make that dive, but it's like you can't make that dive and not find some kills, because they're ones that compound into we can never touch them again, right? And yeah, Liquid is like, if you get carried away with their style of play, that's when you get these games. And I think that's why they sometimes struggle throughout the year, because, you know, small moments like that are replicated quite often.
Yeah, and now we have a game very different than some of the games that both of these teams played before. Because I remember yesterday when we saw both of these teams play against Aurora, and we had like, yeah, you know, they played the perfect game. What can you really learn off a game like this? This time, I feel like Lacoste, there's a lot to learn from a game like this, because I feel like both teams, they got to play their draft. They got to have moments where everything was working great. And also moments where it wasn't as great. So what are the takeaways for the teams? Let's start with Team Liquid, obviously losing here this first game.
Yeah, to me, it's going to be these repositioning tools. Like Team Spirit, they will always try to find something to use. Like if everything is banned, they're going to pick Spirit Breaker, take the other facet, and just push you back into the base if necessary. These guys, they're thinking outside of the box. But I like what they did, because they were picking some like really late game oriented draft, and they knew that they can stall. They can just hold, and with these repositioning abilities, there's always going to be a threat. When you're going for the high ground, you're never going to feel comfortable going in, you know, sieging the tower. You get skewered back, there's a high chance that you're going to die. And also, I got to point out the itemization coming out from Miposhka. He did pick up relatively early Nullifier from this Naga Siren, position 5, which worked out really well against Tinker. It's great to remove his barrier. You remove the Crimson Guard, Solar Crest, all these buffs that make you super tanky and annoying. Once you reposition them away from the team, they're just straight up dead. So I think for Team Liquid, they need to start thinking as well how they're going to match some super late game if it comes down to that.
I would say that's definitely something to consider, but looking at that game, they should kind of inspect the early game before they hit their Aegis timing around minute 20. I think that the early game that they played could have been cleaner, because they were giving away kills. They were diving with Lina and Visage at some point where Kunkka TP'd in, got return kills. They took that fight in the Dire jungle, was it T, around minute 13?
Yeah, it was pretty despair the early game for Liquid. Then it's like the early moves, like the 33 like diving your enemy's offlane tier 1 tower. That's not expected normally. Normally you go to the Visage, but also for me, like laning setups. Like I kind of agree with Effie, like it's less about the mid game, whatever. It's more like you put Tinker on 5 roll and you put your Tusk away from your Lina. So then against a high magic damage burst lane, you're not putting your kill threat Tusk to maybe tank some of those spells and give kill opportunity for Lina. You sacrifice it by putting your Tinker there, so Lina's under threat. So it's like, I think if Tusk is with Lina, your bot lane doesn't go as bad, your first Aegis is better used, and the game feels better. So I think if they swap the supports around, they probably could win this game. So I think that's a tactical flaw that actually hurt them a lot in this game.
Because if they got their first Aegis with, let's say, like a 5k, 6k net worth lead, which is often what we see during a first Aegis, maybe 3k even, and not even net worth, they would have had much better tools to maybe end earlier. But if you're playing your tempo on an even net worth, it gets a lot harder and a lot more mistakes can be made.
Well, we'll see, of course, how game number 2 will play itself out. It's very important for both teams because, as we mentioned just before, if Team Liquid can tie this series, they will be playing again against Team Spirit to decide which one of these two teams will get the pleasure of choosing their opponents from Group C. And if Team Spirit takes this 2-0, then that will be decided already with that. Slight update, because we also had Group B closing out while we were talking. I say closing out, but Cloud9 and Talon are still playing against each other. But the most important one that is still going on is Tundra, or that is not going on, is Tundra versus G2IG. They tied, and therefore they tied. And therefore, their tiebreaker, best of 3 between the two, because Cloud9 already did win Game 1 against Talon. But the tiebreaker for Tundra versus G2IG will start in about 20 to 25 minutes on the 3rd stream. So make sure to check that out as well. Just to recap, we got a tiebreaker going on for Group C between Zero and Falcons, starting right about now, probably math. Yes, right about now. And we also have the other one, as I just mentioned, on the 3rd stream. A lot of Dota still to watch, and we could potentially have an extension to Team Liquid versus Team Spirit if these two teams tie. Now, we talked a lot about Team Liquid could potentially be doing better in the laning setup. Team Spirit, they won, and then that's great. But it was not the cleanest game that they've ever played. It was really fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. This is great. I would love a game like this again. But there's a lot to take away for Team Spirit as well, I would think.
Yeah, I'd argue that the success of their offlane gives some of their drafts more life than it should do. Where if they don't find pressure on the enemy carry and they don't kind of utilize mirror and collapse into the game, then most of these games will be completely different. So I think it's less about the big picture for Spirit. Like, yes, you know, the big mag plays and stuff, we've seen them do it multiple times, but if you don't win your safe lane against Collapse and Mirror, then I think that's when Spirit look their best. So that is my key thing for Liquid or any other team coming into this tournament now. It's like, if you can shut them down, then suddenly like a Kunkka mid and a Morph carry and a lack of damage in the early to mid game is going to be punished. But again, I feel like they are just doing so well on this offlane that it threatens a lot of teams.
I think that that's just the nature of their draft. They had a later timing and they were playing off of good skewers and good RPs. Maybe some of their heroes got picked in places they shouldn't have after the Aegis, but that's the nature of what happens like during huge map play. Like end in Aegis, you don't want to have all of your heroes on one lane. Obviously, people are going to be taking what they can where they can, so they could definitely look towards maybe playing cleaner between minute 20 and 30, but I think Spirit overall played incredibly well to their draft.
Yeah, there's one more question then, because we're heading into the draft of game number 3 very soon. Game number 2. Don't worry, you didn't miss one. I'm getting ahead of myself.
The answer is yes, Shiver, to that question.
Yeah, double yes.
What was I going to ask?
Yes.
You're going to ask if they're going to ban Magnus in the first phase. The answer is yes.
Oh, no.
You really think so?
No.
Yes. Yes, they need to make some...
That was not my question, by the way, but do continue.
It's like grand finals level draft.
Yeah, I mean, they're in their heads. Like right now, the game does matter. I mean, they're still, going to be able to choose between the 3rd and 4th place. You don't get to choose, you get what's left. But overall, there's a lot here on the stake. Maybe the only reason if they don't ban it, if Team Liquid is like, you know what, we can try to beat it one more time just for the sake of the tournament later on if we're going to meet against Team Spirit, if they're going to be stubborn. But let's say this game was played, in the upper bracket of the TI, they would definitely ban it. And I still think they're going to remove it because it is a very powerful tool. Considering what they banned in the previous game, Sanking for Team Spirit doesn't look as strong. We saw them play Sanking during Riyadh Masters. It didn't look as strong. They're looking better right now. But if you had to choose like which poison you're going to take, I think Sanking over Magnus, definitely.
I'll make a case for Magnus being so strong because they first faced Lina, and this is now Spirit's 4th Lina that they beat in this group stage. They have a very good success rate against Lina. They haven't lost a game to it. So maybe Liquid going into this game too, they just sack the Lina idea because they tried it. They didn't beat Spirit with Lina. Just go for your other strategies, your Razors and whatnot.
Yeah, so we want to see a different opening, at least for Team Liquid.
I would like to.
I would imagine we also want to see a different opening on the side of Team Spirit, or are you quite happy with the Naga opening?
Yeah, I think Spirit have shown that they respect and understand quite a lot of these openings. So if they have other strategy that they want to show us, then please do. But also if they do lose this game, then they have to play a best of 3 against Liquid, which then turns it into kind of like a best of 5 against Liquid in one day. So it's like, how much information do you really want to give? Because like this game was such high quality that like other teams can actually learn a lot from it. And if suddenly they, we have to play 5 games potentially of this. It's like, that's a lot of good resource that you're just handing out to other teams for free.
Well, we heard 33 before the series started. We had 33 talking about previous TIs and how the format differed, and therefore this format has overall a total less amount of games for the teams. Maybe Team Liquid just wants to play more games.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because it helps you learn a lot. The TI where Team Liquid came closest, that was without 33, but my point still stands, was the TI that they went all the way from the last chance qualifiers
through the lower bracket.
Through the lower bracket, as many games as possible. So that's a recipe for success, Effie. They showed everything.
It is. It's what we were talking about earlier. I do think that this kind of format is a lot more helpful for other teams that get stronger with every game and are very momentum-based. And Liquid have shown us that they're a momentum-based team. So it wouldn't be worst-case scenario for them to play even more games.
No, that being said also, overall, in terms of series, Liquid generally, this year anyway, has come out on top over Team Spirit. It's not a big sample size. Let's be very honest here. There's only 3 series played, only like 7 games played, and the games is 4 and 3. That means the series did often go the distance. That means we are setting ourselves up for not just a tie in the groups, but a potential grand picture, best of 5. And who can really complain about that? Because the game that we just witnessed, and I really hope Game 2 lives up to the hype right now, because I feel like we're setting up for this tremendous, exciting game number 2 coming out, and there is a chance that it will fall flat a little bit, but I'm having high hopes that it will come out on top. And I want to actually focus a little bit more on a comparison, as we see here, the head-to-heads, but I actually want to focus on a comparison between players and mostly player styles, because Tigov, we talk a lot about offlaners, and we talk about Ace, and we talk about 33. And obviously we talked about Collapse because his Magnus was fantastic, but he plays a very different style of offlane and is successful with it as well.
Yeah, I think Collapse is one of the offlaners that his hero pool at the moment is not only auras. He sometimes dips into other avenues of playing the offlane. Of course, in this game, he still goes for, I believe, the pipe it was, but still, like, he can play like a Mars, he can play like a Primal. Like, he's got options where 33, at the moment, it's like, I play Visage, I buy Aura, I buy this, I buy Aura. I think Beastmaster yesterday, he did actually skip Aura, but that's because he wanted to buy Manta against like a Tree and Sign. But I think fundamentally between the two, I think 33 is a, I farm, rally behind me, break game, and then Collapse is like a, I'll demolish my lane, but then I'm going to pop off at some point, but I'm not going to like, you're not going to play behind me. So I think there's a different tempos between the two offlaners, and at the moment, the Collapse version is obviously looking a little bit better, because potentially it's a bit more, I guess, scripted of gameplay from Liquid, where I think some of the best teams will be able to understand the pressure points that Liquid brings and be able to play around that just a little bit.
Yeah, they are 2 very different offlaners in terms of style, because 33, you look at him and he's kind of this rally behind me. I'm going to farm an item timing, play behind me, we're going to take every tower on this map. That's always been his style, even before this meta, all the way back to this 100 days. Whereas Collapse, like, without a doubt, he is the best initiating offlaner in Dota. And that was actually bad for Spirit at some point when the meta shifted and your initiating offlaners weren't what you were looking for. You were looking for those farm-oriented ones. You were looking for those aura buyers, but he's had so much time to adjust and learn how to do both. And now he does both very well, so it's very scary for other teams.
Yeah, I would say that Collapse is not so farm heavy compared to 33. A lot of the times when 33 gets the hands on his heroes, he's going to stay on top of the net worth, even compared to carries, to mid laners, and he's going to dominate the game by having that extra net worth. We talked about his hero pools, you know, heroes that can create the gold. He plays Visage with the Death Toll. He plays Doom, who creates gold out of nothing, that extra gold, and he turns that gold into auras for his team, so they hit slightly earlier timing.
An earlier time. We'll see what kind of impact that has, because it also feels like it's something that maybe Team Liquid can, I wouldn't say abuse, but use against them, right?
Yeah, they definitely could, knowing that they have like good maybe 2-3 minutes depending on the draft. But let's see the top 3 combos coming out. So Kunkka Snapfire, we've seen that combo being very popular by Team Spirit, knowing that you always have a kill threat. Didn't see like as much execution as yesterday. We also seen some like fails early on with the Naga Siren Sleep into Kisses, no real follow-up coming out from Magnus or Kunkka. So that can always be better, but it was a really clutch game from both teams, and looking forward to the second one, maybe even the 5th one, depending who wins this one.
Let's see, we are in the draft. We got ourselves Team Spirit this time on the Radiant side, Team Liquid on the Dire side. With the first pick going the way of Team Spirit again, I believe. So that is the same. No, I'm wrong. The first pick going to Liquid, so that also flipped like it did previous game.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see if that Magnus gets banned out, Lacoste, because I believe you've got us all doubting if that will indeed happen. So far, a lot of offlaners are targeted already by Team Spirit with the Doom and the Sand King. In terms of previous game, it is very similar.
I would be
all those heroes banned as well.
incredibly surprised if they were to first phase ban it. The fact that like it was the first pick Magnus of the tournament, that is like some TI memes for sure.
That's the power of TI though.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know,
the power
I know.
of Team Spirit too.
I know, I agree, but that's where also the question is like if this narrative happens and it's like did Spirit show it too early? Should have this been held? But either way, it shouldn't happen.
You can't waste the ban on Magnus.
No, I agree. You
There's no way.
No.
The thing is, it's the Lina that put them in a situation where they could really suffer versus repositioning heroes. In the combo graphic that we just saw, Wind Ranger plus Train Protector, maybe go back to that. That's pretty awesome, and it's a lot more reliable right now than the first phase Lina.
Yeah, we saw Wind Ranger banned out by Team Spirit previous game. Is the only one not banned yet that is different from previous game. For now, Team Liquid could still opt to ban it right here instead of pick it.
Also, when I think about Liquid, I think about how Insania gets to leave the safe lane, pair up with Boxy, you secure mid runes, you bring Nisha into the game. It's you're just chaotic. And then when I see a Tinker, it kind of feels like it's opposite to the the first 15-20 minutes of the Liquid playstyle, and maybe personal preference, but them to steer away from that just a little bit. And of course, they do go for the Windrunner. Some of the big staples for Liquid so far in the group stage have been removed by Spirit in the ban phase.
I kind of do feel like this is Team Spirit letting them have the Wind Ranger, so I kind of would imagine that they've got something planned for it, something specific.
When you play against Wind Ranger, knowing most likely that it's going to be a core, it's a strong position 4, but you still want to use that hero's real power, that whirlwind facet. You need to have, one thing you need to have, an early Crimson Guard buyer, and that's exactly what Kunkka is. If it's going to be played from the off lane, maybe throw in a casual Blade Mail to have something to farm, which also is going to be nice against Wind Ranger, her uncontrollable damage. So good pickup here from Team Spirit.
Yeah, and I love Blade Mail versus Whirlwind, because it's not like the old Focus Fire where you could just redirect your attack to a target and you stop if the target presses Blade Mail. You're committed to the Whirlwind, so you suffer very heavily versus Blade Mails. And it was Purge actually who showed us the Blade Mail interaction with Kunkka and his new Rum, how he gets double more value from his Blade Mail than other heroes.
Very true, so maybe enough to bump the Wind Ranger down in priority, or is that not the case, even with the Kunkka being as good against it as we say?
I think it's so... Go ahead.
I was say it just rarely happens. When you look at the bans from Liquid, unless they're using bans to kind of fake out Spirit and go most of these bans are targeted towards Windrunner being a core. You've got the Dispels of SD, Ench, you've got Morph and DK, high armor that can kind of brush off the damage of a Windrunner early on, so all the bans dictate this to be a carry, and teams don't really waste bans to then flex a core or flex a hero too often.
When I was checking Dota Pro tracker of position 4 players here at the Road to TI, it was a lot of Wind Ranger. Everybody was practicing this hero because I've seen 7 up to 10 games in the last 8 days, because you want to keep it as a flex, but in a pub, you're going to get the hands on the hero, but in a pub game, it's different. You will be able to play it in a professional game, you will not be able to get games on the Wind Ranger as much as you would.
Is Spirit just going to go, continue the whole, if we have Snap, we pick Snap situation? Or, they just take the tree. Cool, I like that. What melees are available? To be fair, you're still Tusk, but now because you have Tree and Protector, Tusk loses value a little bit, because you have Living Armor to deal with the bonus physical damage that Tusk provides, so yeah.
Tusk, Marcy, these type of heroes. I like Marcy because if you play against Kunkka, you have a little bit of a repositioning tool for your allies, and you also have that life steal coming out, so you don't take as much damage from the Blade Mail that we talked about.
There's also ET and Clockwork, although they're slightly less popular than Tusk and Mercy right now.
I'm just already envisioning the early fight from Spirit is so scary to go into. We spoke about the tankiness of Kunkka with then a Tree and Protector. Windrunner by herself is not going to do any damage in these fights. They do go for one of the melee heroes that we're mentioning, and it's I think if Liquid wants to take a tower, they're going to have to try and find a way to accept, they're going to go through a 2,000 plus HP Kunkka, plus damage behind that, and they aren't really providing that damage at the moment. So we'll see what
10 seconds
the upcoming
remaining.
heroes are to fix that, because they are not going near a tower at the moment with these heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that Kunkka pick, very strong still, even after the answer that Team Liquid has now with the Clockwork on the potential lane against it. They get a sniper. Sorry, T-Gov. It's still a thing.
No, it's fine. I no, good for lane.
Yeah.
Falls off an absolute cliff after the lane, but
sure.
You know, if Liquid got a parachute, I'm sure they'll be fine.
Your issue with Sniper T is teams are jamming it into drafts, but in this one it makes sense, right? You have the synergy between your melee support and your range support. There's extra damage for when somebody does get power cogged, and now you're going to have double scouting tools with Rocket Flare and Shrapnel versus Train Protector, who you need to find and fight so he doesn't root your entire team.
This is very obnoxious. Like, the thing with sniper lineups is you need to be able to control the game at your pace, so that it's like you're using your shrapnel in your cores, you're throwing your ultimates out. And here, like Effie's mentioning, they don't even need to be near someone to kill them, right? It's going to have what? Sniper ult, shrapnel, rocket flare, hook shot, power shot. You've got like 3 different ways just to throw damage onto a hero from a million miles away, which allows you to steer clear of not getting, you know, torrented, X'd, or boat. So if they can set this up, then it's a lot of high-paced damage, but
if you're unable to do much as a sniper early on, this hero really suffers. Like, the only way to come back into the game is basically through making stacks for your team, so you get the XP, you get the gold. It's hard, but it can be done. You know, you get on top of him. He's very difficult. Once he hits that power spike, his level 3, level 2 shrapnel makes him very obnoxious to play. They have very good heroes to poke from the distance. As you said, Clockwork goes in, Sniper with the Assassinate, some Shrapnel, Wind Ranger. They can try to isolate the hero and just kill him from 100 to 0. Team Spirit now picking up Mirana, which is a flex pick, but most likely going to be played as a core, I would say. You do build into Maelstrom, which is good against Wind Ranger. The procs, you have extra damage. It's a strong lane paired up with the Train Protector. And there's another hero. Basically, what they're doing is they are picking these very mobile heroes that can find Sniper and that can get away from Clockwork. So they don't care about him initiating and not being able to jump out of the cogs.
And you also have a BKB piercing disable for the Wind Ranger, which is very with the last
double. Does Liquid go for like a Beastmaster here? I think they need a hero to actually like truly rally behind. We said that this is 33's playstyle. It's like if you don't have someone that can go one item into like BKB or one item into Aura, then where is their ability to actually, after they get a kill, like progress the game? And in Spirit, it's like if Batrider is able to leave the Kunkka from offlane and make moves around the map, like you can join tree, you can find kill. Like I think Spirit's gonna be super happy not trying to cross the river, but always push their lanes out and react to any Liquid aggression. So I kind of think that Liquid either need to get 2 more picks here that really gives them a bit more like entry to a fight.
Some good old darks here. You have Clockwork already.
Team Liquid's turn to
But it is Beast.
My only concern with this Beastmaster pick, which well done T with the call, is that he can be very easily punished on lane by Mirana and Train Protector. This is a strong lane, and a Batrider rotation through the Twin Gate will definitely secure kills on Beastmaster. And Kunkka is quite self-sustaining after a few levels, which is going to open up Mira's play to potentially roam top or mid. So this Beastmaster doesn't feel very well defended. It's going to be up to Sniper basically to secure his lane, because you don't want to pair the clock with the Beastmaster.
We'll see how they potentially might solve that issue, maybe with a very mobile mid laner, which I think for both teams is what we're looking for, Laurel and Nisha. I know there's some flex potential here and there, but in all reality, we're looking for both of the team's mid laners, where Team Spirit will have the slight edge of having overall last pick this game, and thus being able to counterpick whatever Team Liquid throws their way. We got the Invoker removed already. Does that tell us anything about the route that Team Liquid might want to go for here?
I think it would synergize nicely. I mean, they did play Invoker plus Mirana combo yesterday, where you have Solar Flare, Alacrity, and Mirana goes pretty ham. It is very obnoxious. You have Train Protector, you have all these auras, and Mirana, she's an insanely strong hero. Once you hit that level 15, once you hit that your shard timing, so you have an extra leap, level 20 as well. Every single time you choose a talent, this hero, it feels like it becomes 2 times stronger.
10 seconds.
The hero that is still in the pool that overlaps for both Laurel and Nisha, which I think Team Spirit will probably think about banning at this point, is Storm Spirit.
Yeah, that's potentially leaning there. I think that might give Liquid a bit more purpose, and yeah, that's what they are banning out, right? The puck, the storm, the backline jump, the weakness of having Tree and Bat as your supports. They pierce BKB beautifully, but they don't provide that cheap lockdown to punish Spirit heroes, and Spirit being the type of hero, not the team. But yeah, you kind of want Nisha to be on that IC hero. They're half HP, and it could go back down to the tiny pick, the generic hero like that. Even like a Void Spirit isn't too bad because you can dodge Kunkka combinations. You can buy Aghanims to prevent an overgrowth if you clip him in the tree line or something. But yeah, you need Nisha to be on a playmaker, I think, to bring everyone to life. And that's also like what Lacoste was mentioning earlier, like Sniper. If you don't go from pressuring lane into killing the mid game, you do fall off, and that's why your mid laner is kind of like the key to unlocking Sniper as a hero. What other teams have kind of failed so far in the group stage.
They got quite a lot of time left in their bonus time actually for this last ban. They end up banning out the Dazzle.
Team Spirits turn to
and they'll show us the Timbersaw. Does that change our opinion about who goes where? Is there any flex potential that they should be worried about, or is Timber just gonna go mid?
I think Timber just goes mid here. Like, it's another anti-Kunkka hero because you just run at them, right? Like, you just get an item, off you go. And now you've got Timber in the front, you've got Beast in the front, and then all this like cheap high range damage that you're mentioning is gonna still be online from Windrunner, Clock, and Sniper. So yeah.
You also just destroy Treant Protector in like 2 seconds. Like this Treant Protector is going to be so hunted in this game, and this Timber is just kind of going to be a body. He's going to stand in front of these fights, do so much damage to the point where it's going to force Spirit to use spells on him and deal with him. And if you ever expend your lasso on this Timbersaw, then your Wind Ranger has free reign in a team fight.
now select your hero.
So, I wish Bat was still able to be a core, because if you rewound like Dota by like a year or two, like you put Bat mid here and it's like free Bat game, but that isn't really a thing. It's a support now more often, and we get to see Queen of Pain. I haven't really seen too much of it on our stream, at
haven't
least.
seen it at all. Like everybody was playing this hero coming into TI. Everybody's trying to theory craft because the hero feels really good, especially with the Dagon build, where you have some extra lifesteal. With the Facet and Innate, of course, you're gonna need that. But another hero that can jump away from the cogs, another mobile hero, and having a little bit of extra, pure damage to deal with the Timbersaw, that burst damage that you have. I do like what Team Spirit drafted for themselves, and I feel like Wind Ranger playing against double BKB piercing ability against the Crimson Guard buyer like Kunkka, and you also have Queen of Pain with the pushback during the BKB, because what the hero wants to do, you have 9 seconds pretty much to go in with your Whirlwind and try to get the heroes killed. They're tanky enough and they can reposition you again and they can buy some time, so I kind of like this Queen of Pain pick quite a lot.
Yeah, I think we saw Quinn do pretty well on it. We'll see if Laurel can follow in his footsteps and force out this 2-0. If Team Spirit 2-0s Team Liquid here, they will secure themselves top of Group D. However, if Team Liquid takes this one and forces this tie, we're going to have a tiebreaker, best of 3 between these same two teams again. Let's see which one it's going to be, together with Gareth and Kazu.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, let's get into game 2. Like you say, an important one here. Super, super hyped. We just had one of the highest skills, closest, most tense games we've had all year. It is TI season, and it's day 2 of groups. We're already in full force here, Kazu.
Yeah, no, we are. And I think with the type of draft we have here, it's a little bit different. Still very aggressive from Liquid, but I will say it's a little slower this time around. And their lanes are incredibly important. There's a last pick WAP on Laurel. We haven't seen it too much, as they talked about on the panel already. But I think this Queen of Pain really rounded out the draft very nicely. You do well mid, you can stop the tempo from the Timber a bit, and most importantly, you can go to the side lanes. You can offset the tempo from 3-3's Beastmaster, the Wind Ranger who should win her lane. So early game for Liquid, as important as ever.
Absolutely. I mean, through the draft, it felt like Team Spirit kind of reacting and counter-picking what Liquid were bringing to the table. And like you say, kind of rounding things out very nicely with that Queen of Pain last pick, finding the hero that we were kind of struggling. We're talking to each other while the draft is going on. We're like, what are they going to go for? What are they going to lane against this? The Timbersaw, what are they going to do that can make the tempo happen for Spirit? Let's see if they can do it with actually some early smokes as well. Already kicking off game 2 here with a 5v5 brewing, potentially in this bottom jungle.
Two late smokes, from both teams. I mean, Spirit went for even more delayed smoke, as they're kind of collapsing on each other.
Lol. Shrapnels are coming.
Ooh, this is awkward.
Mira and Collapse have stepped back, and they've actually dragged Liquid into a sticky spot here, forcing Insania to cogs and walk away. But a high ground vision dewarded. So the victors of this Liquid getting the Obs Ward kill, but let's see if they can actually guarantee some bounty runes as well.
Yeah, let's see what the post-action looks like. Well, Boxy did have to use 2 shrapnels, so that's a bit annoying, but at least I think one of them should be cooling down until the lane starts, so it looks like a 2 for 2.
Still fighting bottom, where Boxy, he's been surrounded here. Miposhka's tree, Mira's bat, and of course, Radan on this Mirana, getting first blood for Miposhka.
Well, turns out Spirit, worthy victors of this little engagement. Little nice first blood for your Treant, not too bad.
Yeah, a little bit of money, gets him towards extra bits of regen, more blood grenades, a little bit of punching. A slight lead for Team Spirit, early days. But I guess you're thankful that, you know, a Queen of Pain didn't get the first blood.
Oh yeah, I mean, at least for Liquid, yeah, it didn't go in the hands of Lara, because this mid lane is just a lot about tempo. Like, Lara's job is more like to slow down the Timber, and then if he can also apply pressure himself, it's like a really nice added bonus. But just to quickly touch on the drafts, I think it's very obvious what Spirit's idea is about like the TI meta so far of the range carries. They have like Bad Riders or Magnus, Hungus that can pull you out of position. So they are, once again, very well equipped to deal with this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, they love this. You know, we saw it in Game 1. We've seen it in previous series with this Bat Rider, with this Magnus. The kind of game of tug and war, like tug of war, right? Where they're pulling on the rope, they're kind of dragging you forward, making you lose your traction, your step, and then going in for this like round 2 or round 3 of the fight that they actually want to take. Team Spirit have been exceptionally good at really just baiting people and kiting them as team fights start out. But of course, you know, it's laning stage now. We've got a bit of waiting to do before those team fights properly kick off. And that's what Liquid are going to be looking to really capitalize on. Clockwork and Wind Ranger. This classic, you know, melee plus ranged. Very, very strong to kind of hold their own, do a bit of damage back. Nisha's Timbersaw was, you know, a strong pick until the Queen of Pain came. Still, though, able to kind of tank up and move into side lanes to make a bit of a name for himself. And then this Sniper Beastmaster, 3-3 on a Zoo hero. We were talking about how Liquid like to play that big map pressing style where they're trying to limit the options for their opponents.
Insania might be dead.
Insania has 4 stacks of sticky on him. Does push back Mira with the cogs, but still, Mira will find the kill.
Okay, so top lane, yeah, I was about to say that they're doing pretty well there. Insania had, you know, he was getting off a lot of like cogs, pushing them around back and forth, but does feed a kill. Bottom lane, I think the first few minutes are really, really big for 3-3, because I can only see them win this lane if he gets like some Arcane Boots timing, and then eventually later they keep harassing Yatoro. Because in this lane, I don't think Mirana's in a lot of threat.
Nah, we've seen what this Mirana can do. Collapse in the cogs. Torrent was good for the power shot, and Insania's damage should be enough here to bring the Kunkka down. Mira trying to get some damage back onto this Clockwork. A lot of it comes through that sticky napalm. Looks like Mira's okay after using the stick just to stay around and gather up some more XP.
Very, very nice to get a, like, not even a return kill, but just a straight up kill. Like, any net worth or XP that they can, like, inject into Mickey is really big, because if anything is going to happen in, like, this bottom lane, or they offset this top lane, it's going to be through Mickey. If he has a good lane, maybe it frees him up to kill the Kunkka up top, or even gate down bottom, as really, this is a very interesting way to play this lane. I have not seen anyone do this on Beast, and I think this is very, very smart.
Cool. Oh, we were talking about this yesterday, right? With Ace's Venomancer, we've had Darkseers in the past do it. I can't remember who it was yesterday, but similar. It was Primal Beast, right? Trying to cut the wave and do that business at level 1. But this is now, what, 4 minutes in? And still trying to manipulate the wave as best he can. Not playing the lane honorably, but that's classic 3-3 stuff.
No, this is the best way to play.
Good arrow.
Go on Boxy.
Yeah, a lot of damage from this Mirana. Miposhka taking it, though, from this scatter shot, and 3-3. Trying to finish off the tree, and oh, he's carved through the tree line. Still dead to Boxy, apparently, there in the end.
It looked like the ogres were gonna kill him, but maybe there was a last tick of a blood grenade or something. I don't know exactly what happened, but yeah, I like what Liquid are doing down bottom. Because playing this lane as a 2v2, I don't think is good for you. So you need to find a way to like go about it.
Blood grenade.
It's like the little
10 magical damage.
Isn't that before? Ah, whatever.
Well, he died.
I'm not gonna ask questions.
He died.
Good kill for Liquid. Yeah.
Mira. Well, shackle shot from Mickey, trying to line it up, it looked like, between the two of them. Insania just going right for his man. But Mira has the backup of Collapse here with an X-Torrent. It might actually be Insania who's in trouble. The Sticky with that Flame Break and Blood Grenade gives Collapse the cross kill, so trading 1-for-1 and still keeping pressure on Mickey. Right, that's the important thing. You go 1-for-1, but it's still the Wind Ranger who's uncomfortable.
Yeah, honestly, like, I think both teams are pretty okay with this. I will say that I like the choice of bottom.
The leap on the tower.
I mean, they can be very aggressive, right? Like, you have double slow from the tree, and you can always get on top of them with the Mirana, with some Leap Starstorm. Because, yeah, it is a big deal, just as, like, down bottom. They're gonna need Ancient Stacks as well for 3-3. But I wanted to touch on Collapse's choice of his facet. He went for the... Basically, where whoever you X around it, you're gonna give them Rum. And I think that helped them a lot in the last fight.
A lot of protection, and now aggressively playing onto Mickey. They need Insania to get here quicker, but Mickey just being burnt alive. No chance for any kind of, TP reaction to save your Wind Ranger. You are just in this lane, stuck in a 2v2. And now Insania being kind of clapped back behind his tier 1.
Okay, this top lane is getting a little bit out of control, just for the simple reason. Kunkka is level 5 now. He can keep Tidebringering, like, Mickey down, which is very, very annoying for these range heroes to deal with. I will say, though, Nisha seems to be doing fairly well. He is level 6 at, like, nearly the same time. And he can bully Larl in this lane now.
What is it, Haste Rune? Yeah, 6 minutes comes. Haste Rune down bottom, but up atop in the lane, Insania stepping up and facing off against Collapse. Torrent is there, and Mira again just has this overwhelming damage. But their hasted Timbersaw has arrived, looking for a bit of retribution for Team Liquid to gather up a kill. Down bottom, 3-3. Yeah, I mean, Radahn comes straight back in, and the damage is overwhelming.
This is just not an easy beast lane. Like Treant, which means they can always fight into you. Mirana can always choose whether they fight you or not. This tower is below half HP.
Yeah, minute 7. It might just be dead with a catapult wave.
Yeah, this is very unusual, because this only happens out of, like, from a laning stage play.
Well,
should be able to get the Wisdom.
Beastmaster getting a taste of his own medicine. Insania still being contested around the Wisdom Rune, though. A couple of seconds till it spawns, where Boxy is waiting to grab it up. 3-3, thinking about the turn onto Miposhkia, but Mira, he went quite deep there, looking for the Wisdom Rune, but now he's actually found a pocket of space to get over the top of 3-3 with a damage. He brings it, kills him on the
got him.
2. Radahn, he's dived in, but now he's trapped in the cogs. No more leaps remaining, and Insania, he's got the kill! The Mirana's dead!
Alright, saving grace, because that looked like the beginning of the end. But Insania getting this kill is huge. Like, he has suffered, and now getting this big kill, not only net worth, but most importantly, the XP. He's level 5 now. He could get a, 9-minute hookshot potentially, and, try to offset some of the things that have happened in this game.
And then there's Laurel, who's like, yeah, all this noise on the side lanes. Free lane for me in the mid. Still a little behind the Timber. Like, these Timber moves have paid off. 600 net worth lead currently for Nisha over Laurel. Foxy.
Foxy mid.
Sonic Wave will take him out.
Well, at least that means he can't really go to a side lane, but Larl is very happy with that. Like, he was behind the Timber, so some injection of gold. But Nisha does get the Shield Rune, and just like Game 1, I am looking at Nisha to try and bring it back, because they are about to have a really, really tough time on this map. They've lost bot tier 1 minute 7, they're losing top tier 1 minute 8.
Yeah, we don't even have the second catapult waves coming, which is...
Yeah, like, this is no, you're not playing against some Visage who hits level 6 or a carry Brood. This is Kunkka, Mirana, cores in their side lanes.
Liquid just taking a step back here to farm jungle, but Mickey is under vision. And of course, this Kunkka, pre-Wind Ranger BKB is always going to find these connections. Flame Break, the damage from the Firefly. Mickey should be dying here. The Cogs attempting to save his life. Mickey barely kept alive. Turns with a power shot. Takes down Mira and stays alive.
They did not quite connect on their spells. Like, I had the pleasure of playing Kunkka myself. You can't just, X, boat, and then Torrent at the end. Like, you need to be a bit more fancy, because the Torrent was off the mark, but nice rotations from Liquid to get another really important kill. Like, even if it's just a bad rider, they're over-leveled right now, so killing them is helping you a lot.
Still a lot of freedom bottom for Mirana anyway. 3-3 stuck behind his tier 2. Radahn and Miposhka now moving across through the enemy ancients and back towards mid. Laurel doesn't quite have Sonic Wave ready yet, and he blinks forward. The hook shot there from Insania, like you said, offering the initiation for Liquid to turn back the aggression from Spirit onto themselves. Now Nisha's the focal point, though. A lot of damage coming out of Mira and Radan. The Timbersaw dies.
Okay, well, that is a good move by Spirit, but I like that Liquid were here. Like, Insania being here, like, they trade 1 for 1, but at least some of their cores get to recover. Because 3-3 is currently, he's not a hero. He's gonna need time. And what I said last game about Yotoro not dying for a while, I think we're in the same boat. Until there's like some Gleipnir or Atos or some Blink beast, I don't see Bottom dying unless Yotoro has a huge blunder.
Like leaping onto tier 2, 1v3?
Yeah, or like, you know, maybe we had something like yesterday, enemy player comes in your room, confesses his love to you, you get up, somehow the rest kill you.
He was a big, beautiful dragon in that game.
He really was.
Deary me. Well, Lol, Arcane Rune ready, moving quickly towards the Dagon. Yeah, we've seen in our pubs this Dagon Queen of Pain pop off, and hell, Panel was even talking about other players doing it at the tournament as well.
So what are like... I'm looking at the best points of attack for Liquid. I believe 3-3 needs to farm. It's really hard to play through the spot lane unless they have a good smoke, because Mirana can always like arrow the big creep, you can always just leap out. Like a no boots beast isn't just gonna walk up and roar you. Which means Liquid's best play, I feel like, is to smoke top, maybe kill some Bat or Conker with the clock hookshot. Whereas Spirit, they have a very open map. I think any place they go, they have plays.
Radiant are scared.
It's pretty simple to react to Liquid as well with all your tier 1 standing. You see a couple of Liquid players, TP in, smoke up behind. And currently, Mirana, Treant, and Queen of Pain smoked up down bottom. Insania sees Mirana here, and there's a flurry of Liquid pings.
They're pinging, this is a very hard kill to execute. Like getting a hook shot into a cog back with the like large cog facet is really, it's not easy at all. Also this ward Miposhka plays, I really like it. It doesn't get de-warded by the high ground Ancient ward, and it's like, it's a lane ward plus it sees the Ancients too.
Yeah.
It's definitely the best ward he could have placed for this bottom area at this point.
Shackle shot up top though. Mickey. I guess Mira was starting on him. Mickey's kind of testing the water. Anyone behind you? While mid lane, Collapse and Lyle have come in towards Nisha.
Oh,
I didn't even need the Sonic Wave. Dear Lord.
Used to be there.
Now Boxy, well, Lyle probably wishing he had his ulti now. Overgrowth from Miposhka with an illusion rip from Lyle. Stays alive, blinks away, and Boxy dies. Insania scraping away with a little bit of health, but Lyle's going to put that one to an end. A couple more hits here, Miposhka should have it. Boom. Hammers him down with a big old thud of the Treant.
Alright, double kill for Miposhka. That's a 5k lead at 12. So yeah, I mean, this is absolutely just Spirit's map to play. Wherever they go, people can die. There was a really clutch arcane move from Laurel as well. And I like where Collapse is playing on the map. I was saying that I feel like the only point of attack Liquid have is top. So if he's top, he gives them like an easy access, but not only does he dodge the top move, he's making his own move in mid, helping Laurel to like activate his Dagon timing.
I mean, T's prediction here of Liquid's heroes not going anywhere near towers, like it's coming true real quick. 30 minutes in, they've barely moved across the river, not able to pressure objectives, and T and Effie talking about this Treant Kunkka duo. They're just massive walls in front of objectives.
People aren't gonna be dying. Like Liquid are gonna need time. They need to like play a very spread map and wait for like 1-2 item timings. I really don't think there's much for them to fight back or like fight into. They catch 3-3 with a lasso.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Down he goes.
Not the best spell usage, but he did die.
Lol just throwing a Sonic Wave whenever he can, but Collapse now in the cogs against Nisha and Insania. Blade Mail's up and he turns with quite a bit of damage, getting shredded by the Timber, and the Wind Ranger now arriving though. Mickey can show what he's made of, trying to get the damage spread out, but Radan and Miposhka turning and fighting. Radan nearly dying, does drop and trade his life. Mickey with a double kill, but a 2 for 3 emerges. And Liquid, it doesn't feel amazing unless maybe they get another kill, but Mira's dodged away from the Assassinate and the Chakram.
Honestly, I'm all for it. I think that
he's still tagged up here. Is he dead? The Timber Chain, he's dodged, juking left and right, up and down across the staircase, and away he goes.
Alright, fancy footwork. I think this bottom tier 2 tower, perhaps Spirit from now will, reconsider how deep they go there, because the game did go from like 6k to 4k, but again, just very important, this XP being injected into these heroes, because Liquid need time. So you doing these moves and overplaying, you're really just helping Liquid. Because I think it's really hard for Liquid to make moves unless you overplay, and then it's basically you just handing it to them. So this is very big for them.
It's like in a vacuum, that kind of fight, you know, doesn't feel good for Liquid, but in this game where they're behind, getting any kind of equal trade, right, is a win.
Yeah, because it's also like, like if you're in this game as Liquid, you're not feeling good. Like even if the fight is like even, but this fight was good for them. Like it isn't just good for you, it also feels good because this game is like closing in on like some despair moment where everyone can feel like, okay, what are we gonna do? But you know, Mickey gets to dish out a lot of damage, they get a lot of levels, and most importantly, they got to push out quite a lot of lanes and retake the bot area.
It's just a matter of time until, well, I guess it's already time when people are just solo insta-dying to the Queen of Pain. We need some auras, we need some protection.
Because at this point, whoever Spirit go on, the heroes will die if it's like in a fairly okay position. Whereas if Liquid go on the Spirit heroes, they don't really get kills all that easily. So like Liquid just really need these couple next items to come out.
They've like, I don't know who said it in the draft panel, but they've like completely neutered Insania as well with these picks. The Bat, the Queen of Pain, the Mirana, all having maneuverability to get around cogs.
Yeah.
Makes it very difficult for Insania to really get the job done. He's had a good crack at it in these past couple of team fights. Nisha just holds out on mid, gets away from that attempt of Mira.
Well, Liquid are definitely playing the map in a very, very nice way right now. Like just a good split, like 2-2-1, everyone is trying to get to farm. But Miposhka has his eyes on Mickey with both teams placing the same ward.
Little mud golems running around into each other. Miposhka tries it. Saw some creeps moving, thought he could get an overgrowth in. There is nobody here though, buddy.
Well, he will get to farm in easy camp.
I'm curious.
Well, this is a completed Gleipnir, and there's like no real items yet on the Spirit side to like really offset it. You know, there's no Yules completed, no BKB on Yotoro. So, you know, a game that didn't look as good 3-4 minutes ago. I think it was heavily stabilized by Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they're hitting some timings here. Solar Crest, Gleipnir, all sorts of good stuff. It's just a matter of making that move and actually finding something meaningful. Which is always, again, just coming back to that point, right? It's so difficult when the map is this closed because you haven't really touched the tier 1s. You know, Helm of the Overlord is coming pretty quickly for 3-3. Maybe this will be the opportunity to, you know, make a smoke, get a kill, pressure an objective. Even thinking about Roshan.
Yeah. Like the Overlord, it will help a lot with like, not just the fighting, but also like the map state. Spirit don't have the best heroes to clear it out. I feel like it's just Yotoro, really, as Miposhka up top.
Yeah, hookshot and timber chain right in on top of the treant. And he was all on his lonesome up here.
They are trailing 3-3 down bottom.
You can't quite find him. The boars. Being quite annoying for Mira. It doesn't feel like Team Spirit are in a rush at all, though. We're seeing the Queen of Pain and the Mirana just tucking in, getting farm where they can. Hiding away, taking out Ancients. All the jungle being vacuumed up.
Liquid should be very happy with what's going on. I believe Nisha has Axe completed, so like of course he can still die. There's a lot of magic damage on the Radiant side, but Yotoro isn't really gonna deal the most damage to him. And if they have to use everything to kill him, like this is really where Mickey can shine with his Gleipnir. He ults all of them with the Whirlwind Facet. 3-3 gets off a good roar. So yeah, this game went from like an 80-20 in my mind to like some 60-40 right now. Like Liquid they're really back.
Dire Scan doesn't quite connect on anybody. Regen rune up top for Laurel. Nisha and Boxy were looking for the rune, but they couldn't spot it. They do spot the Batrider here, though, and his shrapnel damage is quite something.
They spotted him with this nice ward. This is very good. Like the instant shrapnel, just canceling the blink. Nisha goes over, so yeah, and I'm pretty sure they're just gonna get this mid tier 1. They have a big black dragon here as well with 3-3. The Overlord is completed. I mean, the map is absolutely back to even.
Yeah.
It's not even in Liquid's favor. Like, if they can go bottom, take their bot tier 1, and Spirit don't take Roche on this 20-minute side, this could be, like, Liquid being, like, favored once it's daytime.
It's just like Domino's toppling, right? It's kind of systematic, step-by-step. That was a bit close. Lol, gets out of there. Oh yeah, just algorithmic from Liquid these past couple of minutes, right? Get their items, push tier 1, or find a kill, move into that bottom jungle, get more ward coverage there as well. They don't swing down to the bottom tier 1 though, opting to go back to farming a little safer in the pocket.
Okay, so 3-3 went for the Vanguard. I liked that, because I saw Nisha queuing up Vanguard at first, like for him to go Crimson. I would not have liked that so much. I much prefer if the Beast is the one to like go some more auras, maybe allow Nisha to pick up a Blink or a BKB or like an Eternal Shroud just to like tank up.
How many solar crests do we need?
Liquid have 30 seconds. They have 30 seconds to kill this Roche. They don't have Mickey there, but I feel like they could do it.
They've got 2 solar crests, you know? Boxy's got one. Insania's got one. Let's get in there. Put your buff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're getting this.
Kill off Roshan.
Straight up gone. Yeah, this is huge.
Beautiful. That sequence of play, like literally 2 minutes of perfection from Team Liquid.
I see Collabs kind of smirking. I feel like he's not very happy with what's going on. They all know that they were giga up in this game. I feel like it's not very often you see Spirit lose grip of the mid game like this. Perhaps it's with the nature of the heroes and how Liquid were moving. Like, it's not super simple, I guess, with some X-Mark. You only have the lasso.
Like, is anyone at fault, particularly?
I mean, this bot tier 2 dive, I think, was very questionable, but... I will... Okay, Mr. Beposhka gets ward up.
3-3's hungry. He had a very poor laning stage through no fault of his own, and now he wants to come back into it.
He's nearly top network, but he's top 3. They're stealing for Tormentor now too. Have good shards of the jetpack and the grenade.
Step by step. Step by step, going towards a 1-1 where we get tiebreakers. Wait, we want more Dota. The players want more Dota.
Yeah, just more games between these two teams. What's there not to love?
Oh, it's a BO5 then, isn't it? It's a grand final.
Okay, so you have Shard available on Yatoro. I mean, Spirit are still ready to fight. They are... Maybe they've like overweighted for some of these items. Like all they need is like... You blink Lasso, follow up with like a Torrent on the ground. You have Yatoro hitting heroes and Mipochka like plays slow with his root. So it's not like they've lost full control, but they've absolutely given up their lead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Aghanim Scepter for collapse and a big smoke from Spirit. Insania's being a cheeky little devil, though. Smoked on the enemy side of the map. Playing behind enemy lines.
Find Nisha.
Nisha gets...
I mean, that's an Aegis Axe.
X-torrented. Hookshot there onto Collapse. Trying to connect on the Kunkka. Sonic Wave and the damage out of Dagon blows up Mickey. Barely saw him there as he appeared in the fight, then disappeared as quickly as that, as Lal grabs a double kill. Insania down. Nisha misses the chain, tries to turn and fight, but Miposhka just stands there, tanks it all. As 3-3 and Boxy, offering a bit of backup here for Nisha's Timbersaw to maybe get out of danger, but the control just keeps coming. In comes Mira and Lal with a blink forward on towards Boxy, but he TP's home.
Damn, I mean, that is, they find the best target. Like, Nisha has Aegis, so I feel like they're kind of going on him just to, like, poke reactions, right? Like, make people show themselves. Insania feels like he has to hook in, Mickey walks to the west, kind of shows himself, and that's the moment where Mira just goes in and gets the lasso. And I think that's a very easy, like, condition for them to win the fight.
It's just such smart play. Like really, really smart play. You're just forcing people to scramble, you know? It's like... Boschka, he's found 3-3 here. The arrow comes in, hookshot's good from Insania, but Radan has a BKB. Just walks out of it, kills the Beastmaster. Kills off the Ancients.
Well, Miposhka Treant is also a absolute classic. Literally won TI Grand Finals with this already before. Okay, so now Spirits seem to be slightly in the driving seat, especially with... They did pick up 2 big Aghanim Scepters. Like, they had this mid-game where some of the heroes just tapered off a bit until, like, their next round of items come out, but now Queen of Pain Ags, Kunkka Ags is available. I guess if you're Liquid, you want to be the ones to start the fight. You need to allow Mickey to just not get lassoed. Maybe he even needs to think about a Linken's. Because him and Nisha, they need to be the damage dealers in this game.
What even happened in that fight mid? Because I saw Mickey appear for like 2 seconds at the bottom of my screen, and then he died.
He just got lassoed into Torrent boats and
Sonic Wave died.
See ya later. Yeah, like if he gets gone on, he's dead. There's no snowball save. There's no Abaddon shield.
Right.
Like he's gone. So the condition of him not being jumped on needs to be met in every fight.
Such a difficult thing to do though when you are such a large chunk of Liquid's damage. At some point, you have to show.
I will say both teams, the support players have some incredible warding. Like where Mipochka has been in the last like 5 to 10 minutes and like placing vision to do stuff. But similarly with like Liquid, when they came back in this game, it's off of the back of their wards. They find
Lasso
Nisha.
into Arrow, and the damage comes. Lol with that Sonic Wave, they're gonna bring him down. Timbersaw dead, 3-3 in trouble, Gleipnir up, Flame broken back, dying under the tree and spells. Mira dies, but he's given vision of the rest of the 3 of Liquid, who are now trying hastily to retreat. In comes the Mirana, insanely trapped in his own cogs, and Foxy just being annihilated here by LOL. The Queen of Pain grabs a triple kill.
Damn. It's just like, it depends on what you see. If they see like one of the cores at the start of the fight, whether it be Nisha or Mickey, like just killing one of them is just like a very easy condition. Lasso into Arrow, Nisha dies, and I think this is very sad. Nisha had his, like the last rounds of his Eternal Shroud fly out on his courier. If he has it completed, no way in hell he dies in Lasso Arrow.
Just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it really is.
And Team Spirit, they keep 3 heroes top, push the tier 2, while the Mirana goes back to farming Ancients. Full efficiency here. Although they don't kill the tower.
Yeah, I think it's like kind of fine. I will say that tier 2s, I feel like they don't matter that much. Like, yeah, sure, you can like take the enemy outpost in the triangle, but other than that, it doesn't, I feel like it doesn't help your map state all that much.
And it's
so
gold
don't like over-focus, just go farm.
And it's gold that's always going to be there, right? Whereas camps are gold,
yeah, right,
you
exactly.
take and then they respawn, you can take again.
Yeah, like it's kind of efficient to just take it later when you kill it faster, or like without committing all these heroes. Because look, he's just chilling. He knows he's not really needed. If top tower dies, you know, so be it. If it doesn't, I don't care.
I mean, how much gold is Rodan going to get from a tower? Like 100 gold instead of Mira. Hook shot it. Is that a self-fuel? Blink off cooldown in a second, but he can't escape from this.
Ooh, bing bong, dead.
Bounced around as the cannonballs and the boat lands multiple.
Any damage?
None whatsoever. Right, now Nisha doesn't have a barrier, but into the blade mail, returning damage back on the Timbersaw. Radan from the outskirts, trying to protect his Kunkka here as Collapse gets surrounded. 3-3 and Mickey, they're on him. Insania's the one that grabs the double kill, though.
Oh, Shackle.
Shackle shot on the Queen of Pain. Mickey, he's found his man. The Quap blinks away, barely.
Assassinate.
Towards the rune, assassinating Gleipnir. They'll secure the kill.
All right, it happened. It's off the back of another ward. Like this aggressive ward, it found Mira, they get the hookshot, forces self-use, and not the best reaction from Spirit, but that's just what happens, you know? Enemy team makes a good move, you react, sometimes you just don't do it perfectly.
Such a back and forth game, right?
It really is.
Team Spirit, they're winning. It's like 80-20, back to you, Liquid.
This game, Kern, like this, it can turn into a Nisha show. Like we've seen Timbers that can absolutely like pop off. Like look at his items right now. 3k HP with Eternal Shroud makes you resistant to magic. You pop E just to have the full stacks. You don't really die to physical. And 3-3 also has a Granite Golem, which is increasing his HP by like 500. Like, even 3-3 has, why does he have 3600 HP?
He's got Crimson double
Look, it's
bracer.
600 bonus from the Granite. I like his itemization too, like this double bracer, now going pipe.
Full auras.
Oh, jetpack. Doesn't quite spot them.
Flying across the treetops. Seeing what he can see. Lincoln's is there for the Mirana now. What is that primarily for? Roar?
Yeah, that's to not get roared by the Beastman. Because it's kind of the only thing stopping him, at least in his BKB. I mean, it's that and Mickey standing his ground and hitting his face, right, with his ult. Those are like the 2 ways to stop him. Because then, I'm guessing his itemization is Lincoln's for the defensiveness, and now you go MKB to stand your ground against the other problem, which is the Wind Ranger.
Insania in a good spot there. So they saw Collapse TPing with their lane ward.
Nice
They didn't see the smoke, so they don't know how many people are coming, but they've popped the smoke on Collapse, forcing him to cast spells early. Nisha shows himself now, the face-off, the BKB. Collapse staying alive, Mira already half HP though, trying to find an angle, but can't even get a lasso off. Overgrowth, along with the Sonic Wave. They've killed Nisha off now as Mickey, he's being pummeled. The Mirana shreds through this Wind Ranger as Mipochka gets ping-ponged around inside the cogs, but he'll be the sacrifice Team Spirit give up for 2 core kills. 3 for 2. A close-fought battle, but my god, Team Liquid are still the ones that are like moving forward.
Yeah, no, absolutely good from Liquid. It looked like it could have been good for Spirit, but I mean, maybe I'm gonna sound boring and annoying, but there's 2 wards that saw everyone from Spirit walk through. Like, they knew exactly what's happening. They have 1 lane ward and then 1 right behind where the entire fight started. That's why, like, Mira didn't get to blink in and get off a lasso. Because, look, they see everyone and their entire family just go on the backline. They're like, okay, everyone gets ready, and now they immediately swap to the targets, like, below. Here, Mira's cancel. They keep staying on him. I mean, Mickey dealt so much damage in this fight. Same with Yatoro.
Yeah. Like that smoke breaks and all of a sudden Team Spirit not wanting to be there anymore. You can see how quickly, like you say, both teams, when they see that opportunity, the target they want, they are very quick to
they're
shift
in.
focus.
It's like full locked in. And like they're not afraid to change the play at any moment. Right? It's like, this is our target, and then 1 second later, reassess the situation, this guy. So they find ward number 1. There's still a second ward that did spot all of them. Oh, are they gating from... No, okay, they're not. They were about to. Uh-oh, but are...
Hey, hello?
Hello.
Oh, Mira. Lasso's up the sniper. What's next, though? He's got Yules and maybe a blink, but he's just dying, getting peeped. The Sonic Wave comes in. Lol, without the Starstorm, they've killed the sniper and the Beastmaster. The Radana is coming clutch to destroy 2 of them. Now he's going to get away from Nisha, though. The Timber Saw giving chase. Forcing Laurel back. Team Spirit still in position to fight with Collapse and Miposhka. Eyeing up a potential move, but they can't break past this front line of Nisha. They can't look towards the back line. The Wind Ranger very nicely obscuring herself from the fight, coming in from the southern side. Mira nearly dying a second time. Laurel's been found by Insania now. And Liquid still on the run forward, but can't quite latch onto any more targets.
Okay, so really, really good buyback from Boxy. And clutch from Nisha to like understand the situation that he can chain into them. Like 3v5, go into them and understand there's no Sonic Wave, there's no boat. I can just go in and tank everything and make them go away. Like, some of these damage numbers are crazy. It's not just their spells, it's also Solar Flare. Like, Queen of Pain with 80 bonus damage and attack speed, again, it is really strong. Yeah.
Hey, it's still Liquid, though, getting the objective. Roshan for Mickey, it looks like. Get that Aegis in his hands. It's got to be Mickey, right? There's no way Nisha needs this.
Yeah, I don't think Nisha needs this.
You could argue Nisha's the one, like, going high ground.
JK.
We're both wrong? Caster's being wrong?
Caster's being idiots. There's nothing new here, okay? It's just normal. There it is.
You got it. You got your daily snort out of me. There you go.
The 1 quota of the day.
Oh my god.
Okay, so perhaps Nisha, like Mickey just doesn't feel like he can really die. And it just, like, Nisha going in and giving vision is more like the condition of how they want to fight. I can see that. As Miposhka being as annoying as ever.
It feels like I've not said Boxy's name this entire game. He's just like very, very quietly playing sniper from the fog. He had a very
I guess it's
lane he just stacked for the Beastmaster.
It's like literally his... I guess it's good that he's like kind of quiet. I feel like he's taking most of the initiation, just like using his spells. That's what he wants people to think. You know, they don't care about him. And boom, baby, assassinate.
Oh, just a very different game from Boxy, from, you know, his kind of usual Tusky,
right,
clockworky, whatever kind of play style. Collapse and Mira away from their own Ancients. Team Spirit looks like they're a bit tentative to play the map right now. You know, playing into Aegis, no real surprise. But it seems like Liquid not in a rush to go out and do anything. It's an Aegis that seems just to get to your next round of items, put a bit of fear into the hearts of Spirit.
At least not yet. Like, they're close to like this Clockwork Axe. Or, well, he's 1,000 gold away. So I hope they're not like calling, oh, I need Clock Axe, and then we can go again. But so they have 3 minutes on the Aegis. It's kind of on them to figure out what do we want to do with it. Because Spirit did just hit like a crucial item timing of their own. They have an MKB now on Radan, and Liquid did not put the Aegis on Wind Ranger. So if they just lasso, if they get the lasso on Mickey, it is once more they're like conditioned to go and take the fight.
There's typical Team Spirit stuff. Like, there's so many little nuanced plays that they kind of have to make, but somehow they find the way.
I'm under the impression that someone on Liquid should build a Blink. Like, it's only Insania who can kind of start a fight, unless there's like something random going on, right? Like, you don't have a Blink Hex on your Timber, you don't have a Blink Roar.
Right, like that's what we used to see from Beastmaster with this Blink Refresher build, right?
Because I think the build has been perfect until now. I'm just wondering about like the next 5 to 10 minutes. I would like them to simplify how they can take the fight that they want.
Miposhka's done a pretty good job holding back the waves, not showing himself.
Yeah, an incredible job. Like also, they have a ward to their left now. If a fight is to break out here, they could see everything.
Miposhka sees 3-3 alone. Isolated Beastmaster. Liquid are all in that bottom jungle.
That's a lasso on the hog.
Scramble across. 3-3 is going to die before they get here, but now a chance for Liquid to fight, but they've seen the Solar Flare, and Mickey in danger. Sonic Wave, the damage from Radan, it keeps on coming, but Mickey has run. Oh, just about finishes him off. Taken down by Radan, now a Yules into the sky. Nisha, he's got Aegis. Even if they kill him once, they've got a second round to break through, and the arrow doesn't land. They've got Miposhka coming back in with the help of the Torrent of Collapse, though, and Nisha is being taken down, whittled down little by little. The first life gone, and Liquid have nobody here to salvage this situation. Nisha's got his Aghanim Scepter going, though. The tanky fella, Yules again. Caught out, stunned up, control galore from Team Spirit to find the beast.
Damn, they literally need to like 5-man him. I mean, the unsung hero of like the last couple minutes, it's just Miposhka of like a lot of these last moves. Like they're down, fighting into Aegis, but they just know everything. They have a great ward, he spots out the beast alone, and Liquid need to be the ones to start the fight themselves.
It's like the right place and the right time is a phrase that so often gets used kind of, you know, laissez-faire, just throw it out there, but how is he in the right place? Why is it the right time? Miposhka just knows where he needs to be, what he needs to be doing. And now Team Spirit are up on your high ground. Tier 3 dead, catapults behind them. Radan and Collapse with Laurel there making short work of the buildings, and Mira nearly finding a go on 3-3.
Mickey is back up.
Liquid. Mickey getting pulled around by the tidal wave. Has the BKB defensively, and the melee Rax is going to fall nonetheless. And comes the lasso.
Now he gets lassoed.
Is Mickey just dead here? They're going to try and save him with Insania. The hook shot the cogs, but it's nowhere near enough. Mickey just dying. No buyback on your Wind Ranger. You're now left in a 4 versus 5. Nisha has a lot on his shoulders now. Troubling times for Liquid here in game 2.
It's too many layers of like small outplays. Like first they kill you bottom, they go mid, you respawn, they pull you in, force your BKB. 10 seconds later they get to follow play with the lasso. This is a really... I don't know how you defend the second Rax. Mid wave is coming, so backdoor will be gone soon.
And just look at where 3-3 is, right? He's like, screw this, can't play into them when they're pushing high ground. Go farm Ancients, get something done, and then come back and try and defend the base. Is the Wind Ranger even close to buyback? 700 gold away?
650 gold, so no. Oof. You just have to sack this. At this point, it's you have to talk about how you can win, how to fight.
At the very least, the tier 2 bottom's still standing.
Yeah, you cannot get Megaed, and they will not go for your throne, which means you have another fight in you.
One more lifeline.
Yeah. Because the sad part is you have given up like a 16,000 net worth swing without a fight. Like realistically, you've just been outplayed on the map and you've been caught, which now means, yeah, you have one play left. They're gonna have to give it their all and come up with the best solution and the best way to take this next fight.
It just really is classic Spirit, right? Finding the moment. Finding that, you know, individual set of plays, that sequence of events that leads them to a team fight win.
Yeah.
What is it? Luck? Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Team Spirit are the luckiest team in the world.
Sure they are. Because they just know. You know, they just make their own luck. I know you have a... If you fight into this is an amplified damage rune. I don't know if they know.
It's
but
no
the
fluke.
moment they see it... Yeah, it's not. You better back the hell out.
And they are smoked up as 4 Liquid now. They want to make something of this. And it's got to pay off. They need the big payout from this fight. High ground vision is here for the Radiant, though. Team Spirit have that slight... Oh, it's expired.
Oh, their ward just died, which means they don't actually know that Liquid are smoking like this.
It gets a little bit spicy.
I mean, Boxy knows exactly where they are. Like, he's literally scribbling on the map with what's going on.
Lal shows himself. I think the smokes are all gone.
It's gonna be more and more obvious because top is pushing in. Miposhka has a really nice position here. This is a secondary smoke from Liquid.
It is. But Miposhka, like you say, right in position, sees Insania coming, and now the massive scramble back to a high ground. Look for that terrain advantage. Miposhka collapse. BKB's out of the Gleipnir, but he's roared up. In comes Nisha. Damage onto Laurel is good. The hook shot, nice from Insania. Catching Collapse and Laurel inside. But Collapse has Blade Mail BKB. Still probably going to take a lot of damage from this Mickey Wind Ranger. But now Mickey's lassoed up and disappears. Radan yet again. The Marana comes out of the woodwork. Slays two of Team Liquid. And Nisha once more kind of left stranded here. Trying to contend with Team Spirit's strength and prowess. Two down on Liquid. Nisha looks like he's about to drop here as well to Radan and Laurel. The damage just keeps on coming, and Nisha, he's gonna fall. Miposhka with an overgrowth, clips onto two of them. And the Clockwork, even inside his own cogs, tries to hold out, but dead to Radan.
Yeah, that's a beyond godlike Potom who is never going to die, I think, at this point. He has the time. This is a double buyback at least. Laurel?
Hey, he's dropping.
1, 2, 3.
Ooh, he TP's home. Meanwhile, your throne.
Oh yeah, your throne is exposed. That's a sad one. Okay, he's got Butterfly available on Yatoro if he wants to. Yeah, look, I mean, look at this damage number on Marana. This is 5 digits.
Mental. Real nutty numbers being put up by Radan.
Double Sonic Wave as well. Talent and all your cooldowns just being close to 0.
I mean, Liquid still have something to play towards, right? Tier 3 bottom still standing. Roshan's going to be alive in about 30 seconds. So, another chance, another lifeline for them to maybe find that fight they need.
It's just really hard, and you can tell, because they took a really nice angle. Like, this was one of the best ways for them to try to fight, right? Like, try to go around, get a good position, but Spurs' positioning is very good. Even towards the end, they lure them into their own observer ward, into the high ground. And I feel like Mickey just can't play. He can't stand his ground to the bottom. He doesn't have a Lincolns against the lasso. It's tough city.
All right, Nisha, he's trying to make another move. He knows he's the strongest hero that Liquid has on the map right now, but he's jumped into the middle of 3.
Dieback.
Insania looks like he's dying to Laurel towards the northern side of this fight as well as it breaks out with 3-3 roaring the Queen of Pain. But this is a last-ditch effort from Liquid, and it looks like it's nowhere near enough. Team Spirit wiped the floor with them, and GG is called.
Another very good game. It looked like it was going to be kind of easy for Spirit. They were up by a lot. Liquid did a really nice job at like coming back in the mid-game. But I think eventually I will have to say that this, to me, comes down a lot to your itemization and like this game is going to boil down to how do you start a fight? Spirit can always choose. We have a lasso, we have this. Like it seems too hard for Liquid to play because I feel like their gameplay was very good, but they made it hard on themselves.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of back and forth in the first 20 minutes as well, right? We're thinking, it's going this way, it's going that way. We couldn't quite get a read on what was happening. Liquid looked like they had a lot of opportunities, but trying to out Team Spirit in the last moments of that game, very challenging as we head back to Shiva and the panel.
Thank you very much. This second game wasn't as explosive and back and forth as the first one in this series, but definitely a very satisfying one to watch, especially for the Team Spirit fans, as Team Spirit is now #1 in their group. They will not have to play any tiebreakers, and they get to choose between BB Team and Nouns. One of them will be their opponent. I'm getting ahead of myself, though, because let's break down this second game first. Effie, I feel like this game, we kind of saw the writing on the wall after the first 10 minutes already.
Yeah, I think Spirit have shown us in this series in particular that their laning stage has gotten a lot better throughout the year because, yeah, at some point Liquid did get those Aegises, did bring it back, did have that tempo for a while, but because their laning was so solid in this game 2 and in that game 1, and they managed to successfully pressure the Wind Ranger. They killed her one time, they were always like diving her in the jungle looking for her, and because the mid lane went well, they were never in a position where they couldn't fight back when Liquid did get those Aegises.
Yeah, there's also like the moves that Spirit make, because the lanes go so well, they're able to dictate where Liquid is on the map. Like in an equal state, Nisha can then identify like, when to TP to an engagement, when to kind of turn around the tides for them. But in this game, it's like when you think about some of the early moves, Spirit takes a fight top, Nisha TPs in, Spirit runs away. They take a fight bottom, but then at that point, they've already got such an advantage that these TPs aren't high value turnaround moves. It's just kind of scrambling to hope to get something. And again, like Spirit 15 minutes in the game, they do so much that even when Liquid create some opportunities, like the foundation of Spirit winning the game like 30 minutes later is already set in stone. And it is teams against Spirit, they have to try and find a way to beat them in lanes to give themselves a better chance, because Liquid in these 2 games, they didn't do enough in the lanes to give themselves much hope.
And Mira popped off in this one completely. Really happy to see him play, some of his Siggies, playing the Batrider. And one thing I noticed, these position 4 Batriders, they are taking the Arsonist one, the facet that allows you to kill the towers early on. Sure, you can kill tier 1, tier 2 tower, tier 3 is going to be much harder. But he was involved in quite a lot of kills early on, making the right moves, going through the Twin Gates, getting the kills, and most importantly, getting a lot of farm. At one point, he was almost as farm as his offlane Kunkka, as his Beastmaster, and this time around there were not as many stacks. Team Liquid being a team that stacks a lot, for a Beastmaster, one of the best heroes in the game to clear the stacks with, they didn't have that many stacks.
Because they lost that lane so badly. So they, Mirana and Queen Protector had early access to Dire's triangle to the point where I think it was actually a good call to not make those stacks, because they could have been invaded really early on. And I want to give credit actually to 33 for pivoting in his item build. He ended up going for that helm because he recognized that his axe timing would have been too late. It would have been too hard to play into with all of that range damage and all of that poke. So he went for the really old school helm build. They tried to get some map control with it. They tried to get some towers, but ultimately Spirit did overwhelm them.
Yeah, and another game that Spirit also picked up a nullifier. Like in the previous game, Aposhka went for it on the Naga Siren. This time around, Kunkka's going for it. We haven't really seen teams think about this item too much outside of certain scenarios, but with the aura meta, with the fact that you are throwing multiple buffs on heroes, Spirit now 2 games in a row against a team like Liquid that always go for auras. Other teams, sometimes they skip on getting all of them, but Liquid always seems to have it like minimum 2 to 3, and Spirit is kind of showing their ways to deal with it. And yeah, scary team. Very, very scary team.
Yeah, and especially I don't know if are good if you're dealing with Nisha, because I do want to talk a little bit about that final pick that Liquid had on the Timbersaw in the mid lane. I feel like Nisha did his job, Lacoste, in terms of not being very easy to kill. He was very tanky, but why do you feel like he couldn't do more? Like, why couldn't he help his team?
They had some explosive damage. Like, you're playing against a Batrider who was extremely farmed. You're playing against super farmed Mirana throughout the whole game. And then you also have, this Queen of Pain with the pure damage. X-Mark is a big one, the big factor for Timbersaw, controlling him, pulling him back into the middle of a fight. He wants to reset multiple times, this Eternal Shroud to kick in so he can come back. But it never really happened. Every single time he was caught off guard, they pretty much bursted him down from 100 to 0.
And also there's the factor of, so Timber was this body that took a long time to kill, but who's doing the damage while he's soaking up all of this attention? Because both side lanes went so badly for Liquid, where Windranger was playing catch up because she got very pressured in lane. Beastmaster was playing catch up and ended up not making Ags. Who of the 2 cores that aren't Timbersaw were providing the damage when he was locked down? There wasn't really anybody.
No, there was just shutdown. It makes me wonder again if Team Spirit already realized by letting the Windranger into the pool, and they thought 7 steps ahead, what was going to happen in the draft later on, because it did feel answered, T.
Yeah, I think Windrunner is a hero that you easily can misdraft in a wrong pick or two. Because Windrunner, you want kind of control around it. I think the best games that we've seen is when it's like Mars and a Windrunner. You see 2-3 heroes, this is my arena, this is my whirlwind damage, and then you have a frontline support that finds kills. In this game, for Liquid, it's like they've drafted themselves into, if lanes go badly, we really need to pray to find some good moments. And they get an Aegis, but it's yeah, I'm not really a fan of first phase Windrunner if you don't respect the Windrunner's weaknesses. Again, I've already stated my case for not enjoying the Sniper. I think Liquid kind of went for multiple heroes that require a lot of respect to bring them into the game, and they kind of just lost their kind of path a little bit. And yeah, Miposhka, stellar work again on Treant Protector, 4, 5, and 30.
I mean, he's been part of 34 kills out of the 34
there
kills out of the 40. I got it.
We got
there. Which is, I feel like insane. You see that oftentimes on heroes that have a more AoE damage, and I guess maybe Team Liquid was just fighting around in the trees too many times. And
they just win their lanes, which then makes these stats even easier to create, right? Because if you're winning your lanes, it's natural to use a Twin Gate to make a move to kind of boost up the kills that you get.
But he was doing cool stuff. He was warding exceptionally well, and he was setting up for kills. When Laurel got a triple kill top with the Queen of Pain, Miposhka had actually set up the ward that's not in the cliff by the Watcher, but the little wall, you know, that one that never gets dewarded. He had that set up a few minutes before, and he was camping in that area looking to start a fight. So he actually started the fight that got them that triple kill. And that's really cool. If your Train Protector has the capacity on the map to set up for you, then your game is a lot easier.
That is very true. T, you talked earlier about the Nullifier and how very rare it is in the last 2 days of gameplay that we've seen it. But there's a couple of items that are not that rare, and we see quite a little bit of, and Purge is going to talk to us about that.
Cheever? Yeah, I definitely want to talk about items. It's one of the most interesting things to look at TI trends, because teams are trying so many different things, and once they solidify on what's the most broken thing in the game, they start buying it a lot. And we're tracking some of that data. This is information or data that I collected earlier today, so it's not up to date exactly now, but earlier today. Now here's the most obvious one. Black King Bar for carries, a purchase rate of 82%. Now that's going to look a little weird to you guys, because in pubs, everyone knows that carries flip a coin at the start of the game to decide whether or not they're going to buy BKB that game. But in pro games, we are seeing it very often. Here's the other big item of the patch, Gleipnir, a 40% purchase rate. One other thing to look at, these little numbers on the left, these mean what order are they in popularity of items purchased. Gleipnir might surprise you at 6, but above that is Maelstrom and Atos, which I still count as a separate item technically in case you just get those. So Daedalus, really big win rate here at 70%, because once you get to that item, you're doing a lot of damage. So let's check in with the other roles quick. We have mid and off lane on the next graph. You're going to see a little bit lower purchase rate on Black King Bar at about 59%, and we're seeing slightly different damage items with the Witchblade at 25% purchase rate, and still a Gleipnir, which has a much higher win rate at 70%, so very good for mid lane. For off laners, again, BKB, but lower purchase rate, higher win rate for those buying it when it's the right time kind of game. And then the standard auras, Pipe of Insight, Crimson Guard. We had Greaves on here too, but it was a little bit less popular, I think, than some of the other items. And then the real items that I'm seeing trend a lot, I think, is going to be Solar Crest. Look at this purchase rate for soft support, third most purchased item and first most purchased item. Some teams buy 2 of these in their games because they just want to buff up their core, the guy that's getting gone on, especially if he's reflecting blade mail damage. But you know what the real MVP of this tournament is? It's Bracer. Look at this graph.
This is important. Yeah.
Out of nowhere, a 6 average bracers per game. This, we got a little outlier here. This is when bracers gave 6 strength and about 5% magic resistance. Very strong, right? And they did nerf Bracer in here because it got kind of strong. They're like, oh, we got to take away the damage. It's too good for laning heroes. But now that it gives HP, every hero's like, yeah, that's good for me. Supports want it, cores want it. Everybody wants buy your Bracers right now because they are guaranteed getting nerfed in 2 weeks. Okay. All right, and that's the current meta update. We'll see if that holds.
Thank you. I mean, that's still like 6 per game. It's quite high. Yeah, on average, which means that there's probably a lot more that have more than 6.
5 players buying like 3 of them just to feel good. Yeah, it's inflated.
Yeah, I also like the title. Brace Yourselves was pretty good. I like that one, Purge. Thank you. And with the result that we just saw, I already mentioned Team Spirit doesn't have to play tiebreakers, and that means Team Liquid doesn't have to play tiebreakers. Luckily, for Team Liquid, they have said that they are fine with either Nouns or BB team. Both Spirit and Liquid have good records against both of those teams, but not every group is as cookie cutter as Group D. Luckily, Group A is. They are also done, but there's 2 tiebreakers going on. We are already in the midst of Team Zero versus Falcons. They are probably starting or at the start of game number 2. Falcons was able to take the first game, and that is happening on the second stream. You'll be able to find that. And then we also have a game going on between G2IG and Tundra, and they are in the midst of game number 1 of a best of 3. And it is arguably the more exciting tiebreaker in the sense that winner does not have to play up against the upper half of some of the other groups. So you wanna really win this to be second in the group rather than third, where you could potentially be chosen by some of the stronger teams out there. But we're gonna check in with how it's going with Tundra and G2IG. We're gonna keep you up to date with all the tiebreakers going on. Of course, if you want to, you can also check out the social media channels. There are various ones out there, and they'll be able to keep you up to date with not just what's happening now, but also what might be happening tomorrow and who chose who. So better give that a follow. But we're gonna head over to Stream C. We're gonna watch that tiebreaker play itself out, and we'll be back after that to talk to you all about what's happening tomorrow.
Wondering if they're gonna make a move aggressive once more now that they've got the Omni Knight nearby. You know what the thing is? Like, the way they're thinking right now is, guys, we just forced Magnus's BKB. Like, for sure we can take an objective. Maybe even a smoke. Because it's very difficult for Mag to jump in without a BKB. Like, he can do it, but there are, like, the chances are you're just going to get either stunned or X marks the spot. And you will not be able to RP freely.
The build for Puck now is Maelstrom Ags for Rapid Fire Dream Coil.
Yeah, he's going for that. Some extra right clicks from him.
Do you like this move? Is X, Orchid, Torrent, Ramses. He was the one who got out of the laning phase with a lot of gold, and he is the one who has made this a solid game for the side of Tundra. But the roll comes in, the LSA is there. Oh boy. Oh, yikes.
Yeah. G2IG, it's looking a little bit difficult at the moment for them to make any moves. Like, JT had a fantastic laning stage, but that's his first death. And you can really see that if he cannot play the game, I feel like no one can. And I don't think I've seen Dragon Knights do anything just yet. Monet just completely farming.
Silence on a Monet. X is there. Ghost ship thrown over. Shrapnel's coming through. Spirit vessel on a Monet. And they're going to try and commit with the Magnetize. They go to the Supernova. It's in a decent spot. They can't get past this gate, but they're going to lose Bobica for this. And they don't have anything to control up these heroes. But they're in the base. They're going. They want Monet. Pure is in very deep. Bobica bought back, trying to right-click down. Pure will get the kill. They'll look over at X-Nova, who will end up dying. They've got the Horn Toss, the Skewer, all the way into the base. They'll get a couple of kills here, but it's not looking good for IG on the 5v5s.
It's not looking great for sure, but that was a very weird fight for them as well. Dragon Knight got initiated on, you didn't have a Magnus there, like your team didn't really have good follow-up, the egg was planted. I mean, the egg was okay, but you didn't really have anything to control them in that radius. So, all things considered, I think that G2IG can be kind of satisfied with how that went. Not too happy, of course, but considering Lina was literally diving the tier 4s.
Took a lot of damage there from the Radiant base.
Yeah. I feel like Sniper was hitting her, but he wasn't dealing as much damage as those towers.
See this again, and the roll hits onto the Sniper. They've got the Torrent. Supernova is solid. It's just not... Like, the fight isn't extended. You don't have a Dream Coil. You don't have a Puck going in. But look at the towers just nailing Pure as he's trying to just stand here. Finally, some right clicks come in from the Sniper, and they ultimately do get that kill. They lose X-Nova, but they lose Thompson with the Horn Toss used.
Yeah, ideally, you want to use the egg together with the Dream Coil, or at least with the RP, right? Like, you get that sick combo. Supernova, Dream Coil, Puck is hitting all of them with his Maelstrom build as well.
Roche is up. They smoked, they're wrapping, they're trying to get the right positioning. Thompson trying to find an opening, and they've got the obs on the high ground here for the Radiant, but the roll is actually going to land. The Geomagnetic Grip comes through, Yule's up into the air, the arrow's going to miss, but the LSA, phase shifting and blinking north.
Oh, that silence.
They've got the Orchid from Ramses, the Laguna Blade is there, and they kill off Nothing to Say, and this Roche should be Tundra's.
Yeah, I don't think you... Well, he doesn't even have buyback if he thought about using it. He already bought out with a point booster. So absolutely no way to defend this. And it's crazy, like, they have this very good team fighting lineup, but they just aren't able to combine their spells very nicely. Or very well at all. Like, I haven't seen one team fight from G2IG where everything kind of came together. We're still waiting for that moment in the game.
Yeah, despite the early lead here for IG, they haven't exactly put all the tools together.
Yep, exactly. Very well put. The reason, I believe still the main reason is it's a very hard, like I love this Phoenix hero. I think it's one of the best supports right now in the meta, but this is a pretty hard game for him. Like it's not like you can just jump in and use the egg. It can be blown up by 2 heroes alone. Like Mirana can solo it with a leap, especially with the solar flare, and then Lina can do it very easily, like she clears it in 2 seconds. So you have to kind of use it on the outskirts of the fights, but then you can't follow up an RP on or a Dream Coil. Well, they do have something for Omni though. There is a full nullifier on Dragon Knight now.
At least there's that.
Maybe some Horn Toss into nullifier is an option. On the high ground, we've seen that JT, he can get them even to the fountain, so maybe something that they can plan for.
To be fair, they were already halfway in the base.
We don't have to talk about that. The fact that they were diving tier 4s. Saksa was smoked.
Puck's down bottom. Needing to stay away from Thompson, but...
You can smell him.
Yeah, he sees him, he smells him, but... Nothing to say. We'll be able to TP out that arrow not in time. That roll just a little bit late.
Nicely juked. And this is basically what Puck is all about at this stage of the game. When you're kind of feeling you're not ready to fight, at least he isn't, he wants his Ags. You can farm behind enemy lines, creep, skip, force all these rotations towards you, and waste their Aegis timer. So... probably the best scenario for him was right there.
2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Nobody merely making the move from IG just yet. A 4,000 net worth lead here for the side of Tundra. Booking Magnus for Aetherland's Refresher. And then we were talking about the Ags for nothing to say, which is just 1,000 gold away, but I don't know if that's going to be the big game-changing item there.
It might not be like extremely game-changing right now, but it's the step in the right direction. And if you combo up all your spells, it definitely hurts. Like some Dream Coil and RP together with his Aghanim's.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There is quite a bit of damage that will be dealt by Puck. Okay, this build got nerfed. Like, he's not as insanely strong as it was at the beginning, but it's still a lot of damage.
Sniper going full Mjolnir.
What else? What did you think? He's gonna buy a Glimmer or something?
No,
Like,
no.
You think he's gonna be a support? Hell no.
I would never think something so stupid about Bobiga.
Yeah. Dobson, he's on him. Nova.
Yeah, they're gonna look as X-Nova silence Gleipnir coming through and will
Horn
end
toss.
up dead. They've got the Horn Toss. Do they have to far enough away from Whitemon? They're gonna try and get this kill onto the Lina, but Lina starting to output a lot of damage. They've got the Magnetize, the roll away. And they will kill JT in the process. Oh dear.
He's the one that hunted them, but he's the one that dies in the end. They also have the banner. Luckily for them, Sniper might be able to deal with this. Not sure.
Bobiga's starting to do some decent damage. It's just nobody there to frontline. They don't have JT. They don't have the tools necessary at the moment.
They're just not engaging, or they can't approach them. There's still Aegis for 20 more seconds. Like, how do you fight 3 versus 6 heroes, basically? You need your RP at least.
They have Dream Coil if they want to go. They want to catch anybody here. They now have the Ags. Aegis is going to be reclaimed. They'll go for the racks. They'll lay down the shrapnel. The right clicks from Bobica. The roll away from Thompson. Have a little bit more heal here for Whitemon as he's picked up that mech. Pure. Force staff, thinking about it. Boca unable to stick with that Lina.
By the way, while he was dead, he actually bought out. So JT, he had the buyback when they started pushing, but then he didn't have it because he just bought out the Aetherlands. He didn't want to wait. So he couldn't even buy back if they decided to fight. I don't know, a very weird game from G2IG so far that I'm seeing. Like, they just aren't able to connect their spells together, all of them.
They haven't really connected any of their spells together, and despite the poor start, you take a look at where Lina is now. I almost wonder if you can effectively shut this hero down. 3 heroes in lane, still recovered as quickly as 15 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter what you do to her in the lane. And the weirdest part is she's not even a weak laner versus most heroes. Like, she's kind of weak versus heroes that get on top of her, but this is partly Lina and of course partly Omni Knight. He's the driving force that allows you to be slightly out of position. And now they have another save, by the way. Thompson with... He demonstrated in the last fight. He's got the shard. He can pull you out of danger. You get horn tossed, he pulls you out, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, upgrading that geomagnetic grip. Get that shard for Ramses. He's now got access to the tidal wave. He's got a hex. There is so much here for the side of Tundra. Feels like next Roche will be their objective to finish off the game. Quick pause, a little disconnect. Time for IG to think about what they can do. If anything, because it ain't looking easy.
It ain't looking easy, but I just want to see one fight in which they have everyone there, you know. One fight in which they smoke up and they're the ones initiating RP into Egg into Dream Coil. Like, that would be cool to see, because so far we haven't seen a singular... partly because Tundra played the game so well and played the map so well. They always put one hero out there and then everyone else just follows up. Omni Knight saves. And it's crazy, Thompson has been literally everywhere, almost in every single fight, and he doesn't even have boots. Like, man has... The only mobility is rolling boulder, and...
Who needs anything else?
Yeah, you don't need anything. Yeah, exactly.
I have to find a way to control this Omni Knight. The repels have been brutal. Purification's even worse. Maybe they could find something here, but not everybody's around to even attempt this.
Radiant are scanning.
And it's going to be a long Roche respawn, another 2 minutes until Roche is back up.
I'm trying to think if there's like one big item that changes everything. Like, not really for G2IG. There is Mjolnir on Puck, boosts up your damage quite a bit, and Sniper is also going for Daedalus. But on the other side, if we're talking about... Yeah, not really surprised, but if we're talking about supports that are buying damage items, Saksa, he's got Daedalus. Like, almost. I think the recipe probably is in the courier. Yeah. So he's got full Daedalus on Mirana.
It's gonna be a lot of damage with the solar flare.
Yep. Such a good feeling as well when you're not playing for a long time and then you get this kind of a game on Mirana. You get to really dish out some damage, get that confidence back.
Scan Connected, they kind of have an idea, at least what was recently where Tundra were at. Again, they need to find the Omni Knight. They need to be jumping the one hero that's been causing them issues.
Yeah, but they took the low ground. This isn't like a great position for them. Unless Pure...
Oh, Force Staff and avoiding the Skewer. Now they're going to go for the Omni Knight. The damage came in from Bobica. They get the kill on a Whitemon and he doesn't have buyback. That means no purifications, no repels. Maybe that's enough. Dream Coil, BKB, popped by Thompson. He's going to roll forward, looking over at Monet as well as the rest, but he'll instead TP out. They start to evacuate from this as they will not find nothing to say. And without Whitemon, it's really where the fight starts to fall apart. They have the damage, but it's the second lowest net worth hero on the chart that's really making the difference.
Wasn't that like the worst possible initiation looked like the best possible initiation so far? Because, yeah, sure, you don't kill the Lina, but he forced himself way out of position into the Rosh pit, and at the same time it isolated Omni Knight, so he dies first. Just funny how that happened.
Unfortunately for IG, despite the fact that they get that Omni Knight and they force Tundra away, they don't take Rosh.
Yeah, Rosh was... they were not that lucky when it came to the respawn
They still
timer.
RP.
Yeah, and Egg.
Yeah, Whitemon's finally up. No sniper for 35 seconds. Arrow... Ooh. Close.
Do you think the DK might need a dagger here, or... One thing that I'm seeing is Monet just not being able to hit.
Yeah, dagger would be nice. But he hasn't quite been the initiator that they're looking for. And again, they're still looking for Omni Knight, but it's going to be Soxa from the other side of the fight. The BKB is going to be popped. They'll go and try and get themselves the RP, but they've got themselves the silence. They get the kill on Soxa. They'll look over at Whitemon. They're taking out the Omni Knight. That's 2 years down on the side of Tundra. This is working out for the side of IG. They'll go after Pure, who's trying to heal up. They've got the silence on him. Monet doing a lot of damage. Get the kill out of Lina. They'll look over the Kunkka without the Omni Knight. Your hopes and dreams of winning this fight are out the window. And it is a full team wipe and a buyback committed by Pure. Whoa!
Yeah, the tier 4s are being attacked, so maybe someone needs to go back. No lifesteal as well on Dragon Knight, so he needs to... he's gonna heal up. He's got his plus 12 Dragon Blood HP regen anyway from level 25. By the way, I was talking about Monet and how he doesn't have a blink to deal damage. He's literally the only damage they had in that fight. And that's because Tundra, they wrapped around. Meanwhile, Monet, he just stood on the high ground. He was just there. He was waiting. They went in. Like, look at Monet. He's just chilling on high ground. They walked to him. Like, he was like, okay, I guess you guys want to die, sure. And he has Nullifier for the Omni Knight, so he kills him too. This is like the best possible scenario for the Dragon Knight. Like, it cannot get any better than this.
Full team wipe not expected, and on top of which, now they've got themselves the Aegis. They get the cheese, they've got the banner, they have the refresher shard. When Whitemon is out, the fights are completely different. It doesn't feel like Tundra has a net worth lead at all. It's very crazy how important Whitemon has been to the game.
Yeah, you know what the difference is that I see, actually, at least. When G2IG are initiating, they're losing the fight. That's how it feels. Because everything that they do just gets repelled or countered by X marks the spot, the boat, the counter initiation is really strong from Tundra. But when Tundra are going in, they're putting Omni Knight out of position. Even though he does have a Blink Dagger, it's very difficult for him to follow up someone like Thompson. Because he's just way too mobile. It's hard to go there. Like in that last fight, Soxa and Omni Knight were just like, they died first as supports. Maybe not first, but they took the brunt of the damage from Dragon Knight. And now he has a full Satanic. Speaking of lifesteal that he didn't have in the last fight, after the Aegis is reclaimed, he can just pop that bad boy in.
Also, speaking of lifesteal items, Bobka bought a Mask of Madness.
Hell yeah, baby, let's go. He's got the Ancient Guardian, Mask of Madness, small crit. That's my boy. That's the position for life right there. This is like literally a build you get reported for in your pubs.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Didn't play his role. Would be the report most likely made about him. As I believe we got a quick little disconnect there, and We'll be back in a moment. I know that we were having a little bit of troubles. Oh, the heart. Is that for me or is that for chat?
For you.
Okay. Whew.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy about that. Yeah.
Chat hates us already because we disconnected the game, but we should be back in a moment. I believe everyone has
Everybody's reconnected. Yeah. All right, we should be good. We are just looking to go, and we'll be resuming in just a second. So here we go, and we're right back in it. I'm still happy the heart was for me in chat. I would give you a heart, but you have to give me one first.
I look at you baiting. Love baiting in the chat.
I am love baiting.
The only thing I'd give you is Joel.
No.
A couple of new DCs, but let's assess the game right now. We have Cheese on Sniper. Like, this guy is actually becoming a true core. Like, this is where you just needed to wait for 50 minutes for your Sniper to start doing some massive work. But almost a full Daedal is completed on him.
The ultimate carry.
Yeah. One thing that happened in that last fight is, like, the two supports on Tundra, of course Omni Knight is important, but also Mirana wasn't able to deal any damage. She just got coiled and died to DK hitting her. And it's not really that easy of a game anymore for Saksa. Even if you get, like, solo coiled by the puck, high chances are you just die to him. He's got a lot of HP, that's why he went for triple bracers, and he has that greater healing Lotus. But, if they really commit, he will fall.
Refresher soon for Pure.
For Pure, what about JT? He's not going for it, right? Like, he's got the Shard instead.
He's got the... He's picked up Shard, he's going Ag's Blessing. And yeah, the refresh shard's going to be enough.
It's kind of rough for him. There isn't a single item that you can... Maybe Power Treads, an item that you can replace and then go without boots, you know, jump in. You need the Lens, you need the Lincolns, the BKB Diags. All of these spells are needed for you to successfully horn toss a target.
Well, he'll have Ag's Blessing, so have a slot open.
Yeah, exactly. But
yeah,
still, you know, you buy Ag's Blessing to have a slot. It's rough.
Here we go. Back on it. Everybody's ping looking A-okay. Question is, if he wants to use that shard, are they going to wait for him to pick up that Ag's Blessing while waiting on this Aegis? Because he needs about 600 gold. But meanwhile, 2 minutes left in the Aegis. You want to be in a prominent spot to go.
Mm-hmm. Pushing high ground is dangerous, though, right? Like, you're still pushing into Lina. Yeah, he actually replaced the Power Treads, so he's gonna play without the boots and hope for the best. Double RP, even double Horn Toss, getting someone back, you know, getting one target back and then another is game winning.
Uh-oh.
Can't cast Leap. Oh, yikes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's a new one.
That is a new one. Might have to reconnect if I had to guess.
Did you try turning it off and on again?
Oh, God. Hi, my computer's not working. What can I do? Have you tried turning it on and off again? Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch that.
Maybe if he turns off Shard, you know, the right click.
Yeah, he can't cast it. Yeah, I'm watching him.
Same.
Not like Leap's important anyway.
Yeah, who needs that?
I don't think it's an important ability.
Okay, so if we had to remove one spell from every single player, the third spell, who would suffer the most?
Omni Knight, probably.
Omni Knight would suffer the least. Like Hammer of Purity, who cares?
Oh, yeah, it's Hammer of Purity.
Lina, right? Fiery Soul. That passive is literally making her a core.
Yeah.
I mean, she can still attack quite fast without it, I guess.
Phase shift being unavailable would be pretty detrimental to Puck.
Yeah. He'd die a lot. Skewer as well. You jump in and you RP and that's it. You can't move them. Dragon's Blood. Suddenly, okay, he'd lose a lot. Those two passives probably from Dragonite and from Lina. Worm's Rat and Lina's Fiery Soul.
All right, let's see if he tries. If not, he's got. If he can't leap, he's got the Hurricane Pike anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, of course. Just buy Blink, lol. He's got the gold.
He's trying.
It's not looking great.
Yeah, I'm like watching him try. You're seeing where he's angling himself.
It's not looking good, bro.
I'm not sure what would be the problem.
I feel like it's a really bad spell to not have, but kind of playable. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, he can't use Leap and Puck can't use Phase Shift. There you go. Make it even.
That's no. It would have to be a movement spell, so it would have to be like Illusory Orb or something.
Dive. You can't use Dive on Phoenix. I think
okay, fair enough.
That's actually fair. I would say he needs Dive to use the egg properly. It's still worse on Mirana, I guess. She gets a lot out of that. The attack speed bonus as well. Her shard is connected to the leap too. She loses more. She definitely loses more.
All right, they're gonna try. Let's just watch the Mirana walk back and forth.
You can do it. You can do it. Sucks. No, he can't.
It's just every time.
Has this ever happened that someone cannot use a spell? It probably has before. I'm not sure. You can't use a spell.
Yeah, it does seem that way. That it's happened before, I would say. But I don't know what fixes that. Right?
Chat GPT, what fixes a broken spell?
I'm not sure.
Do you have Gaben online? Like, he can... I'm sure he can fix this.
Yeah, I'll call him right up. I'll ask. Yeah. Beep, boop, 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 beep, beep, beep. He's not going to pick up.
He's on his yacht, you know, like...
Yeah, I don't think he's going to pick up for me. He sees my number and he's just going to... he's not going to pick up.
Sad.
Do I leave a message?
Leave a message. Leave a message.
All right. Hey, Gaben. Yeah, it's B-Cop. Big fan. Well, right now, we're just having a little bit of a problem with the Mirana. It can't leap. Just wondering if you could call me back when you can. At my phone number. You've got it, obviously. And just help me fix this bug when you can. And let me know if you want to hang out later. All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Solid. I would be too afraid to send a message to Gabe.
He'll help. It'll be fixed on this one. Watch. It'll be fixed right here. Although I'm wondering if I should have called somebody else instead.
Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters, but more so probably
Bugbusters.
Yeah. Well, let's break it down a little bit more.
It's already broken.
3-1-10 for
It's already broken.
I'm sorry, I can't break more. I was gonna say 3-1-10 for Ramses. He's been my star for the game.
Yeah.
I think so. He had the best lane out of Tundra. He recovered the game. He had that early Orchid. And I think his itemization's been pretty solid.
Yeah, he's been all right. Like, he's the one that won the lane even though he was alone.
Yeah, that's true.
The Orchid was on point every time for Puck, the Hex as well. Like, sure, he's been the star of Tundra. But honestly, I'd have to give it to Pure as well. Like, this man had a terrible laning stage and he made a comeback.
I think we're Go try.
We're gonna go try.
I'm telling you, I just made the call. I made the call. Press the button. Oh.
Maybe it's the button that doesn't work. Did you try clicking it or deactivating the autocast? Maybe maybe only the autocast doesn't work. Maybe because it's the shard, you know, it's connected. He has a shard. Why doesn't it show? On my screen he has a shard for sure.
On my screen he has a shard as well.
Yeah.
Maybe he just has to repurchase shard.
I think it's connected to that because it modifies leap, so it would make sense. That's the problem. Damn, Pico, you're so smart sometimes.
I don't know. Did you hear my math 20 minutes ago? It was not good.
Yeah, don't worry. I know we're not. Sometimes it's nice to think that way at least.
Yeah, because it's showing shard on my screen, but did he get the shard as they disconnected?
He had it for the longest time.
Yeah, that's what I thought, right?
The weird thing for me is like he had it for the longest time, but he also had it queued. Like he also had the shard queued to buy it, even though he had it from before. So, not sure what that was all about. Maybe I didn't see well. I'm not sure, but in any case, leap is still broken. What about other items? Let's go through those. Do we have anything funky coming up? X-Nova with Refresher.
Anything that Boba could buys.
He's got the Daedalus queued up, I believe. That should be up very soon.
I think he's actually swapped over to just BKB, so he's not...
Oh, really?
Getting the full Daedalus. He's just sticking with the Crystallis.
Boo. Who needs survivability? Bring damage. But yeah, you can't hit people if you're dead, so BKB is usually the best option.
I'd like to think so. But we're just waiting here with some technical leaping abilities. What's your favorite... I don't know.
Don't ask me Cookie again, please.
No, I won't, Mr. Brownie, as your Cookie answer. Oh gosh, no. I was gonna ask, what's your favorite leaping animal?
Leaping animal?
Yeah.
Do you consider that flying squirrel when it leaps from one tree to another?
That's a leap, yeah. It's a leap of faith.
That's one. That one. I love that. When I was in elementary school, I watched, like, I was like first grader, and I watched some documentary. I lived for National Geographic and Animal Planet. I lived for that shit. I watched that and I saw the flying squirrel, and they made us do an assignment on some animals, and I put the flying squirrel and I described it, and the whole class laughed at me like, that doesn't exist, bro.
It does exist.
I'm like, it does exist. What they literally gaslit me into oblivion. Like, I was like, what the hell, am I crazy? I saw it on TV, I swear.
I think my favorite leaping animal is a frog. I was going to name a specific frog, but then my mind went blank, so it's just going to be a frog. But all frogs.
All frogs?
I think all frogs.
When are we going to get a frog hero? Ice frog.
The actual ice frog?
The actual ice frog. It used to be like in Warcraft 3, like you could actually summon the ice frog in some way. Like there were ways to get ice frog in the game. Not a hero, just like an animation.
I like the animation. Have they tried turning Shard on and off again? That's the real question.
That's something, yeah. I think, I mean, probably he did, but I feel like it might be I'm not sure, something that might help.
Looking at the players, they're getting comfortable. Meanwhile, 47 minutes into the game, even net worth. I wonder if that's minus the Shard on Mirana. If that might make sense. But let's do...
Still has it on my screen, though.
Let's do news from the other streams. You've got Falcons taking the 2-0 over Team 0. So Group C ends Falcons 0, BB Team nouns. And that's pretty much it. That's
How's your last NA Hope doing? Week up.
Nouns?
Yeah.
They tied for third in the group. They'll be fine. I think. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more impressed with Team 0, who will probably have to play BB Team again. And they beat them 2-0 in the group stage. So I think they should be okay. I'm going to do some chat interaction.
Chat interaction.
I love chat interaction because we can do some chat interaction. What's 65% of 300? No. I can ask you guys some real questions. It's fine.
I just go into chat to spam Joel or white people glad.
Yeah. 195. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
I can't write in chat. I just followed DOTA 2 TI3.
Wow.
I have 10 minutes.
That's pretty wild. I can't believe you did that.
Didn't have it followed.
Oh, we're also being broadcast to the main channel. All right, so I gotta open up some multiple chats here.
Okay, I can chat there at least. Spam some Joel. Oh, this is happening.
All right. Somebody said I was the PL a few months ago. Shout me out. Sure. Okay. This is my go-to all the time. Hopefully, somewhere in one of these two chats, Mo Farah is in the chat. But there's two muffins in an oven. One muffin says, "Boy, it's hot in here," and the other muffin says, "Oh my God, a talking muffin."
God damn you! I'm out.
Comedy?
I'm out.
Comedy? I think there's some comedy there. I don't know. See, get a couple of laughs, a couple Keck W's. That's what we live on. Well, one stream's giving me Keck W's, the other stream is giving me ha-has, and I don't feel too confident about that joke anymore.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. I think you should give us one more.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Gotta really think about what kind of jokes I'm allowed to tell.
So a guy walks into a bar with a giraffe, right?
Ouch.
It's his pet. Yeah, and it's his pet. It's his pet, and they get like super pissed, and the giraffe falls over. The barman is like, "Bro, you can't leave it lying there." And the man answers, "It's not a lion, it's a giraffe."
All right.
End the
All right,
stream.
I like it.
End the stream.
No. I've got another one. So, there in the windy city of Chicago, there is a bar at the top floor of a building. It's a nice bar, just your typical Chicago bar. This guy goes up all the way 100 floors high to this bar, and he goes to the bartender, and he's just drinking his first beer, and this guy to his left goes, "Oh, man, you want to make some money?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, sure." And he goes, "All right, well, I bet you $100 that I could drink this beer, jump out that window, and I can come back up here and drink another beer." And he goes, "We're on the 100th floor. I don't think you can do that." And he goes, "You want to bet $100 on it?" "All right, I'll bet $100 on it." So they shake hands. He drinks the beer. He jumps out the window. He floats safely down to the sidewalk, walks back up, and he says, "You owe me $100. He goes, "You want to do double or nothing?" He goes, "All right, yeah, sure." So he goes, "All right, double or nothing." Drinks the beer, jumps out the window, floats all the way down safely to the sidewalk, comes back up, and he says, "You owe me $200. Guy goes, "All right, how about this? I'm not going to give you the $200, but how about I drink the beer, I jump out the window, and if I survive and come back up here, we're even." Guy says, "All right, you're on." So they shake on it. He drinks the beer, jumps out the window, and falls to his death. Bartender looks over at the guy and he says, "Man, Superman, You're really an ass when you drink.
It's good. It's good. I'll give you that.
I thought that was pretty good.
It's good. It's good. But we need to stop. We need to...
You guys just don't understand comedy.
It's good. It's good. It's good. What's your what's your second best leap animal?
Oh, I think you're gonna say joke. I was like, I'm out. Please, no more.
No more jokes.
My second leap animal is maybe a cat. I don't know. A snow leopard. There we go. They leap. They jump. They pounce.
Did you know that cheetahs are actually nice to people? And they don't like that. You can actually domesticate them.
Do you work for Big Cheetah? Like, are you trying to get us killed? Like, what's happening over here?
No, honestly, like
the cheetahs. They told me
they can be nice to people. Like, I'm just saying because of the leaping animals. Like, they're actually one of those nice cats. Tigers and I don't know, lions. You probably don't want to mess with.
I don't want to mess with any animals that can outrun me, and there are plenty of them.
Now, we're not talking about actual cheaters.
Cheetahs.
Cheetahs, yeah.
Yeah.
The ones that don't buy Midas.
Oh no. They buy Midas. They just buy it a lot. Not anymore though. Doesn't exist. But we don't talk about it. Men in Black. Poof. We're just gonna flash your memory that ever happened. So we're just trying to get the shard back into the inventory of Saksa, I believe, and get us all started up. But chat, I'm thinking of a number. 1 through 10. Hit me with it.
What do they get?
I don't know. You'll get something. First person to say the number 1 through 10
gets B Corps Arcanas.
Good thing I have none. Oh, wait. Violet Vabond or Violetivia Bond. I don't know how to say that, but you guessed 3 first. That was right. That was correct. 1 through 10. Very easy. Nailed it. Well done. So there's 3 tomatoes on their morning run. 2 tomatoes in the front, 1 tomato in the back.
Sorry, chat. I can't stop this.
They're walking on their morning run, and the tomato in the back is really struggling to continue running. And one of the tomatoes in the front turns around, jumps on his head, and says, "Catch up."
God damn it. I'm done. Saksa has reconnected. Okay. I love that one guy in the chat says, like, did he try changing the key bindings to the leap? I think at this point he tried clicking on it as well.
That was our suggestion. He's reconnected, but disconnecting, reconnecting until we're ready to go. And we'll unpause the game when that happens, when he gets the shard back.
Wait. We have someone on the line? Someone joining us?
Do we?
Yeah, we do. On my phone, actually.
Oh, no.
T-Gav isn't answering. He just called. I guess he's one of those. Remember back in the day when people just used to, like, blitz call you and hang up? T-Gav is doing that to me, but I don't understand. Is he into me? What do you think?
Maybe. I think so. Looking to go to the restroom. No! Stop it, please. Oh, gosh. What do you think the players are talking about right now as I look up ways to tell jokes in front of a crowd that's expecting something funny?
Like, you're probably just trying to keep at least a little bit of focus on the game, you know, to know where you're at, because when this game restarts, like, everyone will be completely lost. Skids are just catching strays for no reason.
Yeah, that's not fair. Best jokes to tell a crowded room. Okay, here we go. We're scrolling.
We need to make them spam some more Jenkins and Slacks.
Yeah, we need to allow them not to have a cooldown on spamming those voice lines. All right, Lizard, I got one for you.
All right, hit me. I expect a lot, by the way. My expectations are this high.
You might. Good thing I can't see that. So hopefully you put your hand
My
really
hand
low
was
to the
really
ground.
low.
Thank God.
Go. 60K people in the chat waiting for
Well,
your joke.
I went to the aquarium this weekend, but I didn't stay long. You know, there's just something fishy about that place.
I'll give you a solid 6 out of 10.
Appreciate that, Bobica.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bobica. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're
there
on
you
it.
go. He likes it.
Okay,
He
thank
likes
you, thank you. What subject do cats like best in school? Do you know, Lizard?
I don't really. Oh, no.
It's history. Because
it's at least it's on like topic. Mirana having a cat and everything, I guess, but that one is a -2 from me.
Okay. I'll try for a +2. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, and he said his summer was pretty cool too. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Are we doing it? Yeah?
Sure.
All right.
Can we get Gaben on the line for real now to make this leap? Your NA jokes are killing me.
Sorry, I just looked up dad jokes in a bind.
Nah, I appreciate it. Like you're saving this situation right here.
I don't know. I
or
have
making
a feeling,
it worse somehow.
Yeah, that's the
sure.
problem. I feel like I might be making it worse. There's going to be some sort of Reddit thread.
Look.
I think B-Cup's comedy's terrible. I think he should really raise his MMR in comedy. This guy couldn't, tell a good joke if he hit him in the face or something like that.
At the same time, the viewer number is rising, so
so I must be doing something right.
It's you. Like I think you should do a stand-up instead. Or a leap.
Ooh, I could do a leap into the air. Oh gosh. So G2 Esports said, "Make us laugh and you get a follow." Okay, I could do that. I'm panicking now. What other jokes do I have?
Look. Without joking, I have a serious question for you, B-Cop, right here. So we get rid of the dad jokes. If Joel was added to Dota, what would be his first spell?
Some sort of spin.
Joel's first spell is a spin?
Yes.
All right. So what happens when he spins?
He creates a wave of water that he shoots forward after a quick spin that pushes heroes away.
All right. Second spell?
He jumps under the map, his fin only showing, and if he jumps up and hits you, you're rooted in place and take damage.
Okay, we're actually getting somewhere with Joel the hero.
Yeah, I like this.
What's his ultimate? Does he answer any Skype calls?
Yeah, he presses ultimate, and all of a sudden you just hear do 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 boom, boom, do do do. Right?
All right.
You know the old Skype sound. Don't leave me hanging like that. That's all. Come on, man.
I just can't. I can't. Can't imitate it as well.
So a duck walks into a bar.
Wait. Before you continue, just finish the hero, please. Give me Joel's third spell.
It's a passive where with each kill on a hero, he puts a hook in them, permanently slowing their movement speed and being magnetized towards Joel a little bit.
Yeah, Joel the savior. At least he doesn't have leap, I guess. That's
Yeah, that's good. I think it's all right.
I love all the Joelings in the chat. Joel is good, but Joeling is amazing. Joeling is where it's at.
Joeling.
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 Yeah, I'm spamming some Joeling.
So a duck walks into a bar, hops up onto the bar and asks the bartender, "You got any nuts?" Bartender says no. Duck hops down off the bar, walks out. Next day, the duck walks back into that bar, hops up on the bar and asks the bartender,
"Dude,
you got any nuts?"
Can I just stop you? Like, this dad's joke has been used in Bosnia for like 50 years, and my dad used to kill me with it. It's like literally the worst dad joke. Now continue.
Okay, so bartender says no. The duck hops down off the bar and he walks out. Next day, duck walks in again to the bar, hops up on the bar and asks, "You got any nuts?" Bartender says, "No, I don't have any nuts. And if you come in here and ask me for some nuts again, I'm going to nail your webbed feet to the bar, and that'll be the end of it." Duck hops down. He leaves the bar. He walks out. Next day, the duck walks back into the bar. He hops up and says, "Hey, bartender, you got any nails?" Bartender says, "No." Duck says, "All right, good. You got any nuts?"
God damn it. It's not even the same one. It's very similar though. I still hate you.
I'm waiting for Lacoste. I'm waiting for Lacoste to message me.
I'm sorry.
And say that was a funny one.
I just joled the whole time. I was just joling in the chat.
I thought that one was okay.
It was good. It was actually good.
It's my brother's favorite joke.
Yes.
So, I got no more jokes. I'm sorry. I hate to start it off like it sounds like I'm telling another joke, but I got nothing else. Does he have his shard back? He has it on my screen. But let me look at the EGM. He does not have it yet. We're still waiting on that shard.
It's interesting though. I've checked other streams and they all see the shard. Like everyone sees the Aghanim shard on him.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's only the main one that doesn't. And it's probably connected to the shard, this bug.
I got a couple of that was funny B-Cops, fire B-Cop. Don't worry, guys.
What do you think? What is the most impactful? Let's talk Dota a little bit.
Okay.
You know, what do you think? What is the most impactful facet in this game?
In this game. Okay, all right. When you take a look at the facets, I feel like I'm gonna have to say potentially. I'm gonna guess because I not the analyst. Can I say Lena's combustion is the strong innate?
Wait, you're talking about innates. I was talking about facets, but okay.
Oh, facets. Sorry. Okay, fine. I'll go to facets. I'm sorry. I completely.
I mean, okay, with innates, sure, her combustion is really damn good, but I'm not sure if it's the best one in the game.
Right,
okay,
that's why that was my answer, though. What do you think is the strongest facet?
I mean, there are some that are just like you just need them, I guess. Like Earth Spirits, still good.
Okay.
I guess. Also, Dragon Blood, but yeah, I'm fine with combustion. What about the facets? JT, can you teach me Chinese?
At all?
I think a shard back.
We might be getting a shard back. I said Tidebringer facet, by the way.
Tidebringer is okay, but Solar Flare in this game, I think probably the best.
Yeah. I was trying to not say the most obvious one, but I tried. I'm a little worn out with all the jokes. Yeah, we're hoping. Everybody's starting to reconnect here, and the only person I'm really looking at is Marana at the moment. That's it.
Yeah, he's still DC'd, but should come back in a second. Also, speaking of Mirana, I think the facet on her is the main one, the strongest one. If anyone even cares about the facets anymore, I think the shard and the leap is where it's at. It's the only thing that anyone worries about.
I'm gonna ask you a question here. There is a person in Dragon Ball, or
Okay.
well, I guess multiple characters can use it. But can you name me 3 people who can use Solar Flare in Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z?
That's the one anime I don't consider anime, and I don't think it's weebish to watch. I think Goku can use it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Wait,
you're on it.
is Solar Flare Genkidama or not? I'm not sure if because I think I watched it on Japanese, so I don't know if is it the
I don't
the one
know
he
what it is
needs
in
to summon
Japanese.
for.
No,
like,
that's the Spirit Ball.
That's the
Or
Spirit Ball.
Bomb.
Well, what's
Spirit
the
Bomb
Solar
is where he does
Flare?
this. It's the one where they go like this. He gets Solar Flare, and that's it. Yeah. All right, I'll embarrass myself. Chat's got a lot of them. I'm real happy with chat.
Chat knows. Chat knows.
Chat knows.
I would say Goku, Vegeta, and I don't know, Krillin.
Vegeta is not right, but Goku, Krillin, they're all on the list.
Okay, Goku, Krillin, and
you're in the right. So saying Goku and Krillin.
That Tenshin Han guy, is he from DBZ? Is that a name? I need to Google that.
Do you mean? And I'll try to help you out here. Do you mean Tien?
Wait, Tenshin Han is a fictional. No, the guy with 3 eyes. That guy.
Yeah, Tien.
Tien.
Yeah.
Wait, what's Tenshin Han then? Why did I Tien Shin? Oh, okay, that's his first and last name, I guess. Yeah, Tien. Okay.
Yeah. Nailed it. They all work close together. They're all great. 1v1 X Nova. No, not tonight. Never mind. I'm not going to read all that.
There's some spiciness happening in the chat, guys.
Good thing the camera's here. Yeah. So, yeah, those are the 3 people. I don't know what I was saying. Cell's also on this list, but I don't know if I remember him throwing Solar Flare out before Gohan becomes his only impressive time ever.
You know, I actually didn't mind anime until I started playing Dota. And then you see this enemy profile picture, and it's black and white, and the guy has some emo nickname, and you know you lost if you're playing with him. That's the only problem.
That's fair.
Besides that, I have nothing against them.
Somebody said Cell definitely did Solar Flare. Also, Master Roshi's on this list. Android 18 does it. Android 21 does it. And Captain Ginyu. Who is your favorite Ginyu Forest member? If you can name me any.
What's a Ginyu Forest? Let me just tell you what my DBZ life was. I loved that series as a kid, right?
Yes.
But post-war Bosnia was really poor. We had this like DBZ series that was on Japanese up to the point in which, you know, the episodes where he's running down the snake's path?
Yeah.
And he gets to the end. So basically you're watching that all, like, I don't know, it's like 200 episodes. He gets to the last path, to the last place, he jumps off or gets to some place, I can't remember. And then they didn't have enough episodes, so they just redid it. So that's all I watched. Anyways, I hope it won't last as long as this game right now.
Yeah, so my answer is Jace, but with that answer, we're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be back hopefully soon. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Think of some jokes.
Hello, I am here with Whitemon from Tundra. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Now, I know that you've played in 3 different regions. You've played in C, NA, and now EU. A lot of people say that the differences between the regions are not as big as they used to be. First of all, do you agree with that? And secondly, what are the differences, in your opinion, between those regions?
In SEA, it's like they playing kind of slow, so everyone just want to farming. They farming to buy items to play for the late game, mid game, something like that, to play for the team fight. So they don't really like know how to close the map or like play to snowball the game, like close the game early. So they just play for the team fight and late game. That's what I know.
Okay.
And then in NA, they playing like more objective. So it's like there's a pattern. So you need to take like tier 1 enemy safe lane, and then you need to take mid safe lane. I mean, you need to take mid tower, and then it's like objective, every objective, something like that. But if you like mess up, and then the plan is kind of like you don't know what to do anymore after that, something like that.
So everything goes to pieces.
Yeah.
And what about EU Dota?
EU is like we learn about how to close the map, how do you want to play the map. It's like how do you want to catch them, or do we need to catch them? Do we just take objective, or do we farm our timing, something like that? So it's like more details.
More detailed.
Yeah.
Interesting. What are your thoughts on Ringmaster? I know obviously you're not going to be able to play him, but what are your thoughts on Ringmaster?
I mean, this hero is like this hero win rate is like so high because new hero, like everyone doesn't know how to play against it, and I think it's really good on supports because his spells is like, I don't know, have slow, have fear, and then second spell you save your teammate, and then untargetable, and the ulti is like AoE, stun, and damage. I think this hero still need to be nerfed.
You think it's too much? He's got too much, right? Okay. Now, I see that you have played quite a lot of Clockwork recently, especially since they changed the hero, I guess. And with the new facet he's got, you can like shoot the cogs at people. I also know that you play a lot of billiards. Do you think that the fact that you've played a lot of billiards means that you're better at shooting the cogs at people? Do you think there's any overlap there?
No, not really.
Come on, you're shooting a little ball at somebody. It's kind of like billiards, right?
Yeah, but it's not the same because in billiards the ball is like stop, right? But heroes is like moving, keep moving. So you need to like predict where they're moving.
Okay, well, if you say so. So you hit 13k MMR last month. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Do you think that it's harder to get high MMR as a support player? Because a lot of people have this idea that if you're like a mid or a carry player, you can just carry the team yourself. But you did it as a support player. Do you think it was harder?
I think it's not that quite hard if you like playing like good lane, something like that. You know like how to like control them, because sometimes when you play PUBG, it's like they don't know what to do, right?
Right.
They just want to like farm. They want to do their own things. So as a support, you kind of like need to command them, like need to control them, like can you guys come? Can we smoke, something like that?
So you're sort of captaining in the pub games almost.
Yeah, sometimes like that, but sometimes I can just play like quiet if they like talk too much. So yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, I've got some just general questions about the other teams in your group. You just tell me what you think of these teams, what you're expecting, what you're worried about, or whether you're confident, whatever. So the other teams are G2, XIG.
G2, XIG, I think I expect to play against them. Maybe they always play until late game, so I saw a lot of their games like it's always 40 minutes plus. So maybe we expect to like snowballing them, or we just play the late game. So.
Tough team to beat though, right? What about Talon?
They're quite good. I know about it. Like their mid lane and their off lane is like high MMR. Right? They have like 15k MMR off lane and Mikoto also, and yeah, they are my friends also, Mikoto and Jokem. So it's gonna be like fun games, I think.
And what about Cloud9?
Cloud9, I think we play against them a lot in EU qualifier, so it's gonna be like the same like EU maybe.
Okay, awesome. Well, look, I want to wish you all the best in the tournament, Whitemon, and thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here with JT from G2XIG. I want to start off by first saying welcome to Denmark. Have you been here much before?
No, I never been to here before. This is my first time.
First time,
Yeah.
okay. And how are you doing today in general? Feeling happy, confident, jet lagged?
Feeling good because we came from Berlin.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we boot camp at the. We having a boot camp in Berlin. It's G2 Esport over there.
Right, right.
And then we fly here like within 1 hour, and then
Easy.
so no jet lag.
Yeah,
All
that's
good.
nice.
Yeah.
So I think this is your second TI. Is that right?
Yeah. It's my second tier.
But do you still feel, obviously this is 13 years of the international, do you still feel like it has a special place for players?
I mean, as a player, you deserve the win more than the prize pool, actually. So, I mean, the title is more than everything, like, as a competitive players. Yeah.
Interesting. So Team Zero almost cost you a spot at TI this year. Are you guys looking for revenge against them?
Of course, they're just lucky. They shouldn't be here. They talk at us lots.
Oh yeah?
Azure should be here. Azure should be here.
The Azure fans are loving that, I bet. So you're a position 3 player, right? That's my favorite position. What to you was the best time to be a position 3 player? And what was the worst time to be a position 3 player?
Like, I don't like this, but on tournament games, I like to like maybe more like on personal, like solo. I'm having like much fun, but you have to win. But this patch I doesn't like it. But on ranked game, I'm okay because it's more easy to like for the team to keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just have fun and play a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah. But in general, I doesn't like it.
All right. Ahead of the groups, I want to ask you what you think of the other 3 teams. So, Talon.
Talon, they're high skill. They're high skill potential skill players. But in like as a team, I'm not sure that they are that good. But they're high skill player. That's all I can say. Maybe they can make a miracle. Like no one knows. Yeah.
So you think individually very skilled?
Yeah.
In Talon.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. What about Tundra?
Tundra. They got Thompson. Of course, maybe Thompson can lead them like a good way to win the games. Yeah, because Thompson has more experience compared to the 4 of the players.
Right.
So, yeah.
And what about Cloud9?
No comments.
No comment.
No comments.
No opinion.
No opinion.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. So, briefly, you don't have to give away too much. What do you think about the current meta of Dota? What does it look like compared to previous metas? Like, what's important? What's not important? Because this doesn't feel like it's just auras like it used to be. It feels like it's something else. So, what is the meta?
I think current meta, they are more like the landing stage are more serious now. You have to be more details like on everything, like small camp, last hit, denies, all are important. If your lane get crushed and then enemy gonna snowball from your lane, maybe it's affect to mid, top, it's very serious problem, I think.
That's interesting. Which teams do you think at TI here, and you can include yourselves, which teams do you think are the strongest teams coming into the tournament?
Maybe GG and Falcons, 2 of them.
GG and Falcons?
Yes.
So if you could sum up the season, your team's season up to this point, give me a sort of rundown of how it went and how happy you were with it.
I wouldn't say I was happy, and it shouldn't be satisfied as well because the result, it wasn't that good like for all the tournaments, I would say, because like so many good players on my team, but the result wasn't that I expect. So I just hope maybe this TI can do better.
Fantastic. All right, thank you so much for talking to me, and I wish you all the best in the tournament. Thank you, JT.
Thank you.
I'm here with Xnova from G2XIG. First of all, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling pretty good, I guess.
Have you been to Denmark before?
This is my first time.
First time?
Yeah.
So I think that the last time that we spoke was in Singapore at TI there, where quite famously you had to play on stage alone with the teddy bears and all the rest of it, and the crowd were chanting for you. How have things been since then up to now? How have they been for you?
It's been really rough for me for the past year since I never really made it out to any tournaments when I'm back in Boom. And yeah, it's really refreshing to be playing with G2IG right now.
When you join an organization like IG that's got that big history, does that make you proud, or is that extra pressure?
It's definitely an honor to be carrying the name for IG, to be playing this on the stage. So yeah, I do feel pretty proud playing with them.
It has been 8 years since a team from Chinese region lifted the Aegis. A lot of the teams have come close, a lot of second places and third places and stuff like that. What is it about a grand final that has made it so difficult for a Chinese team to win the Aegis again?
It's probably nothing related to the in-game stuff anymore. It's more on the outside game. Like you can see Team OG and Team Spirit. Basically, they are really friends when they're playing together. Like compared to the Chinese teams, I think we do handle pressure the way differently compared to them. And when it comes to like a very crucial situations, we are not that good in handling that.
Interesting. What is the difference? I mean, when you say that you handle it differently, it did feel like even when they lost a game, they were still positive. Is that not something that's sort of there in the Chinese teams, that they sort of start to think, like, what is the difference? How would they approach that situation?
I think for the Western teams, they are more focused on in-game and also the psychological side. Compared to Chinese teams are mostly just focusing on how the teams play, and also everything is about in-game.
Interesting. So let's talk about the other teams in your group. So Talon, what do you think about that?
Throughout the year, even though they don't really like get much result, I think, but they are still a very respectable opponent for us.
Tundra.
I don't think we played against them at all throughout this year. They're still very new to us and
kind of an unknown quantity. Interesting.
Especially when they have Dobson, the guy who always do some incredible, crazy stuff. Yeah.
So an unknown team to you with a player that does crazy things that are unpredictable. So that could be an interesting series. Okay, Cloud9.
Really strong opponent. We just lost 4v5 against them. So yeah.
Looking at the teams in general at this TI, give me the 3 strongest teams at this TI in your opinion.
I don't think 3 is enough, but I'll just try my best.
Okay.
The China representative might be Extreme Gaming. Yeah. Second would be Gaming, Falcon, and Spirit. Yeah,
so you're going to put those 3 in as well?
Yeah, they're always on the top. The toughest and strongest contender.
One more question, I guess. Is there anyone on your team who is banned from playing a particular hero that they really want to play, and you guys are like, no, don't pick that, but they're convinced it's good?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yeah, maybe just Jack, since he always wants to like join in the scrims. And
have you played with Jack?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right, well, Xnova, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
right, welcome back, everybody. Hello. I hope you all enjoyed the little reprieve after hearing some amazing jokes and talking about things that leap and phone calls and everything like that.
We're back, man. Short
we
pause.
are so back.
Short
One of the
pause.
shortest pauses I've ever had.
Yeah, I didn't even feel it happening, actually. Yeah, we had a couple of lobby reconnects, everyone, but we are back in it. And G2IG, nothing has changed, really. They still have the Aegis, and they're in a pretty good position to perhaps threaten this high ground.
That is the truth. We'll see how long this game lasts, because I find that those situations usually happen about 3 minutes before the game's gonna end. Well, let's see. As Monet hit with the geomagnetic grip, a little tidal wave action. They've dropped down that Roche's banner, and they've got themselves the horn toss. Sunray, they'll get the kill on a Thompson. They'll look to take out White Bomb, but he'll disconnect from that Dream Coil.
Please, don't use that word. No more disconnects.
Sorry.
Gem might be picked up. Let's see.
Oh!
RP
The
though.
RP blocked his roll with the BKB. They'll try to go with the ghost ship. They're going to move forward on the side of Tundra, maybe thinking about going in. They've got the magnetized on these heroes on the side of IG. Geomagnetic grip. And there's the boulder smash. Monet at the front lines. He's silenced for a moment. A torrent on a 2. They get the counter. Nothing to say. They're going to pop the egg. They'll go and get the kill on X. No, that's going to be 2 down to the side of IG. They don't have buyback. They look over at Monet with the BKB being popped here by the DK. They'll kill off Bobica. That's 3 heroes gone on the side of G2IG. They'll look and find Monet a second time. They'll try to take him out as he tries to fight back, but the roll comes in from Thompson. They've got the silence with the Orchid coming up from Ramses, and they get a kill on Monet. He and Bobica buy back. That is a full team wipe here for the side of Tundra.
They have no more buybacks, and the throne is almost open. Is this a chance for Tundra to finish this? Like, they could go for Megas as well. I guess that's definitely safer, but damn, what a crazy fight. Thompson with the buyback, with a quick BKB to prevent the horn toss, RP skewer back. The egg, this was the problem. This is what we were talking about the whole game. Like, you can egg, but you just get destroyed. And Shiva's in this kind of a game, sorry, the refresher in this kind of a game on Phoenix, you're not gonna use one egg. It's gonna explode. But when he respawns, if they're not thrown, they will have that ultimate once again.
Yeah, but tier 4s, it's a problem. They do so much here with the right clicks coming out from Pure. The shrapnel's going to be placed down, and they'll look over as they land the Hex. It's on Monet. They've got the roll coming through as well as the ghost ship. That's going to be a dead DK. They'll call GG. And Tundra take game number 1 over G2IG.
Yeah, such a long game, and we definitely deserve a conclusion such as this one. Congratulations to Tundra, well deserved. Like specifically after the early game, which was yesterday, they started it off in a really bad way, but they managed to come back, and they managed to find that farm in the end. G2IG as well, they played nicely around the Roche pit, but it wasn't good enough. The high ground push versus the Lina proved to be way too difficult. Omni-Knight, of course, with the heals, with the fell. You remember that? Yeah. Yeah. The game will be remembered for different reasons, but in the end, I feel like we might see this Omni-Knight Lina be banned for game number 2.
Potentially. I don't know if they're going to even remember why it was good. But that might be the reason that Tundra get the Omni-Knight back again. But yeah, no, it looked all right. This is where it looked like IG were bringing it back a little bit. I don't know. The lack of buybacks was definitely a bit poor for a G2IG, but what can you do?
We had this discussion before. Sometimes when a game is paused, even for a couple of minutes, you lose like that train of thoughts that you had before, and you need a little bit of time to reset and think about how you're gonna play it out. This game, after such a long pause, I'm sure that it wasn't easy for either one of these two teams to continue this high ground push. At the beginning, when they killed Thompson, I think they should have been satisfied with that and then just backed out, but they tried to go in once again, and they got punished for it. Nice Thompson rolls there with the double silence, double hit connection. Monet gets completely isolated. the stun on Boboka renders him useless as well, and they easily clean up. Like, I really like this Phoenix as a support. I think there's a ton of potential in the hero. That's why he has such a high win rate at TI. But versus Lina and Mirana, it's almost impossible to play.
Yeah, very difficult. We saw the egg just get deleted, and there it's gonna die again too, right before they end up, or well, as they're calling GG. And unfortunately, it ends up for IG's sake, Tundra favored as they take game number 1. And maybe you forget, Pure had a 0-3 start to the laning phase, but ends top of the net worth and dominates, truthfully, afterwards.
Yeah, for everyone that watched this game from the beginning, this was like one of the best comeback plays from a carry that I've seen in a long time. Like, he died, he TP'd to the lane, he died instantly again, so he had to do the walk of shame, but he never walked back to the lane. He just went straight jungle. You pointed something out very nicely. You said that he was very close to Arcane Boots, and I think that's what basically rescued him. Like, he had enough gold at least to buy the Arcanes, and then with Arcanes, he just continued farming the jungle. This hero recovers extremely fast, and I don't even know, like, versus any other carry, I feel like if you dominate him that hard, you're set for success. Like, you can probably expect to be ending the game or just having a really significant lead 15 minutes in. But versus Alina, 15 minutes in, even though she was completely out of the lane, completely zoned out, she has as much net worth as your carry.
Yeah, it was Lina by 15 minutes, top of the net worth. It was really good for the side of Tundra afterwards in most spots. There was that fight over by Roche that ended up going poorly, but ultimately, at the end of the day, Tundra take game number 1 of this BO3. We'll be back with game 2 soon. We'll see you guys in a moment, and take care. Welcome back as we come into game number 2 between Tundra and G2IG. I hope you guys have washed your faces, refreshed yourselves, and are ready for game number 2 as it's been a long series up to this point, but we're ready to keep it moving, keep it going. Lizard, what happened at the end there? Did IG rush it? Did they just get too impatient after a long pause?
Maybe, you know, like they were rushing it a little bit, but at the same time, keep in mind that they had the refresher on Magnus. They had that shard. They wanted to use it, and it was like just a millisecond that played the biggest role there, right? Like if you jump on top of Topson, if you get him with RP before the BKB, before the repel, you win the game most likely because he dies back there and he can't contribute to anything. But unfortunately, Topson kind of known for being good mechanically, so he manages to pop everything fast enough. Also, Whitemon just on point, really saving his hero, saving everyone with that Omni Knight.
Yeah, the Omni Knight proved to be very difficult to beat. The shard made things even worse. It was the repel with the purifications and everything. It was just, it felt like as long as Whitemon was alive and in those fights, it was a tough way to win, or a tough percentage chance that IG were going to win those fights. And even in that last fight, though, they had gotten to the backlines to try and kill Whitemon. They threw the Dream Coil on him, but it didn't kill him, and he stays alive and helps out, and that fight continues to go the way of Tundra in the end. So
it was the Dream Coil puck, right? Like he jumped him, he tried to solo him, but it wasn't enough. Like this Omni Knight really needs to be addressed in a more strict of a way, or something that's just literally one hero whose main goal is just to pick him off, or you ban him. Like Talon, when they played versus G2IG, they banned the Omni because they respect the hero quite a lot. And G2IG also banned the Omni Knight against Talon. Versus Tundra, however, I think they banned it once in the first 2 games, but that's it. They let it go through. They saw what the Omni can do. I'm not sure we will see the Omni Knight again for the remainder of the series, which is, for G2IG and Tundra, a very long series. They've already played 2 games and now the 3rd one.
Yeah, and they've got potentially 2 more.
Yeah, and potentially 2 more games.
I think they started playing each other in that first series, I want to say 4 or 5 hours ago.
Yeah, it's 5 hours at least, I think. Correct?
Yeah.
It's been a long time. Like, this is one of those longest series ever. Like, if you look at it as a best of 5.
Series.
Yeah, as a complete series.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long one, and you could see maybe a little bit of tired faces on the side of G2IG. It might be affecting this game moving forward.
Yeah, I think everyone is affected by that, right? Like, but at the same time, you know, Dota players, like, what do you do the whole day? You play like 10, 12 games a day, and that's basically 12 hours of Dota. Pro games, however, are definitely more taxing, like on your psyche, and it's just more exhausting to play them. Like, you could even hear JT talk about it, like in his interview. Yeah, pubs, I'm having fun, I'm just chilling, I'm winning games.
Right.
And when it comes to the pro scene, when it comes to these competitive games, it becomes a little bit harder. Like, it's like work. You have a job and you need to put up your A game always.
And it can be tough in situations like this where the pauses are long. Like when you're playing games consistently and you guys are playing pubs and getting through 12 of them a day, it's easier because they're consistent, right? There's not these long drawn out pauses and there's not this big break in between. So you are kind of staying at one level for the most part.
Yeah, because there's a guy on the enemy team spamming F9 when there's a pause. Like, you're not gonna have a long one, most of the time at least.
Yeah, most of the time it'll be okay. Socks are kind of looking a little bit tired as he really is waking up here.
I came back from retirement for this. No shard, one Mirana, no leap. But at least we got the conclusion of that game, and he did manage to pick out a victory in the end. So I'm sure that Tundra are happy with how the game ended.
I do say, I will say, I do like that they are all smiling on Tundra. Obviously, they were the ones who won, so it's going to look a little bit more smiley in here, in their room. But, you know, the vibes are still there. It's not terribly late in Denmark.
Yeah, I think this is like a standard game of Dota for them.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy.
It's not some, like, delay till 1 a.m. or something in the morning.
Yeah, like some of these players, like I meet them in pubs. Like let's say I start playing at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., whatever. I meet them in pubs. I play. I go make myself some lunch. I go to the gym. I come back. I start up Dota again at night. They're still there. You know, they haven't stopped. So nothing really crazy when it comes to playing for longer stretches throughout the day.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll end up getting it going, getting ready to go here as G2IG, they're trying to push it 3 games, but I'm a little worried after a game like that the focus may not be there, that not everything is going to be coming out of the tank the way it did in the first part of game 1. But we'll see.
I would just argue that not everything was connecting in that game 1, even in game 1. You know, like... Yeah. Because I feel like JT was doing amazingly well, Boboka was owning with him, but everything else kind of felt a bit disconnected on the map. They didn't really have any plays until a nullifier on Dragonite, and that's very late. Like, that's super late, considering how well and how much farm JT had.
Yeah, with how well that lane went, where they got 3 kills on Pure to start, it's definitely a little bit shocking. And IG, they do a first pick, so maybe they're the ones who want to pick the Omni Knight, not banned just yet.
If you remember in that last game, I believe, to pick the Omni, at one point they banned out the Shadow Demon as well. And it was like a tell that they're going to go for it. But also Shadow Demon just way too good at the moment. I feel like, for me at least, it's Enchantress, Shadow Demon, Tinker. They're up there when it comes to supports. Then, of course, Naga, that's just banned out. Am I missing something from the supports? I think that's it. Like, those are your tier 1 subs.
By the way, just to add to the statistics, Sniper lost again.
Is he below 30% now, or is he still on like 30-ish?
I think he lost
29.
the last. Yeah, it's...
He's 29. Did Liquid win? Like,
no,
Liquid
they lost, I think.
They lost as well. Okay. Yeah, this hero just isn't winning. And it's crazy that teams still believe in him and they still continuously pick Sniper, even though the stats... I mean, stats can lie, sure, from time to time.
Oh, I just felt somebody get angry.
But with this amount of games, it's very difficult to make a case for Sniper. Like 24 games and sub 30% win rate.
Yeah. I think the case can be closed on whether or not Sniper is a working hero.
Yeah. It works. All of his spells work. It's just that they're not that great. This shrapnel is amazing in the early stages of the game. Like, you just blow a target up, but then you're just a shrapnel for like the next 15 minutes. Maybe you buy a 4-staff. That's your impact. In any case, one hero that isn't like that, that's absolutely broken in my eyes at least, or at least strong, triple S, is the Windrunner. Windranger, the Nature's Prophet as well, but we won't be seeing them. They're banned out. The next up, for in my eyes, is Lina. We'll see if that's something that they take care of.
Surely they don't give this Omni Knight away again, right?
Maybe they pick it up. There's Omni, there's Tinker, there's Lina left in the pool. There's a lot of really good heroes. There's also Sniper, by the way.
Mars. So going for the JT Mars first pick. Wanting to prioritize it enough to the point where they want to first pick it here, because it did get banned in the second phase of bans last game.
It's like you're getting a very good hero for yourself, a staple for JT, but also you're taking Ramses, this Mars away from him. Ramses has been performing really damn well on Mars today. I mean, he's playing, even this Kunkka in the last game, he had a really good, like, MVP performance. But on Mars, he just wins games. So taking it away from him does make a lot of sense. Also, if you want to go back for the X-Nova Phoenix now, it's much easier to set things up and to make that hero work. And you already have a good teamfight composition around him, just with the Arena and the Egg.
Arena Egg, we talked about how strong that is. You're, reiterating that point here, and I wonder if they will go to the Phoenix. I'm truthfully worried that they just go Omni again.
Omni Lina?
Yeah.
Lina into Mars maybe isn't
Not
as
great.
great. Yeah. You lose a lot of those right clicks in the Arena. Bulwark is also pretty good against her in the lane itself. Like, if you have something like Mars Rubik, you can punish her. I'm not sure if I like it too much. Instead, they go with the Sand King, for starters at least. Keeping it open a little bit. Can be played both on mid and off lane. Probably a JT hero though, right? Sorry, Ramsey's hero.
Yeah, Sand King doesn't exactly go elsewhere, right?
It can go mid. Like, there was 1 or 2 games that I've seen today or yesterday where Sand King was played mid. Like, you can still swap it out a little bit, but 90% of the time it is the offlane.
So let's see how it goes. As they go to the second phase of bans, getting rid of the Mirana, as I will get rid of the Enchantress too. We've seen that be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and today the games we casted as well. I think low-key this hero isn't respected enough. In the competitive scene it is, like in your normal games it really isn't.
Ooh.
Okay, so they take the Shadow Demon for themselves. It's a nice save in the Arena if you can see the target that is. It's a really strong laner right now. I like it a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
And Disruption's always a good save, or honestly, offensive spell too, especially against the Mars, right? Spear lands on somebody, you just disrupt them.
Also, just having Demonic Cleanse, eventually even Demonic Purge, it's really good against one guy that hasn't been picked just yet or banned, and he owned the last game. Was played by Whiteman, by the way, so maybe something that they're preparing for. Menace is just too good on Shadow Demon. That's how maybe not too good, but it just makes the hero. Shadow Demon had this problem in the laning stage sometimes. Now with Menace, like, he's just an all-rounder. Feels strong at every point in the game.
And a response here from G2IG is Snapfire.
Okay. So why Snap? You can't go for Phoenix for the combo with Mars. Instead of that, though, you get Snap, which is also a solid combo. You maybe, in my eyes, not as strong, but still a pretty good one. Morty's Kisses, Arena, you get an easy and clean way of team fighting, and also you get a strong laner.
I like it. Good in the lane, like you said, especially if they go full bore. And Treant Protector, we've seen be a nuisance. But there are times where it feels like this hero kind of misses its mark and is lackluster to the point where it just seems like it's a tree in front of the team that they can chop down pretty quickly.
I feel like the tree needs a solid long distance initiator playmaker, and then you can play around your shard and blink. Like, you can play on the enemy side of the map, constantly be hiding in the trees, not only being this tree and that breaks a smoke and that's it. You know how they play it. Like, if you're losing, it's very difficult, but if you're at least in an even matchup, like, you can, as a position 5, you can do so much, and that's why I actually respect Treant a lot. I think this is a very solid hero, but Shadow Demon Luna, man, let's go. This isn't something I've seen a lot recently, but I low-key think Luna is also one of those extremely strong carries right now.
Another save.
Drinking buddies as well.
Yeah, Drinking Buddies has shown itself to be very good. Also, Luna Shadow Demon, I know it's not always in the meta, but it always shows its face in every meta. Everybody gives it a shot at least once, especially at the International. They're like, does this still, can we still?
Yeah, basically this was, Lina was bound to happen. Like here, I don't think anyone is surprised with the Lina pick. Like even the Treant pick makes it obvious that they're going for one of these glass cannon position ones. That's what you want to play. Mirana is banned out, Prophet is banned out, Morphling is banned out. You go with Alina. Something that I've seen a bit from the Chinese region from Extreme Gaming. Actually, Ame played some SF. That was also on my mind, but Lina, why not? If it's broken, just pick it constantly. I've seen the matchup with Luna before, and I think it forces Luna into buying a blink earlier. Maybe an option to consider. Like just getting on top of Lina and blowing her up.
Can I give you a weird B-Cop pick that I usually am wrong about? Sand King moves mid. Tusk takes the off lane. And they go support time zone Void. Which feels good against the Lina, right?
Man, I've heard so many ideas from you, but this one took me for a ride.
A good ride? Like we're talking 10 out of 10?
I mean, it depends on the. I don't know. No,
we're not in a pause right now. I'm not trying to do comedy. I was serious.
Are you? Why are you laughing so much if you're not trying to do it?
I'm covering up the fact that I was serious. This is totally a joke.
I see. It's sarcasm. My bad. Yeah, I mean, it would be crazy if they actually did that. You know? they actually switched all of it around. I don't think it's gonna happen. But you made me think of one thing though, like Tusk as a core. I know it's not gonna happen. It will be a support, but getting that Ags versus Lina might eventually allow them to close distance with her. So maybe something to look out for if the game goes really late. But at this point, I'm not sure if either one of these two teams is thinking about that scenario. It's a little bit down the road. For now, what do we need? For G2IG, I do believe we need a mid laner. Those are the bans from Tundra. And same, I would say pretty much same for Tundra. We're basically missing mid laners for both of these sides.
Or are we?
Maybe it's just Faceless Void, yeah, and Sand King mid, sure. I don't think that's gonna happen, but everything is possible in Dota. Sometimes you get humbled thinking and being stubborn about things. For G2IG, I would really like to see like a solid playmaker, nothing that's really too greedy. Something that just goes in with Snap, with Mars, plays the like both Puck and Ember, for nothing to say would actually be amazing. But he's not gonna get to play either one of those two. There are still some heroes that aren't played as much, like a Void Spirit, Storm as well, jumping the Shadow Demon in the backlines. They go with the Storm. I mean, it's not that hard being an analyst when there's like 4 heroes that he's gonna pick from and 2 are banned. One of the spirits was bound to happen. Now for Tapson, it's a bit harder to guess. Maybe it's his Shadow Demon, not gonna happen, of course. But he played Earth Spirit in game 1. Kind of a difficult matchup, but you get that silence, I guess, something to play around. And if he won the last game, maybe he's gonna go for it again. If you want a bit more normal build hero, there's the Void, there's the Quap as well.
Oh, I thought for a second. I thought for 1 second, maybe.
Yeah.
I saw the purple. I was like, oh, it's Void. Oh my god.
I mean, honestly, shame on us for not calling the Invoker Thompson Invoker.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the hero he started his competitive scene with. Invoker, and what else was it? Like Pugna, Monkey King, those 3 were basically all he played back in the day. What does Invoker do here? I'm honestly not sure which way he's gonna go for, because this morning we've seen an Invoker go fully right-click. He had like... who played that, by the way? Can you remember?
The Invoker earlier today?
Yeah. It was Skadi and Midas and Dragonlance. That's what he went for. I think Cloud9, right? Is it? Is it no one that played it? I think so. Am I wrong?
No, that might have been yesterday.
That might have been yesterday. Yeah, my bad. In any case, Solid Hero at the moment, I don't like Invoker that much overall.
It was
but
Laurel.
It was Laurel. Okay.
Yeah.
On Spirit played it. It looked really good from Laurel, but it was in a very similar situation as well. Like they already had a carry that was supposed to be that ultimate position 1 in the game, and Invoker just took over, buying a Midas and just AFK farmed. This might be that kind of a game where even though we have a Luna that's usually a tempo carry, we might go a little bit later. We'll see what Thompson does. Maybe he'll be more of a playmaker than what we've seen from Laurel.
Yeah, definitely could be the case, and we'll have to see if that goes that way. We've got a smoke coming through from IG to start, but we'll see if there's any fighting before the horn. So far, we haven't really seen much fighting before the bounty runes.
Nothing crazy. When it comes to facets, also, I'm not seeing anything different from what we usually get. Drinking Buddies, Shadow Demon, Promulgate, and Invoker with the Elitist.
Is that the always go-to for Invoker these days, the Elitist?
That's the only one. I don't play a lot of Invoker, but that's the one I see always.
Let's see if they're going to fight here. Bobica holding the high ground. They are smoked on the side of Tundra.
Kind of hard to fight this on the high ground against Tree and Lina. Even though they do have a stun from Shadow Demon and Disruption here. Let's see. Oh!
X-Nova's still moving forward on this a little bit because he did throw that Leech Seed out there.
If the LSA was just a little bit later, they managed to take that one bounty, but all 4 bounties going Tundra's way. Look, losing 3 bounties isn't that big of a deal, but 4... It stings, you know, like you get quite of an advantage on all your heroes. You start the lane, let's say, without tangos, you're thinking, okay, sure, I'm gonna buy the set. Then you get into the lane and you can't buy them.
It's just the little things that end up getting stopped by losing all 4, right?
I mean, it's not so little. Like, your lane becomes much, much harder because of that. Losing all 4 runes isn't something that should happen.
Whitemon working with those drinking buddies, and it's on his courier coming over, a salve and a sentry.
Yeah, this is, I feel like, a kill lane on both sides. If you're out of position with Snap, like, you can fall. Same goes for Luna and Tusk. Like, you do dish out a ton of damage. Bot lane, I feel like it's Lina Treant. Look, Lina is... Like, we've seen what they did to her last game. We'll see if they can repeat that.
Put some early damage onto JT as well as Bobica, using the drinking buddies. Going into the Lucent Beam afterwards. Bottom lane, there should come a point where Ramses is just free to farm here, right?
I'm not sure. Lina and Treant are scary for me, but this is a really good thing that they did. They cut down all the trees on the left side. Lane, JT.
Spear to survive, but the shards were well placed. Again, a little bit of aggression coming out from Tundra, not getting them the kill.
I just have to say, I'm happy to see a lane such as this one, because we've seen so many Kunkka Tinker lanes today and just a few Resident Sleeper lanes. This one is just constant fighting. Whitemon, he's got shards again.
Yeah, I might want to go and then pull over with the drinking buddies if they do find the right opportunity. And honestly, level 3, when you've got the trio of combo there, as there's the drinking buddies, there the shards, good cookie, but JT's still gonna die here to Pure, and Tundra's got first blood.
They just had a lot of stick charges. Wand on the Luna, a lot of sticks on Whiteman. They just never had a chance of fighting them there.
Yeah, stick on Snapfire. Not really doing much.
It's a really good stick lane, like you're playing into Luna. But it wasn't enough. When it comes to mid lane and CS, Thompson 4 CS behind. Not the end of the world, a little bit behind the Storm, but doing all right on the Invoker. What I do want to see is just how much he'll be able to accomplish as this Invoker in the mid game.
Yeah, we've seen Invokers have decent lanes, find a Sunstrike here or there, but then they end up kind of falling stale in the mid game. I definitely want to see whether or not Thompson can kind of change the way we've seen that line happen.
If there's a player that can do it, it is probably him. And if he is picking Invoker, it probably means that there is a place for the hero. We've seen a couple of Invokers picked. Like, late game potential is much higher on the hero, I feel like, than before. Top lane, again, Ice Shards.
Again with the shards, but they just don't quite have the damage, though Bobica doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. He does have that clarity and a Lotus, if need be.
He didn't want to use it immediately. Snova did leave Monet, and I guess they're just happy with farming, right? Like, Ramses is pulling the enemy wave into the small camp, just getting as much farm as he can on the Sand King, going for phase boots, actually.
Yeah, keeping it pretty efficient for the Sand King, as they're going to try and pull the wave all the way over for the side of the Dire, and next Nova and Monet are moving in.
Just have to be
Shards and Drinking Buddies again. As Bobica, he does have Cookie. He's going to actually jump behind. They'll land the spear afterwards. Whitemon, though, not dead. He pops his stick. They'll get the kill on a Bobica. Now they'll look over at JT. Whitemon, he was level 2 in the Drinking Buddies, so no Snowball. But that level 2 in Drinking Buddies is extra 45 damage with a 6-second buff duration.
It all adds up. It's not only the Drinking Buddies. Like, if you click on Pure and his facet, like, he's got this Moonstorm, so he's getting more damage from Lucent Beams as well. He had like 16, I think, maybe 24 damage from the Lucent Beams, and then on top of that you add Drinking Buddies, and I mean, that's a lot.
Ramsey's getting run down here and pretty low. Has 4 stick charges of his own.
Saxa
maybe even thinks about going in onto X-Nova with a Burrow Strike of some sort. Saxa lands the 5th stack, and he'll get the kill there on X-Nova. Not needing really a lot of help from Ramses overall.
And that's like, what, 10% added damage from Menace? And then 5 Shadow Poison stacks. He lost like 50% of HP. JT top.
Snowball in Scatter Blast. And that's with the full bore. A lot of damage being done on a Bobica. He just... all he's got is 2 wand charges. This is not good for him at all. And he's bringing over a salve, but he might just be dead by the time that courier gets there if he doesn't position correctly and safely.
This is one of those position 4s where you're really sad with the amount of farm that you're getting. Like, you're not getting any kills, and then on top of that, you're forced to buy so much regen. JT might die regardless here.
Yeah, now you've got the shards in. Snowball didn't pull in Pure. Not sure it's going to matter. They'll go to the Lucent Beam. They'll get the kill to JT. They've also got Saxa in. Disruption. Bobica. 2 stacks on him. Eventually dies here to Pure. So Whitemon gets 1. Pure gets the other. This tower, too, is going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, nice rotation from Saxa. Because it's minute 6:45. This might be a Wisdom rune as well, if they're not careful. They need to either steal theirs or connect. X-Nova.
That's what Trian's doing.
Can he do this? Boots from Ramses. He might be... Oh, with these phases.
No, he's not going to get it. So... The bounty runes at the start, the wisdom runes here, and now they're going to bring the storm over. He is level 6, he does have ball lightning, he has a couple sips in that bottle. They're trying to get at least something out of this. There's the cookie, and the shards will actually block out JT and Bobica, and I think that'll most likely mean that Nothing to Say doesn't go for a second kill. However, Thompson's come over and got a tower out of this.
Yeah, they just lost the tower. The pressure was so high from Luna and Tusk, like... I said this was a kill lane, but I didn't expect it to be this potent from the 2 of them. This is a disaster, I would say, for G2IG, losing both the Wisdom runes. losing the Shadow Demon, you're happy with that. SD for 2 Wisdom Runes, that's a really good deal.
For sure, yeah. Invoker at level 7. Nothing to say. They didn't really have any mana to work with there.
They might even go here. They have DD on Invoker.
Tornado lands, trying to cookie up onto the high ground. Bobica will do so, but the shards are there to get the vision for the snowball, and now they're all locked up at the top, but all 3 come over.
Thompson is thinking about going into tower range. Like, he's going mid, nothing to say, doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with. Has to be careful. This is, like, you look at these 2 supports, they're both level 4. 4 and Snap, 4 and 3.
Drinking buddies in. Walrus Punch is used. X-Nova blocked by the shards. They are going to get another kill here.
Mid lane, maybe? There's just no mana on Storm. He's on like 50%. I'm not sure this is enough for Thompson. He's going for a Mage Slayer, by the way. A pretty solid pickup. Makes him tankier and also negates a lot of damage that comes from G2IG. A storm is brewing. Like, once they get a singular item on Ramses, they'll be able to completely control the map, it feels like.
Yeah.
And Ramses is going for that aura build on the Sand King. No Bloodstone, Shivas, nothing like that. He's going straight for the pipe. Maybe even a Crimson after to negate Lina's damage, we'll see.
This is moving pretty quickly, and you said aura build here for Ramses. We've seen some Sand Kings get away with not going aura, but going right into the pipe seems like a great idea. Again, no bottle charges for Nothing to Say. Trying to lock down the power rune, but they're not going to be able to do so, and Thompson ends up picking up that shield rune, and this is going to continue to keep Nothing to Say without a bottle full at all.
It's so fascinating how adamant they are at negating every single rune from him. I don't think I've seen him take one active rune. I've seen Thompson with DD, I've seen Thompson with this one. Maybe he had something, I'm not sure, but...
No, he couldn't have, because the 2 would be the... The 2 was the amplified damage and the shield rune there, and I'm pretty sure he had the one before that at the 6 minutes. So
yeah,
6
6 minutes rune is the only one that I'm unsure about, but yeah, in any case, not a happy mid laner, especially because your side lanes are going poorly, so the supports can't just die and TP in to refill every time you need it. You lost the tier 1 on top lane, and Thompson is on JT, but gonna happen.
Pure's been up here top, just doing anything he wants.
This is...
And Thompson and Whiteman have been attached at the hip.
It's really cool, right? Because Invoker kinda... You can find yourself struggling to make plays in the mid game with Ghost Walk. You just want to go across the map, find hero kills. But if the Tusk is following him, then it's a bit easier. What G2IG need, though, is Boboka's level 6. I think that's like the main thing they need to get right now.
Yeah.
It completely activates their draft.
So with what was that? Alacrity and Drinking Buddies, I want to see next time what the damage is for Thompson. Pure not afraid to even make the rotation here either.
And their map is just shrinking so hard. There's a pipe on Ramses now. Even with the Mortimer's Kisses. Hey, look at this. They're just taking your triangle. Minute 12, 5k lead. This is already looking really rough.
It's just such a quick lead. It's such a quick pincher of the map. And I don't really know where your answers lie, because look at this. They're going to get Bobica again. And he just can't get level 6. We're 13 minutes in. We talked about it last game. There were supports that were level 5 at 14 minutes. And it was a real bad time.
It's like, you're really sad if you're getting your level 6 with the 14-minute Wisdom Rune, you know? It's one of the worst feelings right now in the game. hopefully they'll manage to shake this off and get it somewhere. Xnova down bottom, he did manage to get his ultimate at least. But like the thing is, I don't find it nearly as impactful this game as I find Mortimer's Kisses, because they're just lacking damage. They're seriously lacking it. Maybe if they bring both Lina.
Growth Strike, Overgrowth, and there's the Laguna Blade onto Ramses, but they've got that pipe. They'll go to the Walrus Punch, and they will be able to kill this Lina. The arena's down, but it's just too late. The ball lightning in, and they just don't do the damage at the moment. Good God's Rebuke, but the Eclipse comes through from Pure. They'll get themselves a second. They'll look towards the rest. The chase is on to catch one more. Xnova on the run, throws out that Leech Seed. They do have shards, which will get in front of Xnova. It's an alley-oop from the Cookie to the Punch, and a kill for Pure, as he's now unstoppable. They also get themselves that Storm as they chase Nothing to Say all the way down, and Thompson will get the finishing blow.
This was under your tier 2, by the way, that they fought, and it was still impossible for them to take the fight. Not a singular kill. Invoker is just doing massive amounts of work in that engagement. Ramses as well. All he needed to do, honestly, here is pop the pipe, and that's it. His job is done. Meanwhile, on the other side, just not enough. Boboka only hits his level 6 now. Maybe if you had Mortimer's Kisses in this fight, maybe then you can take it, but without it, it was just forced.
Certainly rough. That fight completely one-sided, and this smoke again, like they're really trying to make something happen, but
no.
Whitemon, Imbiz, another power rune that benefits them. He's pretty tanky, but he ain't tanky enough. Whitemon, though, breaking that smoke, he's happy because Pure was sitting up there top. They go through the jungle, maybe they get the kill on the Luna, and things start to go IG's way.
Sand King, though, he is TPing in. He's got Vanguard, by the way, going for that Crimson with the pipe. Is a really difficult kill to make, but maybe doable.
Mortimer's Kisses, and he is still alive thanks to the disruption. They've got the arena down, Pure off to the side. The damage onto JT, the Lucid Beam's going to be there. They'll get themselves at least one. They're going to look over at Monet. Cookie in. All right. Well, that's going to cost Monet his life. They'll go to the Eclipse. They'll look over at Bobica. They'll at least get another one with that. And they call GG. They tap out 15 minutes in, and Tundra will take the 2-0 and the tiebreaker over G2IG.
You called one game shellacking today. That wasn't it. This was it. This is just rough. And you could see it, like Tundra, they outplayed them in the laning stage. All the rotations, the rune control were on point. Thompson got every single one. And this game, it was won there. Like, the laning stage, sure, but your mid laner just never had resources to connect to anyone.
Yeah.
This was a really big issue for them. And he never had resources because you couldn't control the runes because you were losing the side lanes. A really rough performance from G2IG. That first game obviously did leave a dent in their morale, as a 15-minute game at TI is not something that you expect.
Especially the last game coming out of the group stage is really not something you want to really have under your belt going into the seeding matchup. And, you know, you're still fine. You win the seeding matchup, you're happy, right? But I kind of said it when we started, that a pause like that and the way that they lost that first game might affect them here, and it felt like it did. But I'm not trying to take away from what Thompson did and what these guys on Tundra did at all.
Oh, this was just amazing from them. Like, the performance, the laning stage, all these micro moves, stealing 2 wisdom. Like, first, stealing 2 wisdom runes is illegal. Like, you should always get one. I know it happens, but it just puts you on back foot so hard. Like, it's very difficult for the supports to come back. Unless you're crushing the lanes and you're already over leveled, then it's like, okay, whatever. But when you're like level 3 on 2 supports and you lose 2 wisdom runes, it's really hard for you to find that farm. It's really hard for you to find, for both supports at least, it's hard to find the space to get level 6, especially in this game because they really didn't have damage going into the arena. Like, when you look at when you look at Mars and when you look at Treant, when I see these 2 heroes on the same team, I see literally the same hero twice, with one having no farm usually. Like, Treant is going to use his overgrowth in fights. Of course, he's got some heals, some armor, but it overlaps with what Arena does, right? With Mars, you want a lot of damage, and that's where Boboka came in. It was a nice idea. We have Snapfire, we have Alina, we're gonna have a lot of damage in the arena, but you need to get there. And sometimes you just never get there. You just lose in the laning stage, I guess.
Yeah, and I also want to shout out Pure. He had an 8-0-2 game. His Luna looks great. It's Whitemon and him that just played that lane aggressive to the brink, and it really looked so good. He's going to be the MVP. Totally deserved. I mean, he is truthfully my series MVP because of how he brought back the Lina in game number 1 and just the aggression here in game number 2. It's a 15-minute game. It really is difficult to kind of just be like, all right, one person, because everything has to be rolling on all cylinders to end up being a win this quickly. So it's definitely more of a 5-guy MVP for me, but he played so well.
Absolutely. Like the top lane, I would say the duo of Whitemon and Pure, like you mentioned, these two, they basically dominated Boboka and JT. The game, I believe, was broken in that lane. Sure, the wisdom runes and everything that we talked about, discussed, the active runes as well played a big part, but Luna and Tusk, they won the safe lane so dominantly that there was little comeback from JT and Boboka. Like, if you remember, even Thompson rotating top and just finishing a tier 1 tower, they killed them under the tower, they stole the wisdom rune, and then they took their tier 1 tower as well. It's too many... I wouldn't call them mistakes from G2IG, just too many good plays from Tundra, actually.
And I think Tundra here in a series like this, you're watching everything flow so well. It's something that the panels have talked about, that, like, yeah, you look at teams like Falcons and Spirit and Gaimin and XG, and, like, they're in front view as being the strongest teams here. But I will say, I think Tundra is making a point. With a series like this, I think they're that, not Dark Horse, because I feel like Dark Horse has to have like a lower chance than what Tundra had, but I think they're a really solid crew right now, and they look, especially when things run like that so fluidly, perfect. They look good.
Oh, for sure. Like when you look at Tundra, I feel the same that Fishman feels. Like you could, if you were watching one of the interviews, I believe it was with Nomad or Flax, I'm not sure, but he said that, he said that Thunder is one of those teams that if they're in the good mood, they can even take the full tournament. They can win TI. If they're not in a good mood, they can bomb out very early on. Right now, they're looking like they're in a really damn good mood. I believe they dropped that one game versus Talon, if I recollect correctly. And
Tundra, are you talking about Cloud9? Yeah. So Cloud9 dropped one game to Tundra, and then Tundra went 1-1 with everybody in the group.
Yeah. So Tundra 1-1 with Talon, 1-1 with Cloud9. It's like one game they just stomp absolutely, and then the second game it's a completely different team. Remember.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to the panel. That was the final game we have seen played for the group stages here on the road to the international. What we're doing right now is waiting for the number one of the groups to choose their opponents, and we'll have the seeding ready for, or the matches ready for the seeding matches by the end of this show. So stay tuned. We're gonna take some time to discuss all of that, because apparently the players need to have a little bit of time to discuss all of that. But that gives us perfect chance to talk about the 2 days of Dota we have had, and I'm joined by T-Gov, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, 2 days in. How are you doing? How are you feeling about it all?
Kind of what we expected in terms of some of the picks as well, how the meta is going to be shaped up at the road at TI first couple of days, you know, having these healer position 5s, these tanky boys, and having these range turrets like Lina, Wind Ranger. We've seen quite a lot of Draw Ranger as well, Marana, something that can dish out a lot of damage, and how they're going to be able to increase that damage with the Solar Crest, with the drums, whatever is necessary, these Marcies, anything that can improve damage of your carry. But also, there are a couple of those that I expected. We can talk about that later, some of the heroes. But the overall group stages, the games were, very hyped. We've seen, I would say, the best game earlier today when Team Spirit was playing against Team Liquid. First game, second game, not as much. It was pretty much Team Spirit dominated. But overall, great quality of the games.
Great quality of the games, and some of the heroes that you mentioned are on this list. These are the most picked heroes of the group stages here so far. The road to the international, Effie. I think, was there anything before you came in that you really were expecting that is missing from this list?
Maybe a little bit more Queen of Pain. I thought we'd see Queen of Pain more than we have from the mid lane, but I mean, there's still a lot of time. I'm actually surprised with Enchantress being the most contested hero of.
No, I think it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Because Sniper is on the right.
Sniper's the most contested, and it goes.
She's not. She's the most contested hero.
Contested. Okay.
Yeah, she's contested 98% of the time. Like 55 matches of Enchantress either being banned or picked. So her being the #1 hero of this group so far, I didn't expect. I thought the role would go to either Naga or Omni, but Enchantress takes the cake. Maybe because without her being banned, it opens up things like Furion picks, and teams like to get it out of the way. It's also a good counter versus Wind Ranger, which is the carry right now.
I just saw the Sniper stat and it's hysterically bad. I would swear, but I realised, at the Rotate International I would do it, but Sniper... Terrible.
You don't want to say, oh.
48 matches of Enchantress, so 94.12%. Just have to correct the statistic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good.
Sniper played 22 times, 31% win rate, and I cannot wait for everyone to realise that they have wasted their group stage.
Yeah, but I've seen this before, see?
That's true.
People will see the win rate after today. It's a good time to reflect for the teams as well, right? They're going to have a lot more free time than what they had so far. From this point onward, you don't have to have any other streams anymore. It's just
one
it's
stream.
just us. It's just here. It's just one series at a time. For the players, that's very nice as well, because they get some extra time to take things through, including the statistics of the heroes like Sniper, which we'll talk about in a little bit potentially if T-Gov brings it up again, because he does like to do that. But what I want to see is I want to hear opinions. So we know it was Extreme, Cloud9, Falcons, Spirit. Those are our top ones. Now I want to ask, can we stay on this graphic for quite a little bit of time? Because Extreme gets to choose between G2IG and Talon, and vice versa. Cloud9 gets to choose between 1W and Heroic. And the same thing goes for Group C and D. I don't have to say that out loud, but I want to speculate what's going to happen. So let's take it one at a time. Extreme Gaming. Effie, you're Extreme Gaming. Do you choose your fellow countrymen, or do you choose Talon?
I think you choose Talon, because they have this sportsmanship idea there where they don't want to have to, but I think XG picking Talon is a pretty obvious choice.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Okay.
Knowing that...
Go ahead.
I think that Extreme Gaming, they know that they should be afraid because they have so much more information playing against G2IG. These, I don't think they have much experience playing against 1v team. So that might be, but this is also a dark horse kind of the tournament with, I would say...
You pick Heroic there.
I'm
jumping in.
Sure?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
I feel like that's such a wild card.
Like both teams, like Heroic have had multiple times where they've shown up and there's a lot of respect towards them as a team, the region, etc. But the way that 1W has stepped up recently in the South American tournament, getting second, pushing Liquid in that tournament, there's a lot of respect across all the pro players in teams. If you ask who's the up-and-comer team, who's the one that you should look out for, they will always, within the top 3, will entertain 1W as that team. So I feel like to have that amount of prestige across players is a lot of respect. And Heroic, they've had their chance in the limelight multiple times throughout the year, and they've squandered it every single time. They've had a couple times where they break top 8, then get knocked out. So if you compare that between a team that has a lot of hype around it compared to a team that has fallen short throughout the entire year, you just got to go for Heroic, I think.
1W did take a W off of Extreme earlier, and we did hear DY say that he wishes he got the chance to play against them more. Effie, do you agree with sentiment that T has regarding Cloud9 probably choosing Heroic, maybe?
And it depends on what they're most comfortable with. I think Heroic to them is a easier matchup because they probably have a lot more scrim information versus 1W because they play within the same region and they can scrim often. The thing about Heroic is every time I tune into them, they're winning the early game really hard, and they have a net worth lead. They're very good at the early game to the early mid game, but then they just never close out games. They'll always have their inexperience lead them to a bad fight, and most teams will just capitalize off of that.
Also, this year, just double checked, Entity have not lost a single game to Heroic. They beat them 24 minutes, 38 minutes, 37 minutes, 33 minutes. So not a single game has gone past 40 minutes against Heroic the entire year.
Okay.
So it does feel like they're going to look at that and go, let's just pick Heroic.
Seems like.
But that's where we get surprised.
Yeah.
When the information drops and we're like, oh, they went for one W.
I really wonder if it's that clear cut, because I can also see.
Yeah, we can
wanting to pick the other one just to prove they can. It's like they're confident.
But we can also speculate what they're gonna pick. We don't have very unpredictable as well. This is a team that it's their first TI. They probably not gonna win the whole thing, but it's a good experience for them. You never know. They might also power up. We've seen Team Spirit 2021. Also, nobody expected this team to go far or anything, but they did manage to win it.
Well, let's take a look at the other two groups then, because we can speculate a lot, but we'll get the answers eventually today, in just a little bit actually. But Group C, I feel like, okay, I'm gonna sound really mean, but I feel like, oh gosh, it doesn't really matter. Is that fair to say?
I'm ready to defend Aurora here.
Oh, I wasn't talking about Aurora. I think Falcons is gonna choose Beast Coast. Easy choice.
Okay.
You meant more Falcons looks so strong that between the two options, they are.
I think it's easy. Like, Falcons is going to choose Beast Coast. I don't think they're like. If they don't, that would be a surprise to me.
Yeah, I don't think they would want to choose Aurora, because even though they haven't played well this group stage, Aurora can still pop off at any point. I mean, I keep saying this about them, but this is a team that had a great year last year. Even this year, their results haven't been great, but they've had really good series. And okay, they've looked shaky, but sometimes they can drag games out and make it very exhausting. So you don't want to potentially go up against Aurora and play a more exhausting series that lasts longer that you could potentially lose.
We saw them play against Team Spirit yesterday, where they did lose, but they gave Team Spirit a good run for their money. Yeah. And since then, I don't know, it might have something to do with that they faced Beast Coast last, but they did get 2 wins in today, so they might have come off a high as well, which might make a difference. Team Spirit, Lacoste, you got any thoughts who they would choose? Because we talked about it today. Both Team Spirit and Team Liquid have great track records for both playing against Nouns or BB Team.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go with the BB team. BB team has looked, I would say, relatively consistent in 2024 so far. They're pretty much the other team, the second best team from the region. They've been constantly placing like top 6, and they looked really good. This is a scary team. This is the highest MMR team in the world for a good reason. It's just a lot of the times for BB team, you'll see something is lacking, and I think Team Spirit is going to give them a lot of respect. So I think this is going to be a no-brainer. They're going to pick Nouns.
It's difficult still though, because I think for Spirit, of course they are, expected to make this insane run. They're looking clean, but there's something about like the just pick Nouns option that, of course, last year, just pick Nouns, Tundra loses, they also lose lower bracket, and then suddenly Tops and 33 and the gang are out, right? So that you do have to respect, like, there are still 2 players from Nouns, they have that same flair, they've had a really bad group stage, but then that turnaround potential. So, BB, they're just kind of looking average. Nouns, they've been smacked down, so I don't know, it's just spooky, but I think that's probably the scariest choice to make out of all the options. I think they're the 2 teams that it's like, they both can easily upset, and they both could also just bow out and get destroyed in a best of 3.
I don't know. I think that BB team, even though 2 days of group stages is not enough of a sample size, and we know that a lot of these teams historically have been slow starters. And like Lacoste said, they're the highest MMR team. They've had great results all year. And similarly to Aurora, you don't want to pick them and exhaust yourself in a full best of 3 where you play 60-minute games, because that's what they're known for. And you know the consistency of one team, and yeah, the other team, like Nouns, a wild card. But would you rather go for the super consistent, super high MMR, super long duration games, or a potential 2-0 stomp?
Counterpoint. 2 counterpoints, actually. One, there's going to be 2 days of seeding matches, and every single team will play only 1 series, meaning they get guaranteed 1 day off. So the long games, I don't think they mind too much. Second, I spoke to Mickey in an elevator. That's right. He had no choice. He had to talk to me. We were both going the same direction. He said he didn't know yet who Team Spirit chose. He said he wouldn't mind playing against BB Team. He'd actually prefer that. He thinks Nouns has looked a little bit stronger, but he thinks Spirit might choose BB Team. So
yeah, no, I can see that.
Yeah.
Like when you look at the stats throughout the year, I think this year Spirit won 3 series, they drew 1. Last year they won like 5, lost 2 or something. So it's like across 2 years, it has always gone Spirit's way. There's 2 or 3 series where maybe the best of 3 goes to 3 games, but like Spirit's had the upper hand. They've consistently been.
But isn't that the same for both Liquid and Spirit, and also the same for their results against Nouns? Because it's like it's very similar, so almost doesn't make a difference. I also heard that we're only a couple minutes away from actually knowing which players or which teams chose which other teams. And I can also tell you already that all the first seeds of their groups and their opponents that they choose, they'll play tomorrow, and then the second seeds versus the leftovers will play the day after. So you can already clear some time in your schedule if you need to. But actually, you should just clean both days. Actually, you should already have time off for the next.
Got a 2-week holiday. What do you mean?
I know.
And then you have like plane tickets and stuff, and yeah.
Large portion of you does.
Or just chill in your house and watch. Set it up on your TV, get some popcorn.
Watch party. I saw someone made a really nice board with like very good looking snacks. It was like cheese slices and a very good looking sourdough and some very I think probably peppered salami. I'm like, that looks great.
We need a DOTA menu. You know how when you're
That's what I'm
watching
saying.
Lord of the Rings, you're eating certain food.
Yeah.
You're for the big nerds out there like me, but we need the DOTA food.
DOTA food. I think there is. Like, you got mangoes.
There we go.
Great. You got tangos, which are literally
Bottle of water.
a bottle of water.
The rune.
Don't make me say it, thank you. 'Cause I'm British, don't worry.
Tea?
No.
Huh?
That's okay. You just made it awkward. I'm
I have
gonna load up Twitch chat. I'm gonna just.
What?
Right now.
That?
Yeah, I'm looking at Twitch chat now. I'm just savoring the moment.
That's bad manners. You're in a conversation with 3 other people.
Yeah, but my joke didn't land, so I'm gonna go reside in chat and feel better about myself.
Well, do you really want to say it? What should you have if you're going to watch Dota? What are your top 3 snacks, T?
Whew, top 3 snacks. Damn, this is a good question.
This has to come from very far.
So basically, top 3 snacks right now. Low-key sausage roll kind of bangs, You can get small ones,
Okay,
get
that's
big
not
ones.
a Dota-esque snack.
I don't. You just asked me my snacks. We've moved on.
Oh, sausage rolls.
Okay, fine. Okay, Dota ones though.
Dota-esque.
Dota-esque.
Cookies from
Cookies.
Mortimer
Snapfire.
cookies.
That's
yeah.
good.
Pretzels. Like either an Ironwood brand, a GG brand. It could be a pretzel.
Sticks.
It's a stick.
Yeah,
A pretzel?
yes.
Pretzel stick.
Pretzel stick.
You
got
mango.
We said that.
Sorry. I got excited about that because I really
Go
like
on, go
mangoes,
on.
and I have my way of eating mangoes
snake.
is insane.
Bala wa.
Now the joke lands. God, we're playing on ping.
Okay, thank you very much. You guys can stop talking now for a second. This is what they chose.
Yes.
All right, Extreme Gaming chose Talon as expected. And we have Team Spirit choosing Nouns. So that is Team Liquid up against BB Team, which if Mickey was right, and they're happy with that choice. Falcons chose Beast Coast. There's no surprise there. And Cloud9 chose 1W.
Okay.
That's the surprise.
I think that's the bigger surprise of the 4 choices.
Yeah, easily. I think that is, for me, at least for Cloud9, for what they've done so far throughout the year. That is going to be potentially something that we talk about if they are to lose that series. They had an option of a team that they've beat throughout the year. So, yeah, I think that is probably the biggest glaring. Maybe they made a tactical blunder, but we will see in the upcoming
I think Thunder
days.
is going to be happy.
Do you?
Yeah.
Thunder is happy. Yeah. But you know what I think? Maybe for Cloud9, it's just a player matchup thing where Watson just doesn't want to play against WS. It could be that simple, right? Like, I don't want to play against this player. Let's pick the other team.
Sure. And yeah, no, that works.
Kind of expected with just, I would say, 1W team being chosen instead of Nouns. But there's going to be some interesting matchups coming out, that's for sure.
I mean, all I care about is upsets. You know, group stage, Team 0, hats off to you lads. You've provided the most upsets so far. But the seedings, this is kind of where it gets a little bit, you know, spicy. Because, like, this is where, if, like, the low seed team beats the high seed team, this is now, like, the beginning of the storylines. So it's like, right now, it's like, you're expecting, like, Aurora to step up and, you know, maybe go against Team 0. Even Team 0 can continue their storyline. So it's like Team 0 versus Aurora. Aurora underperformed, 0 overperformed. That's going to be a series that no matter what, who wins, is like, oh, wow, they're making it to the upper bracket. True. So that series there is kind of like a win-win for either team. Of course, that's how it works. One team has to win, so that's a good statement from me. Keep going. But I like that series a lot because two underdogs.
And I just want to correct. WS is not in 1W. Not in heroic.
It makes sense.
C9 does not want to play against Talon, so they picked.
No, but C9 could never choose Talon.
They had to choose one heroic or 1W.
I thought they were choosing between Talon.
I didn't want to call
it. was so
yeah.
No, I understand. I understand the logic.
That's what I meant.
WS is in 1W.
There you go.
But no, he is not.
I know.
But there's 1W. There's 1W. I see you. Cool.
Oh my goodness. Let's focus
on what's
happening tomorrow. All right. We are. So I'm going to make this very easy for you guys. We're always starting at the same time. Hooray! And we're also live a little bit before 10 a.m. This is all in CEST. We are, of course, in Copenhagen in Denmark. And we are going to have 4 best of 3s. You can rest easy. Nobody will be sent home over the next 2 days.
Oh.
We're taking it very easily, very slow, but it is a very important matchup because winning your best of 3 will put you in the upper bracket, whereas losing your best of 3 will put you in the lower bracket. Lower bracket and upper bracket is fully best of 3, apart from finals, they're best of 5, but no best of 1's elimination, so we also don't have to worry about that. We just want to make sure we have the best possible matchups in our playoffs, and the matches tomorrow are going to cater towards that. It's going to be a very exciting day. Which is the match you look forward to most, Tigov?
I've already kind of hinted on it. I want to see... you know what? No, I don't know.
Aurora Team 0.
You forgot. Just say it.
No, because you said
that's what
the reason why I second guessed myself is because you said all the first place teams play tomorrow, but then I just saw second place teams playing tomorrow, so that's why I got. Anyway, Aurora and 0. That's what I want to see. Oh, that's my banger. 2 underdogs. One other underdog goes to the upper bracket. Continue the journey.
Can I go first?
I'll plus on that. Go.
Okay, thank you. Because I remember only one matchup from. Team Liquid against BB Team.
It's also a draw.
I want to see how strong BB Team is. I gotta agree with Effie what she said about not being the big sample size these 2 days that we played. I think they're still a super scary team. So is Team Liquid, but this is gonna be something really hyped to watch because what I noticed from BB Team is they do like to play their own style of Dota. They're not copying what others are doing. They're actually picking heroes. We've seen some Slaughter, some Grimstroke earlier today, some Dirge coming out as well. So they are playing their own style, which I really respect, considering that most of the heroes that we've seen, everybody's contesting these like top 10 heroes, and they're picking something different, which I really like.
Yeah, very excited for that series for sure. You'll have to wait for that for the last series of the day, I believe. No,
it's WS against
Aurora.
1W.
1v5.
You guys suck. Because
wait, what?
Isn't it the winning series tomorrow? And you all mentioned second place teams.
I think you confused us.
You guys, you know what's coming tomorrow, and it is a lot of Dota, and it's going to be top tier. This is what happens when you leave them unattended for too long, and we're going to fix that for tomorrow. Don't you worry. More Dota coming your way. The road to the international continues tomorrow. Whoop, whoop.